Chapter 1. On a cloudless night, a brilliant moon gazes down upon the sea as a grand sailing ship glides gracefully through the embrace of the ocean breeze. The three-masted vessel, Demeter, is en route to the kingdom of Tudor. A handsome young man leans against the ship's railing, gazing into the distance at the faint glimmer of a lighthouse. The young man's name is Vincent. He is an otherworldly traveler who has inexplicably traversed to this distant realm of the Eastern Empire, where his soul has merged with that of the assassin Vincent, making him a member of the Celestial Gate within the Assassin's Covenant. The Assassin's Covenant is a loosely organized alliance of assassins, established to facilitate the exchange of contracts and intelligence among various assassin groups. Over 100 assassin organizations from around the globe have signed this pact. Not long after his arrival, Vincent has yet to fully acclimate to the life of an assassin. A large-scale conflict has erupted between the Celestial Gate and the Northern Assassin Organization, the Path of Heaven, resulting in the deaths of numerous assassins. With the essence of a new soul, Vincent has shed any lingering loyalty to the organization in a bid to avoid becoming cannon fodder. He resolves to flee the Celestial Gate and set sail to the old world's west, seeking refuge from any potential pursuers. How unfortunate! Vincent muses quietly, observing the distant beacon of light that twinkles like a star. Statistically speaking, most travelers from other realms rarely survive beyond the 10th chapter of their narratives. After months at sea, he reflects, at last, we are nearing our destination. Vincent returns to his cramped cabin, where he sits cross-legged on a single bed, commencing his daily practice of the mystical breathing technique. This cultivation method was a serendipitous discovery during his youth as the assassin Vincent. Though it serves as a foundational practice for practitioners of the Tao, it is also a means for extraordinary beings to cultivate their abilities, enhancing their innate qualities, an essential cornerstone for Vincent's survival in the assassin's world. As night gives way to dawn, Vincent ascends to the deck, where sunlight pierces through the gaps in the clouds, casting a shimmering light upon the surface of the sea. In the distance, he spots a towering white cliff rising majestically from the ocean. That is the White Cliff. A deep, slightly raspy voice emanates from behind Vincent. It is Captain Buck of the Demeter. We shall soon arrive at the Tudor Kingdom homeland. How much longer until we reach our destination? Vincent inquires, struggling slightly with the Tudor language he has learned during his months aboard the ship. Upon sighting the White Cliff, we shall reach the southern port city of Bend within a day. By the way, your tutor is commendable. Thank you, Captain Buck. Could you tell me a bit about Bend? Of course, Captain Buck replies with his gravelly voice. Bend is the largest port city in the southern region of the Tudor Kingdom, serving as a major gateway for trade with the Near East, Far East, and Africa. Numerous individuals from the Far East and Africa have settled in Bend, particularly in the neighborhoods of Zhendan and Africa Street. Bend is conveniently located near the capital of the Tudor Kingdom, Dunling, with a steam train ride to the city center's King Station taking approximately half an hour. Alternatively, a carriage ride along the gravel roads would take about 3 hours to reach Dunling's heart, while a ferry ride up the river would only require 30 to 40 minutes to reach various docks within the city. The city is composed of the dock area, the Old Town, and the Trade District. As part of Greater Dunling, it provides the capital with maritime facilities. Thus, for many travelers from the Old World, Bend is often the first stop upon arriving in the Tudor Kingdom. The following day, the Demeter gently glides into the harbor of Bend. Vincent stands on the deck, observing the bustling scene below, where an array of vessels from the multi-masted ships of the Far East to the large shipwreck vessels of the Near East and the sleek clipper ships flying the banners of the African Alliance navigate the busy docks. Merchants clad in diverse attire bustle about, while laborers transport a multitude of goods, creating a lively tableau. Thank you very much. I bid you farewell, Captain Buck, Vincent says, extending his hand in a gesture of Western courtesy. May our paths cross again, Mr. Vincent, Captain Buck replies, mirroring the Eastern custom with a respectful bow. Descending from the Demeter, Vincent gazes at the vibrant docks, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Perhaps I should visit Zhendan, as Captain Buck suggested. Vincent contemplates, making his way through the docks toward the Trade District. As an annex of Dunling, Hayes Bend is meticulously designed to support long-haul maritime activities, with numerous red brick warehouses, a steam train station, and a ferry terminal. To the north of the dock area lies the Old Town and the Trade District, the former primarily residential, while the latter houses commercial establishments. Zhendan is situated at the intersection of the Trade District and the Old Town. Following the bustling commercial street towards Zhendan, Vincent soon spots a grand red archway, intricately carved with golden dragons entwining its twin pillars, upon which the characters Zhendan are inscribed. Vincent knows he has arrived at the right place. Having spent several months aboard a ship, Vincent decides it is time to find a place to enhance his dining experience. As he strolls through the streets, despite being named Zhendan, it is merely comprised of a few streets. Before long, Vincent finds himself standing before a restaurant named Heji Restaurant, where the sign reads "Currency exchange available in Zhendan." "Welcome," exclaims the proprietor, seated at the counter, speaking the familiar Baiwe dialect. "How many will be dining, sir?" "Just one," Vincent replies in Baiwe. "What local specialties do you offer?" "Please take a look at the menu. Our chef hails from our homeland." "Do you not serve roast goose?" Vincent inquires, perusing the menu. "Apologies, sir, but geese are not permitted in this country. How about roast duck instead?" "No goose? Then I shall have the roast duck rice, please." The meal arrives promptly, visually appealing with a delightful aroma. Especially after enduring months of subpar shipboard fare, it appears exceedingly appetizing. Vincent eagerly picks up his chopsticks and digs in. "How does the meal taste, sir?" the proprietor asks while refilling Vincent's tea after he finishes his meal. Vincent sips the tea and replies, "While it may not be roast goose, it still evokes the flavors of home. By the way, could you inform me about the currency exchange here? I have just disembarked, and my supply of Tudor pounds is somewhat limited." "Are you carrying Zhendan gold coins, sir?" "Yes, indeed. The exchange rate is nearly one tune with the Tudor pound, but our establishment offers a rate of 105 for one, the proprietor explains. "If that is agreeable, I can arrange the exchange now." "Then I would appreciate your assistance with the exchange." Vincent hands over his Zhendan gold coins to the proprietor. Shortly thereafter, the proprietor returns with a tray holding several Tudor pounds. "Sir, 10 gold coins have been exchanged for 9 pounds and 4 silver coins, and the meal cost is included. Please verify the amount." "Thank you kindly." Holding the currency, Vincent pours himself a cup of tea, contemplating his next course of action. Hayes Bend, with its transient populace, seems to lack a lasting impression of newcomers, making it a suitable hiding place. Yet with such limited funds, I cannot afford to squander them. I must find a means to earn money. However, if I linger in Hayes Bend too long, I risk being remembered by the locals. Moreover, I cannot ascertain whether the Celestial Gate has dispatched assassins in pursuit. Drawing attention from pursuers would only complicate matters. A pragmatic approach will be to first seek opportunities for earning some quick cash before heading to Dunling or elsewhere. The pressing question now is, what means of income can I pursue? A sudden commotion interrupts Vincent's thoughts. On Leon Hall, it is time to pay the protection fee, several uniformly dressed, burly men declare to the proprietor at the counter. The proprietor erupts in anger. "Lu Chun, is it not against the rules for your Hue Hall to collect fees from our Onlyong Hall's business? Zhonggu, your Onlyong Hall cannot maintain its territory. This street now belongs to us at Hue." "What? Is Heji Restaurant not located on this street?" The burly man retorts with a laugh. "Heji Restaurant is part of Onlyong Hall's business. It is not your Hue Hall's prerogative to collect fees. Get out." This time, we at Hue are extending courtesy before force. Since you refuse to pay the fee, do not blame us for being uncivilized. With that, the burly man turns to leave. "I apologize for the disturbance, sir," the proprietor says, offering a forced smile to Vincent, the sole patron in the establishment. Just as the proprietor finishes speaking, a resounding crash echoes through the air as a stone shatters the glass door, scattering shards across the floor. Enraged, the proprietor seizes a knife from beneath the counter and storms outside, but the burly men have vanished into the crowd. "My sincerest apologies," the proprietor returns, concealing the knife and addressing Vincent. "Would you care to sit down and discuss? Perhaps I may be of assistance," Vincent offers. The proprietor regards Vincent for a long moment before sighing deeply. "Very well, This matter is no secret in Zhendan. If you would listen, consider it a tale of the underworld, if you will. Vincent retrieves a teacup from a neighboring table, swiftly pouring tea into it. Please enjoy. The proprietor drinks the tea in one gulp and begins to recount his story. His name is Du Zhong, and 20 years ago, he and his brother Du Bo established Anliang Hall in Hazeben. As one of the three major factions in Zhendan, despite occasional conflicts with the other two factions, Hui Hall and Bingi Hall, they have generally maintained a peaceful coexistence. Since the passing of the esteemed Long Tu Hai of Hui, his successor Xiaozuan has embarked on an ambitious expansion of influence. Following a business dispute, Hui Hall has begun to encroach upon the territory of Anliang Hall. Anliang Hall initially intended to ally with Bingi Hall to confront Hui Hall. However, Hui Hall consistently asserts that the contention with Anliang Hall stems from business conflicts, which has led Bingi Hall to temporarily refrain from involving themselves in this murky situation. Last weekend, Hui Hall and Anliang Hall faced a significant defeat in a street brawl, resulting in their leader, Du Bo, sustaining injuries. According to customary regulations, Anliang Hall has consequently lost control over this street, which has allowed Hui Hall to impose regulatory fees. Vincent remarked, "I comprehend Mr. Du's predicament. Therefore, it would be inappropriate for me to approach Mr. Du directly for business matters. Might I request Mr. Du to inform me of the territorial extent of Hui Hall? Within 3 days, I shall pay a visit." Du Zhong pondered for a moment before responding, "Very well." The main thoroughfare of Zhendan is called Mo Street, flanked by Duke Street to the east and Rhine Street to the west. The northern cross street is named Wu Street, while the central artery traversing Mo Street is known as Bale Street. Zhendan is essentially structured in a field pattern formed by these streets. After Hui Hall secured the southern half of Duke Street, the two mouths beneath the field belong to Hui's domain. However, Hui's operations are most deeply entrenched in the southeastern district. The core members tend to wear similar attire, akin to those few individuals from earlier. Vincent scrutinized the rudimentary map that Du Zhong had sketched with his finger dipped in tea, then rose and clasped his hands in a gesture of farewell, saying, "I take my leave." Stepping out of the Heji restaurant, Vincent strolled along Duke Street, contemplating. Gaining Du Zhong's trust shouldn't prove too difficult. That burly man from earlier is indeed a commendable choice. Yet, it would be prudent to secure a place to stay first, before pondering ways to earn extra coin. Vincent soon discovered a rental agency, which led him to a short-term apartment on Rhine Street North, equipped with a bathroom, for a weekly rent of $2 payable weekly. The room was a tidy square, furnished with a wardrobe, a single bed, a vanity, and a small bathroom. After a brief wash, Vincent reclined on the bed, musing, "At last, I have settled down." Gazing through the window, he noticed the sky had darkened. A crescent moon hung high above, casting a gentle glow. Ryan Street remained alive with the sounds of bustling voices. Observing the dim red lanterns swaying in the breeze outside, his thoughts drifted further and further away until he succumbed to slumber. A few rays of morning sunlight struggled to break through the dense clouds, illuminating the window of the apartment on Rhine Street North. Vincent rose from his bed and, after his daily breathing exercises and physical training, retrieved some cosmetics from his bag. Seated at the vanity, he began the process of disguise. 20 minutes later, a seemingly ordinary middle-aged man of around 40 appeared in the mirror, completing his final touches. Clad in a dark traditional Zhendan outfit and donning a wig, he slung a small bag containing spare clothing over his shoulder. Standing quietly behind the door, he held his breath, listening intently to ensure the coast was clear before swiftly opening the door and departing. Let the work commence, Vincent mused wryly. Indeed, the spirit of a working person remains unchanged. Turning from Rhine Street onto Bale Street, he soon spotted 3 individuals dressed similarly to the burly man from yesterday, standing at the corner. They must be members of Hui Hall, Vincent thought. As he approached them, he scrutinized their attire and noted that each bore a golden tiger head pin on their chests. "It appears it's time to start collecting trophies," he mused. "Let's make this quick." Stealthily gathering his energy, he continued to close in on them. The trio seemed oblivious to the imminent threat. With a sudden Liapan, essential skill for those trained as Tianmen assassins, Vincent closed the distance with remarkable speed. Years of practicing the Xianmen breathing techniques enabled him to move far more swiftly than the average assassin. Before the three members of Huey Hall could react, Vincent's right hand had already drawn a dagger, plunging it into the kidney of the unfortunate soul facing away from him. With a firm push, he thrust the body towards the remaining Huey Hall member, then executed a swift slide to the right, the dagger slicing through the throat of the second member amidst a spray of blood. In one fluid motion, Vincent twisted his body to the left, driving the knife into the last member's left carotid artery. After extracting the dagger, he swiftly delivered another strike to the artery of the first victim. In the span of mere moments, all three members of Huey Hall lay lifeless. Vincent collected the golden tiger pins from their chests and vanished swiftly into the alley. Huey Hall's base is situated in the southeastern district of Zhendan, within a modest courtyard flanked by 2.5 stories of buildings on 3 sides, enclosing a small courtyard in the center. At that moment, several Huey Hall members were exercising in the courtyard, while Xiaozuan and several leaders engaged in conversation over tea in the main hall, attended by a few subordinates. Suddenly, a flustered errand boy rushed into the courtyard, exclaiming, "Master, trouble! 3 of our brothers from Huey were attacked on Bale Street. It seems all 3 are down." "What?" Xiaozuan exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. "I don't know who did it." The assailant moved with incredible speed. "Bystanders didn't even react, and all 3 fell," replied the errand boy. Xiaozuan tossed a few pennies from his pocket at the errand boy and commanded, "Get out." The errand boy bent to pick up the coins, expressing profound gratitude as he departed. "Who dares to commit murder in broad daylight on our territory?" Xiaozuan glanced at the several heads of the hall. The second in command, Marshal Lin Yuan, inquired, having just seized control of Anliang Hall's territory. Could this be their retaliation? Hongkuan Luchun remarked, "Brother Yuan, if Anliang Hall had such formidable figures, we wouldn't have been able to take to Kenan Street. Would we?" Xiaozuan concurred, "Lu's point is valid. However, if it isn't Anliang Hall, then who could it be?" Lin Yuan stated, "Regardless, we cannot show weakness. Otherwise, I fear that Anliang Hall and Bingi Hall will seize the opportunity." "Indeed," Xiaozuan asserted, "we must not allow them to perceive us as feeble, nor can we let the residents of Zhendan think us weak. If no one fears us, anyone would dare to defile us. Go, gather the brothers. We must find this person." Just as Xiaozuan finished speaking, a member of Huey Hall rushed in, dragon head, for brothers have been killed in the chicken alley of the southwestern district. "Their golden tiger insignias have been taken." "What?" Xiaozuan was still processing this when another errand boy burst into the courtyard, shouting, "Master, 3 brothers from Huey at the entrance of Kenan Street have been stabbed. Their fate is unknown." Xiaozuan was taken aback, pondering how in just half an hour, 10 brothers had been either killed or injured. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Dismissing the errand boy and his subordinates, Xiaozuan spoke to Lin Yuan and Lu Chun. This could very well be the work of someone from that world to transcend it. Lin Yuan asked, "But there's no grudge or vendetta involved." "Who knows? Better safe than sorry," Xiaozuan replied. "Lin Yuan, go summon Elder Yin. And Lu, ascertain the casualties among our brothers." "Understood, Dragonhead." The group dispersed. Meanwhile, Vincent changed his clothes in a dark alley in the southwestern district, stowing his bloodied garments in a small bag and discarding it in a narrow lane in the southeastern district. Exiting the alley, he departed southward from Zhendan, entering a gentleman's outfitters in the trading zone. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" The attendant, noticing the foreigner, politely inquired in standard Tudor English. Vincent responded in Tudor, "I wish to purchase 2 sets of Tudor attire. You've come to the right place." "Sir," the attendant replied, "a standard-sized tweed 3-piece suit with an overcoat, a bowler hat, a tie, and dress shoes, along with complimentary alterations, totals 4 silver coins. That if you purchase 2 sets, it will be 7 silver coins and 50 pence. Please assist me with the fitting." "Thank you," Vincent requested. "Would you prefer an Eton collar or a standing collar for the shirt?" The attendant asked while measuring a standing collar. "Please." Vincent carefully selected a black 3-piece suit, a black overcoat, and a black bowler hat. "Your physique is quite standard and proportional. No adjustments are necessary." "Thank you." Donning his newly acquired attire, he exited the outfitters, traversed the bustling lobby of the adjacent Heisman Grand Hotel, and entered the public restroom. Shortly thereafter, dressed in formal wear and a bowler hat, Vincent had removed his disguise and began to blend into the crowd, making his way toward the old town. He mused, Hawaii should not discover me. The bloody garments left on their territory should confuse them, leading them to focus their search there. Nonetheless, as a precaution, I cannot rent an apartment in Ryan North next week. I will first seek a room in the old town this afternoon. As Vincent contemplated, he soon arrived in the old town. Meanwhile, the news of the stabbing of the Hawaii members swiftly reached Du Zhong's ears. After some consideration, Du Zhong hurried back to An Liang Hall's headquarters, intending to discuss yesterday's events with his elder brother. Du Bo, you mean to say that the young man stated he would return in 3 days to discuss matters. And the very next day, this series of stabbings occurred. Du Bo, with his left arm bandaged, poured tea at the tea table while inquiring. So you suspect this incident was orchestrated by that young man? Brother, the timing is too coincidental to ignore, Du Zhong replied. Indeed, but more importantly, what could he possibly want? Du Bo lit his pipe, continuing, this young man, in less than half an hour, killed 10 members of Hawaii. Such prowess cannot be merely for monetary gain. Unbeknownst to Du Bo, he had hit the nail on the head, as Vincent indeed sought to earn some extra income. Taking another puff from his pipe, Du Bo added, this matter will likely be resolved within 3 days. How is Hawaii responding to this situation? While we can still indulge in tea, Xiaozuan is in a different predicament. At IT is said that he was so enraged that he smashed the Ruyao teacup, favored by his late father, Tiger Yi. Someone informed me that a bag of bloody clothes was discovered in the back alley of Hawaii Hall in the southeastern district. Hawaii suspects the assailant resides there. Now Xiaozuan is rallying his men to conduct a widespread search in the southeastern district, causing quite the commotion and adversely affecting the local businesses. Du Zhong elaborated, I've taken note that all members of Hawaii are mobilized. I suspect they are not only hunting for the assailant, but also putting on a show for us in Bingi Hall. Du Bo set down his pipe, lifted his teacup, and laughed heartily. Then let us enjoy our tea and watch the spectacle unfold. With that, he drank it all in one go. The tea, the Hawaii Hall's conference chamber. Although the dimly lit room was small, it was the heart of Hawaii Hall, where all formal orders were deliberated and issued. Tea, an octagonal table. Dragonhead Xiaozuan and the heads of the hall took their seats on mahogany stools according to their ranks. Xiaozuan inquired, has Lin Yuan returned with Elder Yin yet? He should be back soon, Lu Chun replied. After all, Elder Yin spends his days in a drunken stupor. At this hour, it takes some effort to rouse him. Xiaozuan nodded and continued, are there any new leads? After locating the bloody garments, we focused our search on the southeastern district, where all rental properties have been scrutinized, but thus far we have found nothing. A bounty has been posted, 50 gold pounds for the capture of the perpetrator, 1 pound for any useful leads. Many have tried to take advantage of the chaos, yet not a single concrete lead has emerged. Lu Chun explained, we have now commenced a search in the southwestern district, but given that Buchanan Street South was recently taken, the local merchants are not particularly cooperative, so it may take some time. Damn it, Lu Chun. Go to Heji Restaurant and find Du Zhong. Ask for his assistance. Tell him that if he helps us locate this person, our 2 halls will cease hostilities, and we will waive the service fees at Heji. Xiaozuan instructed, brother, we have just subdued An Liang Hall. Is it wise to pull back? It matters not. The key is to observe how Du Zhong reacts to this situation, that if he remains indifferent, it is likely that An Liang Hall is behind this. If An Liang Hall manages to find this killer, they may call for a truce. Whether they can find him is one matter, but when to resume hostilities is another. This is primarily a test of An Liang Hall's response. Understood, brother. I will attend to it now. Just as Lu Chun prepared to leave, the door to the conference chamber swung open, and Lin Yuan entered, guiding a drunken old man. Lu, you go handle your business. Come, Elder Yin, please sit and have some tea. Xiaozuan beckoned for the old man to take a seat. Greetings, Dragonhead, the old man said, taking a sip of hot tea to sober up from his hangover. He clasped his hands and added, having been here indulging for so long, Dragonhead, feel free to issue any orders. You have heard about this morning's events, have you not? Xiaozuan asked. Lin Yuan informed me. The old man replied, Elder Yin, can you deal with this person? Zhendan inquired, pouring more tea into the elder's cup. Dragonhead, I could be considered transcendent, and I have my methods for locating the individual. However, if you wish for me to confront him, I cannot guarantee success without having seen him point one thing at a time. Matters must be clarified first. In that case, I would be grateful for your assistance in locating him. Once found, there will surely be generous rewards that if you require additional manpower, Lin Yuan will assist you. If Elder Yin can resolve this matter himself, beyond the promised reward, I shall prepare an extra gift for you. In the old world, transcendent beings, including those of foreign descent, fundamentally enhance themselves by refining the omnipresent spiritual energy, known as magic in the western lands of the old continent, that in the Far East. Transcendent beings are collectively referred to as cultivators. However, different cultivators possess distinct supernatural abilities. For instance, Elder Yin, hailing from the left-hand path in the Far East, has mastered beast control, allowing him to command, manipulate, and even enhance various animals. Yet his physical prowess is not significantly superior to that of an ordinary person. Vincent's cultivation in the Xianmen breath control technique serves as an introductory practice for cultivators in the Dao sect, enhancing physical capabilities, perception, and senses, while also enabling further strengthening through qi manipulation or self-healing, but without any supernatural powers. Overall, the old world categorizes transcendent beings into three main tiers: transcendent, elite, and legendary, although there are distinctions within each tier. The delineation of power is quite ambiguous, particularly beyond the legendary tier. Generally speaking, if the physical prowess of a low-tier transcendent is set at 1, then a low-tier elite transcendent would possess a prowess of 2, while a low-tier legendary transcendent would be rated at 10. However, a low-tier elite with a prowess of 2 is not necessarily stronger than a transcendent with a prowess of only 1. In reality, it is not uncommon for transcendent beings to slay elite transcendent beings, as numerous factors can influence the outcome of a battle, especially under the premise that physical fitness has not undergone a qualitative change. Therefore, battles among extraordinary beings below the legendary level are often characterized by extreme caution, intertwined with considerations of terrain, distance, intelligence, manpower, and various other factors. The old man, Yin, emerged from the entrance of Huey Hall, clutching a bag of bloodied clothing, and slowly made his way toward the apartment provided by Huey Hall, pondering. According to Lin Yuan, this individual possesses remarkable speed, having killed 3 people in broad daylight at a main road intersection. Before bystanders even had time to react, it is highly likely that he is a practitioner of body techniques. However, it remains uncertain whether he has enhanced his speed or simply possesses superior overall physical attributes. At present, this person is unaware that I have set my sights on him. I must first track him down and gather intelligence. This bag of bloodied clothing should prove useful to me. Upon reaching the alley beneath the apartment building, Yin let out a whistle, summoning 3 stray dogs under his command from the shadows. "Children," he said, handing one of the bloodied garments to the strays to help identify its owner. The dogs sniffed the garment for a considerable time before scattering to track the scent lingering in the air. Yin ascended the staircase at a leisurely pace and opened the apartment door. The apartment was quite spacious, housing an exceptionally large wolfhound and a sizable falcon perched near the window. Soon as the wolfhound noticed Yan's entrance, it approached him, quietly circling around the old man, while the falcon kept its gaze fixed upon him. All right, I know you're hungry. I will prepare your food shortly," Yin reassured them. These beasts, enhanced through his Beastmaster technique, serve as his means of combat, by refining spiritual energy into Beastmaster power. He can communicate with and control ordinary animals, sustained infusions of his cultivated Beastmaster power into a specific animal gradually enhance it, transforming it into a powerful beast. Yin had already reached the limit of his infusion with the wolfhound and was in the process of cultivating the second enhanced beast. The falcon retrieved some freshly purchased raw meat from the food storage room, dividing it into 2 iron trays and placing them before his enhanced beasts. As the beasts indulged in their meal, Yin opened a bottle of whiskey, preparing to enjoy a drink. Hearing the barks of the stray dogs, it seemed there was a result. Yin set down his glass and descended the stairs. The 3 strays awaited him at the staircase's entrance. Yin tapped each dog's forehead with his finger, infused with Beastmaster power. The the scent faint yet perceptible only in the wind. It is certain that the individual lingered in the southwestern chicken alley for a time. After communicating with the stray dog one by one, Yin realized he would have to venture out himself. He ascended to retrieve the wolfhound and falcon, making his way towards the southwestern district's chicken alley. At Heji Tavern, Lu Chun sat alone at a dining table sipping tea, flanked by several members of Hui Hall. Lu Chun glanced at a waiter and inquired, "You were supposed to invite Du Zhong. Why has he yet to arrive?" Quite the attitude. Before the waiter could respond, the tavern door swung open, and the brothers Du Bo and Du Zhong entered. Du Zhong glared at Lu Chun, his temper flaring, and remarked, as the saying goes, "The fourth is worse than the eighth." Lu Chun, you are indeed a different breed of old river rat. It is the elder brother Du Bo who has arrived. My apologies. Lu Chun quickly rose, clasping his fists in apology. I truly waited too long. I hope Brother Du won't take offense to the Lu. You're so eager to find us at Onliang Hall. Is there something of utmost importance? Du Bo disregarded Lu Chun's apology, pulling out a chair for himself and pouring tea, placing a half-filled cup in the center of the table. Please. This was a customary sign of respect among the halls. The host pours a half cup of tea in the center. Once one side presents their terms, they fill the cup. If the other party agrees, they drink. If not, discussions must continue. Pouring only half indicates that negotiations are ongoing, while emptying the cup signifies a breakdown in talks, and each party will go their separate ways thereafter. This visit is primarily due to the request from the leader of Hui Hall. Hoping that Onliang Hall can assist us in locating the assassin, Lu Chun said, cupping his hands towards Du Bo. Despite Onliang Hall's weakened state, Du Bo remains the hall leader. Lacking basic respect would draw criticism from the community for Hui Hall's lack of decorum. Du Bo remained non-committal, asking, "What can we expect in return?" The hall leader indicated that this matter requires Onliang Hall's assistance. The disputes stemming from our business conflicts must cease, and Hui Hall will no longer disturb Heji Tavern. What business disputes? It was clearly you from Hui Hall who overstepped and seized our dock space. Du Zhong retorted angrily. Du Bo waved his hand at Du Zhong, saying, "If you wish for our assistance in locating someone on our turf, that is acceptable. However, I have 3 conditions. First, the return of Dukenin Street. Second, the 2 dock spaces that Hui Hall seized from Onliang Hall must be returned. And third, whoever vandalized Heji Tavern must come back to repair it." Du Bo filled the half cup of tea to the brim, addressing Lu Chun. "If you're uncertain, you may return to consult Xiaozuan. We can discuss this tomorrow. Please." Lu Chun glanced at the cup in the center of the table, rose and clasped his hands in farewell. "Farewell." Brother Du Bo cast a glance at Lu Chun. "Safe travels. No need for formalities." Wen Sun, through a leasing agency, rented an apartment in the northern part of the old city for a monthly rent of 8 silver coins as his residence. Being a newcomer, he could only sign a 6-month lease and pay half a year's rent up front, leaving his wallet visibly lighter after the transaction. That it seems he must quickly earn some extra income. Otherwise, he might struggle to afford even a meal. Wen Sun planned to seek opportunities later that evening. If all went smoothly, it would be beneficial to discuss matters with Onliang Hall soon. Entering his new abode, he found the living room and kitchen immediately upon entry, with a bathroom and bedroom to the left. Satisfied, he nodded, tidied up the room, changed into a dark-colored short coat, and disguised himself as a bearded man before blending into the crowd as he made his way towards the north of Zhendan City. Meanwhile, Xiaozuan was engaged in discussions with Zhao Yilong, the leader of the Bingi Hall. "Leader Zhao, one of our members has been murdered. As a leader, you must help us find a culprit and provide some closure for the orphan family," Xiaozuan said, knowing Zhao Yilong was a man of principle and camaraderie, deliberately adding, "But could you do us a favor and help us determine if there are any outsiders?" Sitting opposite Xiaozuan, Zhao Yilong, a robust man nearing 40, was renowned in the community for his adherence to rules and loyalty. Bingi Hall had once been a third-rate faction, but after the previous leader took Zhao Yilong as his adopted son, under Zhao's guidance, it had risen to become one of the 3 major factions in Zhendan City. Although the weakest of the 3, the other 2 factions did not dare to underestimate them. Zhao Yilong took a sip of tea and replied, "We at Bingi Hall can assist with this matter, even allowing Hui Hall members to accompany us. However, I have one condition. The ongoing dispute between Hwei Hall and Anliang Hall has raised concerns for us at Bingy Hall. As long as Hwei Hall and Anliang Hall can come to a peaceful resolution, everything else is negotiable. Should the conflict continue, Bingy Hall will have to choose a side for the sake of balance in Zhendan City. Having spoken, he filled the cup in the center with tea. The steam wafting from the tea, Xiaozhen pondered briefly before saying, "Leader Zhao, we at Hwei Hall can agree to that, but what if Anliang Hall demands too much? Are we to simply concede?" Zhao Yilong answered, "Leader Xiaozhen, taking a step back for peace and harmony is preferable. It is better for our brothers to avoid bloodshed and earn a living in peace." Xiaozhen gazed at the steam dissipating from the cup, lifted it, and drank it down, saying, "Very well, since it is Leader Zhao's request, we at Hwei Hall will step back and see how Anliang Hall responds." With that, he rose and clasped his hands in farewell. In the evening, Zhendan City bustled with activity. Along the main roads hung numerous red lanterns, casting a warm glow. Winston noticed several members of Hwei Hall patrolling in groups of 5. Sensing a tense atmosphere permeating the streets, realizing that opportunities might be scarce tonight, he turned and slowly headed north towards Ruyan. Suddenly, Winston felt a prickling sensation at his back, instinctively aware that someone was watching him. Interesting, they were able to detect me, this faction so formidable. A practitioner? Winston did not turn back, instead stepping into the shadows of an alley, yet the feeling of being watched did not dissipate. Indeed, it was a practitioner, but what kind? Continuing through the alley, Winston entered a herbal shop, where the sensation faded. How curious, can they see in the dark but not once I enter the shop? He mused while selecting herbs he might need later. Keeping an eye on the entrance for any watchers, N01 is tailing me, he thought as he completed his purchase, then turned to the shopkeeper. "Excuse me, where does the back door lead?" Upon exiting through the back door, one finds oneself in the bustling northwest beef alley. Vincent grasped the bundle of herbs and stepped outside. The prickling sensation returned as soon as he crossed the threshold. Indeed, it was not a mere human presence. In such a short span of time, it would be unlikely for anyone to have circumnavigated to the back entrance. An animal, perhaps. It seemed the herbs might prove to be of significance. Vincent pondered this. He exerted his strength to grind the mixed herbs into powder. Beef Alley garnered its fame from a nearby slaughterhouse and hot pot restaurant specializing in fresh beef, a favorite spot for the people of Zhendan who relished the new cuts of beef served hot. Wooden tables lined both sides of the alley, where patrons gathered around charcoal stoves, indulging in lively conversations over their meals. Vincent secured the powdered herbs and approached the butcher, who was busily chopping meat, and requested 2 pounds of raw beef, please. Certainly. In a short while, a bag wrapped in oil paper was handed to Vincent. With the beef in hand, he ventured into the dimly lit cross alley of Beef Alley. The oppressive feeling dissipated once more as he entered the shadowy corridor filled with awnings. Vincent first tossed the beef onto a balcony on the second floor, then applied the herbal powder to his skin. With a leap, he concealed himself in the shadows, simultaneously channeling his Xian Min breathing technique, lowering his breath to the point of inaudibility. Old Yin led his wolf dog back from Chicken Alley, musing, "Indeed, I missed my mark. But the child has caught the scent of this person and should soon locate him." Suddenly, the wolf dog growled lowly, baring its teeth. "Who goes there?" Old Yin bent down, soothing the wolf dog while sensing its thoughts. "Is it that man?" He glanced sideways and spotted a burly man with a scruffy beard. Rising, Old Yin approached the alleyway, raising his arm, and with a whistle, a falcon landed gracefully on his forearm. "Keep an eye on him," he instructed the falcon, which took flight into the sky. "Protect me well," Old Yin commanded the wolf dog, then formed a hand seal, activating the beast control technique, Eagle Eye. His eyes turned pale as he forged a visual connection with the falcon soaring above. The bearded man exited the apothecary through the back door, and the falcon circled above. Had he discovered our presence? Old Yin felt a flicker of doubt as the falcon continued to trail the man, who appeared to be merely purchasing meat. Old Yin scrutinized the man through the eagle's perspective. Was he merely tainted by the target's scent? The old man deemed this individual rather unremarkable and observed as the bearded man entered the cross alley. How vexing, with so many awnings. He decided to wait at the exit point. 10 minutes passed with no sign of him emerging. Could it be that this man resided here? He needed to ascertain that. Old Yin dispelled the spell and led his wolf dog towards Beef Alley. Arriving at the alley's mouth, he unfastened the dog's leash and gently urged, "Go take a look." The robust wolf dog darted into the cross alley like a wild horse. And soon 2 low growls echoed back. Old Yin cautiously whistled, and the falcon perched steadily on his arm as he ventured into the cross alley, only to find it deserted, save for the wolf dog fixated on the second floor. Old Yin approached cautiously, stroking the wolf dog to sense its thoughts. Upstairs, it seemed this person resided here, but was he a killer or merely scented with the target's essence? Should he confirm further? Old Yin contemplated. Very well. If this man indeed poses a threat, close-quarters combat is not my forte. I shall let the members of Huey Hall take a look first. This Old Yin led his wolf dog out of the alley. He remained unaware of the pair of eyes watching him. Vincent observed the old man with his dog, realizing he was indeed a beast master. Vincent mused that while animals possess remarkable olfactory abilities, they rely too heavily on their sense of smell, making them easily misled by the scent-masking herbs. The powder he had just applied to himself was the secret formula trace powder from Bushemin, capable of nullifying his scent and rendering him undetectable to ordinary animals. It appeared necessary to eliminate this man. Firstly, it was always troublesome to be pursued by a supernatural being, and secondly, this old man belonged to Huey Hall. By killing him, I could then sit down and negotiate with Anliang Hall at my leisure. As he watched the old man exit the cross alley, Vincent swiftly removed his disguise, smearing some black ash on his face and reapplying more trace powder before following at a distance. Vincent believed the old man lacked a perception akin to his own. Otherwise, he would have detected Vincent's presence in the alley just moments ago. However, Vincent was wary of the old man employing a strategy of feigned retreat. So he kept a safe distance, observing quietly. Old Yin, with his large wolf dog, entered Huey Hall, addressing Lin Yuan in the hall, in the northern unit of Beef Alley's cross alley, on the second floor. There's a bearded man who carries the scent of a killer. While I suspect he may not actually be a killer, it will be prudent for you to send someone to investigate and see if they can apprehend him. Should there be any developments, notify me immediately at the apartment. Lin Yuan cupped his hands in acknowledgement, replying, "I will arrange for personnel right away." Vincent blended in among several movers, leaning against the wall at the intersection. Observing the old man emerge from Huey Hall, this is where Huey Hall is located. Vincent contemplated, is this a gold mine? But did the old man come to Huey Hall because he fell for my bait? Or is he preparing to collaborate with Huey Hall to ensnare me? Vincent continued to follow the old man from a distance, watching as he petted 3 stray dogs before ascending the stairs. Vincent recognized that these animals were also under the old man's influence. Having confirmed the old man's residence and the location of the 3 stray dogs, Vincent turned towards the cross alley of Beef Alley. Before reaching the alley's mouth, he spotted several Huey Hall members standing at the entrance of the cross alley. It appeared they had taken the bait, though it was not certain. Casually walking past the alley's mouth, he circled around toward the old man's home. Vincent circled the base of the old man's house, finding no ambush. His instincts detected no anomalies. Night had deepened, and foot traffic had dwindled. Vincent slipped into the shadows of the alley, leaping into the darkness, first landing on the balcony diagonally opposite the old man's residence, then lightly hopping to the balcony across from the old man's house. He concentrated, listening intently. The occupants within were breathing steadily, sound asleep. Concealed in the shadow of the balcony railing, Vincent's peripheral vision caught sight of the old man sitting in the parlor, opening a bottle of whiskey and leisurely sipping from a glass. He was now quite certain that the old man had indeed taken the bait, yet he decided to wait a bit longer for the old man to indulge in another drink. At that moment, 2 members of Huey Hall hurriedly ascended the stairs. Vincent realized reinforcements from Huey Hall had arrived. He immediately focused his energy to sharpen his hearing. After a series of urgent knocks on the door, he overheard the Huey Hall members addressing the old man. "Hello, Old Yin. The room you mentioned is occupied by a clandestine worker. We've already apprehended her. However, she insists that no bearded man is involved. We are still interrogating her. That area falls under the jurisdiction of Bingy Hall, so results may not come swiftly." Old Yin replied, "Very well. I shall visit the hall tomorrow. Care for a drink together?" No. We must report back to Yuanyi. After the two members of Hui Hall departed, Old Yin resumed his seat on the sofa, finishing his glass of whiskey before pouring another, continuing to sip leisurely. Vincent was now more than 60% certain that the old man had taken the bait, but he chose to remain patient. At the Hui Hall, in the conference hall, several leaders sat around the Eight Immortals table. Xiao Zun relayed the results of the negotiations with Zhao Yilong to the leaders, while Lu Chun reported Du Bo's conditions to Xiao Zun. Bang! Xiao Zun slammed the table in anger. Anliang Hall is not a match for us. And they wish to reclaim what they lost at the tea table. Damn it. I intended to probe whether Bingyi Hall is connected to the assassination incident, but Zhao Yilong turned the tables on us. Lin Yuan remarked, Hall Master, Zhao Yilong seeks peace. Aiming for a balance of power, we could concede a little to avoid facing a 2-on-1 scenario. Anliang Hall's conditions are likely exorbitant demands with no real intent to negotiate. Should we not try discussing further? At this juncture, Lu Chun interjected, Brother, perhaps we should cease negotiations with Anliang and Bingyi altogether. If worst comes to worst, we can abandon the assassin and continue our fight against Anliang Hall. Lin Yuan advised, we should focus on gradual encroachment. The territory we've secured must be held firmly, and we can slowly seek opportunities to chip away at them. Indeed, it is no longer a matter of whether we can find people. If Bingyi and Anliang join forces, even with Old Yin on our side, victory will come at a cost. We possess strength, and there is no need to gamble everything on a single encounter. Tomorrow, we shall visit Heji Restaurant. Lu. You go ahead to arrange a meeting. We'll arrive in an hour. After giving his orders, Xiao Zun added, but we still need to locate that assassin. Any news from Old Yin? He found an address in Bingyi Hall, claiming the bearded man there carries the scent of a killer. Though he seems uncertain, we broke down the door and discovered it was a brothel. We forcibly took the person away. However, I sense Bingyi Hall is displeased, and I worry this matter may not conclude quietly. The brothel worker insists there is no bearded man, and we are continuing to investigate to determine if his stubbornness or a misunderstanding. Lin Yuan replied, Very well. After our discussion with Anliang Hall tomorrow, I shall meet with Zhao Yilong. Xiao Zun stretched, yawning, keep a close watch, and inform me of any developments. Yes, Hall Master. On this moonless night, the solitary street lamp at the intersection struggled to emit a faint glow, its light enveloped by the heavy shroud of darkness. Vincent remained concealed, cautiously observing the old man's every move from the corner of his eye, awaiting his moment of opportunity. As he noted the whiskey bottle nearing emptiness. The wolf dog lay dozing at the edge of the sofa, and the old man, swaying unsteadily, rose to extinguish the lights and retire for the night. In the very instant the last kerosene lamp extinguished, Vincent sprang into the old man's room, rolling onto the floor, his right hand sweeping out as 3 throwing knives flew towards the prostrate wolf dog. He then took a swift step closer to the old man, his left hand gripping a dagger, which he drove directly across the old man's throat. Vincent rekindled the kerosene lamp, one of the throwing knives piercing the wolf dog's eye socket, another striking its forehead. The old man clutched his throat in a desperate attempt to utter a sound, but all that escaped him were raspy gasps. Vincent stood before him, calmly watching as the old man's gaze gradually clouded, ultimately succumbing to death. Observing the lifeless form of the old man, Vincent carefully moved both his and the wolf dog's bodies to the storage room, lest the strong scent of blood attract the attention of the neighboring residents. He then commenced a search of the room, hoping to uncover some spoils. After nearly an hour of searching, he discovered a hidden compartment within the bedside table, containing a revolver, 80 gold pounds, and a handwritten book, its cover neatly inscribed with the characters for beast taming. What a stroke of luck. These were all items of use. Especially the beast taming technique. My efforts have not been in vain, Vincent thought, as he felt his wallet finally grow thicker. A day of rest tomorrow. Then he could seek out Du Zhong for a discussion. Vincent tucked the book and gold pounds close to his person, removed the bullets from the revolver, and secured it to his belt. He then leapt from the window back to the balcony, nimbly landing and making his way along the shadows as he exited the alley, disappearing into the night. The next day, Vincent awoke in his residence in the old town, commencing his daily routines and physical training. After a refreshing shower, he opened the beast-taming book and began his study. The art of beast taming falls under the category of techniques. Focusing on the practice of controlling beasts, aside from mental fortitude, it offers little enhancement to the practitioner themselves, nor does it generate true energy. Instead, it allows one to wield the power of beasts that, in contrast, the body techniques of the Xianmentana Gong strengthen the essence, physical body, energy, true energy, and spirit, mental state, simultaneously. The distinction lies in the application of skills for techniques, while body emphasizes self-enhancement. Thus, a balanced cultivation of both is the ideal method. The essence of beast taming lies in refining one's spirit to inscribe runes, thereby distilling the spirit or converting one's true energy to harness the power of beasts. This power is then employed to communicate with, tame, control, and enhance the beasts. There are 3 techniques within beast taming. Eagle Eye, which allows one to observe through the eyes of avian beasts. Frenzy, which temporarily boosts a beast's speed and strength. And Enhancement, which permanently strengthens a beast comprehensively through consistent infusion of the practitioner's beast taming power. After perusing the entire book, Vincent endeavored to extract the power of beasts by concentrating his mental energy to draw runes. His initial attempts were slow, with his mental energy dissipating at the slightest misstep. However, through persistent effort, he finally succeeded in distilling a trace of beast taming power. It seems that mastering this technique indeed requires diligent practice. Vincent mused, yet I can't shake the feeling that my thoughts have become remarkably cleared that moment. Vincent realized that through his continuous attempts, he had begun to acclimatize to the concentration of mental energy, enhancing his focus, calmness, and perceptive abilities. While his energy flow became more harmonious, he resolved to incorporate this mental training into his daily regimen to cultivate the power of beast, the Heji restaurant. Du Bo and Xiao Zun were engaged in discussion in a private room. Du, I have heard of your conditions. It seems unreasonable to expect to reclaim what the Anliang Hall has lost through mere words. Xiao Zun remarked, lifting a teacup filled to the brim and slowly pouring it on the floor. Du Bo observed Xiao Zun's actions with a flicker of irritation in his eyes, but replied, it was your Hui Hall that first overstepped boundaries. Are we to fight or negotiate at your whim? Xiao Zun placed the half-empty teacup back on the table, understanding that Du Bo also wished to avoid escalating tensions. How about this? We will repair the entrance of Heji, and you, Du, will assist in finding someone. From henceforth, we will keep our waters separate, he proposed, reaching for the teapot to refill his cup. Slow down. Du Bo interjected, raising a hand. You must repair the entrance, and as for the docking fees with Du Kenan, you must repay them. I will also need to pour this tea. Xiao Zun froze momentarily, realizing he had no choice but to set the teapot down. Du Bo, now cognizant of Xiao Zun's intention to negotiate, reflected on the morning's rumors circulating in the underworld, indicating that Zhao Yilong had indeed applied pressure on the Hui Hall. We cannot simply relinquish territory acquired through our own efforts, he stated. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Zun replied, very well, we will concede the docking space, waive the fees for Heji restaurant, and Anliang Hall will assist us in finding someone. Let us put an end to this dispute. With that, he filled his teacup to the brim. Du Bo understood that the Hui would not relinquish Du Kenan Street easily. After a moment's reflection, he drank deeply from his cup. Once Xiao Zun and his entourage departed, Du Bo and Du Zhong remained in the private room, discussing matters over their meal, while other members of Anliang Hall sat scattered throughout the main hall, maintaining a vigilant watch. Brother, are we really going to hand over our people? Du Zhong inquired. After turning the city upside down in just 24 hours, I dare not provoke someone like that unless absolutely necessary. Du Bo replied, taking a bite of his food, that if the Hui Hall seeks a bearded man, we shall assist them in their search. Understood, brother. If that individual arrives, let him know we have done him a great service and try to meet his conditions. You will communicate with him directly. I fear the Hui Hall may be keeping an eye on me, Du Bo instructed. Also, ascertain whether he would be willing to remain at Anliang Hall, where he can assist us when needed. Much like that old man from Hui Hall. Yes, brother. Du Zhong nodded, noting that the extraordinary individual had yet to be found, suggesting he was not to be trifled with. Indeed, he was no ordinary man. At that moment, a member of Anliang Hall rushed into the restaurant, swiftly approaching Du Bo and Du Zhong. Brothers, the old man from Hway Hall is dead. Du Bo exclaimed, taken aback. What happened? It was reported that the old man's body had been discovered in his residence by members of Hway Hall. Apparently the result of a fatal knife wound to the throat. Understood? You may leave, Du Bo instructed as the member departed. Turning to Du Zhong, he remarked, this explains why the old man has been so elusive. Remember what I just told you. Whatever they need, provide it. If you are uncertain, come ask me, Du Bo added. Yes, brother. Just as Xiao Zun returned to the hall, a member hurriedly entered, reporting the assassination of the old man. What? Xiao Zun was startled. Earlier that day, 2 brothers from the hall had gone to invite the old man to examine the captured courtesans from the previous night, but there had been no response at his door. The member, regaining his composure, continued, the same 2 brothers visited the old man last night, knowing he was drinking. Although he enjoyed his liquor, he was never negligent. He had promised to come to the hall this morning, but must have missed the appointment. One brother waited at the door, while the other returned to the hall. Realizing something was amiss, they rushed back, unlocked the door, and discovered the old man had been slain, his body dragged to the storage room. With valuables ransacked, Xiao Zun, still processing the news of the death of the only extraordinary individual within the Hway Hall, stood in shock. Lin Yuan, standing beside him, quickly waved for the member to leave, and, after a moment of hesitation, asked, Leader, what now? Without the old man, we are no better than Anliang Hall and Bingi Hall. This is quite unfortunate. Since we have proposed peace, let us wait for the next opportunity. Xiao Zun sighed, as for the assassin, there is no need to pursue them that if they could kill the old man, what do we matter? Yes, leader, Lin Yuan and the others replied. Moreover, expedite the arrangement to transfer the docking space to Anliang Hall. Alu will oversee the handover. This afternoon, Lin Yuan will meet with Zhao Yilong to provide an explanation regarding the arrest from last night. Let us put this dispute to rest and solidify Du Kunnan Street as ours. Anliang Hall requires time to recuperate, while Bing Yi Hall seeks peace. Since it benefits everyone, I trust you will handle this matter swiftly. Yes, leader. Xiao Zun waved his hand, watching as the others departed, and sat alone at the octagonal table. Letting out a deep sigh, in the evening, after a day of studying beast taming, Vincent donned a 3-piece suit, an overcoat, and a bowler hat, leaving his residence in the old town to head towards Heji Restaurant. This time, I might as well enjoy a meal while I'm at it, Vincent thought to himself. Dining for free while earning a profit, a perfect arrangement. Upon entering Zhendan, Vincent discovered that the members of Huatang, who had patrolled the area yesterday, had vanished without a trace. The tension that had permeated the air the day before was now a distant memory. The streets had returned to a tranquil calm, and the leisurely atmosphere caused Vincent to slow his pace. Strolling southward from Duke Street north like a curious tourist, he glanced left and right, absorbing the surroundings at that moment. His gaze was drawn to a storefront that captivated his attention. It was an antique shop, its double doors adorned with elegant carvings, exuding an air of antiquity. Flanking the entrance were 2 striking door knockers fashioned in the style of a mythical creature, standing sentinel as if guarding the entrance. The sign above proclaimed Qian Bifeng in ornate lettering, while the windows were framed with intricate designs, revealing a carefully arranged display of jewelry, ornaments, and antiques from around the world. Standing before the shop, Vincent felt an undeniable spark of inspiration, as though hidden treasures awaited him inside. He pushed open the grand doors, which creaked in response, revealing a dimly lit interior illuminated by the flickering glow of oil lamps. There, behind the counter, stood a woman clad in a palace gown, her face veiled in mystery. Welcome, she whispered softly, her voice gentle and ageless. Vincent tipped his hat in acknowledgement, channeling his intuition to perceive the antiques within. Eager to discover what had stirred his senses, the lady observed him quietly, refraining from hawking her wares, seemingly confident that he would eventually uncover the treasure he sought. Soon enough, Vincent's eyes fell upon a dagger lying silently in the corner of the counter. This was a sleek, jet-black, double-edged dagger, its blade intricately carved with complex patterns and its hilt wrapped in black cord. The moment Vincent laid eyes on the dagger, his intuition surged with fervor. "This is the one," he exclaimed, turning to the lady in the palace gown. "How much for this dagger?" "Sir, this dagger is called the Blade of Shadows," she began, "and it is said to have once belonged to a renowned assassin from the West." Before she could finish her explanation, Vincent felt his inspiration quicken, as if it were about to leap from his very being. His eagerness to possess the dagger prompted him to rudely interrupt her introduction. "What is the price?" £1, she replied, unperturbed by the interruption, her tone still soft. Such a bargain. Vincent was taken aback that it was rumored that this blade chose its master, and those who were unworthy would surely be harmed by its edge. Legends aside, there was something ominous about this dagger. "Tio, be honest, this is the third time it has returned to my counter," the lady continued, gently brushing her hair back. "The first owner lost 2 fingers the day after purchasing it. The second had his left hand severed 3 days later." Vincent focused intently on the dagger, sensing a dark aura emanating from it, as though it were forged from the depths of endless night. "I will take it," he declared, retrieving his wallet from his left breast pocket and placing a gold pound on the counter. The lady presented the dagger on a tray, cradling it with both hands, and expressed her hope that it would not return to her shop. As Vincent grasped the dagger, he felt an overwhelming darkness enveloping him, as if he were adrift in a boundless abyss. Yet his intuition resonated with a sense of belonging. He carefully sheathed the dagger and, after securing it, replied softly, "It will not return." "Thank you." He then turned and departed. Du Zhong sat at the front desk of Heji Restaurant, pouring tea while occasionally glancing at the shop's entrance. "This time is critical. I hope he does not continue his killing spree," he mused, observing that most tables in the dining area were occupied. He instructed his staff to reserve the small private room in the corner, ensuring there would be a suitable space for any incoming guests, as he busied himself with the restaurant's affairs. The tinkling of the wind chimes signaled the opening of the door. Du Zhong immediately turned to see a gentleman entering the establishment, his black bowler hat and coat contrasting sharply with his tailored black suit and dark red bow tie. He approached the reception area. It was none other than Vincent himself. That Du Zhong's eyes brightened, and he quickly welcomed him. "This way, sir. Your table has been reserved." As he led Vincent to the private room, he lowered the curtains on either side of the arched doorway and said, "Please wait a moment while I arrange for some food. We shall dine and converse." With that, he hurried out, instructing the staff to prepare the meal and assigning a few of his associates to keep watch at the entrance to the private room. Once everything was in order, he briskly returned, teapot in hand, took a deep breath, and entered the room. "Mr. Du, you are too gracious," Vincent replied. "It is quite all right." Du Zhong poured tea for Vincent before serving himself, saying, "I apologize for my previous oversight. I failed to inquire about your name." "And no harm done," Vincent replied. "This was indeed a lapse on my part. You may call me Darkblade." He then produced 10 tiger-striped buttons from his right breast pocket and placed them on the table. A small gift. That Du Zhong's eyes widened as he grabbed the buttons and tucked them in his pocket. "Mr. Darkblade, you truly honor your word. Just as you mentioned 2 days ago, you have been of immense assistance to Onliang Hall. If there is anything you require, Onliang Hall shall not hesitate to oblige." As Vincent prepared to respond, he suddenly fell silent. Du Zhong, puzzled, was interrupted by a voice from beyond the curtain. "Hello, the dishes are ready." A waiter entered, respectfully presenting the meal, announcing, "Braised shark fin, please enjoy." Vincent glanced at the luxurious dish before him, realizing that they were aware of the old man's demise. He chuckled at Du Zhong. "Such an extravagant feast. I cannot accept the bill." "Fear not, sir. This is but a token of our appreciation," Du Zhong replied, laughing. "My elder brother intended to personally welcome you, but circumstances prevent him from doing so. However, he insisted that I ensure you are treated with the utmost hospitality." Du Zhong then inquired, "Would you care for a drink?" "Your kindness is appreciated, Mr. Du, but I do not partake in alcohol. Please forgive me." The meal was soon served in its entirety, and Vincent and Du Zhong engaged in lively conversation about various topics, from tales of romance to legends of the martial world. Sensing a favorable moment, Du Zhong broached the subject. "You have assisted Onliang Hall so greatly. What do you require in return?" "We are obligated to help." "I am merely a mercenary for hire," Vincent chuckled in reply. "Only remuneration?" Du Zhong pondered, asking, "What is your fee?" £50, Vincent answered nonchalantly. The 10 tiger-stripe buttons were merely a formality for establishing rapport, and this price reflected the old man's worth. Please wait a moment. I shall arrange it, Du Zhong said, rising to fulfill the request. Shortly thereafter, he returned, handing Vincent a stack of banknotes. Vincent glanced at the crisp bills, 20 in total, each worth £5. Mr. Dedu, this is your generosity. One portion is payment for your assistance, while the other is a token of goodwill from my hall. Du Zhong clasped his fists in gratitude and continued, Might I inquire if you intend to reside here permanently? Anliang Hall will take care of all your daily needs, and if any matters arise, we can discuss them further. Vincent considered the proposition, replying, Very well, that I shall maintain direct contact with your hall, recognizing only you. Please secure an accommodation for me in the northwest district of Anliang Hall's territory, and if any urgent matters arise, leave messages at my residence that I will make at least one visit each week. Should there be an emergency, tie a red string around the stone lion at the entrance of Heji Restaurant, and I shall come at once. Agreed. Du Zhong replied, But if you wish to find me, no matter. Vincent interjected, I shall come to Pingyi Restaurant. Should Mr. Du be absent, I will leave a message indicating that Mr. Du wishes to reserve 2 servings of shark fin. At the time of our meeting, that Du Zhong stood, adjusting the hem of his coat, and offered a solemn bow to Vincent. Vincent returned the gesture. The atmosphere was one of camaraderie, and Du Zhong produced a set of keys, extracting one to hand to Vincent while providing the address. Before discussing the developments in Zhendan, with Hui now lacking its greatest support, and Bai Hall preparing to intervene, Huatang is left to pause its search for a moment, turning from a hunt to a mere assistance in finding individuals. Du Zhong remarked with a smile. Furthermore, Huatang certainly does not dare to trouble you further. The dock's birthing rights were transferred this afternoon, and they have not mentioned seeking individuals on our territory. That is fortuitous, as I need to exit the city for a few days. This will afford Anliang Hall the time to cooperate with Huatang in their search, Vincent replied with a smile. Should anything arise, leave a message at my residence. Understood. As Vincent made his way back to his lodgings in the old district, he contemplated his subsequent plans. First, to venture out of the city and attempt to tame a wild beast. For a strengthened creature would greatly enhance his combat capabilities. Second, to further investigate the Blade of Shadows, as its resonance with his intuition was peculiarly profound. Was it truly a sign that he was destined for darkness? Thirdly, it is imperative to assess whether remaining in Heisman constitutes a prudent choice. To this day, I remain unaware if Bushiman has issued a bounty on my head, should such a decree be proclaimed. It is worth noting that Bushiman is oblivious to my whereabouts, and it is highly plausible that they might resort to employing the Assassin's Guild to initiate a manhunt, if this is indeed the case. Given the multitude of Far Easterners traversing this area, and considering the Westerners' tendency to view all Far Easterners as somewhat indistinguishable, staying in Heisman could prove to be a favorable option. However, if Bushiman were to dispatch assassins from the Far East, and by sheer coincidence, they arrive in the Tudor Kingdom, Heisman would undoubtedly be their primary target. How might one mitigate this risk? Vincent employed a few clever tactics, ensuring that no pursuers trailed him before returning to his lodgings in the old town. After drawing the curtains in the sitting room, he settled onto the sofa, continuing to ponder. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, including the residence in Zhendan. If I were to establish a permanent presence here, I would require a safe house. Renting a wooden cabin in the outskirts appears to be a commendable choice. With over £150 in my possession, and having already paid 6 months' rent for this apartment, I need not concern myself with the one in Zhendan. Tomorrow, I shall visit the rental agency to inquire about the price of cabin in the countryside. The rural environment is also more suitable for taming beasts. I shall reserve £100 as emergency funds, as £60 should suffice for a considerable time. Regularly residing in the outskirts and the old town, it will be prudent to employ disguises when venturing into Zhendan, thus potentially evading some risks. Having concluded his reflections, Vincent retrieved the shadow blade, concentrating intently upon it. It was exceedingly sharp. My own dagger is no less impressive, yet the shadow blade bore a chip from a mere clash. It can be infused with true energy. Upon infusing it, the blade emanated a faint shadowy power. My dagger was shattered. It seems that infusing it with true energy rendered it even sharper. Wait, that's not right. It's not merely sharper. The shadowy power adheres to the dagger, exhibiting a corrosive effect. After sacrificing several daggers, Vincent gradually discerned the characteristics of the shadow blade. First, its exceptional sharpness. Second, its capacity to be infused with true energy, which enhances its sharpness and imparts a shadowy corrosive effect, which can be stacked. Vincent attempted to strike his dagger with the shadow blade repeatedly, and after 15 strikes, the dagger succumbed to corrosion and broke. The infused shadow blade also established a faint connection with Vincent. Without concentrating his spirit, it would have gone unnoticed. It appears that infusing more true energy strengthens the bond with the dagger. Vincent pondered, what would occur if they were completely intertwined? Would I wield it to slay? Silently, he removed the sheath from the old dagger, securing the shadow blade with its sheath to his belt and adjusting its position. 1 pound truly felt like a tremendous windfall. After tidying up the remnants of his experiment, Vincent retired to his bedroom for rest. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Anyang Hall, Du Zhong entered the inner chamber and observed Du Bo alone at the tea table, preparing tea. After closing the inner door, he approached the table and stated, "The person has arrived at O." Du Bo immediately set down the teapot and inquired, "What did they say?" The individual claiming to be Darkblade mentioned that he only works for a fee. Du Zhong produced the 10 tiger-striped studs from his pocket and continued, "He said the 10 studs qualify us for negotiation, and that old yin demanded 50 pounds that I arranged for 100 pounds. Informing him that 50 pounds would be the reward, while the other 50 would be a gesture from Anyang Hall." "Excellent," Du Bo commended, pouring a cup of tea and handing it to Du Zhong. Then asking, "Is he willing to stay?" He did not fully agree to remain, but requested that we provide him with accommodations and maintain a single line of communication. Leaving messages if necessary, I handed him the key to my apartment. After sipping his tea, Du Zhong added, "At the very least, we now possess a channel of communication." I also informed him of the current situation in Zhendan. He mentioned that he had business out of town for a few days, allowing us time to collaborate with Hui Hall to find someone. "Huh." Du Bo laughed heartily, saying, "Then let us accompany Hui Hall in their performance." The following day, Anyang Hall invited Hui Hall to send personnel to investigate the so-called stranger along Duke Street. Hui Hall assembled their forces, exuding an air of authority as they patrolled Duke Street for an entire day, before moving on to Bingy Hall on the northern side of Ryan Street for another day. With the conclusion of Hui Hall's 2 searches, the ongoing conflict between Anyang Hall and Hui Hall in Zhendan reached a temporary ceasefire. Anyang Hall lost Duke South Street, while Hui Hall's extraordinary being perished, restoring a semblance of tranquility. Meanwhile, the nameless assassin who had slain a member of Hui Hall, known in the martial world as Instant Kill, gained notoriety in Zhendan, unbeknownst to Vincent, who was blissfully unaware of his rising fame. He inquired at the rental agency regarding the prices of vacation cabins. The number of available cabins for rent was limited, with the requirement of paying a year's rent up front. Though the prices were steep, Vincent found himself more conflicted about which area to choose for his cabin. What distinguishes these vacation cabins in various regions? Vincent's Tudor language had become increasingly fluent. The primary difference lies in the surrounding environment. The rental agent swiftly replied, "Most cabins serve as vacation spots, and their prices are significantly influenced by their surroundings. For instance, this 2-story cabin, located by Fallwood Lake, is adjacent to the Lagan River estuary. Boasting a picturesque setting ideal for fishing and picnicking, it offers ferry access, making it convenient to travel to Dunling or Heisben, thus commanding a higher price. Conversely, this single-story cabin at the foot of Black David Mountain in the northwest of Heisben is surrounded by woods, reputed to be abundant with wildlife, making it suitable for hunting. However, due to its inconvenient transportation, one must take a carriage from Heisben for approximately 40 minutes to reach the nearest town, followed by a 30-minute walk, resulting in a significantly lower price. Upon hearing that the latter was suitable for hunting, Vincent recognized that this cabin would be ideal for him and continued, "What are the rental terms for the small cabin at the foot of Black David Mountain?" The annual rent is 8 gold pounds, with a deposit equivalent to half a year's rent. If the cabin remains undamaged at the end of the rental period, the deposit will be refunded upon presentation of the receipt. Short-term rentals are also available at 1 gold pound per month, with a deposit of 1 pound at I'll take it. "I wish to rent it for a year," Vincent stated, producing his wallet. "When can we proceed with the handover?" "If you are willing to pay an additional 5 silver coins for expedited service, and cover the travel expenses, we can set off immediately, the rental agent replied while preparing the contract. Alternatively, if you prefer to adhere to the standard schedule and only pay for travel costs, it would take approximately 3 days before we can depart together. Let's set off now. Very well. I shall prepare the contract and arrange for my colleague to take over my subsequent duties. Please hold on. Vincent accompanied the rental agent, who was finalizing the contract, to board the stagecoach, with the invention of the cost-effective gravel road technology by Tudor Kingdom. The kingdom began constructing gravel roads nationwide, which coincided with the rise of stagecoach travel that on well-maintained gravel roads, stagecoaches could carry more luggage and passengers than horseback riding while providing greater comfort. Stagecoaches could be classified into private, public, and relay coaches. Private coaches served nobles, capitalists, and public officials, while public coaches operated on fixed routes within cities, and relay coaches served as the national public transport system. As a complementary mode of transportation to steam trains, relay coaches connected every town surrounding the kingdom's major cities, also fulfilling postal and logistics duties. "Where to, sir?" inquired the stagecoach driver from the driver's seat. "To Blacktown," the agent replied. "1 silver coin per person. We shall depart in 5 minutes." With only Vincent and the agent aboard the 6-seater coach, they set off along the rural roads as they left the town behind. The distant mountains drawing nearer. "That is Black David Mountain," the agent explained. Blacktown is a livestock town, where renting or buying livestock is quite affordable. It is said that the cabin was constructed by the owner's deceased father for hunting purposes. But the owner himself does not enjoy hunting and thus rents the property. The stagecoach came to a smooth stop at the entrance of the town. "That we have arrived," the driver announced, tapping the side of the carriage. The agent and Vincent disembarked, and upon surveying the town from its entrance, they noted the limited number of shops. A tavern, a police station, a post office, a grocery store, a butcher's shop, and a clinic, with a large livestock trading center in the distance forming the entirety of the town's commercial street. The majority of passers-by led or rode horses, and the air was permeated with the unique scent characteristic of a livestock town. "Sir, do you know how to ride?" the agent inquired. "If so, we could rent horses and reach the cabin in just 10 minutes. Otherwise, it would take approximately 30 minutes on foot. Let us rent horses." Arriving at the livestock trading center, Vincent and the agent secured a horse for 5 silver coins as a deposit, with a daily rental rate of 50 pence, thanks to the agent's identity as a guarantor. The two mounted their horses and headed north toward Black David Mountain, quickly exiting the town and crossing several pastures. The agent pointed to a stone at the junction marked private property, saying, "Sir, we will take the path beside this boundary stone to enter the forest. In about 5 minutes, we should reach our destination." As they proceeded, the path was flanked by dense trees, with the occasional sound of animals darting past. Shortly thereafter, a wooden cabin nestled against a cliff came into Vincent's view. Dismounting before the wooden cabin, he secured the reins, and the intermediary led Vincent on a tour. The cabin was nestled beneath the steep cliffs of Black David Mountain, with the north side against the precipice. To the south lay the road leading to Blacktown. The west side provided access to ascend Black David Mountain, while to the east, a well marked the entrance to the forest. An ideal locale for hunting. After introducing the exterior, the intermediary ascended the staircase and unlocked the door. Continuing inside the cabin, there are 3 rooms: a storeroom, a living room, and a washroom. Both the rooms and the living room are equipped with fireplaces. And outside the washroom, there's a charcoal stove for heating water. The storeroom contains tools such as axes for your use, but they must not be lost, or else your deposit will be forfeited. Vincent was exceedingly pleased and readily paid to finalize the contract. After confirming the deposit details with the intermediary, they rode back to Blacktown together. The intermediary took the stagecoach back to Hayesburn, while Vincent prepared to procure supplies to store in the cabin, gearing up to commence his plan to tame wild beasts. The following morning, at dawn the next day, Vincent first kindled a fire outside the washroom to heat water, then embarked on his daily tasks and training. After a refreshing hot bath, he donned his hunting attire and ventured into the dense eastern forest, fully channeling his beast mastery technique, which could draw the attention of nearby ferocious creatures. Before long, Vincent sensed a slight tremor in his instincts, realizing a wild beast had taken notice of him. What could it be? He pondered, heightening his vigilance. Just then, he felt a disturbance behind him as a gray wolf leapt from the tall grass, aiming to bite his ankle. Vincent swiftly lifted his foot and stepped forward, turning to lightly tap the wolf's forehead with his right hand, channeling his beast mastery power. Another gray wolf emerged from the underbrush, and Vincent executed a swift kick, sending it flying. The wolf before him had succumbed to his power, now lying submissively on the ground. However, a third gray wolf attempted to ambush him from the side. Vincent sidestepped, grasped its head, and activated his beast mastery, quickly taming it as well. The last wolf, still reeling from the kick, bared its teeth and confronted Vincent, clearly confused as to why its companions had been subdued. With a quick step, Vincent effortlessly tamed the final gray wolf. The three gray wolves exhibited remarkable cohesion. Observing the obedient creatures, Vincent concluded they would be an excellent choice for guarding. He crouched down, gently stroking the three wolves with his beast mastery, establishing a mysterious connection whereby the wolves understood his commands. He could summon them by expending his power and could sense their positions. Is this what it means to manipulate beasts? Vincent mused, instructing the wolves to guard the cabin before continuing deeper into the forest. Vincent wandered through the woods for most of the day without encountering any noteworthy beasts. In the winter of the Tudor Kingdom, dusk fell early, and sensing the time, he turned back towards the direction of the wolves, continuing to channel his beast mastery in hopes of encountering something on his return journey. As he drew closer to the wolves' location, night had fully fallen. Suddenly, his instincts surged wildly, followed by the almost imperceptible sound of wind behind him. Vincent rolled forward just in time to evade an attack, and upon steadying himself, he spotted a gray-black eagle owl swooping down for another strike. Quickly adjusting his position against a large tree, Vincent narrowly avoided the talons of the approaching bird by twisting with incredible speed, causing the owl to crash into the trunk. Seizing the opportunity, Vincent activated his beast mastery and caught the owl. I've got you, he thought, contemplating the silent attack. Perhaps I can enhance this flying creature with the eagle eye technique. With the already tamed owl in his grasp, he decided to instruct it to follow him and ran towards the cabin. Soon, he arrived at the cabin's entrance, where the three gray wolves gathered from different directions, seemingly awaiting their master's approval. Vincent channeled his beast mastery and stroked each wolf, feeling their bond strengthen. Suddenly, the wolves looked up, revealing the owl perched silently on the rooftop. A friend, Vincent assured the wolves, beckoning the owl to land gracefully on his arm. Its talons were sharp. Had he not been channeling his energy, his arm might have been severely scratched. It seemed he would need some form of arm protection, he thought, before preparing a meal and then studying the effects of enhancing his beast mastery. After a simple dinner, Vincent sat before the campfire, beginning to impart his beast mastery energy to the owl resting on his arm. The owl absorbed the energy rapidly, and Vincent transformed his true energy into beast mastery at an accelerated pace. Within 10 minutes, he sensed the owl had reached its limit. Any further infusion would lead to its demise, and he realized his own energy had been entirely depleted. Observing the now sleeping owl, he remarked, "It appears there are no visible changes." Yet his energy was exhausted. How long would it take to enhance a beast solely through mental refinement of beast mastery? After restoring his energy through deep breathing, Vincent resolved to observe the owl's condition again the next day. Before dawn, Vincent was awakened by an inexplicable call. What is happening? He wondered, sensing a summons to venture outside. Upon donning his coat and stepping out of the cabin, he discovered it was the owl calling for him. The bird's stature appeared significantly larger, with its gray-black feathers glistening more vibrantly. What could this mean? Vincent mused as he stroked the owl, realizing it must be hungry for meat to fortify itself. A sudden understanding struck him. He promptly turned to the storeroom and retrieved some preserved meat to feed the owl. After consuming a pound of beef, the owl resumed its slumber. Vincent, channeling his beast mastery, sensed he could impart a little more energy to the owl. Let it digest this power first, he decided, noting the sky growing brighter as he commenced his daily tasks and training. Time flew by, and a week had passed. Vincent spent these days continuously feeding the owl and infusing it with beast mastery. The once half-meter-long bird had now grown over a meter, its razor-sharp talons capable of effortlessly piercing solid tree trunks. Yet it remained silent and swift, its expressive eyes seemingly capable of speech. Vincent named the owl Feng. As Vincent prepared to commence his daily energy infusion, he discovered that Fei Ying had reached its limit. He could no longer impart any more beast mastery. It seemed time to return to Hazeburn for a visit, he thought, and began packing his belongings, instructing the gray wolves to guard the door before setting off with the owl. Upon returning to his home in the old district of Hazeburn, Vincent quickly tidied up and instructed Fei Ying to circle in the sky as he transformed his appearance and set off for Zhendan. Upon arriving in Zhendan, Vincent felt an unusual tension in the air. The streets were bustling with hurried pedestrians, seemingly reluctant to linger. He often spotted patrol teams from the three major factions passing by, exchanging a few words amongst themselves. Despite it being only 4 o'clock, many shops had already begun closing for the night. Sensing something was amiss, Vincent hastened to his northwest residence to check for any messages. Upon entering, he found a note pressed under a paperweight on the dining table. Opening it revealed a message from Du Zhong. "Dear Sir, please gather at Heji Tavern." Vincent crumpled the note in his hand, shedding his disguise before heading to the tavern. Pushing open the tavern's grand door, he found the hall deserted. Du Zhong, upon seeing Vincent enter, rushed to meet him, exclaiming, "Sir, you have finally returned. What has happened?" Vincent inquired. Noting the unsettling atmosphere outside, Du Zhong led him to a table, sighing as he replied, "A serial killer has emerged in Zhendan." "What?" Vincent was taken aback. Over a week ago, after the peace agreement between Anliang Hall and Hwei Hall, the three factions conducted their affairs independently, and Zhendan had been tranquil. However, 5 days prior, a dismembered corpse was discovered in a narrow alley near North Nyo Lane on Ryan Street. The victim, a Zhendan resident, was not affiliated with any faction, and his body was found torn in half, with his heart removed. Du Zhong poured tea for Vincent and continued, "Since the victim was not associated with any faction, we reported it to the Hazeburn police. They dispatched numerous officers to investigate, along with 2 detectives, but found nothing." Taking a sip of tea, Du Zhong added, "For days ago, a body was discovered in Chongfu Lane in the Northwest District, also missing its heart. This time, the victim was a member of Anliang Hall. Hwei Hall and Bingi Hall immediately visited to clarify that it was not their doing. Brother Du also sensed the situation was suspicious. The method of killing was unusual, and after discussions with the 2 factions, he reported the case to the police. 3 days ago, a Western man was found dead near the trade zone bordering Zhendan. Also, with his heart removed. 2 days ago, an African man was found dead in a narrow alley adjacent to Zhendan, likewise missing his heart. Yesterday, the 3 factions convened and decided to patrol Zhendan in unison, each contributing £100, totaling £300 as a reward for capturing this ripper. Yet last night, another victim, a streetwalker, was found dead in the southeastern district, also with her heart removed. In the present day, the atmosphere in Zhendan is fraught with tension, as merchants hastily close their doors and retreat home as dusk falls, fearful of venturing out into the night. "Has there been any news from the authorities these past few days?" Vincent inquired. "None," replied Du Zhong. "The Daily Haze has reported on the situation for several days, detailing the gruesome murders and the extraction of hearts. Information that is already well known, yet has sent the entire city into a state of panic. I also consulted our contacts within the police, but they have found no leads, merely suspecting the involvement of extraordinary beings or cultists. It is said that the police intend to summon experts to handle the matter, although they have not specified how long it will take for these experts to arrive." At Du Zhong's side, and continued, "Thus, we left a message for you, sir, to ascertain whether you would be willing to take on this matter. In addition to the standard remuneration, Anliang has promised a substantial reward." After prolonged silence, Vincent responded, "I must first visit the scene before making a decision." "Understood." Du Zhong acknowledged. "Do you intend to visit every location?" "Not necessarily. We shall first proceed to Chongfu Alley in the Northwest District." Du Zhong summoned members of Anliang who had discovered the scene and, together with a few others, accompanied Vincent to Chongfu Alley. Upon arrival, Vincent observed the chalk outlines left by the police and inquired, "Was the body discovered in this very spot?" "Indeed," replied a member of Anliang. "I live upstairs. When I descended the staircase this morning, I found him lying on the ground, surrounded by a pool of blood. A pool of blood? Vincent pressed. What was the approximate area covered? About 4 to 5 feet. Was the heart recovered? Vincent asked again. No, came the answer. Vincent let out a sigh and turned to Du Zhong, saying, This matter exceeds my capabilities. I sincerely apologize. That Du Zhong was taken aback. You lack confidence. It is not a matter of confidence, but rather an awareness of my limitations. Vincent clarified that he sighed once more and added, I suspect this incident may have been perpetrated by beings of other races. The term other races encompasses non-human entities, including vampires, known as in the Far East, werewolves and sirens, all of which have left their mark throughout the annals of history. During the First Era, the Dark Age, these beings ruled the world and vied for supremacy, while humanity trembled beneath their shadow as mere food and slaves. It was not until the legendary first human extraordinary being, the Apocalypse Celadon, emerged and established the first empire for humankind, the Ptolemaic Empire, that humanity began to assert itself as a formidable force against the other races, marking the dawn of the Second Era, the era of conflict. As time progressed, the burgeoning human population and the increasingly sophisticated system of extraordinary beings led to a large-scale war approximately 2,000 years ago, known as the Dark War. When the smoke cleared, both humanity and the other races were left severely weakened. The two frail factions agreed to a truce, allowing humanity, leveraging its vast population, to dominate the world while refraining from interfering in the dark realms of the other races. Meanwhile, the severely weakened other races retreated into the shadows, establishing numerous dark dominions. With the end of the Great War, history transitioned from the Second Era, the era of conflict, into the Third Era, the era of exploration, during which the other races remained concealed in darkness, while humanity founded one nation after another, conquering lands and uncovering new continents. 335 years ago, the invention of the magical steam engine by Val led humanity into contemporary history. The Fourth Era, the Age of Steam. The advancement of technology has allowed human society to flourish, and with the emergence of firearms and other weapons, humans found it increasingly feasible to combat the other races. The rise of capitalism propelled humanity's quest for new technologies and discoveries. Yet, the clandestine influence of the other races on human society has never truly vanished. The prolonged and potentially eternal existence of the other races renders the passage of human eras merely a fleeting slumber for them. In the Age of Steam, the capital of the other races is on par with that of humanity, and many modern inventions are unbeknownst to humanity as creations of the other races. Thus, humanity and the other races remain intertwined under a dark covenant, balancing their disputes and cooperation in a delicate equilibrium. Other races, Du Zhong exclaimed in astonishment, after succinctly summarizing the history of the other races. Vincent elaborated, the act of extracting hearts from living beings demands considerable skill and strength. If a human were responsible, it would likely require a seasoned elite extraordinary being. However, elite extraordinary beings typically do not engage in such random acts of murder, nor would they commit such a laborious task as heart extraction. Hence, I suspect the involvement of the other races, as it is known that some of them delight in devouring hearts just as we relish certain cuts of beef. Vincent clasped his hands in apology to Du Zhong, saying, I sincerely regret that this matter surpasses my abilities. You shall have to await the arrival of personnel from Dunling City. Yes, I understand it. The Tudor Kingdom likely possesses departments akin to the Empire's Dragon Guard that deal with the other races. We can only wait for them to take action. Du Zhong responded. Understood, understood, he replied, and, as twilight approached, he added, I shall take my leave for now. Though it was merely 5 in the afternoon, the winter sun in the Tudor Kingdom sets shortly after 3, casting a deepening darkness. Vincent pondered for a moment before saying, Allow me to escort you to the hall. Thank you, sir, Du Zhong replied, as they walked along Duke Street. All the shops had already shuttered, and a desolate air, accompanied by the biting winter winds, enveloped them. The streets were nearly devoid of passers-by, and those few who did traverse the thoroughfare wore somber expressions and hurried steps. It has only been 5 days, Du Zhong sighed. I hope Dunling City sends someone soon. They should arrive shortly, Vincent assured him. After all, This location is in close proximity to the capital of the kingdom. That I hope that is the case, Du Zhong replied. Before long, they arrive at the entrance of Anliangtang, where Du Zhong inquired, "It is getting late. Would you not prefer to stay here for the night?" "No need. I have my own arrangements," Vincent replied. Farewell. He did not wish to forge an overly close relationship with Anliangtang and departed towards the old district. Vincent entered a dark alley, intending to traverse it en route to Duke Street. Suddenly, his instincts flared wildly, prompting him to turn and adopt a defensive stance, whereupon he beheld a pair of green eyes fixated upon him, an aura of terror enveloping him. What unfortunate luck! Vincent realized he had encountered the Ripper. Casting a quick glance at the distant glow emanating from Duke Street, 15 meters away, he deduced that a swift escape would offer temporary safety. With that thought in mind, he summoned the power of beast mastery to call forth Fang, intending to disrupt the menacing green gaze. Fang approached silently, and Vincent activated his skills, swiftly dashing toward the mouth of the alley. The dim light at the alley's entrance served as a beacon, and as he neared it, a robust figure seized the stealthy Fang from behind and hurled it toward Vincent. Only 5 meters left, he thought, eyes fixed on the alley's exit, when suddenly his instincts surged again, sensing the rush of wind toward his back. Reluctantly, he turned to intercept Fang, yet the green eyes had already closed in, grasping Vincent and flinging him deeper into the alley. With a series of crashing sounds, he collided with several wooden crates stacked along the alley's edge. As he regained his footing, the green eyes reappeared before him. Under the moonlight, Vincent finally discerned the form of the creature. Before him stood a werewolf. Its grayish-white fur glistened in the light as the beast loomed over him, its powerful, reversed hind legs and sinewy arms exuding raw strength. The elongated wolf's snout curled into a grin, revealing glistening fangs, while its green eyes radiated an unquenchable madness. Vincent glanced back at the receding alley entrance and then at the imposing werewolf before him, realizing that he had no option but to fight for his life. Drawing the shadow blade, he positioned it defensively against his chest, channeling all his energy into a heightened state of readiness. The blade emanated a barely perceptible aura of darkness as he infused it with his life force. "Come!" Vincent challenged the werewolf, slashing the shadow blade toward its throat. The werewolf evaded, stepping back to avoid the dagger. Before lunging toward Vincent with a fierce grasp, in a swift motion, Vincent retaliated, driving the shadow blade into the werewolf's attacking arm, blood splattering and mingling with Vincent's mouth. With a ferocious roar, the werewolf's left paw lunged toward Vincent's ribs, its claws effortlessly piercing his flesh. A scream escaped Vincent's lips as the werewolf lifted him with brute force, its gaping maw aimed at his left shoulder's artery. Blood gushed forth, and Vincent felt his consciousness wane with each drop lost. Summoning all his strength, he yanked the shadow blade from the werewolf's arm and thrust it toward its chest, yet the beast remained locked onto him, its bite unyielding, with every desperate stab Vincent made. The werewolf roared in an unknown tongue, its entire body gradually radiating a metallic sheen, accompanied by the clashing of its metallic arms against the shadow blade. The blade shattered, and Vincent was sent flying by a single punch from the werewolf. An endless darkness gushed forth from the broken shadow blade, coiling around Vincent's body, slowly merging with him, revitalizing the nearly unconscious Vincent, allowing him to rise once more. Absorbing the boundless power of darkness fully restored Vincent's strength, while the shadowy energy at his wounds stifled the flow of blood. His complexion remained pale, and the capillaries near the wounds on his shoulders and neck had all turned black, the dense black veins accentuating his ashen skin in an eerie manner. Was this the secret of the shadow blade? Was the dagger merely a prison for the shadowy power? Vincent felt that the vast majority of the shadow energy had devoured the true chi of the Xianmen within his dantian, coalescing into a seed of darkness that gradually radiated shadowy power, subtly transforming Vincent's body. Sensing the newfound strength within him, Vincent charged towards the werewolf. The enhancement from the shadow power far surpassed that of the Xianmen true chi. Vincent felt his speed had increased by 30%. He instantly appeared before the werewolf, deftly sidestepping to the right, his right fist entwined with shadow energy, striking precisely at the werewolf's liver, transforming his fist into an open palm to strike at the werewolf's left carotid artery. Retracting his hand and twisting his hips, executing a Qianzi fist to seal the throat, and then delivering a concentrated punch to the werewolf's liver, a dull thud was heard as the werewolf staggered back a few steps, dropping to one knee. This punch was a lethal strike from the assassination martial arts, employing a dual force, with hidden internal energy within the punch, a single blow carrying dual might, particularly adept at dealing with foes possessing formidable skills. However, the dual force was immensely taxing. Even with the shadow power, Vincent could only unleash it twice. The werewolf, protected by the metallic sheen, absorbed most of the damage, but the punch still inflicted significant injury. Yet the werewolf's powerful self-healing allowed it to rise once again, delivering a punch towards Vincent. Vincent crossed his arms to block, yet was still pushed back 2 steps. The werewolf's claws slashed, leaving Vincent's arms riddled with wounds, blood pouring forth. Though Vincent managed to push the werewolf back, the assassination techniques aimed at the werewolf's vulnerabilities failed to penetrate its metallic defenses. As time passed, the shadow power within Vincent dwindled, and the blood that had been suppressed began to flow freely once more. The black capillaries on his body had spread, and the dark seed within him sensed its master's plight, exerting its utmost to emit shadow power. However, against the werewolf's ironclad physique, it was to no avail. Vincent was unaware of when his wounds began to bleed again, feeling his consciousness blur with the loss of blood. Realizing he would likely perish if he did not escape, Vincent charged at the werewolf, swinging his left hand while concentrating energy in his right fist. His final strike of dual force struck the werewolf squarely in the chest, and Vincent's wounds erupted with a torrent of blood. The werewolf knelt once more, and Vincent swiftly sidestepped, turning the butler gently raised the tray. Vincent emerged from the shadows as the butler approached him, presenting the tray adorned with a crimson velvet cushion upon which lay a letter, accompanied by a letter opener. Vincent deftly sliced open the envelope with the opener, concealing it discreetly within his sleeve, and began to read the letter. "To my unknown descendant. Upon reading this letter, you must be beset by confusion. I shall be succinct. You have been transformed into a creature of the night, a vampire. However, the transformation ritual remains incomplete, and you are faced with a choice: to drink the blood of a human. Should you choose to partake, you will ascend to the ranks of the eternal nobility of the night, a perpetual predator of blood. If you choose to forego this, you shall perish as a mere human. Child of destiny, make your choice. Klaus." Observing that Vincent had finished reading, the butler gestured, and 2 maidens unfastened their buttons, revealing their pristine necks. As Vincent gazed upon the alabaster skin, a burning thirst ignited within him. As if his entire torso was ablaze. To exist as a monster or to die as a human. Vincent chuckled cynically, contemplating that perhaps embracing monstrosity was not so bad after all. He lunged at the maid, his fangs piercing her artery with ease, blood gushing forth as he voraciously drank. That it was akin to discovering a sweet oasis in an endless desert, or the tender kiss of a long-lost lover. Nothing in this world. Caroline, having spoken, handed Vincent a money pouch containing 50 dark gold pieces. The pouch was crafted from necromancer's material, designed to protect its contents from decay. Why money? Vincent suddenly realized, pulling out his wallet only to discover that the paper gold pounds had already rotted, crumbling to dust at the slightest touch. This predicament was a common challenge faced by most who arrived in Evernight City for the first time. As Caroline chuckled lightly, before long, Vincent donned a well-tailored outfit, adjusting his cuffs before the mirror. The ensemble, selected by Caroline, consisted of a long black coat with a crimson lining, a black vest and trousers, a high-collared white shirt, and a red tie. Vincent gazed at his handsome reflection in satisfaction. Caroline paid 6 dark gold pieces for the 2 outfits. As they exited the shop, Caroline led Vincent towards the carriage that had been waiting for them by the forward outpost. Adorned with the noble crest of a rose shield, as they sat inside the carriage, they drew ever closer to the towering city walls. Ahead lay the Wall of Sighs, the sole pathway leading into Evernight City. Caroline explained that in ancient times, werewolves had besieged this place for 3 years without breaching its defenses, prompting the Wolf Emperor, Lucius I, to sigh in retreat before the imposing walls. thus giving rise to the name Wall of Sighs. Upon passing through the gates of the Wall of Sighs, the guards verified their identities, and the carriage continued deeper into Evernight City. The entire city, nestled within the mountains, devoid of sunlight, was aglow with artificial lights. While a grand palace loomed at the end of the street, overseeing the entire metropolis. This was the highest authority of the Blood Clan, the Blood Council. Caroline introduced the avenue leading to the Blood Council as Blood Avenue, stating, "I shall first take you to the residence for an introduction, after which we will proceed to the new Blood Academy for your enrollment." The carriage soon arrived at a residence near the council, its entrance engraved with the same emblem as the carriage. This was the Duke of Tudor's mansion. "Should you require assistance, feel free to seek me here." Caroline disembarked from the carriage, beckoning Vincent to follow her, adding that she had some items to present to him. Vincent trailed Caroline through the grand entrance into an opulent hall, where several Blood Clan members lounged on sofas, savoring blood wine. Nearby, a bartender polished glasses. Ascending the staircase to the second floor, a man clad in a black suit approached them. "This is Dude," Caroline introduced, in no need for a handshake. "He is my blood servant." Turning to Dude, she inquired, "Is everything arranged?" "Yes, my lady," he replied, handing Caroline a key. "The items are inside." "Very well, I understand," Caroline said, leading Vincent onward with Dude respectfully following behind. Soon, the group arrived at a room in the corner of the third floor. Upon unlocking the door, Caroline said to Vincent, "This room will be yours from now on." She continued, "This area constitutes the mansion's front yard, with the reception room, bar, training ground in the basement, and library all accessible to you with this key. However, the independent backyard through the courtyard is reserved for the prince, guarded by staff, and entry is strictly forbidden to others under penalty of death." Caroline ushered Vincent into the room, revealing a modest yet exquisitely furnished living room, a bedroom, and a washroom. Every month on the 1st, 8 vials of blood will be provided free of charge. Additional vials will incur a fee. Stored here, she indicated toward a magical ice cellar glowing with a blue light in the living room. "Should you require cleaning services, please make an appointment at the front desk next to the reception room on the 1st floor." Caroline picked up a revolver from a tray on the coffee table, presenting it to Vincent. "This is a rune-powered firearm, an invaluable weapon for new bloods. The Academy offers specialized courses on firearms usage. Additionally, here is a pocket watch. You will find it useful." "Thank you," Vincent said, stowing the pocket watch in his vest and carefully securing the magical firearm. "Let us proceed. I will take you to the Academy for your enrollment." The carriage soon arrived at the Academy's entrance. "Welcome to the new Blood Academy," Caroline explained. "Due to the unpredictable nature of blood transformations, classes are conducted in small groups, typically with one instructor guiding one or a few students that I have already arranged for your instructor. Let us find him now." After finishing, she instructed Dude, "Please assist Vincent with his paperwork." "Yes, my lady," Dude replied, departing. Vincent then inquired, "What is a blood servant?" As nobles of the night, vampires typically lack the ability to walk in sunlight unless marked as daywalkers or possessing considerable strength. Thus, the Blood Clan requires assistance during daylight hours for managing affairs, ensuring protection, and providing sustenance, which is the origin of blood servants. However, ordinary human blood servants may not reliably safeguard their masters against external threats. Consequently, vampires harness their blood magic and necromancy to cultivate a new breed of servant, known as ghouls. Ghouls are transformed from mortals through the blood of the vampire clan, subsisting on corpses while requiring regular consumption of their master's blood. Possessing physical attributes on par with ordinary creatures of the night, they also wield a unique ability known as Ghoul's Claw, as vital warrior servants to the Blood Clan. They're tasked with daytime protection and combat alongside their masters. Hence the term Blood Servant. While Caroline continued to enlighten Vincent about blood servants, a man from the far east approached them, addressing Caroline. "Is this the prophesied child?" "Indeed, Instructor Lin," she confirmed. "Very well, then I shall take charge of him," Instructor Lin stated, turning to Vincent and directing, "Follow me." Vincent bid farewell to Caroline and followed Instructor Lin into the academy. Along the way, Instructor Lin introduced himself in the official language of the East. "I am Lin Ling from the Wild Hunt clan. From this day forth, you shall be my student. First, tell me, how much do you know about the Blood Clan?" Vincent replied, "I only know that in the East." They are referred to as ghost people. Beyond that, I am essentially ignorant that I see, Lin Ling acknowledged, asking, what was your identity before transformation? I was an assassin from the southern sky gate in the east, but after a conflict erupted between the sky gate and the northern heavenly Tao gate, I departed from the east, an assassin, you say? I suppose we can reduce the physical training sessions, Lin Ling mused. Are you proficient with firearms? Not at all, Vincent admitted. Understood. Your schedule will be prepared shortly, Lin Ling remarked. Pulling out a pocket watch to check the time, that IT is getting late. Let us head to the dormitory for some rest. The so-called dormitory was actually a 3-story house with 5 rooms. Lin Ling led Vincent inside, where a maid stood at the entrance. This is Oleana, and this is my student, Vincent. Lin Ling introduced them. She manages this house and resides on the 1st floor. My room is on the 3rd. You may choose any room on the 2nd floor, but if you need anything, seek Oleana. She speaks Tudor and the official language of the East. With that, he ascended to the 3rd floor. Please follow me. Mr. Vincent, Oleana said with a bow, guiding him to the 2nd floor. In standard Tudor language, she explained this suite has a washroom. The other 2 rooms share a washroom. Then I shall take the suite, Vincent responded in Tudor. The academy provides 2 vials of blood free of charge each week. I will deliver this week's allocation tomorrow. Should you require additional supplies, please inform me, and I will arrange it for you. The reception room on the 1st floor will serve as the classroom for Instructor Lin, and you'll have some courses in the teaching building. Oleana elaborated that if you need anything, please ring the call bell in your room. Thank you, Oleana. Good night, Mr. Vincent. The next day, Vincent awoke to the unchanging glow outside his window, finally understanding why Caroline had gifted him a pocket watch. In Evernight City, devoid of day and night, one could easily lose track of time. Checking the watch, he noted it was 6 in the evening, the hour for the activities of the night nobility. After washing up and changing his clothes, he descended to find Oleana cleaning. Good morning. Miss Oleana, he greeted. Good evening, Mr. Vincent, she replied with a bow. Continuing, nobles of the night do not use good morning as a greeting, as they do not favor the morning. My apologies, Vincent said. Good evening, Oleana. There's no need for formality. Just Oleana will suffice. I am merely a blood servant. That moment. Lin Ling descended the stairs. Seems you are getting along well, he remarked. Today we will head to the teaching building. I need to assess your physical condition. Yes, instructor, Vincent replied. Together, Lin Ling and Vincent left the building, making their way to the practice grounds of the teaching building. Although the New Blood Academy operated on a small group basis, physical training sessions such as combat and shooting were often conducted in a group format. As Vincent and Lin Ling made their way to the training ground, the sounds of gunfire echoed from the shooting range, where numerous trainees were engaged in practice. The combat area was equally busy, with many students participating in sparring sessions, utilizing everything from bare fists to blades. Once you commence your physical training classes, you too can join in on this training. It is said that there are competitive matches among the trainees, with blood vials as stakes. Lin Ling remarked, by the way, do you possess a firearm? Indeed, I do, instructor, Vincent replied. It is said to be a magical firearm, a fine piece, Lin Ling acknowledged. May I inquire, instructor, what exactly is a magical firearm? Such knowledge of firearms is best left to the firearms instructors, Lin Ling responded. After all, I am not an expert in that field. The two then arrived at an unoccupied training area, where Lin Ling addressed Vincent. Give it your all. I need to assess your physical capabilities. Understood, Vincent replied, stretching his body before charging at Lin Ling. Vincent felt that his speed was now over twice what it had been when he possessed the dark seed. He unleashed a punch, but Lin Ling effortlessly parried it. Vincent sensed that his strength had also doubled, and his enhanced physical prowess propelled his assassination fist techniques into an entirely new realm. He executed a flurry of attacks, fists, palms, claws, elbows, and legs, utilizing double force in successive strikes, yet Lin Ling managed to deflect them all with ease. With a single palm strike, Lin Ling pushed Vincent back several meters, stating, that must be the assassination techniques passed down by the Assassin's Covenant, correct? While those techniques are commendable, they are rooted in human methodology. You must understand that you are no longer human. You must employ the tactics of the other races. May I ask, instructor, what constitutes the tactics of the other races? Vincent inquired. The primary distinction between other races and humans lies in their superior physical attributes, Lin Ling explained. Thus, you must exert your full strength to overwhelm your opponent. Rather than holding back with each strike to prepare for the next, that a robust physique allows for rapid recovery. Why conserve your power? You possess a foundation in assassination techniques and excel at targeting weaknesses. The key lies in unleashing your full potential. Understood, Vincent replied, bowing in respect. Once more, Lin Ling urged as Vincent charged at the instructor again, initiating a new exchange. Lin Ling maintained a defensive stance, while Vincent began to unleash his full offensive. Indeed, let your strength flow, Lin Ling instructed, defending while emphasizing speed is equally important. Do not hold back, and be mindful of your direction. Under Lin Ling's guidance, Vincent's speed and strength increased significantly, and Lin Ling gradually began to feel a hint of pressure. Is he yet to reach his limits? This physical prowess is extraordinary for someone akin to a newborn, Lin Ling pondered, wondering if it was due to bloodline awakening. Lin Ling exerted himself once more, pushing Vincent back and stating, I have a fair understanding of your capabilities now that you consume sufficient nourishment. I have only recently undergone transformation and have eaten twice. I'm uncertain if that qualifies as sufficient. Vincent answered, please elaborate. The first time was during my transformation. I recall consuming a great deal of blood, but the specifics elude me that I only remember that unforgettable taste, correct? Indeed, the second time was after completing the transformation. Before arriving in Eternal Night City, I drank a bottle of blood wine and 6 blood vials that is possible that you have experienced a bloodline awakening. It seems you will need to invest in blood vials. In the dark world, countless races exist, yet the Blood Clan stands atop the hierarchy of the other races, primarily relying on their unique abilities and formidable overall attributes. Though the Blood Clan may not boast the physical strength of werewolves, they remain one of the most robust races. Similarly, while they may not excel in sorcery compared to half-demons, their secret arts are nevertheless unparalleled, that be why wielding physiques and magical powers comparable to top-tier races. Combined with the unique abilities of various clans, the Blood Clan has established numerous black bloodline banners throughout the Dark World. The Blood Clan comprises 5 major clans: the Blood Dragon Clan, the Demon Spirit Clan, the Steelheart Clan, the Phantom Shadow Clan, and the Frenzied Hunt Clan. Historical records state that the progenitor of the Blood Clan sired 5 offspring, each a second-generation bloodline, who upon transformation were endowed with various unique abilities. Based on their distinctive bloodline powers, these 5 second-generation bloodlines founded the 5 major bloodline clans. The Blood Dragon is born with blood energy more potent than that of its siblings, utilizing blood magic to enhance itself and perform the Blood Clan's unique blood arts. The Demon Spirit possesses formidable necromantic power, making it a natural master of necromantic spells. The Steelheart boasts immense physical strength and will, rivaling that of werewolves, with a resilient spirit capable of resisting mental attacks, rendering it a born warrior. The Phantom Shadow Clan excels in shadow magic and illusions. The Frenzied Hunt Clan is particularly unique, as its progenitor, Klaus, discovered post-transformation that he was an unawakened werewolf, harboring the blood of a fierce beast. Thus, the Frenzied Hunt Clan is renowned for its powerful beastly physique and unique shape-shifting abilities. As the bloodline of the Blood Clan diluted over generations, descendants after the 5th generation gradually lost these near-inherent abilities. After 5 generations, the Blood Clan could only acquire abilities such as blood energy application, physical enhancement, necromantic power, illusion, shadow manipulation, and shape-shifting based on their clan's bloodline through study, with their potency being somewhat inferior to that of the clan's innate abilities. Consequently, those possessing bloodline abilities are often prominent figures within their respective clans. For those of the Blood Clan beyond the 5th generation to acquire clan abilities, there are only 2 paths. Point 1 is through a bloodline ritual developed by the clan, which grants the Blood Clan member the clan's inherited abilities post-ritual. However, due to the immense cost of the ritual, only those with significant contributions and merit may obtain the opportunity. The other path is bloodline awakening. Some members beyond the 5th generation may naturally awaken their clan abilities due to reasons such as pure bloodline from ancestors or fortuitous mutations. Those with naturally awakened clan abilities tend to exhibit 2 notable characteristics. Regardless of the clan, their physical attributes will surpass those of their peers among the other races, and their appetites will significantly increase. Lin Ling, seated on the sofa in the dormitory's reception area, remarked to Vincent, "You are quite fortunate, lad. However, we may need to wait some time to ascertain whether you truly experienced a bloodline awakening, as it is also possible that you merely suffer from hyperphagia. So, I cannot be certain if I am indeed fortunate, but unfortunately, it seems I will have to spend money on blood vials." "That is one way to interpret it," Lin Ling replied with a smile. "What exactly is hyperphagia?" Vincent inquired. "Some members of the blood clan exhibit an unusual craving for blood after transformation, which eventually normalizes over time. This condition is referred to as hyperphagia," Lin Ling explained, chuckling. "Of course, hyperphagia is not entirely a negative condition. The substantial absorption of blood enables newly transformed blood members to accumulate blood energy more rapidly. From this perspective, you are indeed fortunate." Noticing Lin Ling in good spirits, Vincent asked, "The reason you all refer to me as the Chosen One is that during the transformation into a werewolf, I was instead transformed into a vampire. Whenever we of the Frenzied Hunt clan encounter such a situation, the clan's laws dictate that the individual must be transformed. Those who undergo this transformation are referred to as the Chosen Ones." Lin Ling responded, "Thus, your fortune is indeed remarkable. The breeding of the blood clan is governed by strict regulations. Most descendants who do not adhere to these regulations face execution, with only a few exceptions, such as the Chosen Ones of the Frenzied Hunt clan. That if I am indeed fortunate enough to experience a bloodline awakening, could you elaborate on the unique abilities of the Frenzied Hunt clan?" "Certainly, this is part of the foundational education," Lin Ling continued. "Upon awakening, the Chosen One of the Frenzied Hunt initially gains the physique of a fierce beast, enhancing physical attributes and bestowing a keen instinct akin to that of a predator. Their hands can transform into the claws of a ferocious beast, their regenerative abilities are significantly amplified, and their eyes become those that instill fear in their enemies. They also acquire a form of shape-shifting ability, which remains uncontrollable at first, allowing transformations into various beasts, or even as they age and their blood energy increases, their beastly physique continues to evolve, enabling them to learn how to shift into various forms, ultimately allowing them to transform into powerful otherworldly beasts or energy entities that akin to a druid." Vincent silently mused, before continuing to inquire, "What exactly is blood energy?" "Blood energy is a unique form of energy generated by the blood clan as they age and consume blood. Somewhat akin to the vital energy of practitioners from the Far East, blood clan members can utilize blood energy to enhance themselves, cast necromantic spells, or perform blood arts. The production of blood energy is entirely reliant on age and consumption. Thus, most young blood members possess scant blood energy, primarily sufficient for casting necromantic forging spells." Lin Ling took a sip of the fresh blood prepared by Alian, then continued, "The first spell learned by new blood members, and often the only one they learn, is the necromantic forging spell, which enhances the physical attributes of undead creatures. Blood members utilize this spell to strengthen themselves as undead beings. I'll begin teaching you this spell tomorrow." "Understood." That moment, Vincent had already consumed the 2 blood vials allocated to him weekly and turned to Alian, saying, "For more, please, if you purchase 10 vials, 1 is discounted, and you receive 2 additional vials." Oriana responded. Vincent pondered for a moment, then extracted 2 dark golden coins and handed them to Oriana, thereby resolving their meal for the week. He then inquired, "Are there any lucrative opportunities at the academy? I fear I may become the first impoverished noble of the night." "Fear not," Lin Ling replied. "Whether it be through bloodline awakening or a bout of voracious appetite, normal eating habits will soon be restored. The bloodline inherently possesses a tendency towards excessive consumption, as it facilitates the rapid generation of blood energy that if you seek to earn, the Academy has a bulletin board for part-time tasks. You may wish to explore it." Lin Ling glanced at her pocket watch and remarked, "It's getting late. You should rest early. Tomorrow, I will continue to impart some fundamental knowledge." The following day, Lin Ling commenced her lecture in the reception room, stating, "This is silver." As she tossed a small piece of silver towards Vincent while wearing gloves, he caught it, only to feel as though a fire ignited in his palm. He hastily flung the silver to the ground and Upon inspecting his hand, notice that the burn was healing at a painfully slow rate. Silver is a substance that all aberrants must treat with utmost caution. Upon contact with silver, they experience an intense burning sensation, and it also inhibits their regenerative abilities, only allowing recovery once they are distanced from it. Naturally, aberrants can cultivate a degree of resistance through repeated exposure to burns from silver. However, silver remains a significant bane to them. Lin Ling retrieved the silver piece with her gloved hand, explaining that silver-coated weapons and silver bullets are standard armaments across various races, thus necessitating resistance to silver. From today onward, drink a cup of water infused with silver for over half an hour daily. This will gradually build your resistance. After elucidating the methods to cultivate silver resistance, Lin Ling transitioned to the topic of necromantic forging, that a necromancer must first meditate to generate and store magical energy, which is then condensed into spell runes to cast a spell. The bloodline can utilize blood energy to execute necromantic spells. Thus, we will directly use blood energy to condense the runes. Of course, our first step is to sense our own blood energy. Drawing from his prior experience in breathing techniques, Vincent easily sensed his blood energy, reflecting that it indeed resembled the chi of the Far East. He effortlessly manipulated the scant blood energy he possessed as Lin Ling explained how to condense the runes. After several attempts, he successfully cast the necromantic forging spell, and a fragment of blood energy dissipated with the successful execution of the spell. As the effects of the spell waned, Vincent felt an enhancement in his overall attributes. The necromantic forging spell can only be effective on one target per day. Henceforth, you must cast it on yourself daily. Lin Ling instructed, "Today we will conclude here. Later, I will take you to familiarize yourself with the shooting range. From now on, attend classes here first, then proceed to your shooting or physical training lessons." The shooting instructor was an elderly gentleman with a shock of white hair. Named Javier. Numerous students were practicing at the shooting range, and Javier gathered the new students to explain mastering shooting hinges on two main aspects: fundamental actions and extensive practice that I will guide you through the foundational knowledge. And the remainder will depend on your diligence and practice. In this era, firearms are categorized by loading mechanisms into revolvers and breech loaders, with revolvers holding more rounds, while breech loaders offer greater precision. They're further classified by propulsion into three types: muskets, magical firearms, and magic energy guns. Muskets are triggered by gunpowder to ignite the bullet, being cost-effective but with strong recoil, necessitating the removal of spent casings. Magical firearms utilize magical energy to ignite the bullet, are expensive, and exhibit minimal recoil with no casings, while magic energy guns directly discharge magical energy as a form of magical weaponry and are also very costly, lacking both bullets and recoil. Both magical firearms and magic energy guns can be charged by infusing the wielder's magical energy or through magic energy stones. After imparting the foundational knowledge of firearms, Javier instructed Vincent and the other students to maintain proper standing and holding postures, correcting their form. Remember this action, it is the fundamental stance for holding a firearm. You must internalize it as instinct, then we will proceed to aim. Lock your wrists, relax your shoulders, and align your eyes through the sights to see the target clearly. With Javier's guidance, Vincent swiftly learned the basics of standing shooting. That will be all for today. The Academy requires new blood to attend shooting lessons for 3 months, after which you will have the freedom to practice as you wish. Therefore, new blood, I shall see you tomorrow. The Blood Council, as the supreme governing body of the bloodline, consists of 3 levels: the Supreme Council, the Clan Council, and the Prince Council. The Prince Council is composed of all princes and convenes regularly, primarily responsible for electing the Prime Minister, the Prince Speaker, and reviewing the ministers of various departments. The Prime Minister, elected by the Prince Council, oversees the military, affairs, and personnel departments. The Clan Council is formed by 1 representative from each of the 5 major clans to manage the finance, legal, and intelligence departments, while the Supreme Council comprises the Prime Minister, representatives from the Clan Council, and the Prince Council Speaker, serving as the highest decision-making body for the bloodline. Local principalities, as the front line against various aberrants, are protected by local bloodlines. Princes possess significant power within their territories, capable of independently forming armies. After remitting a fixed percentage of their income to the council, they can freely allocate the remaining funds. Any transformation of bloodlines within their territories requires the consent of the prince that he maintain oversight. The military and intelligence departments dispatch personnel to assist the princes in managing their territories, serving as a check on their power. This is essentially the upper political structure of the bloodline. You'll come to understand it better once you visit the locales. Lin Ling continued her explanation, noting that the bloodline is divided into 3 categories of identity. The first category, the knight nobility, encompasses all bloodlines transformed through legitimate means, referred to as those with status. They enjoy a minimum 2-year period of study in Evernight City, along with privileges such as weekly blood vials. Upon graduation from the academy, they're assigned to various posts as those with status. They're protected by the Blood Council, and generally, the bloodlines are prohibited from harming the knight nobility without permission. The second category, bloodline vagabonds, consists of knight nobility who have lost their territories, stripped of their status, and all associated privileges, relegated to a civilian class. Unless they successfully establish a territory, they can only live as vagabonds within the principalities. Indeed, many princes have risen from vagabond status to established territories and were subsequently granted princely titles by the Blood Council. The third category, criminals, includes bloodlines forbidden from transformation, as well as those who have violated laws and defected from the bloodline. Criminals are not permitted to reside within principalities and are hunted down by the legal department, relegated to living in territories of other aberrants. Unlike the general laws of the bloodline, those who violate the laws will directly become criminals. The laws are few. Firstly, no unauthorized breeding of offspring. Secondly, no harming of the knight nobility without permission. Thirdly, no selling out the bloodlines or consorting with other races. Lin Ling took a sip of blood and continued. There are numerous legal stipulations, but the most crucial ones for new bloodlines to heed are as follows. First, safeguard your territory. Knight nobility who lose their territory will become bloodline vagabonds. Second, treat blood servants as bloodline property. Do not harm them indiscriminately. Other laws are quite lenient in enforcement. Unless caught by the legal department's enforcement team, you should not encounter significant issues. Given the leniency in law enforcement, why are there so many laws in place? Vincent curiously inquired. Otherwise, who would know of the legal department's existence? Lin Ling replied with a light laugh. Well then, that will be all for today. Vincent settled into a highly regimented routine, beginning each day with a necromantic forging spell to strengthen himself and drinking silver-infused water to build resistance. He then attended classes with Lin Ling, learning everything from ancient bloodline languages to the intricacies of bloodline politics, economics, and societal knowledge, followed by afternoon shooting practice at the range and evening combat technique drills with Lin Ling. The only vexation was Vincent's insatiable appetite, consuming blood vials at a rate of 6 per day. With his wallet growing ever lighter, he felt an urgent need for additional income and resolved to explore part-time opportunities on the bulletin board during the upcoming break. He also contemplated mustering the courage to seek out Caroline for any potential leads that on the weekend. Vincent made his way to the teaching building to check the part-time bulletin board as suggested by Oriana. The bulletin board primarily featured tasks posted by students, ranging from purchasing sessions of necromantic forging to forming teams for trial grounds. The trial grounds serve as a training facility for students, capable of simulating battles against various aberrants. As a newcomer, Vincent had yet to qualify for entry into the trial grounds. It seemed that apart from selling sessions of necromantic forging, he could only hope for opportunities from Caroline. With a sigh, Vincent left the academy and made his way to the Tudor prince's estate. Upon arriving at the gate adorned with a rose crest, he was taken aback by the unexpected level of security. With a squad of bloodlines stationed at the entrance and several others patrolling the courtyard, Vincent presented his key bearing the insignia to the guard at the entrance, who, after a thorough inspection, informed him, "You may enter. Please wait in the reception area. We will need to verify once more." Entering under the watchful gaze of the guards, Vincent was greeted by the receptionist, who inquired, "Who provided you with this key?" "We need to verify. Caroline Polly. Please hold on. She will come to fetch you." Shortly thereafter, Caroline descended from the upper floor, inscribed her name in the reception area, and led Vincent upstairs. "Miss Polly, may I inquire what has transpired?" His Highness is returning to Eternal Night City tonight to prepare for a meeting tomorrow. However, the intelligence department has just reported that someone has surreptitiously transported tiger roach eggs into Eternal Night City via the necromantic cabinets. Current intelligence indicates that these cabinets are en route to the residences of the four princes, and ours is one of them, that we are currently under lockdown and conducting searches, as Caroline spoke. She advised, "You should remain in your room this weekend." Just as Vincent was about to respond, an acute pain pierced his forehead. Instinctively, he seized Caroline and lunged forward. Upon glancing back, he saw a colossal insect occupying the spot they had just vacated. Brandishing scythe-like claws and emitting a terrifying shriek. "Tiger roach!" Caroline exclaimed, shouting, "Guards!" The tiger roach lunged at them once more. "Retreat!" Vincent commanded, drawing a rune-etched revolver from his side and firing at the creature as he backed away. The revolver was loaded with ordinary practice rounds, which inflicted minimal damage on the tiger roach. Nevertheless, the runic enhancement succeeded in slowing the beast's advance. With the gunfire echoing, 6 rounds were swiftly expended. At that moment, a shadowy energy erupted from Caroline's hand, and a shadow arrow struck the tiger roach, continuously corroding its body. Yet the creature persisted in its relentless assault. Vincent harnessed his blood energy and delivered a powerful kick, propelling the tiger roach away. Just then, the guard arrived and easily dispatched the weakened creature. "Thank you," Caroline remarked, her perception commendable. "What on earth is that tiger roach?" Vincent inquired, staring at the mangled remains of the creature. "It is a biological weapon cultivated by the insectoid race that in its egg stage, it is quite small but can hatch and mature rapidly as needed. Strong and adept at stealth, it is a notorious assassin of mages. Hostile alien races frequently employ these biological weapons to incite chaos. Secure the gates, quickly." Caroline remembered something and shouted as she raced towards the entrance. Vincent, realizing that the primary aim of the chaos was to divert attention, hurried after her. Following closely behind Caroline, he reached the entrance, where several guards had already been torn apart by tiger roaches, engaged in combat with a few patrolling guards. Caroline summoned her shadow magic, launching 2 more shadow arrows that pierced the tiger roach, while Vincent switched to silver bullets and fired a few rounds in conjunction. That moment, a gentleman clad in formal attire emerged from the door. Witnessing the slain tiger roaches and preparing to retreat. "Stop!" Caroline began to say something, only to see the gentleman's body disintegrate as a cephalopod creature burst forth from within, charging at the seemingly weakest Vincent. Feeling himself targeted by the cephalopod, Vincent sensed something within him breaking free. His fingernails elongated into claws, and his physique grew more robust. He realized that his bloodline had awakened. With a primal roar, he charged at the cephalopod, swiping with a claw that rent its body asunder. Meanwhile, Caroline's shadow arrow grazed Vincent. Vincent was momentarily taken aback. As a local leader, the prince possessed immense power at the front line of resisting foreign tribes. And as the highest-ranking prince in the region, the Grand Prince not only managed his own principality, but was also responsible for auditing the taxes submitted by other princes and overseeing their conduct, thus representing the pinnacle of regional authority. Why would such a significant figure wish to meet with me? Vincent pondered. Noticing that Vincent remained in a daze, Caroline urged, "Hurry and change your clothes. Don't delay." "The Lord is waiting for you." Vincent quickly donned appropriate attire and followed Caroline to the rear courtyard. "Madame Polly, why does the Grand Prince wish to see me?" he inquired. "Yes, I mentioned before. I will faithfully report your merits. Loyalty will surely be rewarded," Caroline replied. Upon arriving at the courtyard and passing through the hall, the expressionless butler, Stefan, stood at the entrance to the reception room, watching as Vincent and Caroline approached. "Stefan," Caroline greeted the butler, "the new blood has arrived. Please wait." Stefan nodded to the two and entered the reception room. After a brief moment, he re-emerged, saying, "You may enter now." Vincent followed Caroline into the hall. The ceiling soared high above, with 2 rows of intricately carved columns extending into the chamber, each adorned with bright lamps that illuminated the entire space. At the far end, on a 5-tiered staircase, stood an obsidian high-backed throne, upon which sat a strikingly beautiful woman, casually playing with a folding fan while listening to her subordinates' reports. "That's enough. I understand." The funds will be in place shortly, but production must be increased. Glancing at the approaching Caroline and Vincent, she waved her hand dismissively. You may leave now. Greetings, my lady. Vincent mimicked Caroline, kneeling and bowing respectfully. Come, new blood, lift your head so I may see you. Following her instruction, Vincent raised his gaze. The lady upon the obsidian throne was indeed stunning. Her elaborate gown accentuated her beauty, exuding an air of grandeur tinged with a hint of mischief. Her eyes appeared as infinite black voids, drawing in everything, while her slightly pale skin and fiery red lips radiated an enchanting allure. Quite handsome, indeed, Vanessa remarked, fanning herself lightly. I have heard about today's events. Loyalty shall be rewarded. I understand you possess shadow magic. From this day forth, Caroline will be your magic instructor, guiding you in the art of shadow magic. Thank you, my lady. Vincent bowed again. Furthermore, arrange for a salary to be drawn from the territory's business for Vincent. The prince commanded Stefan, to your service, my lord. With a wave of his hand, the prince dismissed them, and Vincent followed Caroline out. Once outside, Vincent turned to Caroline and said, I will rely on you from now on. Teacher Polly, of course, but please call me Caroline from now on. She replied with a smile, I have some matters to attend to, so you should rest early. I will come find you tomorrow to commence your first lesson. Magic is the driving force behind spells. The power derived from meditation can manifest any spell. A mage frequently utilizes a particular type of spell. Their magical attributes may shift, enhancing the potency of that specific spell type. For instance, a fire mage's magic can significantly amplify fire-based spells that if one continues to specialize in a certain spell type, they may sacrifice the ability to cast most other mid to high-level spells in exchange for transforming their specialized spells into innate spell abilities. Innate spells imply that specialized spells possess rapid casting capabilities and greater power, with such innate abilities potentially passed down through bloodlines. The Shadow Clan inherently possesses the ability to master the shadow magic contained within them through learning or bloodline awakening. Once one masters shadow magic, the principles of casting remain consistent with traditional mages, employing magical power to inscribe runes that activate spells. However, shadow magic is cast with greater speed and potency than that of conventional dark magic wielded by other mages. The drawback is that they can only cast dark spells, much like the innate spell abilities of traditional mages. This encapsulates the fundamental knowledge of innate spells and shadow magic. Caroline instructed Vincent in the practice yard, explaining that aside from damage, shadow magic includes numerous spells for stealth and teleportation. Today, I will teach you two basic shadow spells, Shadow Cloak and Shadow Fall. The Shadow Cloak is an auxiliary spell that envelopes the caster in a shroud of shadows, slightly mitigating magical damage and allowing them to enter a state of stealth and darkness. Shadow Fong is a damage-dealing spell that inflicts corrosive harm upon enemies. If Shadow Fong ensnares an enemy shadow, it can produce a binding effect. I will now demonstrate. Caroline stepped into the shadows of the practice yard and waved her hand, a swirl of shadow magic enveloping her. Although Vincent knew precisely where she stood, he could neither see nor sense her presence. Suddenly, his instinct kicked in, and he leapt aside, witnessing a shadow magic spike embed itself into the ground beneath him. Several threads of shadow erupted from shadow, ensnaring Vincent. Struggling fiercely, he realized the bindings were continuously corroding his body, prompting him to transform into mist to escape the confines. Vincent emerged from the black mist. Caroline remarked, these two spells may have relatively weak power, yet they are highly versatile. Now, I will explain how to cast them. Following Caroline's guidance, Vincent began to attempt the spells. After numerous attempts, he successfully cast Shadow Fong, albeit clumsily. You're learning quite swiftly. However, having just acquired shadow magic, you will need extensive practice to wield it with finesse, Caroline noted. Practice diligently at the academy. Honing your magic will strengthen your command over shadow magic. We shall conclude for today. Henceforth, you will attend class for half a day each week. Until next week. By the way, your salary has been arranged by Stefan. It will be 15 dark gold each month, and you may collect it from me in Eternal Night City. This is for this month. Thank you and see you next week, Teacher Caroline, Vincent said, taking the pouch of coins. Returning to the academy dormitory, Vincent inquired of Oleana, "Is the instructor upstairs?" "He has gone out and should return shortly." "All right, then I'll take a stroll." Vincent first headed to the practice yard to hone his shooting skills. An idea struck him. He could seamlessly combine shooting practice with the shadow cloak exercise. Finding a corner, he cast shadow cloak while practicing shooting, occasionally interspersing it with shadow fong aimed at the target. Nearby, a vampire dressed in a tailcoat and sporting a semi-formal hat approached him. "Are you practicing magic?" Vincent glanced at the individual and nodded. There are dedicated magic practice areas in the teaching building. The vampire tipped his hat in greeting. "Forgive my intrusion. I'm Clemero, a first-year student, also studying necromancy." "Vincent, just enrolled. You're starting to practice magic so early?" Clemero was taken aback. "Would you like to spar together sometime?" "I've only just begun." Vincent chuckled. "Wait until I become a bit more proficient." "Very well, I'm usually at various practice yards in the afternoons." Vincent nodded and continued his practice while Clemero seemed to appreciate Vincent's method. The sounds of gunfire intermingling with bone shield and venomous fong spells. As time passed, Vincent prepared to return and find Lin Ling, nodding to Clemero as he made his way back to the dormitory. Lin Ling was seated on a sofa in the reception room, slowly consuming a cup of blood. Upon seeing Vincent enter, he inquired, "Olia mentioned you were looking for me?" "Instructor, I've been quite fortunate." Lin Ling was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized, asking, "You awakened?" Vincent briefly recounted how he fortuitously awakened his abilities and sought Lin Ling's guidance. "To think you've achieved vaporization. Your luck is indeed remarkable," Lin Ling laughed. "Vaporization is one of our clan's signature skills. Once vaporized, you gain immunity to all physical damage, though magical attacks will inflict greater harm. You need to learn how to evade magical attacks while in a vaporized state, as well as how to partially vaporize while in humanoid form. Our sparring next week will primarily focus on this." "And how do I enhance my beastly physique?" "Primarily through aging and the enhancement of your blood energy. You can promote blood energy growth by consuming excess blood." Lin Ling took a sip of fresh blood and continued. "Additionally, due to the formidable regenerative capabilities of your beastly form, your resistance training can be further intensified by adding silver powder to the water. I will have Oleana prepare it. Start with a spoonful and gradually increase." "Understood, instructor. Rest well. We will continue classes tomorrow." Time flew by, and Vincent settled into a remarkably regular and tranquil routine, with extensive practice and excessive blood consumption propelling his rapid growth. The first academic year swiftly came to a close, ushering in the commencement of the second year at the academy. The second year primarily consisted of students practicing how to combat various foreign entities in the trial grounds. "You may proceed to the trial ground. Here is your permit." Lin Ling handed a mark to Vincent, indicating that he need not attend classes during his second academic year, and that he could approach her with any questions. The academy instructor merely provided the most fundamental knowledge. It was the library that served as the true treasure trove of the vampire's lore. "Yes, instructor," Vincent replied. Stepping out of the dormitory, he resolved to heed the instructor's advice and first visit the library. The academy library resembled a quaint three-story building. Upon entering the atrium, Vincent looked up in astonishment to discover an infinite number of levels. Could it be a spatial folding spell? He pondered as he made his way to the front desk. "A new blood," the librarian exclaimed dramatically. "I thought you fledglings were only interested in toying with those noisy firearms at the shooting range." Vincent gently adjusted the brim of his hat in acknowledgement. "This is my first visit. Could you kindly provide an introduction? I'm always eager to guide those fledglings who cherish reading." This floor aside, there are a total of 66 or 67 levels. With a new floor added just 2 days ago, new bloods are permitted to peruse the books from the 2nd to the 10th floor. The 2nd floor covers political and economic knowledge. The 3rd floor delves into the history of vampires. The 4th and 5th floors introduce various extraordinary beings, and the 6th to 10th floors comprise literature pertinent to different clans. The librarian scrutinized Vincent closely, and he felt an instinctual shift. The librarian continued, "I believe you may explore the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and even the 10th floors." Understanding that the librarian was a formidable expert, Vincent nodded again, expressing his gratitude, maintained silence, and relished the knowledge. The librarian gently nodded in affirmation. As he ascended the spiral staircase, Vincent contemplated the multitude of extraordinary beings and human practitioners he would encounter in the trial arena. He decided to commence his exploration on the fourth floor. The floor was expansive, with shelves of books lining both sides of the central aisle, each labeled with topics such as comprehensive treatises, werewolves, and sirens. Numerous tables and chairs populated the area, with a few figures seated under scattered lamps, likely instructors. No wonder the librarian reacted so extravagantly upon seeing new blood. It seemed rare to come across living souls. Vincent mused as he approached the first row. He discovered a book titled Introduction to Extraordinary Beings nestled among the shelves. The spine adorned with a note reading recommended for new blood. Grasping the book, he navigated through the shelves, noticing that each cabinet contained 1 or 2 volumes marked similarly, evidently to facilitate the learning of fledglings. Vincent took the Introduction to Extraordinary Beings to a nearby table, switched on the lamp, and began to read. As he delved into the text, he recognized its suitability for newcomers. It offered a foundational yet detailed exposition on various extraordinary beings. Werewolves, with a lifespan of approximately 800 years, possess robust physiques and remarkable regenerative capabilities, excelling in physical techniques and elven magic. They are categorized into natural werewolves, born of werewolf parents, and transformed werewolves, who awaken their latent wolf blood only through acts of slaughter. Transformed werewolves are those bitten by a werewolf or who consume wolf blood and survive the encounter. Half-demons, also known as halfmen, are immortal beings, descendants of witches and interdimensional demons, characterized by slit pupils and an innate magical prowess, capable of casting various spells, with their teleportation magic being particularly renowned. Sirens, with lifespans exceeding 800 years, sustain themselves by absorbing human vitality and possess the ability to infiltrate dreams, along with unique secret arts known as siren magic. Female offspring are always sirens, while male offspring are mere mortals. Frankenstein, a human-transformed extraordinary being, is an immortal created over 3 centuries ago by Dr. Victor through a combination of magical energy technology, alchemy, and potion making, feeding on magical energy and exhibiting a robust physique. Lich, another human-transformed extraordinary being, is also an immortal. Vincent spent 3 days thoroughly absorbing the Introduction to Extraordinary Beings before recalling that he had yet to visit the trial arena, that it would be prudent to combine theory with practice. He resolved, contemplating that he might allocate half a day to the library and the other half to the trial arena. As he made his way toward the trial arena, he discovered it was housed within the instructional building, composed of several halls, each equipped with magical arrays capable of simulating various terrains for combat exercises among students. They could also mimic different extraordinary foes as practice targets. Students could form teams or participate individually, with the option to allow spectators. Upon arriving at the trial arena, Vincent noticed a throng of students heading toward one of the halls. Curiously, he inquired at the registration desk, "What is happening here?" "A few students are teaming up for a challenge and have opened the spectator permissions," came the response. "Oh," Vincent exclaimed, surprised that "I thought everyone preferred to avoid being observed." The annual Student Cup competition begins in 3 months, and the format is a 5-person team match. Many students are intentionally showcasing their prowess to seek allies. The registration desk attendant replied with a smile, "How intriguing. Perhaps I too shall seek an opportunity to exhibit my abilities." Vincent mused, thanking the attendant and reserving a venue before proceeding to the hall to watch. Entering the spectator area, he was greeted by a sea of faces. Finding a corner, he gazed toward the center of the arena, where a battle was unfolding. 3 vampires clashed with 3 werewolves in a terrain favoring the latter, a dense forest. Among the vampires was an acquaintance, Clemero, whom Vincent often encountered in the training grounds during his first year, frequently engaging in discussions. Though they had yet to spar as the trial commenced, the werewolves congregated, employing their keen sense of smell to locate the vampires. After a brief exchange, Clemero initiated the spell Necromantic Mist, unleashing a wave of gray fog that enveloped the forest. The miasma of decay significantly impaired the werewolves' sense of smell, though it had little effect on the vampire's thermal vision, a common tactic for vampire ambushes and woodland encounters. The werewolves attempted to summon wind spirits, seeking to disperse the mist with a gust of wind. However, the gathering elemental magic inadvertently revealed their positions as two vampires approached. They found a lone werewolf who had just completed the wind summoning. The fierce wind quickly cleared the fog, allowing the two vampires to coordinate an assault on the isolated werewolf, aiming for a swift 2-on-1 victory. Meanwhile, the werewolves targeted Clemero, who quickly summoned several skeletons to impede their advance, striving to buy time to seize an opportunity. The solitary werewolf, utilizing the wind spirit's swiftness, maneuvered through the forest while the two vampires pursued relentlessly. The combat situation evolved into a stalemate. Defeating the isolated opponent would provide a substantial advantage. Vincent closely observed Clemero's performance. His spellcasting was remarkably agile, and his physical capabilities were impressive. Successfully holding off two werewolves with his well-trained necromantic minions, he seemed to possess an excess of energy. Vincent mused, "Indeed, I must find a chance to spar with him." At that moment, the tide of battle shifted unexpectedly. The werewolf, outnumbered, managed to defeat one of the vampires. With a howl, the two werewolves attacking Clemero began to retreat. Clemero reacted swiftly, ensnaring one werewolf in a bone prison. Rapidly channeling his magical energy, a flash of dark green light pierced through the air as Death's grasp swiftly dissolved the retreating werewolf, while the skeletons assailed the one trapped within the bone prison. "Is that Death's grasp?" Gasps echoed throughout the spectator area. Vincent thought, as one of the most renowned and powerful single-target necromantic spells, it is not something an ordinary student can wield. Could it be an indication of bloodline awakening? The bone prison shattered as the werewolf effortlessly tore through the skeletal warrior before charging toward Clemero with a roar. Remaining composed, Clemero summoned 3 ghosts to encircle the werewolf, the specters emitting a deathly aura that steadily weakened their foe. He conjured 3 bone spears in his right hand and effortlessly impaled the werewolf to the ground. Ghosts and bone spears are not spells that an average student could access within a year or two. Vincent pondered, it is highly probable that he belongs to a clan with a bloodline awakening. The battle concluded swiftly. Clemero spotted Vincent in the spectator area and, with a smile, Vincent tipped his hat in acknowledgement. Exiting the hall, Clemero remarked, "We agreed to spar, yet it appears you have already begun reconnaissance. Knowing oneself and one's opponent is paramount." Vincent responded with a smile, "Though luck favored me today, being my first visit to the trial arena. I chanced upon this public trial." "Your first visit?" Clemero inquired, surprised. "I assumed you had already secured permission." "Indeed, but I've been engrossed in the library lately." "How intriguing," Clemero mused. "Shall we schedule a time to spar?" "Today is Friday. How about next Monday afternoon at the trial arena?" "Agreed. Let us go reserve space." After bidding farewell to Clemero, Vincent changed into his training attire, preparing for his inaugural trial. Before entering the trial arena, the staff inquired, "Terrain? Enemies? Quantity? Spectator permissions?" "1 werewolf. Random terrain. No spectators." "Proceed," the staff instructed, initiating the magical array. As Vincent stepped into the trial arena, he beheld a dazzling display of runes, and a row of red brick buildings materialized before him. With few passers-by and the occasional carriage passing by. "Is this a city terrain?" Vincent mused, brushing his fingers against the wall, finding it difficult to discern the texture. "First, I must locate the enemy." Effortlessly leaping onto the rooftop, the shadow cloak enveloped him, senses heightened as he searched for signs of his adversaries. Within the trial ground, aside from the fundamental parameters, the foe's abilities were entirely random, designed to ensure that the trainees amassed sufficient experience to confront unforeseen events in reality. Vincent strolled across the rooftop, completing a circuit without detecting any trace of an enemy. Could he have encountered a stealthy werewolf? Vincent pondered, decisively dispelling the shadow cloak and continuing his leisurely walk atop the building, channeling his blood energy to enhance his beastly instincts. Soon, his instincts tinged with urgency, alerting him that an enemy had locked onto him. Yet he remained unmoved. The enemy displayed remarkable patience, trailing Vincent around the rooftop without making a move. It was only when Vincent gracefully vaulted across the street to the adjacent rooftop that his instincts screamed in alarm. A pitch-black werewolf emerged from the shadows, claws converging as it lunged for Vincent's back in midair. The werewolf's speed was astonishing, effortlessly passing through Vincent to land on the opposite rooftop. Shadows clung to the creature, momentarily distracting it. As Vincent transformed into mist, his upper body rematerializing with precision to ensnare the werewolf in shadowy bindings. Once again, Vincent shifted into mist, gliding past the werewolf as he coalesced behind it. One claw pierced through the creature's body, grasping its heart with the intent to crush it. To his surprise, he discovered a peculiar entity attached to the heart, inscribed with strange runes that began to emit a brilliant light. An explosive curse, the Shadow Wolf. Vincent hastily discarded the heart, and a tremendous explosion erupted, propelling him away, rising and brushing off the dust. Vincent's formidable recuperative abilities had already mitigated the explosion's damage. Recalling the foundational lore on the Black Werewolf, the Shadow Wolf, an assassin unit of the Wolf Clan, blessed through ritual, granting them the capacity to vanish in a stealth at will, with explosive curses embedded within them that detonate upon mission failure. Observing the tattered remnants of his training garb, Vincent reflected on the benefits of diligent study. Otherwise, he would have certainly fallen victim to this explosive curse. After several attempts in the trial ground, Vincent recognized it as an excellent venue for honing skills against diverse enemies in various terrains, where lethal damage resulted in immediate defeat, yet ordinary injuries were reflected in his physique. This nearly virtual reality magic indeed allowed trainees to rapidly enhance their combat experience. Upon arriving at the library, the exaggerated voice of the librarian echoed once more. "Ah, has the new blood savored the delights of knowledge?" Indeed, it has proven immensely beneficial. Vincent tipped his hat in acknowledgement, ascending to the 10th floor, where he selected a tome on mist techniques and began to read one of the signature skills of the Wild Hunt clan. Numerous techniques have been developed by the clan's predecessors concerning mist transformation, ranging from the fundamental rapid misting and localized misting to advanced mist dodging and elemental misting reinforced through rituals. Vincent gleaned many intriguing mist techniques from the text, such as mist extension, which involved elongating one's arm by misting its midpoint. As he read, he experimented, keeping his arm stationary while extending his misted fingers forward. His knuckles gradually morphed into black mist, slowly reaching for the lamp switch. With a soft click, the lamp illuminated. "Have I succeeded?" Vincent mused, jotting down the techniques for further practice. "Your mastery of magic is commendable. However, your greatest constraint lies in your insufficient shadow energy to cast higher-level spells." Caroline instructed Vincent, continuing, "Today, I shall teach you the final foundational shadow spell, the signature skill known as Shadow Step. This spell allows for instantaneous movement within a 10-meter radius. We have saved it for last due to associated risks, as it necessitates traversing the Shadow Realm. This realm, akin to the realm of the undead, is a semi-plane that overlays our world. Essentially, Shadow Step facilitates movement through this semi-plane. The primary risk lies within the Shadow Realm, where one might be intercepted by shadow creatures during transit, and frequent crossings may lead to shadow corruption, rendering the body incapable of tolerating any light, even that of a candle, which poses significant complications. How can one mitigate these risks? Vincent inquired. There are many methods. The simplest is the shadow cloak. Entering the shadow realm, while cloaked in shadow, effectively avoids interception. However, the risk of shadow corruption still exists. Only when your shadow energy accumulates sufficiently can you resist this corruption by emanating magical energy. Alternatively, mastering advanced shadow magic, shadow form, allows the caster to transform into shadow elements, granting immunity to shadow corruption. What if I were to mist while using Shadow Step? Vincent asked curiously. Caroline paused, contemplating, then replied, "That might indeed be possible. First, attempt to master this spell, and we shall experiment further." Following Caroline's guidance, Vincent began practicing Shadow Step, one of the hallmark skills of shadow magic. It was not particularly complex, but required the avoidance of risks. Vincent quickly grasped the nuances of the spell, transforming into mist and successfully executing it, but a swirl of black smoke enveloped him as he advanced a step forward, the scene before him shifting into an abyss of utter darkness, strikingly familiar. This dark domain seemed reminiscent of the endless void encountered during his transformation into a bloodline, in the distance. a shadow dragon soared past, and the familiar castle reappeared. Vincent found himself standing behind Caroline. "How does it feel to witness the Shadow Realm for the first time?" Caroline inquired with a smile. "Advanced shadow magic will delve deeper into the Shadow Realm, where you will encounter a wealth of knowledge." "What is that castle?" "That castle remains a mystery. Many shadow mages believe it to be the abode of the Shadow Realm's king, yet no one has ever ventured within," Caroline replied. "Now, let me assess the effects of shadow corruption on you. This is a testing rune. You will inscribe it with your magic for personal reference, aiding you in understanding the Shadow Realm's impact on you." "What is it?" "It seems that after misting, you are entirely immune to shadow corruption when using Shadow Step." Caroline remarked that it appears you have successfully navigated the risks, allowing you to use Shadow Step freely in your mist form. So, casting spells in my mist form poses no risk at all? At least, there is no risk of shadow corruption. Caroline mused for a moment. "However, I cannot confirm whether misting in the Shadow Realm is entirely safe. Let us conduct an experiment together." Caroline began to cast a spell, a black portal slowly materializing before her. "This is the gateway to the Shadow Realm, a portal leading into its depths. Let us see how you fare in your mist form." With that, Caroline fully assumed shadow form and stepped inside, with Vincent transforming in a mist to follow closely behind. Within the Shadow Realm, the shadowy Caroline strained to sense Vincent, but found nothing, realizing that he was remarkably secure in his mist form. "Exit," Caroline commanded into the endless darkness, stepping through the portal as a wave of shadowy mist followed her. "Indeed, you have managed to evade all risks," Caroline affirmed. "This is the final spell you can learn at this stage. When your shadow energy increases to 3 times its current level, you may begin studying advanced magic. Starting next week, there will be no classes. Should you have any magical inquiries, you may come to my residence." "Thank you, teacher." As Vincent emerged from the library, having finished his reading, he made his way towards the trial ground, spotting Claymo at the entrance, engaged in conversation with several bloodline peers. "So, shall we form a team for the competition?" one female trainee suggested, while 3 others chimed in with similar encouragement. "No, I do not intend to participate," Claymo replied politely with a smile. Then, noticing Vincent's approach, added, "I have an appointment." "Excuse me." Claymo weaved through the crowd to greet Vincent. "What brings you here?" Vincent inquired. "The annual trainee trial competition," Claymo responded. "That I hear the prize is quite enticing. The format is a 5-person team, with a reward of 500 dark gold for the champions. That is why many have been urging me to team up. What do you think? Are you interested?" "The prize is indeed appealing," Vincent remarked. "Perhaps I shall sign up for a bit of fun." As they conversed, the two soon entered the trial ground. "Venue, shall we enable spectator mode?" a staff member inquired. "Random. No spectators," Vincent replied. The magical array shimmered with runes, revealing a venue set in a midnight graveyard. "Drawn the short straw, have we?" Vincent thought, donning his shadow cloak and entering stealth on Claymo's side. The venue's advantages became apparent as he commenced summoning the undead. Shattered skeletons and decaying zombies clawed their way from their graves, while Claymo commanded these undead to scour the graveyard for Vincent's whereabouts. That moment, Vincent contemplated a strategy to approach Claymo, preparing for a surprise attack with Shadow Step point 20 meters, 15 meters, 11 meters. The distance dwindled. Shadow Step, black mist materialized behind Claymo. As a rapidly coalescing Vincent thrust his hand forward, the shadowy fangs pinning Claymo in place while another claw aimed for Claymo's back. Just then, a massive bone shield emerged to deflect Vincent's assault. It was a skeletal barrier. Vincent was aware that this was a passive defensive spell among necromantic magic, capable of triggering automatically during a surprise attack. He hastily withdrew his claws and retreated. However, the undead creature summoned by Clay had already formed a dense encirclement, trapping Vincent completely. "You are rather unfortunate," Clay remarked with a smile. "The terrain is exceedingly advantageous for me." "Not necessarily," Vincent replied with a grin, swiftly executing a series of shadow steps to effortlessly break free from the encirclement, disappearing once more beneath the shroud of his shadow cloak. Combining shape-shifting with shadow magic is indeed a troublesome combination, Clay pondered. Nevertheless, he resolved to conjure the undead he had crafted for close defense and initiated the spell. Necromantic fusion. This obscure spell allowed for the amalgamation of numerous undead to create a formidable entity. However, since the fused undead could only exist temporarily and required a substantial number of undead as raw material, practical application was rare. Yet, this spell was perfectly suited for the current scenario. Under the influence of magic, the multitude of awakened undead began to shatter and reassemble, countless bones and flesh merging together. Vincent understood that he could not allow Clay to continue casting spells. He unleashed several shadow arrows from various angles towards Clay, but they were effortlessly blocked by Clay's skeletal shield. However, Vincent remained unhurried, continuing to cast shadow arrows. Before long, a substantial amount of necromantic energy coalesced, and a bone demon materialized on the battlefield. The bone demon, a high-tier undead creature, possessed remarkable physical prowess, and its four blade-like arms could rend apart any creature that obstructed its path. As the bone demon prepared to seek its target, a wave of black mist emerged once more from behind Clay. Shadow fangs ensnared Clay again, and claws imbued with shadow magic pierced toward his back. Clay was momentarily stunned, but his skeletal shield rose once more to defend against the claws. Yet, the claws penetrated the shield without hindrance, easily sinking into Clay's body. The obstruction of a shield prevented the arm from advancing further. Shadow corrosion effect, Clay thought, realizing that the corrosive effect of the shadow arrows had eroded his skeletal shield, yet his arm was not long enough. Just as he was about to summon the bone demon, he was startled to see Vincent's claws remain unchanged, his arm transforming into black mist and extending forward, piercing through Clay's heart. The magic circle once again radiated with light as the two stood in the hall. Clay inquired, "How were you able to penetrate my heart in the end?" "It was a technique of mist extension, a particular application of vaporization that I have only recently mastered," Vincent replied. "That I had initially thought your shield would be corroded and shattered. But unexpectedly, it managed to ensnare me, forcing me into a final gamble." Clay fell into a lengthy silence before suddenly proposing, "How about we form a team for the Academy Cup this time?" "That sounds good," Vincent responded. "Shall we find 3 more members?" "I have a few decent candidates in mind," Clay said. "I'll keep an eye out as well. Oh, you have a messenger?" he inquired. "Yes," Vincent replied, recalling that it was one of the earliest spells taught by Caroline. The messenger was a creation of the otherworldly beings, capable of transmitting messages between each other by exchanging magical energy. The artifact sealed within the messenger would find its counterpart to relay information. Extraordinary creations. They were constructed through various methods depending on the practitioner's training. For instance, Vincent's messenger was a talisman containing a sculpture of an owl formed from shadow magic, capable of traversing the shadow realm to convey messages, while Clay's messenger was a pen that could summon a bone fish to deliver messages across the realm of the undead. After exchanging magical energy with their messengers, Clay said, "I will contact you if I receive any news." "All right, if I find suitable teammates, I will reach out to you as well." As Vincent made his way back to his dormitory, he caught sight of a female student dressed in academy attire emerging from the dorm. "Oh," Vincent paused, realizing that Oriana would not bring anyone to the dorm. Could it be Instructor Lin? But he had not taken on new blood students. Vincent's mind became a chaotic whirl as he opened the door, finding Lin Ling seated on the sofa, appearing somewhat awkward upon seeing Vincent enter. Lin Ling's discomfort intensified Vincent's already tumultuous thoughts. Ahem. Lin Ling cleared her throat and said to Vincent, "Please sit. I have something to discuss with you." "What female student? I didn't see anything," Vincent blurted out. "Oh, you did see." Lin Ling's expression darkened. "That I didn't see anything," Vincent insisted, his chaotic thoughts escalating as he prepared to retreat to his room. "Wait." Oriana curiously peeked her head out from the kitchen, prompting Lin Ling to assert loudly, "I truly have matters to discuss with you." Vincent sat back down. "Are you planning to participate in the Academy Cup?" Lin Ling inquired, upon realizing that Lin Ling was addressing serious matters. Vincent temporarily shelved his chaotic thoughts and replied, "I should participate. I've already found a teammate. Would you like me to introduce you to another teammate? What is their strength? Not inferior to yours, but she's accustomed to working alone. I am unsure if she can adapt to team competitions," Lin Ling explained. "She is my sister's descendant. Although she has not awakened her bloodline, she has already mastered shape-shifting. With your strength, you should secure a good rank in the Academy Cup." which is why I sought you out. A good ranking could lead to a favorable departmental placement during job assignments. Then how about I meet her to see if we can form a team? Vincent suggested, but I cannot guarantee anything. I need to discuss it with my teammate. Thank you. I will have her come by tomorrow morning. Early the next day, as Vincent descended the stairs, he spotted a woman seated in the reception area, seemingly the same one he had seen yesterday. She wore the academy training uniform, her long hair casually tied up, and around her neck hung a brightly colored talisman. Her distinct features and dark skin exuded a primal allure. Good evening, Vincent greeted with a nod. The female student cast a wary glance at Vincent but did not respond. Are you here to see Instructor Lin? Vincent inquired. The air fell into an awkward silence. The female student remained mute, and Vincent, feeling uncomfortable, opted to cease the conversation, realizing the implication of Lin Ling's earlier, but, fortunately, Lin Ling soon descended the stairs, seemingly sensing the palpable awkwardness in the air. She introduced, "This is my niece, Eileen Chandler." Vincent silently scoffed at the peculiar sight of an individual from the Far East referring to a Western woman as her niece, a phenomenon only witnessed among the bloodline. He politely greeted again. "Good evening." "Good evening," Eileen replied with a melodious, ethereal voice. Just as the atmosphere was about to plunge into silence once more, Lin Ling continued. "Eileen, this is my student, Vincent." Noting Eileen's lack of reaction, Lin Ling added, "This is the teammate I have found for you." Despite their efforts, the atmosphere still succumbed to silence. Vincent glanced at Lin Ling, his eyes questioning. She has lived in the forest for many years and is new to the vampire society. She is not yet accustomed to conversing with others. Lin Ling awkwardly attempted to alleviate the tension. Not every new blood is immediately enrolled upon transformation. Many study under the guidance of their blood relatives before coming to the academy. Then how does she attend classes? Vincent silently questioned. Lin Ling seemed to sense Vincent's concern and reassured him. Don't worry. The instructor mentioned that although she only listens and does not speak, her grades are quite good. Observing Lin Ling's discomfort, Vincent suggested, then how about we test our skills and see if we can form a team? Eileen's expression remained impassive, yet her gaze suddenly sharpened, causing Vincent's primal instincts to stir. This is intriguing. She seems quite formidable, he mused. Lin Ling led the two to the trial grounds, selecting a dark forest terrain. After inviting observers, she took her seat among them. The magical circle's runes gleamed as Vincent found himself amid the forest, casting his shadow cloak in preparation to stealthily search for the enemy. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed, and to his astonishment, a massive bear emerged. Vincent, concealed in the shadows, patiently awaited the bear's departure, but it seemed to sense his presence. Relentlessly searching the vicinity, Vincent stealthily maneuvered in the shadows, attempting to gain distance. The bear suddenly spotted him and charged forward. Is it truly capable of detecting me? Vincent thought, emerging from the shadows to confront the oncoming bear. He harnessed his blood to enhance his beastly form and engaged in a fierce melee with the bear. Though the bear possessed immense strength, Vincent's beastly form was no weaker and far more agile. The nimble Vincent swiftly inflicted several claw marks upon the bear, shadow magic gradually corroding the wounds. Yet the bear, with its tough hide, appeared utterly unfazed. With a mighty roar, its eyes radiating crimson light, the cumbersome bear unexpectedly became extremely agile, swatting Vincent away with a single paw. With a thunderous crash, Vincent collided with a large tree, and the bear, relentless, lunged to bite him. Black mist surged forth, enveloping the bear's massive frame as the shadow magic continued to corrode it. The enraged bear swung its massive paws, yet could not strike the vaporous Vincent. Amidst the shrouded mist, Vincent summoned his upper body, launching several shadow fangs that pierced the giant bear's silhouette, binding it securely. The shadow arrows followed closely, yet Vincent discerned that the giant bear possessed formidable resistance. Whether it was the previously accumulated shadow corrosion or the shadow arrows, their impact on the bear seemed minimal. Let us test the limits of its resistance, Vincent pondered, transforming into mist to entwine the giant bear, intermittently casting shadow magic. After 15 minutes, the bear finally succumbed to the extensive accumulation of shadow corrosion. Upon exiting the trial grounds, Lin Ling inquired, "What do you think?" Indeed, it possesses an exceptional level of resilience and keen intuition, Vincent replied, then turned to Eileen and suggested, how about I summon my teammates for a discussion? Eileen nodded in agreement. Fang transmitted the information to Clay, who promptly arrived at the trial grounds. This is the teammate I found for our team, Eileen Chandler, a formidable frontline warrior, Vincent remarked to Clay. Clay turned to Eileen and asked, would you care to introduce yourself? A silence enveloped the air. Clay glanced at Vincent, who stated, Miss Chandler is said to be somewhat reticent, yet she excels in bear transformation. Showcasing immense resistance and sharp intuition that I faced her in the trial, and we engaged in a direct confrontation for a full 15 minutes before achieving victory. Upon hearing this, Clay recognized her strength as a frontline warrior and replied, I have already located a master of blood magic. He will arrive shortly, but we still need one more member. Should we seek another frontline warrior? Or, Vincent mused, I can play a flexible role, with Eileen the vanguard and the blood magic specialist being versatile in both close and range combat. Clay, you can serve as the damage dealer. We could either add another flexible role or another damage dealer. I could tee that moment. A gentleman clad in a tailcoat approached and greeted Clay. Clay began the introduction. This is the expert I recruited. Lewis Gray T then turned to Lewis and said, Eileen Chandler, Vincent, these are our teammates. Eileen remained expressionless, while Vincent courteously greeted, good evening. Shall we have Lewis spar with Eileen? Clay proposed. That sounds agreeable, Lewis nodded, though Eileen maintained her impassive demeanor. The atmosphere fell silent once more as Lin Ling awkwardly sought a venue, while Vincent quietly explained the situation to Lewis. Seated in the observation area, Vincent and his companions watched as Eileen and Lewis, now donned in combat attire, stood in the trial arena. The runes of the magic circle shimmered, and the terrain morphed into a plain. The two soon detected each other's presence, prompting Eileen to transform. With a roar, the giant bear materialized on the plain, charging towards Lewis. Lewis's hands radiated crimson blood energy, and several blood arrows shot towards the giant bear, yet inflicted almost no harm. Its resistance is indeed formidable, Clay remarked, silently strategizing his response to AT that moment. The charging giant bear suddenly took a step to the right before continuing its assault. Lewis hurriedly distanced himself and altered his position. What is that? Vincent and Clay inquired curiously, to which Lin Ling elucidated. The Blood Marsh, a triggering trap spell within blood magic, transforms the ground into a blood mire. Lewis likely seeks to ensnare Eileen within the marsh before mounting a gradual attack. However, Eileen seems to have sensed Lewis's spell and adjusted her course accordingly. At this juncture, the giant bear had nearly closed the gap with Lewis, who attempted to engage in close combat using Blood Claw. However, the bear's formidable resistance significantly diminished the damage inflicted by the claw, leaving only shallow traces of blood. The bear swatted Lewis away with a single paw, then pounced, easily sinking its teeth into Lewis and tearing him apart. His shattered remains scattered on the ground, gradually transforming into a pool of blood, an infamous blood magic technique known as blood substitute. Behind the bear, Lewis cast a spell, and the blood on the ground morphed into 7 or 8 blood strings that ensnared the giant bear. Lewis prepared for his next spell, but the bear, with a fierce roar, broke free from the bindings, its body marked with blood streaks. With surprising speed for its massive size, the bear slammed Lewis to the ground. After the battle concluded, Eileen remained expressionless, while Lewis appeared intrigued by her, persistently attempting to engage her in conversation. Vincent and the others approached, and Clay inquired, "What does everyone think?" Lewis nodded, while Vincent smiled and said, "That was quite impressive." He then looked at Eileen, who silently nodded before stating, "We still require one more member." At that moment, Lewis interjected, "I actually have a great recommendation. Someone skilled in illusions." Clay responded, "Let us see if she is available for a meeting." Before long, a captivating woman clad in a black lace-trimmed dress, with heavily applied eye makeup, approached. Lewis introduced her, saying, "This is Megan Campbell, from the Esoteric Clan." He then turned to Megan and said, "Clay, a necromancer. Vincent and Eileen, both from the Wild Hunt clan." Megan smiled warmly at everyone and proposed, "Since we are forming a team, shall we engage in a spar?" Vincent and the others remained silent, but Lewis remarked, "You know my strength. I have sparred with 2 of these 3 that if you're uncertain, you may select one for a bout." With which two have you sparred? Megan inquired, still smiling. Then I shall spar with the remaining one, she decided. Clay and Aileen looked towards Vincent. Once they changed into their combat attire, the two observed as the runes of the magic circle glimmered, revealing a town beneath the night sky, dimly lit streetlights illuminating the bustling streets. A city battle, Vincent mused as he melded into shadows, commencing his search for Megan's whereabouts. In the observation area, they saw Megan forming a seal, and Vincent, hidden in stealth, failed to detect her amidst the crowd. They had entered a peculiar equilibrium, with neither able to discern the other's presence. What is this? Clay exclaimed in surprise, and Aileen looked at Lin Ling with curiosity. That is the illusory barrier. One cannot perceive what exists within it from the outside. However, it is also due to Megan's lack of malice. Otherwise, Vincent's intuition would surely have sensed it, Lin Ling explained. Both possess skills to conceal their presence, so this may take some time. Vincent, having circled around, decisively disengaged from stealth and began to stroll down the street. Megan quickly noticed him and initiated her spell. Illusory assassin, that the phantom figure lunged towards Vincent's back, only to be consumed by the encroaching darkness. Yet, Vincent's beastly intuition sensed Megan's location, and his claws cleaved through the illusion, revealing that she had employed an illusory substitute. Vincent and Megan stood opposed on the long street, her enchanting gaze shimmering with light as he charged forward once more. His claws failed to harm her, while she glided like a specter, entwining around him. Despite his struggles, her mesmerizing gaze held Vincent captive, exuding a charm that continually drew him in the observation area. Clay inquired, why is Vincent standing still? He has likely fallen under an illusion. Megan's illusionary eye is quite potent. Contact with her gaze ensnares one's consciousness, Lewis replied. Look, Megan is drawing closer to Vincent. He has indeed succumbed to the illusion. As Megan approached the motionless Vincent, she drew a dagger from her lower back. Just as the dagger was poised to pierce Vincent's heart, he stepped back, narrowly evading the strike. Clay and Lewis were taken aback, while Aileen appeared unfazed. That was Vincent's beastly intuition reacting to malice, Lin Ling clarified. Though his consciousness was ensnared by the illusion, his instincts still prompted his body to react. Megan relentlessly attempted to stab Vincent with the dagger. Yet he deftly evaded each thrust. The frantic beating of his heart also alerted him to the illusion's grip on his consciousness. He began to channel his blood energy to liberate his mind from the illusion. Upon sensing Vincent's intent, Megan intensified her illusion, while he tried various methods to break free, all to no avail. Aware that once her illusion was discovered, Vincent would inevitably escape, Megan intensified her dagger assaults against him. However, Vincent's beastly intuition allowed him to effortlessly evade her strikes. They found themselves again in a strange stalemate. Vincent's consciousness was trapped, yet Megan could not inflict harm upon him. Realizing that her illusion could not contain Vincent for much longer, Megan reactivated the illusory barrier, dispelling the illusion. Vincent, seeing that the vicinity was devoid of life, understood that Megan was nearby. He transformed into mist, the dark vapor swiftly expanding until it encountered the illusory barrier, where it quickly disintegrated under the shadow corrosion, enveloping Megan. Within the dark mist, Megan realized that her illusionary eye was ineffective against it and prepared to break free. The illusory assassin struck at the darkness, but the mist suddenly parted, allowing the phantom to escape. As Megan attempted to follow, the gap was swiftly shrouded once more in darkness. She sensed herself weakening under the shadow corrosion that moment. Half of Vincent materialized within the dark mist, his hands forming a seal as he unleashed shadow detonation. The runes of the magic circle gleamed, marking the conclusion of the trial. This was a shadow magic technique known as shadow detonation, capable of unleashing all the accumulated shadow corrosion upon its target in a single explosive burst. Lin Ling remarked. As the two exited the trial arena, Megan exclaimed, "That was truly impressive." Vincent humbly replied, "You flatter me." The group convened and decided to form a 5-member team to participate in the Academy Cup. After registering the trial arena, they agreed to come back the following day for team coordination practice before dispersing. Aileen returned with Lin Ling, while Clay and Lewis prepared to head to the training grounds. However, Vincent was halted by Megan. With her hand resting on Vincent's chest, she playfully inquired, "How about dining together tonight?" Vincent, momentarily taken aback, stammered, "Huh." Megan stepped back with a cheerful grin, affirming, "It's settled. I know a delightful restaurant." "Wait, a restaurant?" Megan glanced at Vincent quizzically and asked, "Haven't you ever been to a restaurant? Don't vampires just feast directly?" Vincent silently scoffed, shaking his head in confusion. "Shall we meet tonight, then?" Megan asked with a bright smile, "That if you have something to say, you can tell me now." After pondering, Vincent ultimately declined her invitation. "I am curious about how you perceive enemies after vaporization. It surely isn't through sight. Otherwise, my illusory I would draw you into a phantasm." Upon hearing Vincent's refusal, Megan directly questioned, "Illusions typically ensnare enemies through perception. I have never encountered a case like yours before, that I am quite interested in both illusion resistance and breaking free from illusions. Shall we find a place to discuss?" The two shifted into an academic exchange mode. The following day at the trial arena marked the beginning of daily training for the five, practicing cooperative combat. Starting with 5-on-5 vampire training, their synergy improved remarkably, and as the competition approached, they could engage in 5-on-9 combat scenarios. Time flew, and 3 months swiftly passed, leading to the commencement of the Academy. Cupas Vincent and his companions entered the bustling trial arena. He remarked, "I had no idea the Academy had such a large population." The Academy operates on a 2-year system, but students can apply to remain for an additional year. Clay explained, "That's why there are many upperclassmen here. The rewards are substantial, and an extra year means another chance to compete. The student trial tournament offers generous rewards." Everyone was taken aback, and Aileen surprisingly spoke up. "Oh, Aileen is a little money-minded. Did Lin Ling not inform her?" Vincent mused, noticing that everyone seemed to share the same thought. "Indeed, Lewis confirmed that I am in my 3rd year. Last year had similar rewards. Moreover, as long as you progress past the group stage, there are rewards, albeit not as lavish as for the first place." After Lewis spoke, everyone could distinctly sense Eileen's enthusiasm intensifying. That is she really that money-minded? Vincent silently critiqued. The Student Cup is divided into 2 rounds. The first round consists of group matches, with 10 teams in each group, totaling 4 groups. The group matches are chaotic, with 10 teams battling in a randomly generated terrain. As time progresses, the arena gradually shrinks from the outside in, with each team receiving a map that automatically marks their position and indicates the shrinking area. Teams remaining outside the designated range are automatically eliminated. The last surviving teams advance to the second round. The second round features elimination matches, where the 4 qualifying teams face off against each other, with winners advancing and losers being eliminated. Vincent's group was assigned to the second group, and as the magical array's runes shimmered, a mountainous terrain unfolded before them. Megan swiftly cast a phantom barrier, enveloping the group within. The members began analyzing the map. "We are located in the southeastern quadrant. We can certainly use the phantom barrier to move closer to the central peak and wait for them to tire themselves out." Vincent suggested, "That's feasible. Although the barrier moves slowly, we remain in an invisible state." Megan agreed. However, Eileen and Vincent remained focused on their instincts to guard against enemy stealth or counter-stealth magic. "Right? I'll deploy a Ghost Scout." Lewis added. He glanced at Eileen and encouraged, "Everyone, let us give it our all. The reward is beckoning us." Though Eileen remained silent, her fighting spirit was palpable to all. While Megan maintained the barrier, Clay summoned a ghost to scout outside the barrier, and Vincent and Aileen concentrated intently on their perceptions as they gradually moved towards the center of the mountains. Before long, the team reached the central mountainous area when Clay raised his hand. Halting the barrier, the ghost reports 3 teams engaged in battle ahead. Clay informed, "Shall we take a detour?" Vincent examined the map and replied, "This route is the shortest. We can wait for them to finish fighting. If we are to wait, we should choose another location. I fear other groups may be drawn here," Lewis cautioned. "Let us move forward," came Eileen's voice, surprising everyone. They turned to Eileen, who stated with a stoic expression, "We will ambush them after they finish." As Megan maintained the barrier, Vincent said, "Should we 3-handle the remaining opponents? Eileen can focus on perception. I'm more suited for ambush and pursuit," Vincent replied. The team approached the battlefield, where amidst the chaos, 3 squads remained with 8 fighters. One squad was down to 2 members, overwhelmed by the combined force of the other 2 squads, and defeat was merely a matter of time. "Do they sense our ambush?" Clay inquired, looking at Vincent and Eileen. "No." Eileen shook her head. "Not at all," Vincent stated. "Let us wait until these 2 squads are nearly finished before we strike." The 2-man squad was besieged. The battle between the 3-man squads ensued. One squad, having sustained significant losses, began to scatter into the dense forest, and the pursuing squad, for safety, refrained from splitting up. 2 members of the fleeing squad fell into a blood swamp set by Lewis, with Clay's bone spears swiftly following, piercing through the 2 within the swamp. Just as the remaining member of the fleeing squad was targeted by the pursuing squad, Vincent utilized Shadow Step to swiftly take down one opponent with Beast Claw. The remaining 2 reacted quickly. One charged at Vincent, while the other began casting blood magic. The blood-binding spell ensnared Vincent as the approaching vampire raced towards him with a speed surpassing that of typical vampires, delivering a powerful punch. Yet, Vincent evaded, transforming into mist, and the dark fog enveloped the blood mage, swiftly corroding and shattering his temporary blood shield. Unable to escape the dark mist's grasp, the melee vampire reached the mist perimeter, only to be ensnared by Lewis's blood binding. Though the melee vampire, relying on formidable physical prowess and magical resistance, broke free, bone spears and blood projectiles pierced and shredded him. Struggling to rise, he attempted a high-speed retreat. But before he could distance himself, a sudden dark mist appeared as Vincent, having dispatched the blood mage, pursued with consecutive shadow steps. The shadow fangs triggered Shadow Bind, coupled with Clay's death entanglement, concluding the battle. Before long, Vincent and his team arrived at the summit of the mountainous center, adopting a strategy of waiting and watching. The map continued to shrink, leaving little room for maneuver. Shortly thereafter, a squad of 3 members rushed to the summit, pursued by a full squad. "What is your assessment?" Clay asked. "Let us hold off for now," Lewis suggested. "We just took down 3 squads. There are still 2 squads unaccounted for, including us, so 4 teams remain unaccounted for. And we can't ascertain their status. If they're the last squad, it will be straightforward," Vincent replied. "But if they aren't, then there's no need to act prematurely," Megan added. Eileen remained silent, and Clay concluded, "Let us play it safe and wait." The 5-member squad suffered a loss as the 3-member squad fought valiantly, but ultimately lost 1 member. However, the group matches continued. "Let us wait a bit longer," Clay advised. Just as he finished speaking, the Phantom Assassins launched a surprise attack on the 4-member squad, shattering the Phantom Barrier. 2 physical-type vampires combined with the Phantom Assassins to further decimate the opposing team. While on another front, 2 blood magic vampires, employing bloodbinds and blood arrows, severely injured an opponent. In the span of a single round of ambush, the 4-member squad lost 1 member and sustained injuries, prompting the remaining 2 to retreat. The 5-member squad hastily pursued to eliminate the adversaries at that moment. The area closed in, disqualifying the 2-member squad, while the 2 physical-type vampires also exited due to entering the restricted zone. The remaining 3-member squad concealed themselves once more as the area continued to contract. Only the summit region remained open to that moment. A 2-member squad, battered and bruised, arrived at the summit before they could react. The 3 blood vampires within the Phantom Barrier launched a surprise attack. Blood claws effortlessly tore through one, and another was eliminated by a combination of bloodbinds and Phantom Assassins, just as the 2-member squad was vanquished. Vincent and his companions sprang into action. The blood binding, in conjunction with the bone spear, pinned the illusionary blood clan to the ground. The colossal bear sent one of the blood sorcerers flying, while with a single swipe, it struck another blood clan member away. Black mist surged in the air, and the heart of the fallen blood clan had already been crushed by the claws of the ferocious beast. As one blood clan member struggled to rise, the imposing figure of the giant bear loomed over him, tearing him apart. Meanwhile, the illusionary blood clan managed to escape using a shadow clone, but a surge of green magic struck from behind, ensnaring him in a deadly embrace, known as Death's Grasp. The mountaintop began to shimmer with magical runes, and the brilliance of the magical array signified the conclusion of the group stage, observing the remaining 4 teams on the platform. Vincent inquired, "Lewis, do you recognize anyone?" Lewis scanned the scene and replied, "That man over there in the first group is named Duke. He is said to be a formidable expert from the Steelheart clan, possessing extraordinary physical prowess. The brothers in the third group are the Russell brothers, renowned for their blood sorcery, and their teamwork is seamless as for the fourth group. I don't seem to know anyone. However, the woman in that group is named Alice, a master of necromancy." Clay interjected, "I've sparred with her before. She is likely from the bloodline awakened necromancer clan. Yet her undead creations are quite troublesome. She wields a blood puppet that is rather difficult to contend with. The woman in the third group is named Catherine, an expert in illusions, and she is also likely bloodline awakened, excelling in her craft." Megan added that, "I've enlisted a friend to observe the battles of the third and fourth groups. He'll send me the intel later," Lewis remarked, as the second round of the Academy Cup commenced. The group matches had fewer terrain restrictions, focusing purely on team confrontations. Following the group designations, Vincent's team faced off against the first group as the opening match began. The magical runes glimmered, and Eileen transformed into a giant bear. Charging forth, Megan cast an illusionary barrier around Clay, while Vincent and Lewis flanked from both sides. Vincent engaged Duke directly. Lewis, enhanced by blood claws, clashed with another martial arts expert from the opposing team. The giant bear withstood the spells from two blood sorcerers as it crashed into their ranks, sending one flying. The bone prison combined with an illusionary assassin injured one of the blood sorcerers, while several specters began to harass the opposing martial arts blood clan. Clay unleashed his full power, directing necromantic spells such as bone spears and venomous fangs towards the enemy ranks. Vincent exerted all his strength as the ferocious beast form, barely containing the skilled Duke. The opposing martial artist attempted a high-speed assault on Clay, but was controlled by Megan's illusionary eye, allowing Clay to fire 3 bone spears that pinned him to the ground. Duke, indeed a master, feigned an attack, countering with a surprise strike against Clay. Megan's illusionary eye activated once more, but had no effect on Duke, who delivered a crushing blow to Clay. "Steel Heart," Megan exclaimed. The Steel Heart technique grants immunity to all illusions and significantly enhances physical resistance. Just as Clay was about to be struck, a massive white bone shield materialized before him. Yet Duke shattered the shield with a single punch. That moment, black mist emerged behind Duke as Shadow Fangs and Shadow Binding ensnared him. Megan rushed towards the opponent to prevent a combined assault on Clay. Clay unleashed a death grasp that ensnared Duke. Despite the deathly magic binding him, Duke still broke free from Vincent's hold and charged at Clay once more. Vincent positioned himself in front of Clay, and a shadow explosion detonated the shadow magic surrounding Duke, momentarily halting him. However, he continued his advance toward Vincent and Clay, who raised a hand to block Duke's powerful kick. With magic surging behind him, several bone spears pierced Duke, and Vincent rose to deliver a claw strike through Duke's heart. After Duke was dealt with, the remaining 3 opponents were swiftly dispatched by Vincent's team, securing their victory in the first match of the elimination round. In the other matches, the fourth group emerged victorious, and the championship would commence the following day in the resting area of the trial grounds. Vincent's team began strategizing for the next day's contest. "What formation does the fourth group employ?" Vincent queried. Aside from the necromancer Alice, the 2 blood sorcery experts are quite formidable, rivaling the Russell brothers. One is a frontliner from the Steelheart clan, and the other is a shadow mage, Lewis responded after reviewing the messenger's intel. Additionally, Alice possesses counter-reconnaissance abilities and is a conjurer of eye-based summons. The ghost eye, a synthesis of deceased beings, requires a multitude of ghostly eyes for its creation, Clay elaborated. This endeavor is quite cumbersome, yet her ability to counter-stealth is exceptional. It seems, Megan, your illusionary barrier may not be of use. I believe we should rely on Eileen to breach their ranks, while Vincent seizes the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Lewis and I will coordinate to eliminate one opponent, making subsequent engagements more manageable. Clay suggested, "Let us focus our fire on the Steelheart clan member first," Vincent declared. While he boasts strong recovery abilities, he is still easier to handle compared to blood substitutes, bone shields, or shadow clones. However, Clay must remain cautious of the shadow mage's ambush. "I'll protect Clay," Megan stated. The illusionary I can control most enemies. As long as one is ensnared, we can concentrate our fire to eliminate the target. Thus, we will initiate our assault on the Steelheart clan member, Lewis proposed. If anyone from the opposing team is controlled, we will concentrate our fire on that target. What if it's you who becomes the focus of their fire? Eileen inquired, looking at Lewis, that I have a blood substitute. Lewis replied confidently, "No." Eileen raises a valid point that I will infiltrate the enemy ranks alongside Eileen. You and Clay will provide long-range magical support while Megan ensures our protection. Vincent concluded. Agreed. Clay affirmed, we will first eliminate one opponent, allowing Lewis to maneuver carefully, keeping an eye out for the troublesome blood puppet, which is notoriously difficult to deal with, being forged from numerous corpses. Its magical resistance may be low, but its recovery capabilities are exceptionally strong. Understood. We shall adhere to this strategy, Vincent affirmed. See you all tomorrow. Until tomorrow, they echoed, as they exited the trial grounds. Eileen followed closely behind Vincent. What's the matter? Lin Ling requested my presence. The two made their way to the dormitory when suddenly, a voice emerged from the shadows. Excuse me, is this Mr. Vincent? Who? Vincent stepped forward, shielding Eileen. I represent a certain individual and wish to propose an offer to you. Particularly as Miss Eileen is present. This proposal holds significance for both of you. The shadowy figure stated, I hope you will cleverly forfeit the match tomorrow, without revealing your intentions to the opposing team. In return, I will offer you 500 dark gold. 500. Eileen murmured softly. Vincent inwardly scoffed, wondering if this lady truly desired such a sum. With a cold chuckle, Vincent remarked, how can I trust a person lurking in the shadows to uphold their promise? Rest assured, should you agree, the money will be presented immediately. Are you not afraid that I might take the money and not fulfill my end? No one dares to refuse payment once it is offered. The figure stepped into the light, revealing a cloaked figure adorned with the emblem of the Necromancer clan. The Necromancer clan? Vincent sighed, glancing at Eileen, who met his gaze. A silent consensus reached between them. I am sorry, but I cannot betray my teammates. Apologies for the disturbance. Good night. The figure retreated into the shadows and vanished quietly. Vincent exhaled deeply. In the darkness, whispers could be heard. Why, Lord, shall we let these two go? The hooded figure replied, seeing them refuse upon recognizing our clan's emblem shows a certain audacity. Moreover, this trivial matter does not warrant escalating tensions. As for that young lady. Never mind. Let us see how the others are faring. Understood. What did you say? Lin Ling rose from the couch. The Necromancer emblem. Only core members of the clan are permitted to wear such insignia. You dared to refuse their request. Vincent drank deeply from his chalice filled with blood. Refilling it as he stated, I cannot betray my comrades. Besides, I promised you I would help Eileen secure a good ranking. Lin Ling bowed to Vincent, continuing her inquiry. You rejected him without a word? Did he not respond? Not a word. He simply left. Vincent finished his drink and poured another cup. Lin Ling sighed. Thankfully, they do not seem to hold a grudge. You two should be cautious tomorrow. Oh, Vincent paused, realization dawning. You mean, yes, just because you can withstand pressure does not mean your teammates can. Vincent sighed. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. The following day, the group gathered in the resting area of the trial grounds. Did anyone seek you out yesterday? Vincent inquired. Everyone nodded in response. You too? Megan asked, and Vincent along with Eileen nodded in unison. Vincent assured, rest easy. I would never betray my teammates. Megan and the others nodded. And she asked, so, according to our strategy, shall we eliminate them? Very well, replied Clyde. A heavy silence enveloped the group, and unexpectedly, Eileen, who is usually reticent, spoke up. If there is anything to say, now is the time. We are still friends. Silence lingered. After a long pause, Lewis slowly spoke. I apologize, everyone. I couldn't withstand it. Silence resumed. It's all right. I completely understand. Just be more cunning about it later. This money is not easy to obtain. Megan sighed, and the others nodded in agreement. Shall we change our strategy? Clyde inquired. No need. Lewis, come with me. We will look for an opportunity to sacrifice ourselves. That I will strive to eliminate one, and with a 4 against 4. The outcome remains uncertain, Vincent stated. Indeed, Megan concurred. As long as we can reduce their numbers, the odds may still favor us. That M.Y. charge will create opportunities for you. Eileen assured Vincent. As the summoning bell tolled, Vincent and his team approached the arena, gazing at the opposing team of 5 as they took the stage. The audience seats were filled to capacity, and the runes of the magical array shimmered with brilliance. Enveloping the entire arena, the match had commenced. The giant bear surged forward first, with Vincent and Lewis closely following. Cly summoned the undead from the rear, a line of skeletons marching onto the battlefield under his necromantic command. The giant bear rushed past the opposing Steelheart Blood clan, directly charging at the mages. Megan, the phantom assassin, targeted 2 blood sorcerers on the opposite side. Vincent and Lewis began their coordinated assault on the Steelheart Blood clan, leaving countless lacerations on their foes with blood claws. While dark mist enveloped the Steelheart Blood clan, shadowy corruption steadily gnawing at their bodies, effectively stifling their formidable regenerative abilities. Meanwhile, the opposing shadow mage loosed several shadow arrows towards the giant bear. Yet the bear's impressive resilience withstood the onslaught, its colossal form keeping 2 blood sorcerers at bay. The opposing necromancer, Alice, summoned a ghostly eye as she prepared for her second necromantic conjuration. Megan intermittently executed phantom assassin strikes to harass the enemy mages, seizing the moment to cast a fear spell, interrupting Alice's necromancy. The opposing shadow mage redirected their focus, unleashing a barrage of shadow magic at Lewis. The blood clone was triggered, and while Lewis lay hidden, the ghostly eye fixed its gaze upon him. The Steelheart Blood clan seized the opportunity, landing a powerful blow that pierced Lewis's chest. 5-4. Vincent executed a shadow step, appearing behind a shadow mage and piercing through them with claw. Triggering the shadow clone, Vincent vanished again with another shadow step just as the Steelheart Blood clan withdrew their hand from Lewis's body. The claw of a ferocious beast pierced through the Steelheart Blood clan from behind, crushing its heart while simultaneously casting a shadow detonation, igniting the shadow corruption entwined around the Steelheart Blood clan. With a swift motion, he extracted the heart, blood swirling through the air. 4-4. Vincent swiftly transformed into mist, artfully evading the shadow arrows, soaring and spiraling as he launched another assault on the shadow mage. The shadow mage employed shadow step to escape the dark mist's grasp, preparing to retaliate with magic, but Vincent's shadow stepped closely behind, his left hand releasing a shadow fong to ensnare the shadow, triggering the shadow binding state. His right hand unleashed a shadow arrow that shattered the shadow mage's protective shield, while his left claw aimed directly for the heart like a T that moment. A roar erupted as the giant bear succumbed to the relentless assault of the 2 blood sorcerers. Vincent's claw pierced through the shadow mage's heart. 3-3. Having dispatched his opponent, Vincent's shadow stepped to ambush Alice, who had just broken free from the fear spell. The blood marionette emerged, a massive corpse puppet charging towards Megan and Cly. Faced with Vincent's close proximity, Alice unleashed a deathly aura. The death aura, a widespread skill within necromancy, enveloped the caster in deathly energy, inflicting ongoing damage upon enemies. Vincent, unable to resist the magical onslaught while in dark mist form, activated Shadow Step to create distance. 8T this moment. Under the assault of the blood marionette and the 2 blood sorcerers, Megan could no longer hold out. Realizing her predicament, she poured all her energy into casting the Eye of Illusion, ensnaring one of them in a phantasm. As the dark mist surged, Megan was overwhelmed, while Vincent simultaneously neutralized the blood sorcerer caught in the illusion. 2-2, as both sides distanced themselves to catch their breath. Vincent suddenly noticed Cly's complete absence of presence. "Why do you remain silent?" Vincent inquired. "If you spoke, we would not blame you. The opposing requirement is to cleverly forfeit the match. If I were to speak, you would cease your resistance." Cly replied coolly. "I ask it merely for 500 dark gold. That amount is inconsequential." Cly continued, "But they promised me blood marionettes and ghostly eyes. So you betrayed us." Vincent retorted coldly. "In that case, I surrender," Vincent proclaimed loudly. "You?" Cly was taken aback. Alice's team stood in shock. The audience fell silent. The instructors at the referee's table were equally astonished. "I surrender," Vincent reiterated, as the magical array's light blazed. The match concluded in the waiting room. The group was embroiled in argument. Why didn't you speak up after you received the money? Lewis demanded. What? Did your conscience suddenly awaken just because you spoke first? You also accept payment for services. No one is more virtuous than the other, Cly retorted, then turned to Vincent. You actually surrendered. Vincent ignored Cly entirely, proceeding to delete Cly's mark from the messenger. Offering a brief farewell to Megan, Eileen, and Lewis before turning to leave. Eileen nodded to Megan and Lewis, following Vincent out. From now on, we shall be strangers, Megan said to Cly before turning away. The group departed the arena with somber expressions when someone intercepted Vincent. It was Alice. Why did you surrender? Vincent pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding not to reveal the truth. If victory is unattainable, there is no need to compete. Farewell. In the dormitory. Did I hit the mark? Lin Ling asked Vincent. Indeed, people act for themselves. Otherwise, heaven and earth will bring about their doom, Lin Ling remarked. Regardless of whether one becomes a blood sorcerer or an extraordinary being, certain things remain unchanged. Second place is already commendable. And the prize is quite generous, 300 dark gold. Actually, it's more than that. Lewis allocated 100 to each of us, Vincent clarified. However, knowing we had the opportunity to secure first place, I would have considered it acceptable. And I could have even assisted him. After all, the pressure from the clan is understandable, but I cannot abide being treated as mere tools. Eileen nodded in agreement. Given the circumstances, you should contemplate where to go after graduation, Lin Ling suggested. Vincent must have made arrangements. Yes, I believe we shall return to the Tudor Kingdom, Vincent replied. The Tudor Kingdom, a splendid locale. Why not inquire about the specifics of the destination? I can arrange for Eileen to accompany you. It will be good to have each other's support. Sure, I will investigate this weekend the Tudor Prince's residence in Evernight City. Caroline sat with Vincent over afternoon tea. The blood sorcerers were quite intrigued by the emerging culture of the Tudor Kingdom. The red tea, sourced from the Tudor colony of Barodo, exuded a fragrant aroma, with lemon, sugar, and milk laid out beside the bone china teapot for personal preference. On a three-tiered stand, exquisite pastries were displayed. The lowest tier featuring ham sandwiches, tuna sandwiches, and toasted bread accompanied by caviar from the Duchy of Ross. The second tier showcased the famed Tudor scones, served with cream and jam. The top tier held fruit tarts and cream cakes. Caroline, seated on the sofa, poured milk in her teacup and inquired, "What prompted you to invite me for afternoon tea?" With the Academy Cup concluded, I naturally wish to consult you about my plans after graduation. After sipping her tea, Caroline asked, "Speaking of the Academy Cup, I wanted to know why you ultimately forfeited." Vincent recounted the events leading up to his decision, and Caroline responded, "That Alice I have encountered. She's a decent girl, a descendant of a significant figure within the Mage Spirit clan, likely arranged discreetly by subordinates to uphold the reputation of their superior. That is of little consequence. Power dynamics are simply that." Vincent remarked, "I simply cannot tolerate betrayal. Technically, Lewis also betrayed us. Lewis can only be said to have yielded, succumbing to the pressures of power, which I completely understand." Vincent took another sip of tea and continued, "What's done is done. It is better to discern a person's true nature in a competition than to discover it amidst life-and-death circumstances. That is indeed true," Caroline added. "Your next steps have already been arranged." "Oh," Vincent looked at Caroline. "You will be heading to Union City," Caroline explained. "That's the largest city in the northern Tudor Kingdom and an industrial hub. It is one of the two city clusters of the kingdom and serves as a primary port to the New World. You will be appointed as a soldier under the jurisdiction of our local constable." "Our local constable?" "ISNT, that prince a confidant of His Highness." Caroline replied straightforwardly. "That prince of the Blood Dragon clan originates from humble beginnings. He was merely one of the constables in Union City. Back then, Union City had no prince's domain, only a few constables controlling vital towns. Yet that prince successfully seized the primary control of Union City amidst the chaos of the alien conflict, establishing his principality. Thus, some sheriffs lean towards His Highness, while His Highness also stationed some personnel over there, namely the team you are to join. Would you mind if I brought someone along? That would be of no consequence. They're in need of manpower over there. Just provide me with a name, and I shall make the arrangements." "Thank you, teacher," said Vincent as he conveyed Eileen's name to Caroline. Caroline, smiling, lifted her teacup and took a sip. As time passed, Vincent spent a considerable amount of time in the library after the Academy Cup, occasionally dining or sparring with Eileen, Megan, and Lewis. One day, upon returning to the dormitory, Vincent discovered that Eileen was also present. "What a rare occasion to find you here," he remarked. Eileen remained silent, handing a letter to Vincent. Upon opening the envelope, he found a brief note that read, "Mr. Vincent, by the decree of the Blood Council, you are to report to Sheriff Jason Taylor in the Dock District of United City before August. The appointment has come through," Vincent stated. Eileen then handed him another letter, identical in content except for her name. "It seems the teacher has made the necessary arrangements." "Thank you," Eileen whispered. Lin Ling descended from upstairs, grasping Vincent's hand tightly, exclaiming, "Thank you. Receiving such an appointment to the Prince of United City is highly coveted. Without you, I would not have had the confidence to pursue it myself. IT is the least I could do. The instructor has imparted great knowledge to me. Thank you. I entrust my niece to your care," Lin Ling said, producing a scroll from her bosom. "Take this. It contains my treasured skills and insights for honing your instincts. Eileen's intuition is a result of my training, and with your beastly instincts, it should yield even better results." Vincent accepted the scroll with both hands, cherishing it carefully, and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, teacher." Lin Ling chuckled heartily, acknowledging the title of teacher, and remarked, "In 3 months, you shall embark on your duties in Tudor. During this time, we shall continue our daily training. Eileen can attempt to learn the beast form, while Vincent should focus on honing his beastly instincts." "Yes, teacher." 3 months swiftly passed, and under Lin Ling's tutelage, both Vincent and Eileen made significant advancements. Vincent's beastly instincts sharpened considerably, while Eileen mastered the beast form through rigorous training, enhancing her physical attributes and enabling her to wield claws and eyes of a beast. After bidding farewell to their companions at the academy, they traversed the Gate of the Departed and arrived at the capital of the Tudor Kingdom, Dunling. That a pair of ghouls drove a completely sealed carriage. Departing from Dunling, after a 17-hour journey, Vincent and Eileen reached United City, a major stronghold in the northern region of the Tudor Kingdom. United City boasted a thriving industry, with numerous factory chimneys continuously emitting smoke, enveloping the city in a haze. On days without clouds, even the bloodkin could barely navigate through the mist. The carriage swiftly traversed the city center, arriving at the Dock District. The Dock of United City serves as the primary port to the New World, the last major supply point for the Old World en route to the continent. The expansive dock hosted a variety of vessels, from steam-powered paddleboats to multi-masted clipper ships, with flags for various nations visible throughout the dock area. Vincent sat in the carriage, observing the bustling dock. Before long, the carriage halted at the entrance of a hotel named Dumont. Upon noticing the rose shield emblem on the carriage, the blood servant promptly approached and bowed, inquiring, "Are you here to assume your duties, my lord? This way, please." After retrieving the luggage from the carriage, he led Vincent and Eileen through the hotel entrance. Vincent waved farewell to the blood servants in the carriage as they stepped into the hotel. The blood servant communicated a few words at the front desk, and soon after, a bloodkin descended from upstairs, greeting Vincent and Eileen warmly. "Welcome. I am Charlie West. Lord Jason has been awaiting your arrival." With that, he ushered Vincent and Eileen upstairs. Before long, they arrived at the top floor of the hotel, where Charlie pushed open the door to reveal a circular hall. The far end stood an office desk, where a handsome blonde gentleman sat in a swivel chair, reviewing documents. Upon noticing Charlie and the others, he beckoned them forward. "Sheriff," Charlie said, placing a hand over his heart in a gesture of respect. And Vincent and Eileen followed suit. "Vincent, Eileen Chandler, correct?" The sheriff regarded them, introducing himself. "Jason Taylor, of the same bloodline as you, the Wild Hunt clan. You will be assigned to the Pain House team. Charlie will guide you for your report, and your captain will brief you on the situation." "Yes, my lord," Vincent and Eileen replied, bowing once more. Jason waved his hand at Charlie, instructing, "Take them to meet Katerina." After Charlie bowed, he led Vincent and Eileen out of the hall, explaining, "Lord Jason oversees the entire Dock District of United City, and Dumont Hotel serves as his administrative office. Is the entire Dock District under our control?" Vincent inquired. "Certainly not. As the gateway to the New World. Many races maintain their footholds here," Charlie explained. "We are merely one of the largest factions, hence our manpower remains rather stretched. They boarded the carriage once again, and Charlie continued, "Each of you could be assigned 2 blood servants and 3 bloodkin. You may choose who to assign the quotas to. For weapons, once the blood servants and bloodkin are settled, arrangements can be made for armaments. Can I allocate the quota to mortals?" Vincent asked. "Indeed," Charlie confirmed. "If no candidates are available, there is a list within the team from which you may select. The list includes various types of blood servants. Do you have any recommendations?" Vincent inquired. "I personally suggest selecting experienced blood servants who can assist you in handling affairs. As for bloodkin, their combat prowess is paramount as they will accompany you on missions. The bloodkin's power within the region is essentially managed vertically, with princes serving as local leaders. In addition to their direct, knightly orders and territories, they oversee several sheriffs within their domains. Sheriffs manage specific areas within the prince's territory, supervising various small teams. Team leaders are responsible for managing specific outposts, overseeing their business and security. That a significant portion of the profits generated by each outpost, 70%, must be remitted to the sheriff, who then submits 70% of the total revenue to the prince. Aside from the dues owed to the high prince and the council, the remaining funds are at the prince's discretion for local use. Thus, finances serve as one of the primary means for the prince to manage their territory. Another method is auditing. The prince has the authority to scrutinize all outpost accounts, and sheriffs hold the same power over their respective territories. Any concealment of income discovered may lead to demotion to a vagrant or even a criminal. Consequently, teams are often more inclined to expand new businesses to increase revenue rather than conceal income. Charlie led Vincent and Eileen to the dock, where a 3-story red brick warehouse stood at the water's edge. Its walls adorned with the words Victoria Warehouse in white paint. One side of the building was enclosed by a fence, with a storeroom entrance and a considerable amount of goods displayed in the open space before it. The other side, adjacent to the road, featured a bar with a sign written in Gothic script that read Pain House. The carriage stopped in front of the bar, and Charlie led the 2 inside. "Is Captain Katerina present?" Charlie inquired at the front desk. "Captain Katerina is currently engaged in discussions with 2 guests from the sea," the receptionist replied politely, guiding the group to a private room on the 2nd floor. "Please wait here, Lord Charlie. I will notify the captain immediately." The receptionist hurried away, granting Vincent a moment to observe his future workplace carefully. The bar was quite spacious, spanning 2 levels. To the left of the entrance was a long bar counter with a row of shelves behind it displaying various spirits. On the opposite side were round tables and booths, leading further inside to a stage equipped with various musical instruments. 2 staircases flanked the stage, ascending to the 2nd floor, which featured a central open space illuminated by 3 hanging chandeliers that cast light throughout the bar. The 2nd floor consisted of several small private rooms, separated by booths and curtains, while the rooms facing the stage included 3 independent chambers. A server entered with a bottle of blood wine, respectfully pouring for the 3, whispering, "Captain Katerina is currently engaged in business matters. She will come over as soon as she finishes. Please forgive the delay, Lord Charlie. Would you like to arrange for a few blood servants to accompany you? They are waiting just outside. That won't be necessary. We can discuss matters ourselves." Charlie waved his hand, and upon the server's departure, he began to introduce Vincent and Eileen to their surroundings. "This is the Pain House, the largest fencing point in the entire dock district. 1/3 of the pirate plunder from the endless sea is processed here, making it one of the most lucrative businesses within the administration. Of course, as a bar, the entertainment sector is also a significant source of profit. The sale of magic dust here has always been quite successful. Magic dust is a concoction made from the blood and saliva of bloodkin combined with various herbs, which, when applied externally, can rapidly staunch bleeding and, when ingested, possesses powerful regenerative properties. However, due to the addictive nature of high-purity demon dust, Blood Clan enterprises typically only sell heavily diluted demon dust as medicinal products within human society, primarily for applications such as hemostatic bandages and the healing of internal injuries. Meanwhile, they clandestinely distribute high-purity demon dust through various princely domains. This potent restorative agent is immensely popular among the foreign populace. And the trade of demon dust is also a fundamental source of income for the different princely territories. Charles was in the midst of introducing Vincent and Aileen when a gentle knock on the door interrupted them. The attendant pushed open the door to reveal a stunning woman. Her hair styled in a simple updo adorned with a gold hairpin that complemented her skin, which was pale to the point of almost being ghostly. Her emerald eyes sparkled with an enchanting gleam as she entered the private room, dressed in a black, ruffled mermaid gown that swayed gracefully with her movements. "Good evening," the lady spoke softly, "Mr. West. This must be Vincent?" With that, she approached Vincent and extended her arm. Vincent lightly grasped her hand and bowed. "Vincent, Eileen Chandler," Charles began the introduction. "This is Miss Katerina Polly. Then I shall entrust these two newly recruited soldiers to you. My lady." "Good evening, Mr. West." Katerina bid farewell to Charles, while Vincent and Eileen nodded in acknowledgement. After Charles departed, Katerina turned to Vincent and said, "I have heard quite a bit about you from my mother." Katerina poured herself a glass of blood wine and settled onto the sofa. By the way, my mother's name is Caroline Polly. I must admit, I have never heard the instructor mention her," Vincent remarked, raising his glass in salute. "Ha!" Katerina chuckled softly. "I presume Charles has provided you with some insight regarding my situation. You are my mother's student, and I shall ensure that you are well taken care of." With that, she clapped her hands, and a silent Blood Clan member stepped into the room. "This is Elena Mir, the vice captain," Katerina introduced. Turning to Elena, she continued, "Dear, could you please arrange 2 rooms for them? Then provide them with a list, and assign 2 individuals to guide them, helping them familiarize themselves with the entire base and its operations." "Yes, my lady," Elena replied, then turned to Vincent and Eileen, saying, "This way, please." As they descended the stairs, they entered the employees' passage behind the stage. At the end of the path, they descended further into a dimly lit basement, where blood servants occasionally passed by, and rooms lined both sides of the corridor. This Elizabeth warehouse consists of 3 floors above ground and 3 below. "Our team resides on the first underground level," Elena explained. "The emergency exit is also on this level, accessible along this path. IT is usually sealed and monitored to prevent enemy infiltration. The second underground level contains the training area and library, while you will soon discover the purpose of the 3rd level." Navigating through the shadowy corridor, they soon arrived at room 10. "This is your room, Vincent. Room 11 across the hall belongs to you. Eileen, here is the key. You will need it for access to the training area and library." After giving her instructions, Elena added, "You may rest for now. I will provide you with the list shortly, allowing you to select your blood servants and blood vassals, who will also reside in your rooms." With that, she turned and departed. Vincent and Eileen exchanged glances before each entered their respective rooms. The accommodations were spacious. Upon entering, they found a living area of over 30 square meters, with 2 L-shaped sofas arranged diagonally in the center and a square coffee table placed between them. The walls featured a magical energy ice cellar stocked with blood bottles. Facing the entrance was a modest office, containing a desk, a small liquor cabinet beside it, and 2 bookshelves on the other side, with a magical fireplace nestled between them and several single sofas nearby. There were 2 corridors flanking the main door. Walking down the left corridor led to 2 small suites directly opposite each other, likely the residences of 2 blood vassals, while the end of the corridor opened into a luxurious suite. The opposite corridor led to 3 smaller rooms, accompanied by 2 shared washrooms, presumably for the blood servants. Vincent placed his luggage in a large suite at the back and sat on the living room sofa, opening a blood bottle to sip and relax. Before long, a knock sounded at the door. Upon opening it, he found Elena standing there. "Here is the list. You can find the blood vassals and servants you desire within," Elena said. "I personally suggest you select at least one of each, as you will need assistance managing your home and handling affairs, as well as companions for missions." "Miss Mir," Vincent inquired, "do you have any recommendations for a blood vassal?" "How about Kate Valentine?" Elena suggested. Flipping through the list, she is currently serving in the Blood Servant Army, a former assassin from the Brotherhood of Assassins, who later underwent specialized military training, excelling in various combat skills, including swordsmanship and horsemanship. Should you choose her, we will conduct a ceremony to transform her into a ghoul, and you will become her first blood supplier. The connection between vampires and ghouls is established through the act of blood supply, wherein the vampire regularly provides blood to the ghoul, significantly enhancing the ghoul's capabilities while also fostering an addiction to the blood supplier's essence. thereby enabling the Blood Clan to exercise effective control over the ghoul. The first blood supplier wields the strongest control over the ghoul. Should the supplier meet an unfortunate fate, some ghouls may descend into madness due to their inability to obtain blood, while others might resort to isolation or similar methods to break free from the first blood addiction. Subsequently, they would be reassigned as unbound blood servants, though the successor would have diminished control over the ghoul. Thus, it is generally advised in the Academy that students' blood vassals should ideally be transformed from blood servants to become the first blood supplier. May I meet her? Vincent recalled his knowledge regarding blood vassals and posed the question. Elena picked up a bell from the coffee table and gave it a few shakes, the clear chimes resonating in the air. Shortly thereafter, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in," Vincent called. To the entrance stood a maid, curtsying while holding her skirt, and inquired, "My lord, what is your command?" "Elena, please summon Catherine Valentine," she instructed. "Yes, my lady," the maid replied, closing the door and departing with a brisk step. "If you require anything, simply ring the bell, and a blood servant in the public area will attend to your needs out of course. You may also delegate your blood servants to handle tasks." Elena explained. "You may take your time reviewing the blood servant list." Vincent began to peruse the list, and soon a name caught his attention. Humphrey Upby, age 40, who after graduating from law school worked in legal affairs at an investment bank and was later recognized by the mayor, having served as the mayor's secretary. This individual, Vincent pointed to the list, a former secretary to the mayor, is he seeking to become a blood servant. Paths to becoming a blood clan member are few. Aside from serendipity, the only clear route is to start as a blood servant. Though the chances are exceedingly slim, even if one ultimately becomes a ghoul, possessing blood clan lineage ensures an existence of immortality. Elena explained, moreover, the blood clan requires professionals to work for us, such as doctors, accountants, and lawyers. For humans, being a professional blood servant is a commendable career path, offering high income and the possibility of immortality. Then I shall choose this professional, Vincent decided, and perhaps arrange for 2 more blood servants to assist with errands that if I find them suitable, they may remain. That is acceptable, Elena affirmed. Your blood servants will arrive shortly. No sooner had she finished speaking than a knock sounded at the door. "Come in," Vincent responded. As the door opened, a woman dressed in a tailored suit stood at the threshold, her trousers tucked into knee-high boots. Her golden braid elegantly pinned at the back of her head, exuding both poise and striking beauty. "Catherine Valentine, my lord, you wish to see me?" Elena glanced at Vincent, who stood and gracefully leapt over the sofa to extend a fist toward Catherine. Quick on her feet, Catherine effortlessly dodged the move. Vincent, employing the strength and speed of his former mortal self, sparred with Catherine for several rounds, quickly realizing her combat skills were exceptional. Indeed, far superior to his own during his mortal life. Transforming into a wisp of black mist, he returned to the sofa and declared to Elena, "She will do." Elena stated, "You will become this gentleman's blood vassal." That a flicker of disappointment crossed Catherine's eyes. Yet she knelt gracefully and replied, "Yes, my lord." "The ceremony will be held tomorrow," Elena informed her. "You may leave now." Watching Catherine depart, Vincent asked, what was that hint of disappointment in her gaze? "Every blood servant dreams of becoming a noble of the night," Elena replied, "but being chosen as a blood vassal is already a significant honor." The next day, Vincent and Aileen followed Elena down to the 3rd underground level, descending the stairs and passing through a grand door. A spacious hall came into view. At the far end of the hall stood a large door surrounded by countless runes. "Within lies the heart of blood," Elena explained. "Guarding and maintaining this place will be one of your daily duties." The heart of blood is formed through the sacrificial offering of blood or the condensation of blood energy to a special magical array, fueling everything from the defensive barriers of the stronghold to the magical energy ice cellars and magical fireplaces in each residence. It absorbs the deathly aura emanating from the blood clan's habitation, concealing their whereabouts, and allows the clan to remain immune to the sun's harmful effects within the stronghold. Thus, every blood clan stronghold revolves around the heart of blood as its core. This is your first lesson as newly inducted soldiers. The ghoul ceremony, Elena concluded, in addition to the transformation of ghouls, this also serves as a ritualistic magic for the enhancement and restoration of ghouls. As masters of these ghouls, it is imperative for you to master the rituals associated with them. The ceremony comprises two focal points. Firstly, the location of the ritual. Here, we rely on the magical energy emanating from the heart of blood to conduct the ghoul ritual. Of course, one may also opt to utilize magic stones for this purpose. Secondly, the magic circle and the offerings, primarily the blood of our kin, need not be elaborated upon, but it is crucial to understand the depiction of the magic circle and the application of runes. You may not comprehend fully, yet it is essential to remember the positioning of the runes and the illustration of the magic circle. Under Elena's guidance and demonstration, Vincent and Eileen swiftly mastered the ghoul ritual, and their blood servants were successfully transformed, each following their respective masters. Upon returning to the residence, a gentleman clad in a tailcoat rose immediately upon seeing Vincent enter, bowing respectfully as he introduced himself. "I am Humphrey Appy, your loyal blood servant, my lord. These two are maids sent from the public area to assist you temporarily." The two young maidens, dressed in maid outfits, curtsied while holding the hems of their skirts. "Humphrey, please come to my office. You two may attend to your duties," Vincent instructed as he entered the office, with Catherine and Humphrey following closely behind. Catherine silently stood beside Vincent, while Humphrey inquired, "Would my lord care for some whiskey?" Upon Vincent's nod, he retrieved 3 glasses from the office cabinet, pouring the amber liquid smoothly into each glass before respectfully handing them to Vincent and Catherine, toasting, "May your fortunes flourish, my lord." Catherine added, "May the night envelop you, my lord." The 3 gently clinked their glasses, and Vincent said, "Please sit." He gestured for Catherine to take a seat beside the desk, saying, "Catherine, you may sit here," as he observed the two settling down. Vincent addressed Humphrey. "I have been informed that you are quite busy. Let us begin with an introduction to our stronghold." "Yes, my lord," Humphrey replied. "Our House of Torment primarily engages in 3 areas of business. First is the retail of magical dust, which has consistently performed well. The production of magical dust requires a council license, and various constables typically handle its transportation and distribution. However, our dock area possesses the clan's production permit, allowing us to enjoy higher profits compared to other constabulary jurisdictions, with approximately 65% of retail sales constituting profit. Taxes are paid by the clan to the council, and the proceeds primarily fund blood procurement and daily expenses of the stronghold. Second is the fencing of stolen goods as a primary route for trade with the New World. The endless sea is fraught with unrest. Besides rampant piracy, many armed merchant vessels also engage in piracy. The House of Torment stands as the largest fencing point in Union City and one of the 3 main fencing points across the endless sea, yielding considerable profits. However, the House of Torment is a business of the Shadow Clan, and we are only entitled to collect 10% of the profits as a management fee, exempt from local taxes, with the clan handling the council's tax obligations. Third is the logistical support for ghost pirate ships. It is rumored to be a joint venture between the Shadow Clan, the Spirit Clan, and the Prince's Domain. Our dock area offers berthing and a host of logistical services, averaging once a month, from which our entire dock area can expect to gain approximately 5% of the profits from the vessels after taxes. Additionally, there are stable income streams from warehouse storage and taxes paid by bloodkin wanderers. That summarizes the business of the House of Torment. Vincent nodded and turned to Catherine, asking, "What are our typical assignments? Are there any other foreign powers in the dock area?" Catherine replied, "My lord, my knowledge pertains mainly to the regular tasks of the blood servant army. Firstly, to guard the heart of blood and provide it with blood energy. Secondly, to defend the House of Torment and prevent disturbances from clients. Third, to offer armed protection for transportation tasks. And fourth, to patrol alongside other strongholds in the dock area to protect the magical dust distributors affiliated with each stronghold. As for foreign powers, to my knowledge, the dock area is quite diverse. Besides us, the largest force is the werewolves, whose pack operates in the southern suburbs of the dock area, serving as our main adversary. There are numerous smaller groups, such as the sirens who run a bar in the dock area, primarily catering to our kin traveling to the New World, serving as a neutral ground, our eternal allies. The Necromancer sect maintain a small stronghold here under our protection. There are also several battle groups of bloodkin wanderers of varying sizes, as well as a mutual aid society composed of various foreign entities. Previously, there were over a dozen franc stands residing in the dock area, though I am unsure if they still remain. Aside from the werewolves, most foreign races still acknowledge our control over the dock area. A gentle knock at the door interrupted, and Emma softly announced, "My lord, Lady Elena has arrived." The group rose to greet Elena, who was accompanied by a blood kin. Though of rather ordinary appearance, he was impeccably dressed. Elena addressed Vincent, saying, "This is Duke Duran. You will be following him for some time. He will guide you on all matters pertaining to our jurisdiction." After saying this, she turned to Duke, stating, "I leave this one in your capable hands." "Rest assured," Duke replied. After watching Elena depart, he turned to Vincent, saying, "I have reviewed your academy records and heard commendable mentions from the captain. You have made quite an impression. Starting tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. Bring your blood servant to room 3 to meet me. It is summertime. It stays light late. I will instruct you in street survival skills and arrange for someone to guide your blood servant. Which will be Catherine. It is a pity. I had hoped to make her my blood servant so we could execute tasks together." "Yes, Lord Duran," Vincent replied. "There is no need for formalities. Simply call me Mr. Duran." "Understood, Mr. Duran." After Duke Duran departed, Vincent inquired of Catherine, "Do you know Mr. Duran?" "Indeed, as a blood servant, I have collaborated with him on several tasks. It is said that he is a very central figure within the team and enjoys the deep trust of Lady Katerina." The following day at 5:55, Vincent, accompanied by Catherine, knocked on the door of room 03, and a maid opened the door and said, "You must be Lord Vincent. Please wait in the hall. The master will be with you shortly." Shortly thereafter, Duke Duran entered the hall, followed by a man and a woman. "These are my 2 blood servants, Hall and Jack. They will be responsible for training your blood servant. Now, let us proceed to the training ground." Ghouls, also referred to as blood servants, are semi-undead beings developed by vampires, unaffected by sunlight, possessing robust physiques and unique abilities known as the claws of the ghoul. The claws of the ghoul are weapons that manifest as a fusion of special energy produced from the absorption of bloodkin's blood and the ghoul's own essence. Serving as both weapon and shield, ghouls can also inscribe special sigils through the ghoul ritual to enhance the effects of the claws, such as corrosion sigils or paralysis sigils. As a ghoul ages and consumes blood over time, the claws will gradually evolve into the ghoulish armor, enveloping their entire body. The combination of various sigils will coalesce into a halo of unclean prayers, yielding multiple enhancement effects depending on the inscribed sigils. At the training ground, Hall was explaining the relevant knowledge about ghouls to Catherine, while Jack addressed Vincent, saying, "My lord, you need to perform the ghoul ritual once so that she can activate the claws of the ghoul." Vincent complied, performing the ritual. The depletion of blood energy made him acutely aware of why the bloodkin strictly controlled the number of blood servants. Blood energy surged through the magic circle into Catherine's body, a dark red magical aura gradually emanating from her, and the claws of the ghoul extended from her lower back. "Those are the claws of regeneration," Jack introduced. The claws of the ghoul that awaken for the first time possess different characteristics, which will also reflect on the ghoul. The claws extending from the shoulder blades are known as the claws of venom, adept at ranged attacks, with a toxic effect, yet weaker in close combat. The claws extending from the armpits are called the claws of steel, hard and versatile in offense and defense, but slower in speed. The claws extending from the lower back are the claws of regeneration, capable of devouring the blood of enemies through attacks to enhance themselves, possessing substantial regenerative abilities and offensive power, albeit weaker in durability. The claws extending from the tailbone are known as the claws of corrosion. Agile and swift with corrosive capabilities, though slightly lacking in attack power, that's enough. I will leave the training of the blood servants to them. Duke interrupted Jack's explanation. "Let me briefly outline our tasks, and then we shall embark, allowing you to understand how to survive on the front lines." "Very well, Mr. Duran," Vincent replied as he and Duke moved to a nearby resting area, where Duke began his explanation. "Your blood servants should have informed you of some of our daily tasks." "Correct?" "Indeed," Vincent answered, "guarding the Heart of Blood, defending the House of Torment, patrolling the dock area. Those are merely routine assignments, typically conducted by bloodkin, blood servants, and the blood servant army in collaboration. You will soon be involved in those as well." The dock area hosts numerous foreign powers, aside from the werewolves, who are our mortal enemies. There are also many neutral and closely allied factions. Therefore, over the next few days, I will take you to familiarize yourself with these factions and provide insight into how the society of bloodkin operates at the forefront. Summer nights always arrive tardily, and while the blood servants continued their training, Duke and Vincent mounted their steeds and departed from the Victoria warehouse. Under the dim glow of the lights, the streets had gradually become sparse with pedestrians. Two horses deftly navigated their way across the thoroughfare and into a cargo-laden vacant lot. Arriving at the entrance of a three-story, stand-alone residence, a crow perched upon a pillar of the gate. While the flickering light within the mansion cast a muted ambience, Duke and Vincent dismounted, tethering the reins to the roadside. Duke introduced, "This is the stronghold of the Necromancer's secret society in United City, primarily engaged in the trade of magical artifacts. The Necromancer's secret society is a magical association formed by undead beings, a faction within the World Magic Association. Many of the bloodsuckers, being undead creatures, are members of the society, and the Spirit Clan wields considerable influence within it, managing the society alongside liches and soulbinders as eternal allies of the Blood Council. The Necromancer's secret society has always maintained a close relationship with the bloodsuckers." Reflecting on the information regarding the Necromancer's secret society, Vincent followed Duke toward the entrance. Before he could knock, the grand double doors swung open automatically, a slight waft of magical energy escaping. An elder-clad in robes stood in the foyer. "Greeting, Duke. Young Duke, what a surprise to see you visiting this old man today." "Lord Asimov, you jest," Duke replied, bowing his chest. "I have come expressly to introduce our newcomer, Vincent." "Vincent, this is Lord Asimov, the manager of the Necromancer's secret society. United City Branch.to transform a human into an autonomous undead being. There are three primary paths. Firstly, through the embrace of blood, becoming a bloodsucker. Secondly, by anchoring the soul within one's own body through a special ritual, thus becoming a soul binder. And thirdly, by severing the soul to forge a soulbox avatar, becoming a lich. The distinctions among these undead beings lie therein. Bloodsuckers sustain their undead state by consuming souls in the form of blood. And although they possess magical potential and the capacity to learn sorcery, their reliance on blood consumption often leads to a frenzied disposition, making them more dependent on inherited abilities. Soul binders maintain an eternal bond between body and soul, such that even in the decay of the physical form, the soul remains tethered. Their magical power is derived from the equilibrium of spirit and flesh. Their prolonged existence bestows upon them extraordinary magical prowess. Conversely, a lich's soul is bound to the soul box. Thus their magical energy remains constant from the moment of transformation, rendering the body akin to mere garments. Essentially, a lich exists in a state of the soul, with time enhancing their mental fortitude, thereby facilitating spells and amplifying their potency. Vincent respectfully bowed to Lord Asimov. "Good evening, Lord Asimov." "Greetings, Vincent." Asimov nodded slightly that you've arrived at an opportune moment. "I've just brewed some mint tea. Come in and share a cup." Vincent and Duke followed Asimov into the hall, where they encountered several humans seated, who respectfully bowed upon seeing Asimov. "Master." Asimov introduced, "These are my apprentices, should any matters arise. I shall dispatch them." "Duke, you are acquainted with them. This is our newcomer, Vincent." The apprentices also offered respectful bows, and Asimov continued, "Bring the mint tea to the reception room." They proceeded to the reception room, furnished with several comfortable armchairs, a tea table, and a few bookshelves against the wall. "Please sit." Asimov gestured as Vincent and Duke settled in. Asimov inquired, "Young Duke, it is not your usual practice to formally introduce newcomers. What brings about such an occasion for Vincent today?" "Vincent is a disciple of Lady Caroline." "A connection indeed," Asimov remarked with a smile. Vincent felt a tinge of embarrassment, prompting Duke to elaborate. "I thought it would be beneficial for Vincent to gain some experience. Should Lord Asimov have any tasks for him?" "Indeed, there is a matter requiring assistance." Asimov replied, 3 days ago, a batch of magical energy stones was sold at a low price to a shop, and half of the stock has already been sold. Yesterday, a banshee approached, claiming that the stones were brought back from the New World by her kin, demanding that we either return the magical energy stones or refund the money. Surely, such claims lack substantiation. Vincent queried, and my apprentice echoed the same sentiment. They mentioned a hidden mark. After some argument, I stepped out to see them, and upon noticing my presence, they refrained from taking further action, leaving with threats instead. I later verified that there was indeed a mark. What is Lord Asimov's stance on this? Vincent asked. In our trade, we neither question the origins, nor do we lack integrity. Once goods are received, payment is due. It is as simple as that. Young Duke is aware that I possess a mere trifling amount, which does not concern me. However, my dear apprentices may not share the same sentiment. Thus, I require your assistance in this matter. Rest assured, I shall not send you on an errand without recompense. Vincent comprehended Lord Asimov's implication. Having paid for the goods, there was no reason to return them at the behest of the Banshee. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Duke. Duke suggested, "You should attempt to handle this, as I wish to observe your response. May I inquire, Lord Asimov, who is responsible for selling the goods to the shop?" Vincent asked that a group of beastmen, but the goods were certainly not theirs. They were merely runners, Asimov replied. Recalling the foundational information regarding beastmen, Vincent noted, beastmen, lowly outsiders, live over 100 years, possess decent physical attributes, and lack special abilities. Although some gifted individuals may learn shamanistic practices, then I shall seek out those beastmen. Could I trouble Lord Asimov to send someone who has encountered them? Vincent inquired. Certainly. The crow at the entrance shall accompany you. It will alert you upon sighting those individuals. With that, Asimov snapped his fingers, releasing a faint surge of magical energy. Upon exiting the mansion, Vincent curiously asked Duke, "Mr. Duran, is it customary for us to handle such disputes?" "Indeed," Duran replied. "What do you think the so-called rule of the bloodsuckers entails?" "This so-called governance is merely the resolution of issues arising among outsiders that we serve as the lawmen among them. Otherwise, why would they pay us for protection?" "Indeed, I have learned much," Vincent acknowledged. "Mr. Duran, where do the beastmen typically congregate?" "In the eastern section of the docks," Duran responded. The two mounted their horses and galloped forth, with the crow unfurling its wings and trailing behind. They arrived at a dilapidated warehouse in the eastern part of the dock area, where Duke remarked, "The beastmen's stronghold lies here, led by one known as Iron Hook." That moment, the beastmen within the warehouse noticed the two bloodsuckers standing at the entrance. After a brief moment of chaos, over a dozen beastmen emerged from the warehouse, the leader adorned with an iron hook at his waist, asking respectfully, "What brings you, my lords?" 3 days ago, several among you transported a batch of magical energy stones to the Society's shop. "I seek those individuals," Vincent stated. "Might I have their names? Enough with the pleasantries. I simply wish to ask them a few questions. Either you produce them, or I shall find them myself," Vincent replied. Iron Hook's expression shifted, his hand resting on the iron hook at his waist. He retorted, "My lord, I must know who you seek before I can present them. I shall give you 3 minutes. Either bring forth the individuals, or I shall enter and search myself," Vincent declared, casting a glance at the crow perched on the saddle, coldly uttering, "Time starts now." He produced a pocket watch from his coat and began noting the passage of time. Duke observed Vincent and silently nodded in agreement. Iron Hook's demeanor changed, summoning his underlings to inquire among themselves. After 3 minutes, Vincent closed his pocket watch and approached the warehouse. "Why, lord, 3 days ago, Rat Tail visited the Society's magic shop. But he met his end that very night." Iron Hook quickly interjected, "He died." Vincent pondered briefly before asking, "Where did he die? When did this occur? Moreover, did he visit the magic shop alone? Could he carry an entire batch of goods by himself?" "Rat Tail was of our kind, but not one of us. He made his living through tomb raiding point 3 days ago. He visited the magic shop, returned to pay off his debts, and that very night went to the Banshee Tavern. We believed he had discovered something valuable to sell, only to find him dead in the alley the next day," Iron Hook explained. "Since he was not one of ours, we did not delve further." "And the body?" Vincent pressed. "Unknown," Iron Hook responded. Vincent contemplated for a moment, nodded at Iron Hook, and turned to leave. Duke approached Vincent, inquiring, "Do you believe him?" He likely withheld the truth. "Lord Asimov mentioned several beastmen," Vincent replied, moving toward the crow. "Could you kindly enter and see if you recognize anyone within the warehouse?" The crow nodded and, taking advantage of the night, flew into the warehouse. Shortly thereafter, it returned, shaking its head at Vincent. Indeed, it is plausible that if Iron Hook orchestrated this, he would either silence witnesses or conceal the individuals. Vincent speculated before addressing Duke. May I summon some blood servants and blood vassals to keep watch here? Certainly, came the reply. Duke nodded in acknowledgement, then summoned a messenger. Shortly thereafter, Hall, Jack, and Catherine arrived with 15 blood thralls near the warehouse. Vincent instructed, keep a discreet watch on the entrances and exits. If anyone emerges, follow them. Furthermore, inquire at the Siren's Bar whether a beastman met his end in the alley 3 days ago. Yes, master, the blood thrall replied. Indeed, 3 days prior, a beastman had perished in the alley behind the Siren's Bar, and the body, left unclaimed, was recovered by agents from the Extraordinary Response Bureau of the Military Intelligence 7th Division. There's been no activity on the warehouse side. 7th Division, you say? Vincent pondered briefly, replying, it appears that aside from monitoring the beastman, we have no other lead for the time being. Duke inquired, what do you intend to do? First, we shall visit the Siren's Bar to see if any clues can be unearthed. You are still rather inexperienced. It is evident you have yet to grasp the strength of our kin at the forefront, nor understand how we maintain such power, Duke remarked. Your desire to identify the robbers and resolve matters with the Siren is not without merit. If there are bargaining chips, both parties can find satisfaction. However, you must comprehend that offering our bargaining chips to the Siren is merely a gesture of goodwill. If I approach empty-handed, the Siren cannot afford to disregard our clan. Should the other races cease to fear us, we would lose our deterrent power, inviting them to encroach further upon our rightful interests. The same applies to those beastmen. If you do not trust them, then eliminate them until they are compelled to speak the truth. You must realize that we rule this land. We are not detectives, and our operations require no evidence that we need not reason with them. We are the nobility of the night, and we dictate their existence. They live or die at our whim. Vincent paused, reflecting momentarily, then clasped his fists toward Duke and said, thank you for your guidance. He then called upon the blood nobles and blood thralls to proceed toward the dilapidated warehouse of the beastmen, issuing commands as they walked. The blood thralls will secure the exits. The blood nobles will accompany me in a surprise attack against the beastmen, striving to capture some alive. Additionally, arrange for several carts to transport the captives. Yes, master, Duke appeared intrigued, eager to witness Vincent's actions following his counsel. Vincent led 3 blood nobles into the warehouse, catching the beastmen off guard. Iron Hook, startled, asked, what is the meaning of this, my lord? Without responding, Vincent drew a magical revolver and fired at Iron Hook's leg, causing him to collapse. The 3 blood nobles surged forward, and Hall's poisonous claws shot forth, pinning several beastmen attempting to protect Iron Hook to the ground, their cries echoing throughout the warehouse. Jack's corrosive claws, like a tail, deftly dispatched beastmen one after another. With Jack firing another shot into a fallen beastman's leg, Catherine's 2 regenerative claws targeted the enemy's knees, and as the claws consumed their blood, another claw sprouted from her lower back. In no time, over a dozen beastmen lay defeated, their wails resounding. Bind these beastmen and load them into the carts for transportation to the Siren's Bar. Vincent instructed the blood nobles, Mr. Duran and I will proceed ahead. Exiting the warehouse, Duke surveyed the fallen beastmen and asked, shall we send these beastmen to the Siren's Bar? They are, after all, the ones responsible for the goods. Delivering them to those sirens is merely offering them a way to save face. Haha, Duke laughed heartily, remarking, you certainly learn quickly to the Siren's Bar. The enchanting sirens busied themselves serving drinks at the counter, while scantily clad waitresses maneuvered between tables. Various races indulged in drink and lively conversation, a cacophony of music and laughter creating a vibrant atmosphere. Suddenly, as Vincent and Duke stood at the entrance, the lively ambience came to an abrupt halt, giving way to a peculiar whispering. The nobility of the night has come here. I just saw a ghoul pass through. Who are they seeking? At that moment, a sultry voice descended from the second floor. A distinguished guest has arrived. Accompanying the voice was a raven-haired woman, clad in a modest, dark, short-sleeved basilar gown and adorned with lace gloves, yet exuding an alluring charm. Her blue eyes sparkled, and beneath her prominent nose, her vivid red lips spoke. "Please, esteemed guests, ascend for a conversation," as her blue gaze followed Vincent and Duke up the staircase. She continued, "What a rare occasion to receive distinguished guests. Let me treat everyone present to a glass of beer." The patrons in the hall erupted in applause, and the lively atmosphere returned. "Mr. Duran, is there a matter accompanying your rare visit?" "I am merely here to introduce our newcomer, as he seeks your attention." Duke and Vincent settled onto a plush sofa in a booth, continuing, "This is Vincent, our clan's newcomer, and this is Bodanis, the proprietor of the Sirens Bar and the leader of the Sirens in the Dock District." Vincent nodded respectfully at Bodanis, who returned the gesture and inquired, "So, what business does our newcomer have? I have heard that you are at odds with the Secret Study Association. Are you here to advocate for them?" Bodanis elegantly lit a cigarette, the scent of mint wafting through the air as she continued, "And whom do we hold accountable for our losses? First, one must safeguard their own belongings. Second, one cannot simply claim what others have legitimately purchased. I only know where my belongings are, and I intend to reclaim what is rightfully mine," Vincent stated coolly. "Then you shall seek me out. We are prepared to purchase that shipment. Is there nothing left to negotiate?" Bodanis paused, her eyes flashing with anger, taken aback by Vincent's resolute stance that, "Do you believe you and your bloodkin can overpower our Sirens Bar? If there is nothing to discuss, I would not be seated here now." Vincent's eyes turned crimson as he swiftly drew a runic magical revolver, placing it upon the table, declaring, "I do not dare to claim dominion over the Sirens Bar, but I assure you I can walk out of here." The atmosphere grew tense, and just then, the beautiful siren from the bar ascended the stairs and approached Bodanis, saying, "Lady Danis, several carts have arrived and are parked in the alley behind the bar." Bodanis regarded Vincent, who smiled gently, replying, "That is but a small gift from me. Shall we go and take a look, Lady Danis?" Bodanis cast a deep glance at Vincent before signaling to the siren, who scurried downstairs. After a moment of silence, Bodanis suddenly smiled, saying, "Mr. Vincent, what a delightful surprise to receive a gift on your first visit. It is rather impolite to arrive empty-handed." Vincent chuckled softly in response. "Indeed, it is a pleasure. Let us see if Mr. Vincent's gift can bring joy to the lady. Please." Upon reaching the alley, they found 7 or 8 sirens gathered, fixated on the carts driven by the blood thralls. "It seems my gift has garnered quite the attention," Vincent remarked with a slight smile. "Girls are always filled with curiosity," Bodanis chuckled in agreement. Vincent nodded toward Catherine by the cart door, who opened it to reveal the beastmen bound by silver chains, the chains searing their wrists. The weakened beastmen lay listlessly in the cart, awaiting their inevitable fate. The beastmen were transporting your goods to the Secret Study Association's magical shop." Vincent briefly recounted the events, continuing, "Thus, I have brought the beastmen to you that I do not believe they had the capability to seize anything from my kin." Lady Bodanis replied coolly, "One must seek their belongings themselves. Then I shall express my gratitude for your gift." "Mr. Vincent," Bodanis smiled lightly, signaling her subordinates to take the beastmen away. After whispering instructions to one of her aides, she turned to Vincent and Duke, saying, "Gentlemen, please follow me. Allow me to express my gratitude for Mr. Vincent's gift." As they returned to the second floor, Vincent, Duke, and Bodanis entered a private room, while Catherine and the others settled into a booth at the entrance. "Mr. Vincent, Mr. Duran, might I trouble you both to mediate and facilitate the return of that shipment to the Sirens Bar?" Vincent realized that his gesture had indeed softened Bodanis's stance, but he glanced at Duke, who nodded in understanding that Vincent was uncertain. Vincent replied, "We can convey your request, but I must inform you that part of that shipment has already been sold, and we shall not interfere with the pricing. It so that you cannot assist this weak woman." The brilliance within the azure eyes of Bo has grown even more resplendent, that Vincent's scara has turned as dark as night. His pupils now of vivid crimson, and the veins beneath his lower eyelids are engorged and protruding, emanating a fearsome aura from the gaze of a beast. The luminescence of his blue eyes has consequently dimmed, and Vincent's gaze reverted to its former state as he spoke. "I shall convey your message to Lady Dennis that I believe the secret society possesses the capability to address your needs. but I must insist that the specifics be resolved by yourselves. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door, and two sirens entered, one bearing a box of wine. O smiled gently, radiating an enchanting charm, and remarked, "This is our own cellar's blood wine, aged for 15 years, a token of gratitude, once again, for your generous gift, Mr. Vincent." "Thank you, Lady Dennis," Vincent replied with a smile, as the gaze of the beast returned to fixate on Beau Dennis. He continued, "I hope my offering will ensure that no further conflicts arise between your party and the secret society. Rest assured, Mr. Vincent, this matter concludes here." Vincent chuckled softly, rising to depart with Duke de B. Dennis watched them leave, slowly lighting a cigarette. The two sirens gazed at Beau and inquired, "Madam, regarding this wine." Beau waved her hand, softly uttering, "The youth can be formidable." Vincent and Duke boarded a carriage en route to the stronghold of the secret society. Duke remarked, "I did not expect you to withstand the allure of Beau's enchanting gaze. Many from other races have stumbled under its spell that I once had a friend at the academy who was adept in illusions. So my resistance to such enchantments is decent. Besides, we were at a banquet, and Mr. Duran was present that I suspect Lady Dennis did not exert her full power. Well handled. Lord Asimov should be pleased." Duke shifted the topic. "Speaking of which, what did Lord Asimov mean when he said he wouldn't let me make a trip in vain? The soul binders possess immense magical power, making them quite skilled in crafting magical artifacts. Once we assist him with his affairs, he often rewards us with magical items. If Lord Asimov offers you something, accept it. If he inquires what you desire, simply request the Sunwalker Stone." The Sunwalker Stone? A magical artifact that enables vampires to walk in daylight. Duke explained, "Isn't such an item exceedingly precious? Only for vampires. Otherwise, it holds no extraordinary value," Duke replied. "This item requires binding to its user and merely grants immunity to sunlight's harm. Yet vampires still experience a reduction in their powers under the sun. If it were the Sunwalker rune, it would be far more valuable, allowing vampires to retain their fearsome nobility even during the day." The carriage soon arrived at the gates of the secret society, where a raven perched on a pillar, cawing as it observed Vincent and Duke. Upon entering, the doors of the estate swung open automatically, revealing Lord Asimov awaiting them at the threshold. "Has the matter been resolved?" he inquired. "It has," Vincent replied. "Additionally, Lady Dennis wishes to purchase magical energy stones from the shop." "Such good fortune?" Lord Asimov laughed heartily, leading the two into the interior while commenting to Duke, "This Vincent is quite commendable. Not only has he resolved the issue, but he has also brought forth new business opportunities that I merely got lucky. It seems Lady Dennis is in urgent need of this batch of magical energy stones." Vincent humbly stated. "Interesting," Lord Asimov mused. "The demand for magical energy stones among sirens has been exceedingly high of late. Duke inquired curiously, yet the prices for magical energy stones in the dock region appear to have remained relatively stable. To my knowledge, the secret society has recently engaged in 3 significant trades of magical energy stones with the sirens." The three of us took our seats, and Lord Asimov continued from the sofa. "However, these transactions have been concentrated in the central region of the Old World, near the Near East, where magical energy stone deposits are abundant, thus exerting little influence on market prices. What then could be the reason for such a substantial demand for magical energy stones?" Vincent asked with intrigue. "The possibilities are numerous," Asimov replied as a necromancer apprentice brought forth tea. "Given the current volume of magical energy stone purchases, several large-scale ritual spells could be cast. With the right sorcerer and appropriate ritual, one could even annihilate a significant portion of the United City. Alternatively, they might be stored as a strategic reserve, or perhaps the sirens have developed new technology that necessitates a vast supply of magical energy to propel magical energy stones as the hard currency of the extraordinary world. Its applications are extensive, and no one could ever have too much. But I digress. Vincent, you have done me this favor. What do you wish in return?" "I would like the Sunwalker's stone." Lord Asimov cast a glance at Duke, smiling as he said, "It seems young Duke holds you in high regard. Few are aware of my ability to craft the Sunwalker stone." Vincent was taken aback and asked, "So, the Sunwalker stone is indeed quite precious?" "In truth, it is not particularly rare. The materials are inexpensive. The primary drawback of crafting the Sunwalker Stone is the loss of some magical power capacity. Aside from the Soul Binders, who possess nearly limitless magical power, few sorcerers are willing to sacrifice their magical capacity, Asimov explained, instructing an apprentice to fetch Moonstone and Platinum. As the magical energy surged, the Moonstone and Platinum floated in Asimov's hands. Do you prefer a necklace or a ring? He asked. A necklace, please. The flames of magic blazed upon his palm as the Moonstone transformed into transparency under the flames, shimmering with a faint blue-gray glow. The Platinum melted into liquid form, entwining around the Moonstone under the influence of magical energy, continuously reshaping until a necklace adorned with a Moonstone gracefully descended into Asimov's hands. After placing the necklace on the table, with a wave of his hand, a magical array inscribed with magical energy enveloped the necklace. Asimov placed his palm upon the magical array, and as the magical energy was gradually absorbed, he declared, "Done." Vincent was momentarily taken aback, silently lamenting, "Why do I feel the magical consumption for forging this necklace is even greater?" He picked up the necklace, noting a hint of blue-gray within the transparent Moonstone, and treasured it as he adorned himself with it, establishing a mysterious connection between him and the necklace. "Thank you." Vincent expressed, "It is merely a mutually beneficial exchange. You are a fine young man. Do visit often when you find the time," Asimov remarked. "The mint tea I serve here is delightful. I certainly will." Duke and Vincent exited the stronghold of the secret society, boarding the carriage, prepared to return to the House of Torment. "Regarding your possession of the Sunwalker Stone, do not speak of it." "Oh," Vincent was taken aback. "This, Lord Asimov maintains a close relationship with the Wild Hunt clan, yet his rapport with the prince is rather tenuous. When the secret society sought to establish a stronghold in the United City, the prince had hoped it would be situated in the city's center. But as you are aware," Duke elucidated, "the constable has instructed us to refrain from revealing too much concerning the secret society, lest we provoke the prince. There's such a significant conflict between the constable and the prince. On the surface, he is certainly a loyal subordinate. However, the Dock region possesses a license for magical dust production. Along with the House of Torment, as the largest point of sale, and the Dumont Hotel, the foremost market for extraordinary items in the United City. All these strongholds belong to clan businesses, and funds do not require the prince's oversight. Taxes are directly paid to the council by the clans, leaving the prince without authority to intervene. Thus, his control over Lord Jason is quite weak, and the prince harbors a distinct aversion to this fact. The Dumont Hotel belongs to the Wild Hunt clan?" "Indeed," Duke affirmed. "The magical dust production licenses are gift from the two clans to the Dock region, with each clan holding 30, and Lord Jason jointly possessing 40 alongside several captains from the Dock region. Our expenditures primarily stem from this arrangement, negating the need for the prince's funding. Hence, you comprehend why Lord Jason is reluctant to provoke the prince." "Understood." The carriage arrived at the Victoria warehouse, and the two disembarked. Duke patted Vincent on the shoulder, stating, though still somewhat inexperienced, "You learn quickly. Well done. Mr. Duran has been a good teacher. Daylight is approaching. Best to rest early." "Indeed. By the way, someone will soon knock at your door. That will be the gift I have prepared for you." Vincent was taken aback as Duke entered the door. Upon returning to his room, he found the blood servants present. But Catherine was nowhere to be seen. "Humphrey, where is Catherine?" "Catherine is training in the training grounds. Arrange for someone to deliver her some food." With that, he stepped into his own room. "Understood," mastered. At that moment, a knock echoed through the air, and Humphrey opened the door to reveal a blood servant standing at the threshold, inquiring, "What brings you here?" "I am the gift sent to Lord Vincent by Master Duran." Humphrey gently knocked on the door, announcing, "My lord, Lord Duran has sent a gift." "What is it?" Vincent inquired, and as the door swung open, he cast a puzzled glance at Humphrey and the maid. The maid stepped forward, loosening her collar to reveal her porcelain skin and enticing cleavage, playfully stating, "I am the gift." Vincent's gaze fixated on the gently pulsating vein, his eyes turning a vivid crimson. Humphrey slowly closed the door, and through the narrow crack, Vincent was already sinking his teeth into the maid's neck. "Good night, my lord," Humphrey whispered. The long-forgotten warmth and sweetness rekindled Vincent's memories of bliss enveloping him in a dreamlike state, far superior to the cold blood vials necessary for survival. The maid's pained yet intoxicating moans jolted Vincent back to reality, prompting him to release her. "Are you all right?" he asked. "It's nothing, my lord, and if you could use your saliva to staunch my wound, it would be even better." The maid replied weakly that Vincent's tongue delicately licked the wound on her neck, savoring the last traces of sweetness, and he watched as the injury visibly healed. The maid emitted another entrancing sound. "My lord." Lost in the allure of the bloodline saliva, she shed her maid uniform and leaped toward him. The following day, Humphrey lightly tapped on the door. "Then, my lord, it is nearly time to visit Lord Durand." "All right, I understand," Vincent responded as a languid voice from within replied, "My lord, please allow me to assist you in changing." Humphrey took a few steps back, saying, "Master, I shall return shortly." Half an hour later, Vincent entered the hall where Catherine and Humphrey stood to greet him. "Let us go, Catherine, to Mr. Durand's first," Vincent instructed. "Be wide the way." "Humphrey, the gift remains in my room. Please take care of it." "Yes, my lord." T5. 58. Vincent and Catherine knocked on Duke's door. "I thought you might be late today." Duke chuckled, gesturing for Vincent to take a seat. "So, did you enjoy the gift? I assumed we couldn't directly consume blood servant blood, that a perk for frontline warriors," Duke replied, "but do try not to treat blood servants as disposable items. You haven't used the gift all at once." "Have you?" "No, it is still in my room," Vincent answered. "Shall I have someone return it to you?" "Once a gift is given, it cannot be reclaimed. It remains for leisurely use," Duke said with a smirk. "Today, I will introduce you to a few people, and then we will continue our tour of the Dock District to familiarize you with its diverse factions. The House of Torment, second floor booth." As Vincent followed Duke to the booth, the three bloodline figures engaged in hushed conversation ceased their whispers and rose to greet Duke. "Lord Durand." They spoke in unison. "Vincent, allow me to introduce you. These are the leaders of the bloodline nests in the Dock District, Ike, Durant, and Li Gang," Duke began. "This is our newcomer, Vincent." "Lord Vincent," they acknowledged. Vincent understood that the so-called bloodline nests were groups formed by bloodline nomads. Thus he greeted them with a smile. After they took their seats, a servant poured blood wine into their glasses. Once the servant departed, Duke remarked, "I heard that your three nests collaborated on a significant heist." Seizing a shipment from the werewolves had already sold their goods to a group of shapeshifters. "We merely intercepted the shapeshifters' cargo," Ike explained. Vincent was aware that shapeshifters were a collective term for those capable of altering their forms, most commonly transforming into various animals. However, legend spoke of shapeshifter factions that could imitate other humans, and shapeshifters and werewolves had always maintained a loyal alliance. But those are the werewolves' allies. The difference isn't substantial. "So, what brings you to me?" "We need the House of Torment assistance in disposing of goods, with a 30 cut going to the House of Torment after liquidation," Durant replied. "And we provide protection. Correct?" Duke inquired, casting a measured glance at Durant. "Indeed," Durant responded, somewhat apprehensive that, "I understand your motives for approaching the House of Torment. Our territory borders that of the werewolves. If you were to go to the Dumont Hotel, the constable's cut would certainly be more expensive than the captain's. Your choice to seek us out is both prudent and within the rules," Duke concluded, taking a sip of his blood wine. "However, negotiations with the werewolves are not without their costs. Thus, we must involve the constable." "How about 45? 45? Ike exclaimed, "Isn't that a bit excessive? If you approach the constable directly, it would likely be 50, Vincent interjected. The three exchanged glances, and Li Gang nodded. Durant then affirmed, "Very well," Duke stated, "Once you arrange for the goods to be transported to the House of Torment, I will meet with the captain." After bidding farewell to the three, Duke turned to Vincent on their way to Catherine's office and asked, "What are your thoughts on those three?" Vincent pondered for a moment and replied, "At least in this matter, Li Gang is the one who calls the shots. Li Gang's nest is indeed the strongest. Anything else?" This idea likely originated with Durant. He has always been clever. And Ike? He seems greedy yet cowardly, perhaps not entirely trustworthy. Ike is a cunning and avaricious scoundrel, but also a necromancer. Possessing several impressive undead creatures, it seems Li Gang and Durant had no choice but to include him for this endeavor. "Well done. Newcomer, you have a keen eye," Duke remarked as they approached Catherine's office. "Let us attend to business first." Duke gently knocked. Captain, it's me. Duke? Come in. Duke opened the door, and Catherine glanced at him. Bring the newcomer as well. We have negotiated the price to 45. They will soon transport the goods to the House of Torment. Duke reported, Excellent. I will inform Lord Jason. After the goods are dealt with, the House of Torment will retain a 15 cut from the profits. With the remainder going to Dumont Hotel, Catherine stated, I forgot you were bringing a newcomer. I will have Elena handle it. Yes, Captain. How? Is the newcomer adjusting? Is he acclimating? Thank you for your concern, Captain. Mr. Duran has taught me much. The newcomer learns quickly and will soon be capable of handling matters independently. Very well, Catherine replied. Tonight, you will participate in the transport, along with Vincent's peers. Isn't that a bit soon? Duke questioned. Not at all. It's merely local transport from Dumont to the House of Torment. I will inform Elena. You should prepare in the war chamber. Yes, Captain. Upon exiting the office, Vincent curiously inquired, the war chamber, the armory of the Bloodline stronghold. All preparations for missions are conducted there. The public area on the basement level featured a dedicated passage leading to the war chamber. After traversing a lengthy corridor and ascending a staircase, an expansive warehouse unfolded before Vincent's eyes. Welcome to the war chamber, which serves as our armory, lounge, and changing area, Duke explained. Beyond the war chamber lies the stables, where blood steeds enhanced by necromantic magic are raised that if you accumulate enough merit, you may even exchange for a more advanced blood warhorse and summon your blood servants. First, let us collect our gear before selecting a warhorse. Vincent donned a sleek black coat ensemble, the coat and lining interwoven with fine steel wire armor. He wielded a silver combat knife nearly the length of his forearm, its blade extending gracefully outward. A pouch filled with silver bullets rested at his side, while his holster contained his rune-imbued revolver. Vincent tied back his shoulder-length hair and followed Duke to the stables, where he selected a striking black stallion, personally outfitting it with a saddle and establishing a preliminary bond through magic. As Vincent returned to the war chamber, Elena emerged from the changing room, fully equipped, and nodded at him. Just then, Elena entered the lounge, clad in a black coat, stating, Let us depart. The group mounted their steeds and galloped towards Dumont Hotel. The crescent moon's glow was dimmed, shrouded by clouds that obscured its light, rendering the night even darker. At the back entrance of Dumont Hotel, a procession of riders clad in black halted their steeds, and Elena commanded, Blood servants, pair up and scout the area, paying close attention to the alleys and rooftops. Understood. The various blood vassals responded. We shall proceed to load the cargo. Elena instructed a few remaining members of the Blood clan. Vincent followed several individuals as they rode into the courtyard through the back entrance, where a number of blood kin awaited their arrival. Have you met Charlie? Elena was about to introduce him when she noticed that the two newcomers had already begun exchanging pleasantries with Charlie. It was Charlie who received us when we first arrived at the dock area, Vincent informed Elena. Then let us proceed with the handover. Elena nodded, addressing Charlie. 10 portions of high-purity magical dust, 1 kilogram each. Elena explained to Vincent and Aileen, according to protocol, we shall first weigh the dust. If there are no issues, each person will take 2 portions and place them in their saddlebags, following Elena's instructions. Vincent imitated Duke's actions, packing the weighed magical dust into his saddlebag. Elena handed the pouch of coins to Charlie, and the exchange was swiftly completed. The group mounted their steeds, nodding to Charlie before riding out through the back entrance. Several blood vassals stationed themselves at various positions. Upon seeing the blood kin emerge, they galloped to join forces, riding together towards the House of Torment. The party quickly arrived at the stables between the wars, where the blood kin unloaded the cargo, and the 10 parcels were gathered on the table before Elena. Gentlemen, Elena glanced at Aileen and the lady. This will be all for tonight. Good night. Vincent and Duke changed into their everyday attire and approached the carriage parked at the entrance of the House of Torment. Is this the transport task? Vincent inquired. Such intra-district transport has never encountered issues, especially since it takes less than 10 minutes for Dumont to ride to the House of Torment. Duke explained, the primary purpose is to familiarize you new soldiers with the procedure, and it is also one of our routine tasks. However, for long-distance transport, the circumstances may differ. So, will we have long-distance transport tasks? Indeed. The House of Torment occasionally needs to transport required contraband for other princes or constables. encompassing not just the United City, but the entire northern regions of the Tudor Kingdom. Duke continued as he opened the carriage door and climbed into it on one occasion. I ventured to the northernmost constabulary of the kingdom. I must say, that transport was quite exhilarating. That piques my curiosity that we shall save the tales of war for another time. Let me tell you where we are headed now, Duke said, gazing out at the changing scenery beyond the carriage window. We're going to visit a foreign consortium. A consortium. In your understanding, foreigners are organizations centered around their own race. Am I correct? Yes, the Academy categorizes the various foreign entities based on their races. Have you ever pondered how those rare and powerful foreigners survive in the dark world? Is that what the consortium represents? Not quite. It is more complex that a consortium is often formed by one or several astute foreigners who establish a company to operate a business. Or they may simply depend on the influence of certain dominant foreign races to conduct trade. As their capital accumulates and their corporate power expands, they inevitably require military force to ensure the smooth operation of their company. Thus, they recruit foreigners of various races to work for them. This is particularly true for powerful yet scarce races like Dragonborn, whose formidable strength supports capital accumulation, gradually leading to the formation of a consortium. So, is the consortium we are visiting a business partner? Yes. The leader of this consortium is a Dragonborn who initially made his fortune in shipbuilding and has recently ventured into various businesses, including armed merchant shipping and long-distance magical dust trade. That I understand armed merchant shipping. It's akin to piracy, which necessitates the disposal of stolen goods. But what about long-distance magical dust trade? While we, the Bloodkin, are indeed one of the most powerful factions globally, there are always regions beyond the reach of our Black Cross-Blood banner. A prime example is the territory of the werewolves. They require medical-grade magical dust, but would never purchase it from us, right? So, we need the consortium to act as an intermediary, precisely that we grant these intermediaries trade rights, Duke explained. Although it is officially prohibited to trade with the Wolf Clan, both sides are well aware that as long as the consortium acts as an intermediary, the responsibility is absolved, and the goods will reach the werewolf territory. Similarly, the Wolf Clan's blessed weapons and other items will find their way to us. Therefore, our trade with the Wolf Clan, Vincent remarked, has been ongoing? Indeed. However, this visit to the consortium primarily aims to gather intelligence. The constable is quite curious about the large purchases of magical energy stones by the sirens, and I thought I might introduce you as well. That lady has a particular fondness for gentlemen like you. Duke observed the mansion outside the carriage. We have arrived. Gentlemen? Vincent inquired. What does that mean? We shall discuss it once we disembark. Exiting the carriage, they beheld a brightly lit 3-story building standing by the canal, bustling with activity at the small dock within, as cargo-laden barges made their way to the quay. Duke, a blonde beauty, greeted them at the entrance. And who is this? This is our new recruit, Vincent, Duke introduced, and this is Mary Dan, the manager of the Dragon's Tooth Consortium. Hello, Mr. Vincent. Good night, Ms. Dan, just Mary will suffice. I have a long-standing friendship with Duke. Mary led the two inside. She continued. They entered a private room, took their seats, and the attendant placed blood wine and goblets upon the table, elegantly pouring the crimson liquid into the cups. Mary raised her goblet, proclaiming, "May the eternal night prevail." May the eternal night prevail, Duke and Vincent echoed, raising their own cups. So, Duke, tell me, is it because you promised to introduce me to a gentleman during our last meeting? Mary inquired, her gaze fixed on the departing attendant as she reclined lazily on the sofa. Are you here to introduce this handsome, charming gentleman to me? Of course that I have another matter to discuss as well, Duke replied. I heard the sirens have been acquiring magical energy stones lately. Mary paused, straightening in her seat. Where did you hear that? Enough, Mary. Let us dispense with the games. Duke waved his hand dismissively. What do you know? The consortium has conducted transactions with them, Mary answered, but not in the United City. So I am unaware of the specific amounts. That I am quite curious. If you have any information, please share. Mary continued. Although we've known each other for a long time, I cannot disclose anything if the chairman disapproves. My authority does not extend to viewing transaction records from other locations. However, I can tell you that, to my knowledge, besides us, the sirens are likely procuring from other consortiums as well. What if I told you that the sirens have procured 3 ships worth of magical energy stones from the necromancer's secret order? What would you think? What could they possibly want with so many magical energy stones? That is precisely why I find myself so curious. Very well, I shall report to the chairman, but he is currently in the New World and will not return for approximately 6 months. When he returns, I will see what can be done. I shall await your news. Please provide a conclusion regardless, Duke stated. Now that business is concluded, will you not arrange for some hospitality for us? I, after all, brought along a handsome fellow. I see Mr. Vincent is quite indifferent. You, however, seem rather concerned, Mary teased, reclining lazily on the sofa as she playfully mocked Duke while ringing a bell on the side table. A gentle knock sounded at the door, and 2 young, beautiful women entered the room, carrying several bottles of blood wine. They sat beside Duke, and Mary turned to him. Are you satisfied? You are always generous with old friends. Mary rose from the sofa and sat beside Vincent, linking her arm with his as she smiled at Duke. You are also quite kind to your old friends, observing Vincent's somewhat reserved demeanor. Duke motioned for one of the female kin to sit beside him, saying, Be gentle with the newcomer. Time flew by, and several months passed swiftly. Duke guided Vincent through the various factions of the dock area, where Vincent gradually became acquainted with the rules of the dark world, beginning to understand its operations. Due to Duke's high regard for Vincent, he started to take on responsibilities as a new soldier, participating in base affairs from basic intra-district transport to base protection, gradually evolving into a competent soldier and becoming active in the dock area. As night fell, a slender crescent moon flickered behind the clouds. In a dilapidated warehouse, Catherine was relentlessly pounding a foreigner with her fists, while a row of foreigners knelt on the ground, their backs to the blood-servant army, brandishing rifles aimed at them. Vincent sat silently in a CH recently. A new batch of ratmen has settled within the domain of the House of Torment. Upon learning this, Captain Katerina arranged for Vincent to address the issue. My lord, grant us a reprieve, pleaded a ratman on his knees, hands clasped together. We will leave at once. We will leave at once. You had your chance last time, and you squandered it, Vincent replied, gazing at the beseeching Aratman. I in that case. None of you shall depart. The ratman, in a state of panic, repeatedly bowed his head and exclaimed, My lord, I have news. It's about the werewolves. I implore you, grant us a chance to live. Katerina, keep this rat, and the other half as well, Vincent commanded. As for the leader who cannot comprehend speech, he need not remain. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing Vincent's orders, Katerina summoned her ghoul's claw from her lower back and tore apart the bruised ratman leader. The green blood was absorbed by the ghoul's claw. Katerina then pointed to a blood servant and said, Commence from here. With a swift motion of her arm to the right, she commanded, Open fire. A barrage of gunfire erupted, and half of the ratmen fell to the ground, their green blood slowly pooling across the floor. The remaining ratmen trembled, and Vincent rose to confront them. Speak, and if your information pleases me, you may depart. Should it fail to satisfy, he paused, it will surely please. The ratman, gazing at the spreading green blood beneath him, began to share his news in a quavering voice. A physically weaker race than humans. Ratmen manage to survive in the dark world. Aside from their formidable reproductive capabilities, they possess an innate talent for stealth and burrowing. In search of food, these ratmen often stealthily dig through certain walls to infiltrate the warehouse district, hoping to find provisions or goods. This time, however, they inadvertently stumbled upon a hidden stronghold of werewolves within the warehouse. Terrified, the ratmen dared not linger and hurriedly departed, only to be captured by the Blood Clan upon returning to their settlement. How can you be certain that what you saw in the warehouse were werewolves? Vincent inquired. My lord, those individuals bore the clan legion marks and the wolf pack insignia on their arms. Werewolves congregate through a special ritual to form wolf packs, and members of these packs bear the wolf pack insignia. When acting in concert, werewolves with the insignia are enhanced in various aspects. The clan legion marks signify nobility within werewolf society, representing honor and status among different clans. Which clan's legion mark was it? My lord, my knowledge is limited, and I do not recognize it, but the mark depicted a wolf's head with 3 claw marks beside it. Vincent waved his hand dismissively. Begone, and do not let me see you again in our territory." "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." The remaining ratmen hurriedly departed the warehouse, and Vincent proceeded toward the exit. "My lord," Katerina followed Vincent, inquiring, "those werewolves belong to the Ironclaw clan, primarily active in the New World." Vincent pondered. "The southern werewolves are of the Bloodfawn clan, so they likely do not originate from the south. Let us return to the House of Torment. This matter must be reported to Captain Katerina at once to the House of Torment." Vincent knocked on Katerina's office door. "Captain, it is I. Vincent," came Katerina's voice from within. "Enter." Vincent complied, opening the door to find Katerina dressed in a black female formal attire, her high-collared coat casually draped over a chair. Her hair was loosely tied up as she diligently reviewed documents on her desk. Glancing up, she asked, "Vincent, your presence indicates that those bothersome rats have vanished from my domain." Noticing the gravity in Vincent's expression, she inquired, "Is there an issue?" "It appears to be the Ironclaw clan," Vincent reported. The Ironclaw clan, Katerina mused for a moment, "Gather everyone and convene in the meeting room." Understood. 15 minutes later, in the meeting room, a sealed chamber filled with protective runes, a massive redwood table occupied the center. Its surface intricately carved with black blood patterns. 10 high-backed redwood chairs were arranged along the table's sides, with Captain Katerina Polly seated at the head. To her left sat Vice Captain Elena Mill. And to her right, the squad sergeant Duke Duran, followed by the remaining team members, Chipray, Instructor Rosalind, Alawalak, West East, Thomas Morey, Vincent, and Elena Chandler. Katerina gently tapped the table, drawing everyone's attention. "Vincent has discovered some news today. Vincent, please share." "Based on the markings described by the Rat Man, I recognize them as belonging to the Ironclaw clan," Vincent stated. Duke interjected, "We have had no recent conflicts with werewolves, yet establishing a stronghold in our territory is an invasion." Elena added, "If it is indeed the Ironclaw clan, I suspect the Southern Bloodfawn clan is unaware of this. After all, the Ironclaw clan primarily operates in the New World and seldom appears in the Old World." "What shall we do?" Thomas asked. "Eliminate them all," Katerina replied softly, "or else those curs will believe they can freely establish their lairs here." "Yes." The assembled group laughed in agreement. "Should we not first arrange for reconnaissance?" Vincent suggested. "Indeed, that location is a warehouse. We can assign some blood servants to work nearby during the day," Rosalind advised. Chip proposed, "We could also send in some goods to see if we might occupy the warehouse. This way, the blood servants could enter under the pretense of checking the situation. Additionally, should we not maintain a watch nearby, just in case?" Alawalak inquired. "Let it be so. The entire team should be prepared for an ambush at any moment," Katerina declared, tapping the table once more. "Yes." Captain. 3 days later, near the werewolf warehouse, Katerina asked, "Have we clarified the situation? Based on the reports from blood servants who entered the warehouse and those monitoring the perimeter." Elena responded, "There are 5 werewolves in this stronghold, and they're currently inside. Here is the internal map of the warehouse. West, Alawalak, prepare the barriers. Vincent, you will open the door. Once we infiltrate the warehouse, we will surround their living quarters from 3 sides. Be mindful of sentries and strive to move in the shadows," Duke instructed, outlining the strategy. The blood servants followed their masters. Vincent's blood servant accompanied Elena, and both had only 1 blood servant each. "Vincent, move quickly and nimbly to cover any issues that arise." "Understood. Let us commence. The blood feast awaits you," Katerina proclaimed. With a light chuckle, the Blood Clan began their operation. West and Alawalak worked in unison to cast a barrier, silently enveloping the entire warehouse. Fully armed blood servants guarded the various entrances as the cloaked Blood Clan members and their servants approached the warehouse door. Vincent transformed into a shadowy mist, slipping through the crack of the door and gently unfastening the latch, allowing the Blood Clan to file in the darkness. The Blood Clan and their servants stealthily encircled the werewolves' living area. Suddenly, a furious roar rang out. Blood! A werewolf sentinel had detected the Blood Clan's intrusion. Under the protection of the wind element, the werewolf moved swiftly, effortlessly tearing apart one blood servant, blood splattering everywhere. It then turned, clawing at Katerina's arm. severing it. Katarina's regenerative claws struck at the werewolf while she withdrew, clutching her severed limb to that moment. Several werewolves within the warehouse were roused by the commotion. Vincent, now a shadowy mist, swiftly propelled Katarina backward, ensnaring the werewolf with tendrils of shadow. Duke followed closely, and with a swift motion of his bloodblade, the werewolf's head was severed from its body. A sudden wave of heat surged within the warehouse as a colossal flame element was summoned by the remaining 4 werewolves. Katarina, witnessing the massive fire giant, bellowed, "Delay them!" In response, Vincent unleashed several shadow arrows, while Duke continually disrupted the fire elemental's form with blood magic. Chip, wielding a cross-sword and radiating blood energy, stood guard beside Katarina. Meanwhile, Katarina crushed a pitch-black gemstone, channeling boundless dark magic in her hands. Magical runes began to coalesce in the air, and the dark energy tore through space, manifesting the high-level shadow magic, Shadow Claw. Countless claws forged from shadow energy surged forth, ensnaring and rending the fire elemental's form, forcing the werewolves who had summoned it to focus all their efforts on resisting the relentless onslaught of shadow claws. Opportunities are rare. Duke wields a bloodied blade, while Rosalie and Eileen transform into bears. Vincent, Elena, and Thomas each brandish their weapons, initiating an assault on the werewolves controlling the fire elementals. Under the relentless onslaught of the Blood Clan and the coordination of their blood servants, the werewolves are swiftly eradicated. With their demise, the fire elementals, now devoid of their masters, are effortlessly torn to shreds by shadowy claws. In the House of Pain, skilled musicians perform on stage, their lively melodies resonating throughout the space. Seated in a private room, Vincent sips blood wine, observing the revelry of the Blood Clan. In the dim light, handsome or beautiful blood servants attend to their lords, engaging in playful banter or succumbing to the bites of their masters. Emitting soft, intoxicating sounds, servants bustle in and out, continuously delivering blood wine to the room. Katarina occupies the main seat, extracting her fangs from the arm of a dashing young man, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth. As her gaze sweeps across the revelers, she delicately wipes her lips with a handkerchief and beckons Vincent, who is drinking alone. "Captain, I see you are seated alone. Do you not have a suitable blood servant? I fear that if I indulge too much, the blood frenzy may ensue. Such is the nature of revelry." Katarina drains her cup, stating that the tradition of fiercely battling in combat followed by a blood feast is an age-old custom of her kin. "Indeed, Captain." Katarina gestures to a servant, instructing them to arrange for 2 blood servants for Vincent. Upon seeing Vincent, she raises her empty cup, and he pours her a fresh drink, remarking, "You handled this well. This is your first encounter with werewolves, correct?" "My transformation was indeed prompted by my encounter with them. So this would be my second I had forgotten you were born the chosen one." Katarina clinks her glass with Vincent's, taking a sip before continuing. "Be vigilant. The werewolves may seek revenge, and such matters typically require a series of exchanges. Should we bolster security at our stronghold? That may not be necessary. A little caution should suffice. However, they may stir trouble within our territory, and we shall retaliate in kind, engaging in back-and-forth negotiations." "Negotiate?" Vincent is taken aback that a full-scale war with the werewolves would be detrimental to both parties' interests, so it is likely a discussion will be necessary in the end. Katarina watches as 2 blood servants are brought in, seating them beside Vincent, and adds, "For now, let us enjoy the blood feast. We shall address the remaining matters in tomorrow's meeting." Feeling the softness of the blood servant's arm, Vincent gently lifts her hand, fangs poised to bite into her wrist. In the werewolf warehouse, under a starlit sky, a figure stealthily infiltrates the empty space. The scent of blood wafts through the air, causing a shiver to run through the figure as a tear slips down their cheek. "Have we been discovered?" They ponder. The Blood Clan should not have uncovered our hidden stronghold so swiftly. We have only been here for half a month. Could it be that the Blood Fawn clan betrayed us? Emerging from the warehouse, the figure gazes at the faintly visible full moon through the mist and resolves. Whether it be the Blood Clan or traitors, they shall pay dearly for this. The blood of the Iron Claw shall not be spilled in vain. Making their way to the dock, they board a ship bound for the New World. The following day, Vincent awakens in his chamber, noticing two naked blood servants beside him, their bodies marked with bite marks, signaling that he had indeed succumbed to a blood frenzy the previous night. A soft voice breaks the silence. "Does my master wish to change clothes?" Vincent turns to see another blood servant, the very gift Duke had sent him, lounging on the sofa. "Apologies, I overindulged last night." "Not at all. My master is free to do as he pleases." The naked blood servant bows gently, smiling. "You are truly kind to apologize to a blood servant." Vincent chuckles and inquires, "By the way, what is your name?" "Anna," she replies, assisting Vincent in dressing. "Have you been comfortable during your stay? Mr. Humphrey has arranged everything splendidly. Thank you for your concern." Vincent, now dressed, nods to Anna and steps out of his room. Outside, Humphrey stands waiting, bowing before stating, "I was just about to wake you, my lord. I received word that a meeting is scheduled in half an hour." Vincent acknowledges this and asks, "What of Catherine? After your ritual to restore her severed arm yesterday?" She is still resting at tea that moment. Catherine's door opens, revealing her pallid visage. "There's something you require, my lord." Vincent gestures for Humphrey to fetch a cup, biting into his wrist. As the wound heals, several drops of blood fall into the cup. "Drink," he says, handing it to Catherine. "You need not stand watch today. Take the opportunity to rest." With that, he departs the residence, heading towards the meeting room. In the meeting room, the Blood Clan members engage in hushed discussions. Eileen turns to Vincent. "You seem to have quite the enjoyable night." Vincent interacts more with the Blood Clan. Eileen has grown less reticent than when she first emerged from the forest, though he sometimes finds her earlier silence more adorable. "You were not lacking either. Those two young men were quite appealing, were they not?" Vincent retorts playfully. After exchanging a few quips, Eileen asks, regarding the werewolves, "This matter should not be concluded yet, correct?" "Certainly, though whether Bloodfawn will come to Ironclaw's aid remains uncertain." Before Vincent can elaborate, Katerina strides into the meeting room, and the members bow in respect as she takes her seat. Katerina lightly taps the table, announcing, "The Southern faction has made contact. They wish to speak with the constable tonight. Lord Jason has indicated that we are to assume the role of protectors. Those mutts are daring enough to negotiate directly." Duke chuckles. "They likely wish to avoid bloodshed on behalf of Ironclaw," Elena remarks. "But could there be an ambush? The werewolves have arranged to meet at the Siren's Tavern, with only 3 coming from the south. And they have requested that we send 3 representatives as well," Katerina explains. "The Siren's Tavern lies within our territory. We can respond swiftly, so it seems unlikely there will be an ambush," Chip adds. "Nevertheless, we must remain cautious," Duke advises. "Captain, bring Vincent along. His vaporization skills are quite agile and will allow him to lure us outside." Agreed. Eileen concurs. "We must remain vigilant, ready to respond swiftly to any situation." "Vincent, you will accompany me as Lord Jason's personal guard," Katerina instructs. "Additionally, Lord Jason will dispatch personnel to stand by nearby as a rapid response unit. Duke, you will oversee their accommodations. The rest of you. Eileen, you will lead the team at the Siren's Tavern to welcome our southern guests." "Understood," the group responds. "Let us change and prepare for departure. We will first inspect the Siren's Tavern area," Katerina commands. "Vincent, we will not don our combat attire. Instead, we shall wear formal garments. The carriage awaits us at War's Edge. We will first head to Dumont." "Yes," Vincent replies, rising to change to the Siren's Tavern. The night is adorned with countless twinkling stars, the cloudless sky allowing the moonlight to gently caress all beneath it. The Blood Clan and their servants from the House of Pain stand fully armed, alert and vigilant, while armored warhorses stand quietly at the entrance of the Siren's Tavern. Members of the 7th Bureau cordon off the entire street, monitoring the unfolding situation from a distance at that moment. A dozen steeds approach from the south, carrying a group of burly men clad in overcoats, adorned with Homburg hats and colorful feathers, each wielding rifles, their saddlebags strapped with ornate blades. The leader dismounts, eyeing the fully armed members of the House of Pain, and lights a cigar. Amidst the smoke, 2 of his subordinates follow closely behind, making their way toward the Siren's Tavern. Eileen, observing the approach of the alpha of the Bloodfawn clan, von Lersen, steps forward to greet him. "Mr. Lersen, the constable is awaiting your arrival. Please follow me to the entrance of the private room. Katerina and Vincent stand ready to welcome the werewolves." As Finn approaches, Katarina nods respectfully to the Alpha, Mr. Larson. Finn returns the gesture, Katarina, before lifting his coat to indicate he bears no weapons. It is understood among them that, for an Alpha of a werewolf's prowess, whether or not he is armed holds little significance. It is more a gesture of cooperation. Noticing Katarina's signal, Vincent promptly opens the door, announcing to the constable seated within, "Lord Constable, Mr. Larson has arrived. Tea has been a while." Jason, Finn, and his aide entered the private room, removing their hats as they spoke. Observing the others taking their seats, Jason replied, "I believe that after our last discussion, our agreement was mutually accepted. The terms remain unchanged. We acknowledge the Blood Clan's dominion over the dock district, and in turn, the Blood Clan understands our consortium's utilization of the docks." Finn set down his cigar and responded, "Until yesterday. You know, that individual was not one of ours." "So, does that imply you have no objections to our handling of the matter?" Finn chuckled, taking a puff from his cigar, the smoke swirling around him as he said, "Jason, there is no need for circumspection. Although he was not one of our own, he was still one of our kin. What is it? Are you here to demand an explanation?" Jason lit his pipe, and amidst the smoke, a glimmer of red flickered in his eyes. Despite being a frenzied hunter, he wove around the topic like a spectral blood dragon. Finn waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Our agreement, while not ideal, serves the interests of both parties. I am here to express the Bloodfang's stance. We respect our mutual agreement. Furthermore, since the individual has already been eliminated, I request a symbolic acknowledgement to provide an avenue for all involved to save face. And what is it that you seek?" The agreement stipulates 4 ships per month, with a toll of 5,000 dark gold or equivalent goods for each vessel as docking fees. Henceforth, we propose 6 ships monthly, with the fee reduced to 4,000 for each. Alternatively, we can maintain 4 ships but lower the fee to 4,000. If we go with 5 ships, I will facilitate the arrival of the Iron Claws. Finn extended his hand, agreed. Their hands clasped firmly. Jason inquired, "What brings the Iron Claws to the Tudor Kingdom in the New World?" "I lack specific details, but I'm certain they have secured a consistent client in the Old World, necessitating the transportation of goods from the New World back to the Old World. The Iron Claws arrived in Tudor approximately a year ago, initially collaborating with the Bloodfang, with me providing the passage for goods. From my perspective, the collaboration was rather amicable. However, it seems that we are now perceived as mere intermediaries by the Iron Claws, which is why they have established a foothold in the dock district without our knowledge." "Are you suggesting that the Iron Claws will return?" "It is likely. After all, there is business to be conducted here." Finn took another puff from his cigar and remarked, "You've managed to uncover the hidden outpost established by the Iron Claws. I suspect they harbor animosity towards us now. Finn, your calculations are astute, ensuring your own detachment from the situation. That I genuinely respect our agreement." "Humph," Jason scoffed. "If we suffer any casualties due to werewolves, I will certainly hold you accountable. We have made ourselves clear. Such matters cannot be attributed to me. Can they? Who can definitively say whether you are not colluding with the Iron Claws, unless you inform me when they arrive? That is, after all, they are kin. If we suffer losses due to werewolves, I can only assume you wish to nullify the agreement." Jason reignited his extinguished pipe, continuing, "In regard to the Iron Claws, our interests align. If they establish a foothold in Tudor, the only outcomes left for the Iron Claws and the Bloodfang will be absorption or subjugation. I cannot offer you any guarantees," Finn said after a lengthy silence. "But I will seek a solution. Then let us observe how the situation unfolds." Finn rose to take his leave. Jason also stood, saying, "Farewell." Finn mounted his steed, leading the group away from the dock district. Along the way, his aide remarked, "Alpha, those undead had a point. If the Iron Claws truly gain a foothold in Tudor, clan warfare seems inevitable. Will not allow those undead to disturb your thoughts," Finn replied, pausing thoughtfully before adding, "However, you must remain vigilant. Should there be any signs of the Iron Claws, inform me immediately." "Understood." The carriage was en route to the Dumont Hotel, with the Blood Clan members riding on horseback as escorts. Inside the carriage, Jason addressed Catalina. "Finn seems hesitant. Tomorrow, I will convene the captains for a meeting at Dumont." He then turned to Vincent, saying, "You have performed admirably, and your loyalty will be rewarded." "Thank you, my lord." Vincent responded. Sheriff, Catalina interjected. Regarding the iron claws, do you intend to report to the clan? You know my circumstances. I must report to the clan. However, if you choose not to, I fear. Worry not. I too shall relay the situation to the clan. As it may affect our business here, Jason assured her. You are closest to the werewolves. Remain alert, for it is not only the iron claws we must watch, but also the blood fawn, should you require assistance. Notify me at any time, and I shall arrange it. Yet considering Finn's demeanor, it's hard to say. Caution is always prudent. Understood. The carriage arrived at the Dumont Hotel's entrance, and the door swung open to reveal the blood servant waiting by the side. Catalina said, Until tomorrow, Sheriff. Good night. My captain. A knock echoed at the door. My lord. Lord Duran has arrived, Humphrey announced. Please have him wait. I will be out shortly. Vincent's voice called from within. See to Lord Duran's hospitality. Yes, my lord. Moments later, Vincent emerged from the meeting room. It's early. Is there an issue? Mary has requested a meeting. It seems her employer has responded. Duke replied, adding, I gather Mary quite fancies you. She may be employing her charms. Do not jest with me. Vincent retorted, I know you've met her a few times in secret. Duke continued to tease. Lord Duke, spare me. Vincent pleaded, hands clasped in a gesture of surrender. Then let us be off. Handsome done on the carriage, Vincent inquired of Duke, why are we negotiating with the werewolves? I had always thought we were enemies. Speak candidly. Until yesterday, you had never even encountered a true werewolf. What enmity could possibly exist? Duke elaborated, the term enemy is merely a label, stemming from the competition for dominance in the realm of darkness. From the perspective of the sheriff's domain, it is far more practical to balance conflicting interests through agreements and safeguard our respective businesses than to resort to senseless violence merely because of a title. Of course, we have never hesitated to trip each other up outside of agreements. Much like the last time we assisted the vagrants in dealing with the shapeshifters. If the werewolves had the chance, they would not hesitate to do the same to us. However, neither side would carelessly violate the agreement, as it serves to protect our mutual interests. Yet, if a more significant benefit were to arise, both parties would not shy away from tearing up the agreement. After all, it is the pursuit of profit that remains eternal. Now, let us lighten the mood. For instance, Mary. Duke began to share stories about Mary. Duke had maintained a close relationship with Mary since their time at the academy, where they were classmates, and they had once shared a romantic connection. After Duke graduated, he stayed in Evernight City for work, while Mary took a position in the northern district of the Alliance before the establishment of the Principality, and their relationship faded due to the distance. Later, Mary was promoted to the position of Sheriff's squad leader. But after the territory was subjected to a great purge, she became a vagrant and subsequently joined the Dragon Fong Consortium. I see. No wonder Mary has circled back to inquire if you have spoken of me. Vincent noted just as Duke was about to resume his teasing. Vincent hastily redirected the conversation. By the way, what exactly is this great purge? Are you familiar with the Hunters Guild? The Hunters Guild is one of humanity's primary forces against the Dark Realm. Often likened to the Order of the West in the Old World and the Alliance of East, Duke explained. Within the Hunters Guild, there are various factions, the most renowned being the Sigil Hunters of the Sigil Brotherhood, who obtain supernatural abilities by inscribing sigils upon their bodies, wielding sigil-imbued swords to eradicate any beings that threaten the human world. I have seen an introduction during my time at the Academy. Indeed, the Hunters Guild, the Order, and the Alliance have always been our adversaries. When large-scale incursions of abominations threaten humanity, these organizations dispatch personnel to eliminate the local threats, a process we refer to as the Great Purge, Duke elucidated. However, the true aim of these organizations is often to weaken the forces of the abominations that we too would not hesitate to eliminate humans to diminish their strength. Yet we do not recklessly initiate large-scale wars. Both sides strive to maintain a delicate balance, while simultaneously seeking to undermine one another. Then what of the 7th Bureau? They lack such strength? Yesterday, I observed a considerable number of personnel from the 7th Bureau on high alert. This organization, responsible for local intelligence and post-conflict cleanup, is not particularly formidable in terms of combat capability. The local security division of the United City's 7th Bureau could effortlessly handle them. Nevertheless, we maintain a semblance of decorum with the 7th Bureau, as they are a government entity, and we have numerous business dealings that require interaction with the government. More importantly, the 7th Bureau is not the only entity dealing with foreign institutions. There is also the National Knights Order. Understood, said Duke as the carriage arrived at the Longya Chamber of Commerce. Duke and Vincent alighted, where Mary awaited at the entrance. Upon seeing Vincent disembark, her face lit up with a radiant smile as she approached. "You have arrived," Mary said cheerfully. "Indeed," Vincent replied with a smile. "I tea that moment." Duke's voice intruded. "There are still others present." "Please, Duke," Mary said with a smile that with a handsome fellow around, one forgets old friends. Duke jested. "Let be known that the handsome one is still an introduction by an old friend." "How could I forget an old friend?" Mary resumed her graceful demeanor. "Do follow me, old friend." Inside the private room, the group settled into their seats. Mary began, "Regarding the previous matter, the president returned from the old world a couple of days ago. And when passing through United City, I briefed him on the intelligence. His sentiment is that our consortium values the relationship with the House of Pain and the local security division immensely. This pertains to our consortium's dealings with the succubus energy stones, along with additional verified intelligence about the succubus energy stone trade." Mary placed the documents on the table, but when Duke reached for them, her hand remained firmly atop the papers. "Speak. What does the consortium desire?" Duke inquired. "The president wishes to establish a closer collaboration with the local security division and the House of Pain that we hope your side can reduce the transaction service fees at the House of Pain and the Dumont Hotel while providing more magical dust. In return, aside from intelligence, we also have a substantial quantity of weapons blessed by elemental spirits that we wish to process through your channels. This matter is beyond my authority. Please wait," Duke said, writing a few lines on a note, summoning a messenger to deliver it to the captain. Shortly thereafter, the messenger returned, and Duke glanced at the note, stating, "Magical dust can be provided in exchange for the blessed weapons. We shall negotiate the price later. The service fee will not be reduced, but for the magical dust, the last 3 shipments can be paid at a reduced rate of 3. Mary pondered briefly and nodded. "Agreed." She then pushed the documents toward Duke. Duke opened the documents, taken aback. "You've traded for 3 ships? What you're aware of also includes 4 more ships, along with a secret cult, totaling 10 ships of magical energy stones. What do the succubi intend to do? At present, we do not know. However, the president is quite curious about this matter and hopes we can continue exchanging intelligence moving forward." "Very well," Duke replied. "It seems we cannot linger any longer. We must return immediately. Should any situation arise, do not hesitate to contact us." "Understood." Mary cast a glance at Vincent. "Let us arrange another meeting to in the carriage." Vincent inquired, "A concession of 3 for 3. Do you think that is too great a compromise? After all, the consortium is merely reselling existing intelligence. That it appears the lovely Mary has not completely captivated you," Duke remarked. "Indeed, you have noticed the consortium is recycling waste. However, that 3 for 3 serves 3 purposes. First, as bait. Do not forget, the barter price is yet to be determined. Second, we also require the consortium's subsequent intelligence. And third, it serves as support for Mary, which she understands implicitly. I see that I in the conference room. Everyone has reviewed the intelligence. Please share your thoughts," said Katerina, seated at the head of the table. "That if I could utilize such a quantity of magical energy stones with adequate cooperation, I could seal off United City for over a month through barriers." West stated. Aloha nodded in agreement, adding, "Alternatively, through a combination of ritual magic and barriers, we could eliminate over half the population of United City. Yet, it need not be confined to United City, for the succubi possess minimal influence here. With only the dock area as their stronghold," Rosalind noted. Chip remarked, "Currently, we only know that the succubi hold a vast quantity of magical energy stones. With insufficient parameters, it is unwise to assess that. I believe it prudent to report this and allow the intelligence department to investigate." Duke concurred. Chip makes a valid point. We can analyze what these magical energy stones might be used for from various angles, but they remain mere conjectures that we need more intelligence. Then let us report to the intelligence department and see if any new information arises," Katerina said, lightly tapping the table. "Nevertheless, we must remain vigilant regarding the succubi's movements. arrange personnel to closely monitor them and prevent any disturbances in United City. Understood, due to Vincent's serendipitous discovery of the Iron Claw werewolf stronghold. The sheriff rewarded him with a potion, Blood of Silver, which permanently enhances the user's resistance to silver. Suddenly, the days grew tranquil. The succubi exhibited no unusual activity, and the Iron Claw werewolves left no trace. The territory lay in serene calm, devoid of conflict or invasion. Apart from daily affairs, the Blood Clan found themselves in a state of idleness. Vincent had gone on several dates with Mary, and with nothing pressing at hand, he resolved to use this peaceful period to enhance his strength. Reflecting on past battles, Vincent recognized that with his shadow mist and shadow magic, he possessed formidable mobility, enabling him to swiftly enter and exit the battlefield. His beastly physique granted him impressive melee capabilities and remarkable regeneration, while his beastly instincts allowed him to evade danger. However, neither the shadow corrosion produced by the shadow mist nor the shadow magic provided a decisive, lethal strike. Seizing the opportunity of recent tranquility, Vincent sent a message through a messenger to his instructor, Caroline, in hopes of receiving some guidance. The messenger quickly returned through the shadow realm. Vincent opened the letter. Caroline's elegant handwriting greeting him. Greetings that I wholeheartedly agree with your perspective. Yet regrettably, unless your magical prowess meets the required standard, you may learn advanced shadow magic, but be unable to cast it. However, you might draw inspiration from the path of the wild hunt. I recommend visiting your local sheriff, Jason Taylor, to my knowledge. He excels in misting. I have sent him a letter of recommendation, and he has agreed to meet you tomorrow evening at 9. Thank you. Esteemed teacher, Vincent penned a note of gratitude and entrusted it to the swift shadow. The following day at 8:30, Vincent's carriage arrived at the entrance of the Dumont Hotel. Upon noticing the carriage adorned with a black cross emblem, the blood servant promptly approached. How may I assist you, my lord? The blood servant inquired as Vincent disembarked. I have an appointment to visit the sheriff at 9 tonight. Vincent observed his watch, realizing it was still early. Please inform him of my arrival and escort me to the waiting room. Yes, my lord. Please hold for a moment. The blood servant guided Vincent to the reception room. Shortly thereafter, a familiar figure entered. Vincent, it has been a while, West exclaimed. Vincent rose quickly, replying, Charlie West, indeed. The last time we met was during my inaugural transport mission. Your matters have already been addressed by the Lord, but Sheriff Jason is currently occupied. I will lead you to him shortly. Thank you. Vincent bowed in appreciation. Not at all. We are comrades. Charlie waved his hand dismissively. Although you have only recently arrived in our dock area, you have been quite active. I even heard about your exploits with the Iron Claw. Quite commendable. Fortune favored me. That is all. You are too modest, Charlie remarked. Visit Dumont Hotel when you have the chance. I would like to share a drink with you. This rising star, your kindness is overwhelming. I shall certainly pay a visit. Under Charlie's enthusiastic invitation, the two exchanged messages imbued with magical energy, engaging in lively conversation as time swiftly passed. The blood servant gently knocked on the door of the reception room. It seems the Lord has returned to his office. Let us proceed, Charlie stated. Charlie seems to wield considerable influence. Despite his so-called administrative role, Vincent mused as he followed Charlie out of the reception room and to the sheriff's office door. My lord, Vincent has arrived. Charlie lightly knocked on the door and announced, Let him enter. Yes. Charlie observed Vincent step into the office before closing the door behind him. Lord Jason, Vincent greeted. Caroline has spoken to me about your matters. Jason regarded Vincent. I do possess a method to fulfill your request. While our Wild Hunt clan may not wield magic, we have a unique ritualistic elemental linking. Through this distinctive ritual magic, our clan can gain the ability to utilize certain elements. As Jason spoke, he transformed into mist, and Vincent marveled at how Jason's misting resembled a violent frost, the biting cold wind striking him like a blade. Upon returning to his corporeal form, Jason continued. However, elemental linking does not directly endow the ritualist with the ability to wield magic. However, the elements can merge with my blood energy, and when utilizing this blood energy, the elements will also be activated. For instance, my beast claws carry frost damage, and my mist form likewise bears frost damage. Our clan, the Wild Hunt, has developed a series of skills based on the elemental connections derived from these elemental abilities. Yet, your situation is rather unique. That I heard from Caroline that after your bloodline awakening, your misform is accompanied by shadow damage. However, your blood energy has not fused with the elements, which leaves me uncertain about the success of the elemental linkage. I wonder how much the ritual for elemental linkage consumes. If possible, I would still like to give it a try. After listening to Jason's explanation, Vincent pondered for a moment and replied, "There's no need to worry about the ritual's cost. After all, you are a descendant of that esteemed individual. It is primarily my duty to clarify the situation with you to avoid any misunderstandings." "Not at all. I am very grateful, Lord Jason." Vincent hastily rose and bowed in thanks. "Does Lord Jason know my bloodkin?" You were not aware." Jason was taken aback. "I am the child of destiny, and I have not formally met my bloodkin. All I know is that my bloodkin is named Klaus." "Ah, I see. Let us prepare for the ritual first, and then I shall tell you more about your bloodkin." "Thank you, my lord." Vincent rose and bowed once more to the Dumont Hotel, outside the Heart of Blood seal. Aided by the energy emanating from the Heart of Blood, the magic circle had been prepared. The magic stones were placed within the array in a unique manner, emitting a gentle glow. "Let us begin." Jason instructed Vincent. Vincent stepped into the magic circle, and Jason formed hand seals, causing the runes of the magic circle to shine brightly. Various elements began to swirl within the circle, with yellow earth elements, blue water elements, red fire elements, and green wind elements encircling Vincent. The earth element was the first to leave the magic circle, dissipating into the air, followed closely by the wind element. The water and fire elements continued to swirl around Vincent, with the water element exiting the circle while the fire element lingered. The glow of the magic circle began to dim, indicating the ritual was nearing its conclusion. Just as Vincent thought the ritual had failed, a surge of shadow magic suddenly emanated from him, merging with the fire element that circled him. The magic circle burst apart in an explosion of elemental energy, and as the final glow of the magic circle flickered, Vincent was engulfed in crimson flames, with black smoke emanating from the shadow magic intertwined with the fire. The black smoke and crimson flames gradually merged in the elemental eruption, transforming the flames around Vincent to black. With a hint of blood red flickering on the outer flames, seems we have succeeded," Jason remarked. "Thank you, my lord." As the black flames gradually dissipated, Vincent, cloaked in remnants of fire, bowed to Jason. "The fusion with the elements has consumed considerable blood energy. Take some nourishment and rest for a while." Jason handed Vincent a vial of blood and continued, "I will inform Katerina. You shall rest here in Dumont for today." "Yes, my lord." The following day, in the guest room of the Dumont Hotel, Vincent awoke. After a day of slumber, he felt a peculiar sensation coursing through his blood energy, a unique blend of icy heat, gradually strengthening his body as it flowed. Rising, he noticed the floor scattered with empty vials of blood. Shaking a bell placed on the coffee table, a maid soon entered the room. "Sir, I have informed Lord Charlie. Here are your new garments. Please allow me to assist you in changing." After donning his new attire, Vincent followed the maid's lead into the reception room, where Charlie was already seated on the sofa. "My apologies for keeping you waiting," Vincent said hastily. "It is no trouble at all." Charlie waved his hand dismissively. "Come, Lord Jason has instructed me to bring you to see him as soon as you awaken. In Jason's office." Vincent arrived and took a seat. "Vincent has come, sit," Jason said, casually handing Charlie a note to sign. "Charlie, arrange for someone to handle these two matters." "Yes, my lord." Charlie glanced at the note before turning to leave. "How do you feel?" Jason inquired. Vincent shared the peculiar sensation with Jason, who remarked, "It seems the fire element has fused with your blood energy, forming blood flames. Why not try circulating your blood energy?" Vincent concentrated, gathering his blood energy in his palm, where black flames ignited. Jason observed the flames closely. Interesting. It appears that the shadow magic has also merged with your blood flames. Try casting a shadow spell." Vincent raised his hand, causing the burning black flames to form a shadowy spear suspended in the air. "Come, let me feel this black flame," Jason said. Vincent hesitated, but Jason urged. "Come." "Yes, my lord." The burning shadow spear slowly flew toward Jason. With a wave of his hand, Jason conjured frost, shattering the spear. However, the black flames continued to burn atop the frost. Jason continued to channel his frost blood energy until he gradually extinguished the black flames. This resembles the shadow fire from advanced shadow magic, a flame that burns with energy as fuel. Now, let me see your mist form. Vincent transformed into a mass of burning shadow flames, the chilling heat radiating through the room. Jason struck out with his palm, unleashing a frost shockwave that erupted upon contact with the shadow flames. Vincent realized that this transformation did not weaken his elemental resistance in the past. If his mist form had been struck by a frost shockwave, he would have certainly lost his shadow state. Yet now, in his flame form, the magical resistance of his beastly body still held strong. You see it now. After completing the elemental linkage, your mist form no longer diminishes your own resistance and will also inflict elemental damage. Furthermore, when utilizing physical techniques while circulating elemental blood energy, they will also carry elemental damage. There are additional elemental application techniques, such as condensing elemental blood energy to unleash elemental shockwaves, though this can only be performed a limited number of times each day. Compressing a significant amount of elemental blood energy to unleash elemental ruptures. Jason handed Vincent a small booklet. These are the elemental application techniques I have documented. Take it and study it at your leisure. If you have any questions, feel free to come to Dumont Hotel. Thank you, my lord. Vincent respectfully accepted the booklet, bowing again that we are all children of the wild hunt, Jason stated. Just strive diligently for the territory in the future. Yes, my lord. By the way, I must also discuss your bloodkin, Jason continued. Following the disappearance of Klaus, the progenitor of the clan, the power of the wild hunt has primarily been governed by the Council of Elders formed by the third generation of bloodlines. Vincent's bloodkin, Klaus Cavill, is merely a fifth-generation bloodline and began to make his mark in the Dark World during the Third Era, the era of exploration. At that time, the new continent had just been discovered, and various alien races sought to establish their dark dominion in the New World. Amidst the chaos of interspecies warfare, Klaus single-handedly defeated the Alpha King of the Shadow Clan, Alphas II, which left the once dominant Shadow Clan in a state of disarray. Once the smoke of war cleared, Klaus established the first Blood Prince domain in the New World, the current largest Blood Prince domain, New William Fortress, and led the clan to open a series of Prince domains in the New World, establishing a hegemony for the Blood Clan and strengthening the voice of the Wild Hunt within Blood Clan society. Due to his outstanding performance, he was admitted to the Council of Elders despite being a fifth-generation bloodline, the only elder not of the third generation. Elder Klaus is a remarkable figure within our clan. I have been curious as to why I awakened at the estate of the Duke of Tudor. Vincent remarked, Elder Klaus shares a close relationship with Princess Vanessa, which is why the faction of the Shadow Clan behind Princess Vanessa maintains a cordial rapport with my Wild Hunt clan. Jason explained. After detailing this, he turned to Vincent and said, As fellow children of the Wild Hunt, should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, my lord. Vincent understood that although there exists a tradition of mutual support among the Wild Hunt, Jason's guidance towards him as a new recruit was undoubtedly due to his unseen bloodkin. After bidding farewell to Jason, Vincent boarded the carriage back to the House of Agony. The journey was swift, and upon disembarking, he heard Eileen's voice emerging from the shadows. Vincent, you have returned? Has something occurred? Observing Eileen stepping forth from the shadows, Vincent inquired. During the routine patrol, we discovered that a nest of bloodsucker nomads had been slaughtered. A bloodsucker nest? It isn't that of Ike, Durant, or Lee Gang, is it? Vincent asked. Not all. It was a small nest with merely 3 bloodsucker nomads, Eileen replied. The captain is gathering everyone for a meeting and has sent someone to Dumont to find you. Let us go. They are all in the conference room. Everyone sat around a long table adorned with a black cross pattern. Katerina began. Alova, Duke, you were at the scene. Please share your observations. I will start with the conclusion. Based on the situation at the scene, it should not have been the work of werewolves, Duke stated. Indeed, Alova continued, stating that after extensive investigation at the scene, it was determined that the 3 vagrants had met their demise due to arcane energy. Specifically, magic. Given that werewolves are not adept at wielding arcane arts, the suspicion of their involvement is markedly diminished. The most suspicious element remains that the heart of blood within the lair continues to function. Yet its magical essence has been siphoned away. Siphoned away? West inquired, noting that such necromantic energy could not possibly be absorbed by werewolves, nor could they do so without damaging the heart of blood. Indeed, Duke concurred. Thus we believe it is not the work of werewolves. Although not the Ironclaw clan, Katerina remarked, we must still apprehend the perpetrator. For our bloodline's dominion is not to be trifled with. Yes, Captain. Duke, do you have any theories? There are numerous beings that utilize arcane magic. Hoffman, Frankenstein, and witches are difficult to ascertain. However, few are capable of absorbing magical energy. Could it be Frankenstein? Vincent suddenly suggested. I recall reading that Frankenstein feeds on various forms of magic, refining it into magical energy through 8 core as sustenance for their immortality. Yes, that is plausible, Elena responded. If it is indeed Frankenstein, they possess a unique aura that should leave traces of the scene. Rosalie, take Vincent and Aileen to the site. Additionally, instruct the new recruits on how to discern the scent of the other races, Katerina commanded. As you wish. My lady. At the edge of the southern dock area, outside an independent 2-story residence, Rosalie, Vincent, and Aileen arrived on horseback, where several cloak-blood thralls stood vigil under the dim streetlights, hastily greeting them and tending to their mounts. Vincent gazed at the residence, a seemingly ordinary red brick house, indistinguishable from its neighboring dwellings, save for the diamond-shaped glass window embedded in the door, its red patterns flickering ominously in the dim light. Let us proceed, Rosalie instructed. Activate your beastly forms. Vincent's pupils turned blood red. The whites of his eyes darkening, veins bulging beneath his eyelids as he followed Rosalie into the dwelling. Upon pushing open the door, Aileen suddenly recoiled, her nose twitching, and Vincent swiftly understood the cause. A repugnant odor flooded his nostrils, a noxious scent reminiscent of decaying rust. Your senses are quite keen, especially yours, Aileen, Rosalie remarked. It must be Frankenstein, such a unique and abhorrent scent. Why did Duke and the others not detect it? Vincent inquired. Curiosity piqued. Our kin rely heavily on our distinct bloodline eye for perception. It allows us to observe subtle changes in darkness, and our dynamic vision enables us to monitor movements at high speeds while perceiving the warmth of bloodlines. Our hearing is also rather acute, and with the bloodline eye, we can even see events unfolding behind us. However, our sense of smell is rather average, which is why Duke and his team failed to detect it. Only we, the children of the hunt, possess a sense of smell that rivals that of werewolves when enhanced by our beastly forms, Rosalie elucidated. In practical scenarios, we children of the hunt can analyze residual scents to track our foes, identify their races, and even ascertain their conditions. Today marks your first lesson. I shall guide you through some fundamental techniques, and you may always seek my counsel in the future. Vincent and Aileen bowed in gratitude. And Rosalie continued, Now, attempt to perceive the scents present in this location. Remember, we have already identified that foul odor attributed to Frankenstein. Try to analyze the trajectory of that repugnant essence. Vincent observed the chalk outline on the floor, marking where the body had lain post-investigation. Closing his eyes, he let his sense of smell absorb the myriad scents within the foyer. It seemed the individual had lingered momentarily. Was this because the body in the foyer was the first to be slain? Then the scent veered right into the parlor. Vincent opened his eyes, examining the markings on the ground, deducing that the individual had entered the parlor and killed someone there. Another body lay in the dining area, and the scent guided Vincent from the parlor to the adjoining dining room. The individual's scent paused at the connecting door between the dining room and foyer. Thus, they lay in ambush at that threshold, with the foyer's body being the last to be slain. Frankenstein entered the foyer, first proceeding to the parlor, then the dining area, killing 2 before lying in wait at the connecting door, dispatching the 3rd victim descending from the upper floor. Vincent articulated. Well done, Rosalie acknowledged. Aileen, what about you? This individual seems to bear wounds. What leads you to that conclusion? Rosalie inquired, intrigued. Amidst the repugnant scent, there seems to be a trace of magical dust. Vincent paused, closing his eyes to savor the scent. Indeed, beneath that foul odor lingered a hint of magical dust. Had it not been for Eileen's insight, he might have overlooked it. Excellent observation. That is the essence of magical dust, likely applied externally, hence its lingering scent, Rosalie praised. One of the techniques in scent tracking is to isolate various odors from the target's essence. And time is a significant adversary in this pursuit. Thankfully, we arrived swiftly. Otherwise, that trace of magical dust would have dissipated before long. As I understand, Frankenstein can recover from bodily harm through energy absorption. Is this a means to seize energy? Vincent speculated. You've read quite a bit at the academy, Rosalie remarked. It is possible. Let us investigate the heart of blood. Following the scent, Vincent and Aileen discovered a hidden staircase leading to the basement beneath the foyer. The basement was modest, featuring a magic circle devoid of magical stones. At its center stood a gargoyle statue cradling a stone basin. The runes etched upon the basin had long since faded. The viscous, nearly black blood within had nearly dried, leaving only a scant residue clinging to the bottom, while several depleted magical stones lay scattered across the floor. The repugnant odor within the basement intensified, and Vincent easily detected the scent of magical dust beneath the foul essence. It appears this individual lingered here for quite some time, Vincent remarked, not only extracting energy from the heart of blood, but even neglecting the magical stones that powered the array. The heart of blood possesses vast magical energy. Why would they not spare the magical stones? The vagrants, lacking resources, have constructed a rather feeble heart of blood, capable of sustaining only 2 or 3 barriers. It seems insufficient for this individual to restore their body. Hence they resorted to the magical stones, Rosalie surmised. Continue tracking. Let us see if we can locate this individual. Yes, after their agreement, Vincent inquired, by the way, how could Frankenstein infiltrate the barriers without being detected by the vagrants? That query is rather intricate. Let us pursue the trail first, Rosalie replied. Exiting the residence, she instructed the blood thralls to return their horses to the stronghold, and the trio began navigating the dimly lit streets. Rosalie simultaneously taught them scent tracking and counter-tracking techniques while capturing the repugnant essence, which ebbed and flowed in the air, at times dense, at others faint. They followed the robust scent through shadowy alleys, only to arrive at a fishing market where fishing boats returned to port in the late hours of the night, fishermen unloading their catches. The potent fish odor masking all other scents. Has Frankenstein come here because he is aware we are tracking by scent? Aileen questioned. He knows scent can be traced, Rosalie replied. Yet, that is rather naive. The fishy odor combined with his repugnant essence makes it even easier to track. Donning her hood, Rosalie activated her beastly form, her heightened senses allowing her to detect the concealed scent amidst the fishy air. They traversed the market, and Rosalie led Vincent and Aileen in pursuit of the essence, which became particularly pronounced along the deserted streets at night. Following the scent, they arrived at a building situated beside the docks canal. By now, it was nearly dawn. Rosalie relayed information back to the stronghold via messenger, then turned to the pair, asking, "What do you think? Should we enter first or await reinforcements?" However, dawn approaches, and the reinforcements will likely consist mainly of blood servants and thralls. Vincent glanced at his pocket watch and suggested, "Shall I scout ahead?" Upon receiving Rosalie's nod, Vincent transformed into a wisp of black mist, vanishing into the pre-dawn darkness, his icy warmth concealed within, drifting like ethereal smoke. The building appeared to be a small warehouse, 2 stories high, not expansive. Apart from the guarded entrance where Rosalie and her companions stood watch, the only exit was a small dock in the rear courtyard. Peering through the windows, it seemed there was no activity, and the black mist resolved to infiltrate the interior, ascending through the exhaust pipe on the top floor. It appeared devoid of barriers, as the black mist slowly coalesced and drifted into the conduit. The warehouse was vast and empty, lacking divisions, save for a steel framework supporting a room on the second floor. The inky mist seeped into the room, which lay desolate and unoccupied, that a few makeshift beds were haphazardly arranged, and an assortment of everyday items was scattered across what once served as a desk. 2 large doors faced each other, connecting to a staircase leading downwards, while the window offered a direct view of the empty storage area below. Rosalind and Aileen awaited by the entrance, the sky gently lightening with dawn's approach. At that moment, a swirling black fog coalesced into shadowy flames, and as the flames dissipated, Vincent appeared, addressing the two. There is no one inside. How much longer until the carriage arrives? Or should we seek refuge from the sun indoors? The stronghold has responded. The bloodlords and their minions are en route, Rosalind replied. However, the sun is about to rise. I have the stone of the Daywalker, so I'm not overly concerned, but you too should be cautious. Although Vincent possessed the stone of the Daywalker himself, he discerned Rosalind's implication that Aileen did not that he suggested. Let us wait inside, and perhaps we can ascertain the whereabouts of that Frankenstein. The trio entered the warehouse, observing the vast emptiness and the small rooms constructed on the second floor. Vincent remarked, "This place is saturated with Frankenstein's essence. The upstairs rooms contain some personal effects and a few temporary beds. It seems we are tracking someone who has companions. This is their makeshift hideout." "There may be more," Aileen interjected, pointing to the ground. The thickness of the dust on either side is clearly inconsistent, and there is a distinct scent of dry wood, indicating that goods have previously been stored here. Thus, Frankenstein and his companions likely occupied this space to guard their cargo. But why was Frankenstein injured? And why did he return here alone from the south? Did he intend to notify his companions? As Vincent spoke, he pushed open the back door of the warehouse. The sun was just beginning to peek through, its rays flickering amidst the clouds. Following the scent of brine, he made his way to the dock, observing the mooring posts and the knotted ropes submerged in the water. Upon returning to the warehouse, he informed the two, "Frankenstein escaped by boat from here. There are 2 mooring posts, and one of them remains tied. He must have untied the rope from the boat and cast it into the water before departing." Just as Rosalind was about to speak, she was struck by something on the ground. Vincent and Aileen followed her gaze, and as sunlight streamed through the window, they noticed several glimmering points on the floor. Rosalind approached, picked up one of the shining fragments, and examined it. "These are shards of magical energy stones." The warehouse previously stored magical energy stones? Vincent inquired. "Let us search for more fragments. Magical energy stones can easily shatter upon impact during transport," Rosalind suggested. The three began to search independently, and soon enough, they uncovered numerous shards scattered throughout the warehouse. "Let us consolidate our findings," Rosalind proposed, "that we will report to the captain shortly." The murderer acted alone in the southern dock area, primarily to absorb energy and recuperate, Aileen stated. The assailant had companions, and there are indications of a temporary resting place along the canal, as well as evidence of substantial magical energy stone storage within the warehouse. After committing the crime, the murderer returned alone to the hideout and departed by boat, likely without any companions. Otherwise, they could have collaborated to untie the rope at the dock before boarding. Thus, it is highly probable that the murderer left alone. Vincent concluded. Rosalind nodded in agreement, stating, "The volume of goods in this warehouse could not have been transported by cart. Therefore, the cargo must have been shipped away via the canal. However, the dock shows minimal residue of magical energy stone fragments, suggesting it has been cleared to avoid drawing attention." "What do you believe transpired based on this intelligence?" Vincent queried. "There was a trade gone awry. The remaining Frankenstein was injured and fled, perhaps killing a vagrant along the way to restore his strength before returning here to escape from the United City by boat. This appears to be the most plausible scenario based on the current information. However, remember, this is merely an analysis grounded in known data. Should new information emerge, the conclusions may shift entirely," Rosalind remarked. "Well done." Recruits, as they observed the carriage awaiting outside, the three understood that reinforcements had arrived. The bloodlords and their minions, armed and ready, entered the warehouse and promptly saluted Rosalind and the others. After instructing the bloodlord to secure the scene, the three donned their hoods and boarded the enclosed carriage, preparing to return to the House of Suffering. Inside the carriage, Vincent sought Rosalind's insight. "I still cannot fathom how Frankenstein managed to enter the Blood Clan's lair without triggering the barrier." "What do you know of Frankenstein?" "Not much. Only that he is a creation of a human Victor Frankenstein, designed for immortality," Vincent replied. "According to the texts, Frankenstein was created through a combination of surgery and ritual. They feed on magical energy and are adept at utilizing it, possessing formidable physical strength. Feeding on magical energy is indeed the crux of the matter," Rosalind elucidated. "All magic at its essence is driven by magical energy, including barriers, Frankenstein could quietly tear a breach in the barrier by gradually absorbing magical energy. Thus, theoretically, Frankenstein is a bane to barriers that, of course, this is only theoretical, should a barrier master cast the spell. Any disturbance would be immediately detected. Seemingly eager to elaborate, Rosalind continued. Do you know why Frankenstein, a creation of the post-Steam age, and his creator, Victor Frankenstein, are seldom mentioned? Why is that? Eileen inquired, curiosity piqued. Because although Victor Frankenstein is the creator of Frankenstein, he perished as a human. Vincent paused, and Rosalind elaborated. Victor Frankenstein was a highly ambitious young scientist and an alchemist. After years of research, merging scientific and arcane knowledge, when Victor successfully created the first Frankenstein, he attracted attention from all quarters at that time. The intelligence department of my clan, the shadow wolves of the werewolves, the tribunal of the order, the hunters guild, and the council of harpies, among other factions, converged in the capital of the Tudor Kingdom, Dunling City, aiming to monopolize the technology of Frankenstein's creation, or at least ensure it did not fall into the hands of rival factions. Amidst the fierce struggle for dominance, Victor and his first creation, Prometheus, tragically perished, and the Victor's book, which recorded all of his research, was destroyed. As a result, the various factions obtained only a fraction of the research data. And now, what of the Frankenstein wandering the dark world? Eileen asked. It was not until over a century later that Frankenstein began to reappear in the dark world, prompting the major factions to realize that Victor's assistant, Hugo, had been transformed into a Frankenstein and had left Dunling City with Victor's daughter and the Victor's book, continuing their research and establishing the Frankenstein Research Society. After a century of diligent development, the Frankenstein Research Society has become a formidable force, establishing a massive magical city, the eternal city of Frankenstein, in the heart of the northern African desert, centered around a colossal magical energy mine. Were the various factions not intent on seizing the technology of Frankenstein's creation? Vincent inquired. How could they possibly give up? Rosalind chuckled. The Order, as fervent religious zealots, could not tolerate such supernatural creations, especially those formed from human bodies through surgical means. This was seen as blasphemy to the fanatics of the Order. Upon gathering intelligence, they swiftly organized a so-called Order Expeditionary Force, allying with a few hunters to prepare for the destruction of Victor City. However, the harsh conditions of the northern African desert and the fortified nature of Victor City, coupled with the self-sustaining magical energy mines within, led to the expeditionary force's defeat after a protracted 3-month battle. It is said that numerous bodies of the Order were reclaimed by the Frankenstein Research Society for the creation of new Frankensteins. The various factions soon realized that the Frankenstein Research Society was a tough adversary and ultimately had to acknowledge its existence. The carriage halted before the House of Suffering, and Rosalind instructed, "You all should rest. I will report to the captain." The following day, in the conference room, Katerina addressed the assembled individuals at the long table. Following a joint investigation with the intelligence department, we have confirmed that the warehouse stored magical energy stones. Intelligence indicates that the warehouse was leased by the Aller Corporation through intermediaries, while we have yet to ascertain the trading partner. The transaction likely took place in the southern dock area, adjacent to the werewolf territory, where the intelligence department discovered remnants of magical energy stone shards and some remains of outsiders. How dare the Aller Corporation engage in trade within our territory, behind our backs? Elena exclaimed, if it weren't for the black market dealings, we would not have uncovered this. The Aller Corporation is a primary competitor of the Dragon Tooth Corporation. Duke remarked that United City is the domain of the Dragon Tooth Consortium, questioning whether to divulge intelligence to the consortium, inciting a battle among the factions. Indeed, Katerina nodded, acknowledging that although the trading partner with the Aller Consortium remains unclear, it is imperative to demonstrate our stance. What outposts does the Aller Consortium have nearby? Elena responded, the Aller Consortium holds minimal influence in the Tudor Kingdom. As far as I know, there is only an office in Hazeburn that I will first communicate with the higher-ups. Once they issue the final command, I will send a message to Dunling City to ensure their cooperation in dismantling this office, signaling our intentions to the Aller Consortium, and perhaps uncovering the identity of the other party involved in the transaction. Katerina stated, Understood, my lady, they both acknowledged. Upon exiting the conference room, Duke addressed Vincent. let us proceed to the Dragon Tooth Consortium. This time, you shall be the one to share the intelligence that I in the conference room of the Dragon Tooth Consortium. Vincent conveyed the matter of the Aller Consortium's dealings in United City to Mary. What you imply is that as amicable allies, we will undoubtedly share intelligence relevant to our mutual interests. Vincent smiled that my dear. Are you implying that you wish for us to engage in conflict with the Aller Consortium? Mary replied with a smile. There are still others present. Duke interjected, is it truly appropriate for you to indulge in flirtation before me? If the Dragon Tooth Consortium finds no issue with the Aller Consortium's clandestine dealings in United City, we shall remain silent on the matter. Vincent added, of course, we will also express our stance regarding this issue. Oh, I am curious to know how you plan to articulate that. Mary inquired with keen interest, seemingly more captivated by the earnestness of Vincent than the official matters at hand. You will find out soon enough. Vincent replied, this intelligence sharing is merely a reflection of the cordial rapport between our factions that I shall report this matter to the President. We are truly grateful for your cooperation, Mary concluded formally, her radiant smile lighting up the room. Now that business is settled, Vincent and I have a date. Duke, shall I arrange for 2 companions to keep you company? Duke chuckled, remarking, old friends are indeed good friends. In the conference room, Duke and Elena awaited the final command at the table that moment. Katerina entered the room, taking her seat at the head of the table. Addressing the two, I have conferred with the constable and the prince, and they have agreed to impose a blood price on the Aller Consortium as punishment for their contempt of the Black Cross. Understood, my lady, both responded that I have sent a message through private channels to the prince's domain in Dunling City. The Haysburn Constabulary will dispatch personnel to assist with our operations, and the Dunling Intelligence Department has already prepared surveillance on the Aller Consortium's outpost in Haysburn. Katerina elaborated, I have heard that the North-South Passage has been rather tumultuous lately, with a band of ogres occasionally raiding the main road, making travel by carriage rather precarious. Elena remarked, we must also bring weapons. It appears we shall either have to take a shipping vessel or a train. The Saint holds shares in the United Railway Group. I will ask him to arrange a private carriage, Katerina replied. Duke will take 2 new recruits to handle this matter, allowing them to gain some experience. Inform them to be on standby. They shall depart as soon as the Saint makes the arrangements. Understood, my lady. I in the reception room. Duke informed Vincent and Elena, prepare your blood subordinates. We shall depart as soon as the Saint has made the arrangements. Vincent, intrigued, inquired, who is the Saint? You visited the hospital in the dock area during your patrol, St. Thomas Hospital, correct? Indeed, Vincent nodded. That is the property of Constable Sean Hammer. Duke explained this. Sean, though commanding but a small team and overseeing a minor territory, is a master at managing resources. Aside from running the hospital's blood bank, he has made considerable profits in the market. For instance, the United Railway Group, one of the largest railway companies in the Tudor Kingdom, has Sean holding nearly 40% of its shares. That it is due to his adeptness in financial management that he has risen through the ranks, now being the most profitable constable in all of United City. Impressive, Elena remarked. Indeed, he has invested in St. Thomas Hospital and has generously donated to numerous charitable organizations, conveniently purchasing blood through these charities, earning him the moniker Saint among the constables. Duke chuckled. Sean rather enjoys this title. It has become widely known. Where is this lord's territory located? Vincent inquired. It lies at the junction of the dock area and the city center, in a place called Trelford, home to many companies, particularly shipping and trading firms. Trelford is quite small, surrounded by both the dock area and the prince's direct territory. Thus, Lord Sean pays us a fee annually for the dock area, with Lord Jason dispatching personnel to assist with maintenance. Elena remarked, so there are those who ascend due to their management skills. What else could it be? Surely we cannot resort to violence day in and day out, Duke responded. Force is but one means to uphold authority. Capital is another. The following day, at the steam train repair facility, the sun had yet to fully set, casting the last rays of daylight upon the tracks, valiantly resisting the encroaching night. Duke, Vincent, and Elena, accompanied by their blood subordinates, arrived in 2 enclosed carriages at the repair yard to avoid drawing attention. The Saint arranged for a freight steam train bound for Haysburn. They would board from here. The steam train would then come to collect the private carriage. The carriage had only 2 windows, tightly sealed by heavy curtains. leaving no crevice exposed. Its exterior appeared utterly ordinary. However, upon entering, one would discover opulent interior decor, with magical crystal chandeliers casting a soft glow, and a mini bar stocked with an array of spirits, blood vials, and blood wine in abundance. The vampire dispatched by Sean inquired of Duke, "Are you all satisfied?" "We are immensely grateful to Lord Sean." Duke replied, "The train has arrived. The steam train will head directly to Hayesburn. I will check the coupling of the carriages. Should there be any jostling later, it is to be expected. Wishing you all a safe journey." He concluded, "Thank you for your assistance." As the train raced through the night, Duke, Vincent, and Elena engaged in light conversation at the bar. "Are there any precautions we should take while on this mission?" Elena inquired nonchalantly. "Remain vigilant, both in front and behind," Duke replied, taking a sip of his drink. "Behind?" Vincent questioned. "In such joint operations, multiple factions often participate. One can never guarantee that all interests aligned. It is prudent to exercise caution." Duke said, his fingers interlocked upon the bar. "Could conflicts arise even among our kin?" Elena asked. "Conflicts of interest can indeed arise among kin. In fact, such conflicts may occur even more frequently." Duke mused for a moment before adding, "It is wise to be cautious." Vincent perceived that there was a story behind those words, yet Duke clearly wished to withhold it, so he deftly shifted the topic. "Speaking of joint operations, Mary mentioned that the Dragon-Tooth Consortium has significant concerns regarding this matter and inquired about our intended actions." "I refrained from divulging too much," Vincent said, raising his glass to take a sip of blood wine before continuing. "However, she's aware that I will be leaving United City for several days, so she might speculate on our plans. Business is business. You certainly maintain a clear distinction between public and private matters," Duke observed, noting Vincent's change of subject with a teasing smile as he clinked his glass against Vincent's and downed his drink. "We should be nearing Hayesburn," Elena remarked. Upon hearing her words, Vincent gazed into the darkness, where faint lights flickered in the distance. Familiar streets materialized in his mind, evoking memories of his initial arrival in Tudor Continent. Little did he expect that after 2 decades of slumber, returning to familiar grounds would reveal a world transformed. "What troubles you?" Elena asked, noticing Vincent's contemplative expression. "That I merely recalled the events of my escape to Hayesburn." Vincent replied softly. "You escaped to Hayesburn?" Elena inquired with growing intrigue, while Duke also turned his attention. As the train would take some time to reach its destination, Dioshare, he encouraged, "In a fierce battle with werewolves. I was defeated and gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death when I encountered my blood kin, and the subsequent events are known to you all," Vincent recounted succinctly. "Did the constable of Hayesburn not intervene in this matter?" Elena asked curiously. It seems rather astonishing that werewolves roamed freely in his territory. Vincent has been dormant for over 20 years. Nearly 30 years ago, Hayesburn underwent a great purge, and it took several years to successfully rebuild the constabulary. Duke explained at "I see," Vincent remarked. "I have often wondered about this matter. Such affairs are not easily comprehended by us mere mortals." Duke shrugged and replied, "I am aware of this situation primarily because I lost a colleague from the academy during this cleansing." The steam locomotive gradually came to a halt at the freight platform, where several individuals were already awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Duke and his companions disembark, the foremost of the vampires approached and greeted them. "Good evening. I am Corey, assistant to Sheriff Woods of Hayesburn." "Good evening. I am Duke," he responded, subsequently introducing Vincent and Eileen to Corey. "Tonight, a guest has arrived. Lord Woods is presently receiving them at the estate. I have been instructed to welcome you on his behalf," Corey informed them. "Please follow me. The estate has prepared a welcoming banquet. May I inquire as to which esteemed individual is visiting?" Duke asked as they followed Corey. "It is Lady Caroline Polly, assistant to Her Highness, Princess Vanessa," Corey answered with a smile. "Lady Polly is here in her capacity as a representative of His Highness to oversee the joint operation." Duke, Vincent, and Eileen exchanged knowing glances, fully understanding the implications. Joint operations across territories require reporting to the administrative department. Caroline was concerned that Hayesburn might underperform. If the mission were to falter, it would adversely affect Captain Katarina's record. Otherwise, given Caroline's status, she would not need to concern herself with such a minor joint operation. "We shall pay our respects to Lady Polly shortly." Duke said with a smile. The procession of 3 carriages soon arrived before the grand iron gates of the old Hazebin district mansion, where a towering red brick structure with gabled roofs stood within the high walls. A security booth was stationed at the entrance, guarded by fully armed vampire sentinels. As the carriages came to a halt, one of the sentinels approached. Corey lifted the curtain to greet them. The sentinel nodded towards the security booth, and the iron gates slowly opened, allowing the 3 carriages to enter in succession and halt before the mansion's entrance. We are honored by the presence of the High Prince's representative to prevent any unforeseen incidents. We have heightened our security measures, Corey explained as he guided the group, saying, "This way, please." Inside the reception hall, a splendid chandelier cast a soft glow, while a band performed gentle melodies on a small stage. Blood servants busied themselves at the bar, serving wine to various booths where numerous vampires engaged in hushed conversations. Occasionally, a vampire would bear blood wine towards the largest booth at the back of the hall. Corey arranged for his subordinates to escort Duke's blood servants to their quarters and then said, "Shall we proceed to pay our respects to Lady Polly and Sheriff Woods?" "Certainly," Duke nodded. "This way, please." As they approached the large booth, Corey swiftly lifted the curtain and announced, "My lord, the representatives from Joint City have arrived." Upon entering the booth, they found Caroline seated at the head, accompanied by a middle-aged gentleman in formal attire, his graying hair lending him an air of refinement. Duke led the way in greeting. "Lady Polly, Sheriff. I am Duke, the sergeant of the Payne House Squad from Joint City, here to report with my subordinate team. It is you, Duke." Caroline smiled, "and Vincent is here as well, along with Eileen. Familiar faces indeed." "Greetings, my teacher." Vincent acknowledged Caroline, while Eileen also bowed in respect. Woods glanced at Vincent, but remained silent. "Duke, I have pressing matters to attend to on behalf of the High Prince, though time is tight. Would it be possible to conduct our operation tomorrow?" Caroline inquired. "As long as ample intelligence is provided, that should be no issue." "Sheriff Woods," Caroline turned to the refined gentleman, "how is the intelligence gathered here in Hazebin?" "The Aller Corporation has a limited presence here, with only around 20 staff members. Currently, we can confirm 4 to 5 outsiders, at least 2 of whom are from Frankstein, while the rest are mere mortals." Woods gestured for Corey, who approached with documents in hand. "This is the intelligence report. How does the Payne House plan to proceed?" "Hazebin will offer its full support. Then I kindly ask the sheriff to arrange for personnel to surround the target. Additionally, we will require the assistance of a barrier mage to breach the defenses. The rest we shall handle ourselves." Duke pondered momentarily. "If additional support is necessary, we will signal you." "What does that sound?" "No problem at all. Thank you very much for your assistance, Sheriff." With the official matters concluded, the banquet resumed. Crates of blood wine were transported into the reception area, distributed among the various booths, while elegantly dressed blood servants swirled about like butterflies. The scent of blood permeated the air, and amidst the swaying music, one could occasionally hear the soft moans of blood servants being feasted upon by vampires. In the large booth, Duke raised a blood wine bottle and a toast to Woods. Eileen was playfully nibbling on the wrist of a handsome gentleman beside her, who gazed at her with a dazed expression. Caroline turned to Vincent and said, "Shall we step outside for a moment?" "Of course, teacher." The others began to rise as well, but Caroline instructed, "Stay seated. I wish to assess my dear student." "You may continue. I shall return shortly." Vincent and Caroline exited the reception room and made their way to the balcony. "I heard from Jason that you have completed the elemental link?" "Indeed." Vincent opened his palm, revealing a flickering black shadow flame dancing upon it. "Lord Jason mentioned it resembles shadow magic flame. I was hoping to seek your guidance." Caroline closely examined the flame in Vincent's palm. "It does bear a resemblance," she said, opening her own palm to reveal a pure black flame that flickered. "Now, give it a try." The 2 flames intertwined, consuming each other's magical energy as they burned. Indeed, it was shadow magic flame, a fusion of fire elements and shadow magic. Your shadow magic flame is unique. It likely results from the elemental link merging the fire element with your blood energy, thus imparting a hint of crimson to your magical flame. "I see." Vincent inquired, "How should I train my shadow magic flame?" "Your shadow magic flame has taken a shortcut, entirely reliant on your unique talent. Had you pursued the study of shadow magic, your magical power would need to be at least 5 times greater to attempt merging with shadow magic flame. Therefore, you should primarily focus on strengthening your magical power. I am quite curious about how your attempts to merge the flames will unfold. Understood. Teacher, do remain vigilant tomorrow. I did not expect Captain Katerina to send 2 newcomers. Caroline remarked. The Aller Corporation primarily operates in Africa, thus maintaining a cordial relationship with the Frankenstein Research Society. Frankenstein is indeed a formidable opponent. Yes, teacher, Vincent responded. Is there anything I should be cautious of when facing Frankenstein? The magical energy should pose little issue. Their physical prowess is also manageable. The real challenge lies in the advanced skills possessed by certain senior Frankenstein members, such as mana devouring, which theoretically allows them to consume all forms of magic based on their characteristics and magical applications. Caroline explained, however, such high-level Frankenstein members are unlikely to appear, and besides, shadow magic flame is considered their nemesis, as its fuel is magical energy, the core energy of Frankenstein. Stay alert, and you should be just fine. Caroline glanced back at the revelry within the reception room, still ongoing. Shall we return? Yes, teacher. As night fell, the waning moon was shrouded in clouds, and the darkened streets were barely illuminated by the flickering streetlights of Hazebin. The vampires had entirely surrounded the Aller Corporation stronghold. Armed blood servants stood guard at the perimeter, while barrier mages from Hazebin, aided by magic stones, had cast a formidable barrier enveloping the Aller stronghold. Sir, the target has been surrounded, the barrier mage reported, but they have already noticed our presence. Woods turned to Duke. What is your assessment? Let us resolve the matter directly, Duke replied with a smile, addressing Vincent and the others. Let us proceed. With that, Duke drew a silver-plated sword from the sheath of a blood servant, the blood energy coursing along the blade, while Eileen activated her beast form and joined Vincent in following closely behind. The gates were forcefully breached by the blood servants, and the group took cover as they infiltrated the stronghold. The mortals of the Aller Corporation unleashed a torrent of gunfire upon the vampires, who retaliated with their own fire. For a moment, bullets whizzed through the garden, and Duke's party, outnumbered, quickly found themselves suppressed by the Aller Corporation's firepower. Duke glanced at Vincent, who nodded in understanding that a surge of black flames erupted, drawing the attention of the enemy, who immediately redirected their fire towards the shadowy blaze. Amidst a multitude of silver bullets, the black flames surged forward and scathed towards the crowd that a cacophony of screams erupted as several mortals stationed in the garden were engulfed by the black flames, writhing in agony as they were ensnared. Meanwhile, Duke and his companions capitalized on the distraction created by the black flame, advancing past the garden towards the building. Eileen transformed into a colossal bear, her crimson eyes blazing with fury as she led the charge, crashing through the door. The blood servants followed closely, storming into the hall where mortals swiftly succumbed to the claws of the ghouls. A river of blood pooling across the floor. The giant bear engaged in combat with 2 ogres. Despite the odds, it forced the robust foes to retreat repeatedly. That moment, a Frankenstein leapt from the shadows, magical energy coalescing between his hands, launching an assault on the giant bear. Simultaneously, in a backyard, Vincent confronted 2 Frankensteins. Gathering shadow flames in one hand, he unleashed an elemental blast that sent one Frankenstein flying, its body ablaze with shadow fire. With his other hand, he drew a revolver, firing multiple shots at the second, just as the physically imposing Frankenstein raised its arms to shield against the bullets. Catherine executed a stealthy ambush, piercing the Frankenstein with several regenerative claws. Vincent then charged towards the engulfed Frankenstein, his beastly claws entwined with black flames, piercing through its core without impediment. The giant bear let out a thunderous roar, its massive form radiating a sanguine glow as it barreled into one ogre, shattering its skull with a powerful paw. The ambushing Frankenstein's magical energy collided violently with the giant bear's blood energy, sending both tumbling through the air. Before the airborne Frankenstein could react, Duke seized the opportunity, cleaving it in 2 with a single stroke of his sword, while the dislodged ogre met a gruesome end at the hands of the blood servants. The giant bear, embedded in the wall, shook its head and exerted itself to crawl out. Clear the scene, Duke commanded the blood servants, preparing to rendezvous with Vincent, who was entering the hall from the backyard. "Is it done?" Duke inquired. Sporadic gunfire echoed as the blood servants swept through the building. "2 Frankensteins have been dealt with," Vincent reported. "What about this side?" "2 ogres and 1 Frankenstein have been taken care of," Eileen replied. Reverting to her human form at that moment, several blood servants approached. "My lord, the building has been secured, and there are no survivors. Were there any documents left behind? We were discovered too early. The Aller Corporation has already cleaned up." Duke nodded and addressed Vincent and Eileen. "Let us wrap this up." After eliminating the Aller Corporation and bidding farewell to Caroline, Duke and his party returned to Union City via steam train. In the office of the House of Pain, the squad leader, deputy leader, and sergeant major convened a small meeting. "Sheriff Hayes has arranged for personnel to surround the stronghold. We will go in and eliminate them. However, we found no intelligence regarding this transaction in Union City," Duke reported to Catherine. "Additionally, here is a letter from Lady Caroline. She instructed us to deliver it to you." "Good job," Catherine replied, accepting the letter with a smile. "It's of no consequence. I have already announced that the Aller Corporation's contraband will be traded at half commission at the House of Pain, and we will purchase their goods at a premium. The Aller Corporation will soon pay us a visit." She then turned to Elena, instructing, "Allocate a sum from the Team's funds as a reward for the bloodkin involved in this mission. And prepare 7 vials of blood essence for the blood servants." "Understood, Captain." "Thank you, Captain." In Africa, at the headquarters of the Aller Corporation, a burly figure smashed a mahogany desk in fury. "The stronghold of the Tudor Kingdom has been annihilated." "What transpired?" "Several bloodkin civilians were slaughtered by Frankensteins, and upon tracking them, the bloodkin discovered that the Frankensteins were trading substantial goods with the sheriff of the Union City dock area." The secretary replied, "The annihilation of the stronghold is a reprisal by the bloodkin." "Are those Frankensteins our people?" The muscular figure, Asa Aller, president of the Aller Corporation, inquired. "Not entirely," the secretary responded. "This transaction was facilitated through our channels by the Frankenstein Research Society. The Aller Corporation, headquartered in Africa, has close ties with Victor City, which holds a portion of our shares and provides Frankensteins as military support. In return, aside from profit from shares, Victor City is entitled to utilize the Aller Corporation's extensive logistical channels from shipping to warehousing." A hurried set of footsteps approached as the general manager of the Aller Corporation entered the office. "President, we have trouble." "What is it?" Asa asked, already aware of the stronghold issue. "It's more than just the stronghold." The general manager continued. "Rumors are circulating in the business circle that the House of Pain is charging half commissions for trading our goods. Additionally, the Dragon Tooth Corporation is extremely displeased with our transactions in their territory. And one of our caravans returning from the New World has been raided by them." Asa paused, sighing. "I shall visit Victor City. Instruct all clients to suspend transactions until I return." "Understood, President." In Union City, at the House of Pain, Catherine handed a vial of blood essence to Vincent, saying, "Please, my lord, grant blood." The blood essence, a concentrated form derived from the heart of blood, can enhance ghouls when combined with the blood of the bloodkin. Vincent dripped blood into the essence, stating, "You've worked hard. Take a day off today to properly assimilate the blood essence." "Thank you, Master." Just then, Humphrey knocked and entered the office, saying, "Master, is there something?" "A Lady Mary has come to visit and is waiting upstairs." Vincent paused, replying, "Quickly arrange for her. Remember to do so properly. I'll cover the expenses. I'll change and be right there." "Yes, Master." Upon reaching the private room on the 2nd floor, Vincent found Mary sitting alone, savoring a glass of blood wine. "You've arrived," Mary exclaimed, rising to embrace Vincent. "You could have at least sent a message to inform me of your arrival," Vincent said, lifting Mary to sit on the sofa. Mary positioned herself atop Vincent, wrapping her arms around him. "I have both business and personal matters to discuss during this visit to the House of Pain. I was thinking of handling the business first if you weren't here." "Shall we discuss business first?" Vincent queried. "Or shall we start with personal matters?" Mary gently kissed Vincent on the cheek and rose, saying, "Darling, let us prioritize business." "Please." Vincent gestured for her to sit. "I am Mary Dan, manager of the Dragon Tooth Corporation at the Union City dock area." "Thank you." Mary sat gracefully. "I am Vincent, a soldier of the Bloodkin at the Union City dock area. May I inquire the purpose of your visit?" "Upon receiving the intelligence provided by your side, We took action against the Aller Corporation, though we raided one of their caravans, seizing 7 ships laden with goods from the New World. Here is the list. Mary said, producing a piece of parchment from her handbag and placing it on the table. We have heard that the House of Pain charges only half commission for the Aller Corporation's goods, and that the purchase price includes a premium. Is that correct? Indeed, Vincent replied, perusing the list. This shipment is substantial. I will need to report which items we are acquiring and which we're consigning. I will respond to you tomorrow. And no problem, Mary said with a polite smile. Now that business is concluded, Vincent said, tucking away the list. What about personal matters? I've missed you, Mary said, her scent enveloping him as her crimson lips sought his. That eye in the heart of the desert. Amidst a desolate landscape stood a city. Towering chimneys emitted thick smoke, sunlight piercing through the haze to illuminate the diamond-shaped city walls, heavily fortified with numerous magical cannons. Armed patrols frequently traversed the walls. Massive gates reinforced with thick metal plates safeguarded the castle. A colossal iron portcullis hanging above the archway, resembling a great beast guarding its fortress. As the crowd streamed through the gates, the first sight to behold was a gigantic statue in the central square, adorned in formal attire and a tall top hat, inscribed below, Dr. Victor Frankenstein, the creator of Frankensteins. Continuing past the central square, a 5-story building perched atop the hill bore the inscription of the Frankenstein Research Society. This was the power center of Victor City. Asa Aller entered the building, making his way to the office on the top floor. Hugo, I need an explanation. That was a consignment of delicate goods that must remain unknown to that band of bats. Hugo, formerly the assistant to Dr. Victor and currently the Lord of Victor City, remarked, our affairs here have not been handled properly, and I truly regret that you have had to bear unnecessary losses. I shall compensate you. Asa replied, crossing his hands as he sat down. How do you intend to compensate me? The ire of those undead creatures, aside from our transgressions, is likely more concerned with their need for intelligence. Hugo stated that I shall provide you with the information, and you, out of goodwill, may share it with those undead. As for the compensation for the other undead, I shall take responsibility for that. That is the first matter. Secondly, aside from our annual quota, we will additionally grant you 50 slots for Frankenstein transformations over the next 3 years. Lastly, regarding the goods you helped us sell previously, we will reduce the supply price by 10%. How does that sound? You had better ensure that your information can quell the rage of those vampires, Asa cautioned. Otherwise, even if you were to reduce the price by 100%, it would be of no use if we cannot transport the goods to their destination. Rest assured, my friend, I will take responsibility for calming the vampire's wrath. Hugo extended his hand. Asa pondered for a moment before clasping his hands together. My lord, for this week's routine tasks, you will be operating alongside Lord Chip, Humphrey announced, holding a document. This week you have been assigned to a patrol mission. Here is the scope of your patrol. Humphrey handed the document to Vincent and continued. Additionally, this Wednesday, the Dust of Torment merchants will be picking up their goods at the House of Suffering. And full participation in the defense and vigilance task is required. Understood. Vincent took the document and scrutinized the patrol scope. The mission begins at 9, correct? Humphrey, remind me. We change at 8:30, and I shall visit Chip beforehand. Yes, my lord. The door to Chip's chamber swung open. I at you, Lord Vincent. The blood servant was taken aback, ushering Vincent into the guest room. Please wait here, my lord, he said hurriedly as he went to report to Chip. Vincent, you've come. Chip emerged from the room, his voice cheerful. His gray-white hair was casually swept back, and several scars adorned his face. He wore a black combat coat lined with chainmail, and a sword sheath hung from his arm belt. The crossed sword lay quietly within its sheath, its hilt embedded with a vibrant red gemstone that sparkled intermittently. Chip smiled at Vincent, saying, I just heard from the blood servant that you would be joining me on a mission this week. As a newcomer, I must pay my respects to my seniors, Vincent replied with a smile. Huh, Chip chuckled. You are no longer a newcomer, but respecting your seniors is indeed a good habit. Shall we set off? Yes, senior. After you... Vincent, do you only have one blood servant? Chip inquired as they rode towards the battlefield. I haven't found any suitable candidates. Vincent glanced at the capable Catherine trailing behind him. Not everyone is as exceptional as Catherine. Indeed, Catherine performed remarkably during her time in the blood servant army, Chip acknowledged. However, Do keep an eye on potential recruits. It would be best to fill the ranks soon. Understood, Senior. The group mounted their steeds. Let us depart, Chip commanded. Vincent, where shall we head first? The Necromancer's secret society. Vincent suggested. It is said that Lord Asimov has returned to the Dock District, and the mission guide recommends a visit. Then let us proceed to the secret society. Onward, Chip urged, snapping the reins, and their war horses galloped forth from the Victoria warehouse, with Vincent and the blood servants following closely behind, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. The Necromancer's secret society stronghold. Several blood servants were on horseback, standing guard at the entrance as Chip and Vincent tethered their steeds to the hitching post and knocked on the door. Chip, the door creaked open, revealing Asimov with arms outstretched at the threshold. And my favorite young man, Vincent, what brings you to this visit? We heard that Lord Asimov has returned to the city. Chip replied, thus our patrol team has come for a courtesy visit. How courteous of you. Vincent inquired, is there anything Lord Asimov needs? We are more than willing to assist. Things have been quite peaceful lately, but if I require assistance, I shall reach out to you. Young Vincent, Asimov waved his hand, expressing gratitude for their visit. Farewell, Lord Asimov. Oh, by the way, Asimov suddenly interjected as Chip and Vincent prepared to leave. Young Vincent, you went to Dunling not long ago, correct? Vincent looked at Asimov with a questioning gaze. And Asimov continued, I have heard that the 7th Bureau is rather displeased with the situation regarding Hazebin D. Oh, take care of yourself. Good night. Thank you very much for the reminder, Lord Asimov, after expressing their gratitude. Chip and Vincent noted Asimov's disinterest in continuing the conversation. Good night, my lord. As Vincent and Chip rode their horses, they exchanged the intelligence they had just obtained. It seems that Lord Asimov indeed holds you in high regard. Chip remarked, oh my knowledge. He is not one to share information lightly. I previously ran errands for Lord Asimov, which likely left a good impression, Vincent said, observing the surroundings. What do you think of this intelligence? Senior, the 7th Bureau? Chip chuckled. Haven't you had any dealings with them? None. Just saw a few members of the 7th Bureau observing from a distance during the negotiations with Bloodfang last time. The 7th Bureau, formerly known as the Military Intelligence 7th Bureau, is a governmental body established by the Tudor Kingdom to oversee matters concerning the denizens of the Dark World, responsible for all affairs within that realm. Most frontline members are extraordinary beings, yet the director is a mortal. Why? Vincent asked, taken aback that IT is merely a power balance within humanity. Chip explained. After all, the extraordinary being known as Apocalypse Zhendan is a notorious tyrant. He added, moreover, the Tudor Kingdom does not only have the 7th Bureau as its agency for the extraordinary beings. The Tudor royal family also possesses a direct extraordinary force, the National Royal Knights. The 7th Bureau primarily focuses on intelligence and post-battle cleanup, a role we colloquially refer to as cleaning up the mess. Of course, being a Tudor administrative body, they must maintain some semblance of dignity. What dissatisfaction do they have regarding Hazebin? Is it because the place is too difficult to clean? Vincent jested that I suspect someone in the 7th Bureau has business dealings with the Aller Corporation. Chip laughed heartily. You are cutting off their financial lifeline. Let me cut off then. It's an order from the team, Vincent replied. The key question is, what will happen if the 7th Bureau is displeased? If the 7th Bureau is displeased, then they will simply be displeased, Chip shrugged. Our team will handle it in the dark of night. The moon flickered in and out of the clouds, its gentle light striving to penetrate the inky darkness. The streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians, with street lamps valiantly attempting to disperse the gloom. On horseback, Vincent and Chip led the way, with 3 blood servants trailing closely behind. As Vincent suddenly pulled the reins to halt, Chip also reined in and asked, what is it? Something feels off ahead, Vincent replied. My instincts are warning me. In the dark alley, several figures lurked in the shadows. One figure said, Captain, they have stopped. Have they noticed us? Observe their responses. If they enter our encirclement, we shall apprehend Vincent, another figure remarked. Captain, another voice chimed in. If they do not come in, we can return and report to the director. We're quite unfortunate to be caught up in this mess. Another shadow added. The director has no idea what kind of trouble he is asking us to deal with. Capturing a vampire is no simple task. Deputy, those ordinary people have no understanding of the terrors of vampires. The first figure said, "Issuing such a foolish command will only bring misfortune upon us." All right, the captain interjected. "They are approaching. Prepare the teams for support. We'll close in first and have the blood servants assist." Chip planned that we are more agile. With the blood servants' cooperation, even if we encounter enemies, we can evade their encirclement. Agreed, Vincent noted. Let's prepare a distress signal. Should any issues arise, we will dispatch a messenger immediately. After Vincent and Chip made their preparations, they gradually guided their steeds forward as they advanced. Vincent's instincts heightened, and just as they crossed an intersection, several uniformed soldiers on horseback approached them. "Vincent, is it?" The lead knight inquired. "7th Bureau, come with us. We need your assistance in investigating the murder case in Heisman." Upon hearing this, Chip swiftly drew his cross sword, the blood magic energy coiling around the sharp blade as he coldly stated, "Do you humans dare to meddle in the affairs of the dark world? Heisman claimed over 20 lives, and I was merely following orders. Do not make our situation more difficult," the leading knight declared, as a group of uniformed figures, armed with long rifles, emerged from the alley behind Vincent. Encircling the two men, blood magic began to spread across Chip's body as he coldly scoffed. "What? Do you think these toys can deal with me?" Over 20 long rifles were aimed at Chip and Vincent, while 5 knights before Vincent unsheathed their long swords, magic energy coalescing around them. "Extraordinary beings?" Vincent inquired. "That it appears so," Chip replied, assessing them as soldiers who could minimally harness magic to enhance their physical capabilities, rivaling that of ordinary non-humans. "Have reinforcements been called?" "The messenger has already departed," Vincent stated. "I estimate they will arrive within 10 minutes. Will there be any trouble if we engage with the 7th Bureau?" "It matters not. The Black Cross banner fears nothing," Chip asserted. "How dare mere mortals interfere in the affairs of the dark world? Let us remind them of the terror of the nobility of the night." Upon hearing this, Vincent ignited with dark flames, drawing his runic revolver and firing several shots at the leading knight. A few soldiers quickly dodged, and agents from the 7th Bureau behind Vincent began to return fire. As gunfire erupted, the blood servants scattered outside the encirclement and charged towards the agents. Chip gripped his sword, blood energy coalescing into a unique magical pattern, forming armor. Silver bullets could not breach Chip's blood-imbued magical armor. In a flash, Chip appeared among the agents, wielding a cross sword entwined with blood energy, severing limbs and sending a wave of blood surging forth, simultaneously clearing a path for the incoming blood servants. Vincent transformed into shadowy flames, launching himself at the soldiers, whose magically enhanced longswords thrust towards the airborne flames, yet the flames remained unscathed and easily ensnared one soldier. The soldier within the flames emitted anguished cries, swiftly consumed by the inferno, leaving only a heap of black ash. The dancing flames continued to assault the soldiers when a blue magical barrier suddenly materialized, repelling the swirling flames. The blue barrier ignited with black flames, and as its magic was consumed, the barrier dissipated, transformed back into human form. Vincent charged at the 4 soldiers when a figure gradually emerged from the shadows. A man clad in a trench coat had both hands entwined in blue magic energy, and several magical projectiles forced Vincent to retreat. "Be cautious. That is a magical energy mage," Chip cautioned. Now beside Vincent, that a pool of blood spread beneath Chip, littered with the dismembered remains of agents. Chip swiftly closed the distance, bringing his sword down upon the mage. The blue magical shield shattered, yet it successfully deflected the blade, causing Chip's sword to strike the ground, fracturing the hard stone pavement. The blue magic surrounding the mage shimmered as he utilized the teleportation spell to distance himself from Chip. At this point, 3 blood servants had ensnared 3 soldiers, while Vincent's claws easily pierced one soldier's heart. Drawing back his blood-soaked claws, he unleashed a surge of magical flames that struck the mage's shield just as it ended its teleportation. The mage hastily gathered magical energy to dispel the flames entwined around the shield. As he prepared to retaliate, Chip approached once more, delivering another downward strike with his blood-wreathed cross sword. The mage managed to block with his hands charged with magic. Pushing the sword aside with a surge of energy, "Stand down," the mage commanded, arms outstretched, conjuring a massive blue barrier to separate the humans from the bloodkin. So, you, the 7th Bureau, dare seek trouble with my kin, but are unprepared to pay the price in blood? Chip drove his crossed sword into the ground, gazing at the mage beyond the barrier. This incident is a misunderstanding, the mage asserted, reinforcing the magical barrier. I am Ailshammer, Deputy Director of the 7th Bureau's United City Branch, here to prevent the misunderstanding from escalating. What misunderstanding? A languid female voice rang out from behind Vincent. It was Katerina, leading the members of the House of Pain, who had now appeared at the intersection. Katerina radiated a faint shadow magic aura, riding forward and crossing the blood-soaked ground. Continuing, I thought, according to the treaty, that your 7th Bureau would notify my kin before taking action. This was the error of the new director. Ailshammer began, but Katerina interrupted. I am not interested in your internal matters. Since you acted first in violation, I demand an explanation that we lost 2 extraordinary beings and over 20 agents. Ailshammer continued to reinforce the barrier. Speaking angrily, I also seek an explanation. Oh, Katerina's shadow magic intensified. Then allow me to provide you with one. With that, shadow energy coalesced into a magical formation in the void, and the wrath of shadows shattered the magical barrier like glass. The broken barrier left no barrier between the humans and bloodkin. Katerina coldly addressed Ailshammer. This is our kin's explanation. As the fragments of the blue magical barrier gradually dissipated, Ailshammer pondered for a moment before responding. Since your side has incurred no losses, we shall also pay a price in blood, and we will consider this matter settled. How does that sound? Since Deputy Director Ailshammer has spoken, we shall consider this matter concluded. Katerina replied, but let there not be a next time. Ailshammer nodded, departing with the 3 remaining soldiers. Watching the 7th Bureau vanish into the darkness, Katerina inquired, are you all right? All is well, but it seems the 7th Bureau is quite displeased with us regarding the affair in Heisman. Vincent replied, Lord Asimov just warned us. I hadn't expected an ambush so soon at a standard squad of non-humans. They can only be said to have had poor luck, Duke chuckled. You are already a challenging new opponent. And your ally is the renowned Blood Knight. Vincent was taken aback, glancing at Chip. Elder, how is it that I was unaware of your illustrious deeds? Would you like to hear war stories? Perhaps another time. Chip smiled. For now, let us continue our patrol. And no need, Katerina interjected. You may return to rest. I must visit the Dumont Hotel to inform the magistrate. Yes, Captain, that in the dark world, particularly among young non-humans, the line delineating strength is not clearly defined. In low-tier non-human battles, the enhanced firepower of magically inscribed firearms proves significant, and physical prowess alongside shooting skills often determines the outcome of conflicts, for powerful races like the Bloodkin and Werewolves. The situation is more intricate. Their formidable physical attributes allow them to withstand greater gunfire damage. Moreover, the unique abilities of strong races can mitigate firearm damage to some extent. Nonetheless, firearms can still inflict lethal harm. Such humans are referred to as elite tier, while non-humans are termed night tier. As non-humans age and grow stronger, their physical capabilities increase, and they become capable of harnessing magical energy to form effective protection, thereby significantly diminishing the efficacy of firearms. At this stage, firearms may only injure rather than kill such non-humans. Concurrently, the effectiveness of blades and swords becomes evident, with weaponry infused with magic energy or claws able to breach the magical protections of non-humans. Those capable of channeling magical energy among humans are termed legendary tier, known in the dark world as noble tier, but the rare few humans can transcend the limits of life at the legendary tier to become immortals, referred to by non-humans as revivers or regenerators, whose power instills fear even among non-humans. Only those non-humans labeled as monarch tier can contend with them. So, Elder, you were once a master of the noble tier? Vincent inquired during his second patrol of the week alongside Chip. That I was once, but now I can only be considered at the pinnacle of knight tier, Chip replied. Currently, the only one in the entire security domain at the noble tier is Lord Jason. Once was? Vincent was taken aback. Have you heard of the Century War? Is it the protracted conflict that lasted nearly a century before the establishment of the Tudor dynasty? Indeed, at that time, my kin supported the Tudor dynasty's predecessor. The Lancaster dynasty, which engaged in large-scale warfare against the Lewis dynasty's predecessor, supported by werewolves, known as the Valois dynasty. In the latter stages of the war, my kin successfully annihilated the werewolves on Valois territory. However, our four main forces were besieged by the Order of the Church and the Hunters Guild, including my unit. I managed to lead a handful of comrades to break through the encirclement just before it closed, burning out my blood energy, but my strength fell from noble tier to knight tier. Recalling the past, Chip sighed and continued, that encirclement battle severely depleted my kin's strength. Two of our four main forces were completely annihilated, and one monarch tier fell. However, humanity did not profit from this. At that time, humanity's only reviver also perished on the battlefield. The most unfortunate are the werewolves, for their dominion over the Valois dynasty has come to an end, giving rise to the newly established Lewis dynasty. Our kin's support for the Lancaster dynasty has also met its demise due to the failures of war. Yet, amidst the ruins of the Lancaster dynasty, the Tudor dynasty has emerged, over which we still maintain a degree of control. Although the Order has lost its soul reborn, it has successfully seized a portion of the power from the nascent Lewis dynasty, thereby securing a seat for the church within the triad of the Lewis dynasty's council. I see, Vincent observed, noting that Chip seemed reluctant to reminisce about the past. He swiftly shifted the topic, inquiring, "You must be quite familiar with human transcendent beings, am I correct?" The methods by which transcendent beings acquire their extraordinary powers can be broadly categorized into two types. The first involves exchanging with certain extraordinary entities to obtain power, typically through various rituals. The advantage of this type is the relatively swift augmentation of strength, while the downside lies in the necessity of adhering to the rules of the exchange. For instance, the clergy of the order obtain their extraordinary powers through the devotion of faith. Should one lose their faith, the power acquired through such exchanges will dissipate. The second type involves the application of various techniques to develop one's own abilities. This includes methods such as breathing techniques, potion enhancements, and meditation. The advantage here is that the power is wholly one's own, while the drawback is the need for gradual training and assimilation. For example, the soldiers you encountered yesterday attained their extraordinary powers through rigorous physical training and breathing techniques. Chip remained vigilant. He continued to elucidate, though the starting points for acquiring power differ. Many transcendent beings, after gaining their abilities, often integrate techniques from other paths. For example, clergy who have acquired extraordinary powers may also engage in breathing technique training to advance in a paladin's, the prince's residence in the United City. A carriage emblazoned with the Aller family crest came to a halt at the entrance. Asa Aller disembarked from the vehicle. "Welcome," Chairman Aller greeted a bloodline servant clad in a black suit, placing a hand over his heart in salute. "I am L, the assistant to Prince Anderson Morrison of the United Cities Blood Council. His Highness has been eagerly anticipating your arrival. Please, this way." "Good day, Mr. L," Asa Aller replied, following L into the estate. The lavish crystal chandelier cast a soft glow, illuminating the opulent hall, where several bloodlines regarded Asa with their crimson eyes. Navigating through the hall, Asa, in step with L, arrived at a small study, where Prince Anderson Morrison, one hand clutching a cigar, was intently perusing a document while seated on a sofa. "Your Highness," L announced, "Chairman Asa Aller has arrived." "Take a seat," Prince Anderson replied without lifting his gaze, gesturing with his cigar-holding hand towards the adjacent sofa. Before continuing, "L, pour the wine." "Yes, Your Highness." L first poured whiskey from a bottle sourced from the northern Six County for Prince Anderson, then quietly inquired of Asa Aller, "What would you like to drink?" "Whiskey, with a drop of water," Asa stated as he settled onto the sofa. The amber whiskey flowed slowly into the glass, and L added a few drops of clear water. Enhancing the whiskey's aroma, he placed the glass on the coffee table and quietly exited the room. Anderson remained engrossed in his documents, occasionally marking notes with a pen or taking a puff from a cigar, the smoke wafting through the room. Asa remained silent, savoring the whiskey. Once Anderson finished reviewing the document, he closed the folder and glanced at Asa. Noticing the glass was nearly empty, he set the folder aside and poured more whiskey for Asa. "Thank you, Your Highness," Asa expressed, observing the amber liquid in his glass. "Speak," Anderson urged, If it weren't for Hugo locating me, I would not have agreed to meet you. I hope your proposition will pique my interest. First and foremost, I must apologize for the previous misunderstanding. That transaction was conducted behind our backs by the manager below. I only learned of it following the Hayes incident. Asa straightened, beginning his explanation. I, Asa Aller, have never intended any disrespect towards the Black Cross flag. Anderson silently took a puff from his cigar, his crimson eyes regarding Asa amidst the smoke, but he remained silent. We are willing to offer compensation regarding this incident. Asa continued, and we shall share intelligence on the trade of magical energy stones with your side. Oh, Anderson's interest was piqued. Now you have my attention. This batch of magic energy stones is being procured by a banshee. Asa disclosed that, or rather, the representative negotiating is a banshee. According to that manager, the banshee did not utilize the trade channels of the Banshee Sisterhood. Instead, from payment to storage and transport, everything was handled through a third party. What is the purpose of the procurement? It remains unclear, but we are quite certain it is related to the Dark God, Asa replied, explaining the reason for the revelations. During this transaction, it was discovered that the third party responsible for the delivery was affiliated with the Dark God Church, which led to a conflict point. One individual managed to escape, resulting in this incident. Banshee and the Dark God Church, Anderson mused, taking another puff of a cigar. How many times has your manager traded with them? According to him, this is the second time. The first time. When and where? The first transaction occurred 3 months ago in the Iberian Kingdom. Good, Anderson remarked. In light of Hugo's involvement, I will convene another meeting. The Port District's constable will also be present, and we shall discuss the compensation then. Asa Aller recognized that a significant portion of the issue had been resolved. He promptly stood, hand over his heart, stating, "Thank you, Your Highness. Please allow the Aller Consortium to once again extend its apologies regarding this incident. I will have someone inform you of the specific meeting time," Anderson assured. In the Port District, within the House of Suffering, Mary and Katerina were engaged in lively conversation. Miss Katerina, a messenger has just arrived. The shipment from the Aller Consortium will dock shortly, Mary informed her. Given the substantial volume of goods, may I trouble you to dispatch personnel for joint escort? Certainly, Katerina pondered for a moment. However, according to protocol, the goods are only considered delivered once they enter the House of Suffering. Of course, everything shall proceed according to protocol, Mary replied. Once the goods arrive at the House of Suffering and you complete your inspection, our Dragon Tooth Consortium will then receive payment. Very well, Katerina nodded, signaling to Elena to send personnel for the escort. In the midst of the impending conflict, Duke, Chip, Vincent, Elena, Rosalie, and their blood servants were fully armed and prepared for action. Elena entered the war room, declaring, "The captain has ordered us to proceed to the docks and escort the goods alongside the Dragon Tooth Consortium personnel. Let us set forth," Duke exclaimed, leading the charge on horseback, with the others swiftly following suit. The supply wagons began transporting the extraordinary goods from the ship in batches. The bloodlines stationed numerous blood servants along the route, while the bloodlines themselves escorted the cargo back and forth, ensuring that no mishaps occurred. Before long, the extraordinary materials and bulk commodities successfully arrived at the Victoria warehouse. Outside the gates of the Victoria warehouse, the bloodlines vigilantly scanned the surroundings, on guard against any intruders. Within the warehouse courtyard, Katerina and Mary were inspecting the goods, which had been organized into various categories and placed in the front yard. Katerina pointed out several boxes of differing types, and the blood servants proceeded to pry them open with crowbars. Katerina meticulously examined the quality of the goods, while Mary beamed with delight at her side. The quality of the goods is quite commendable. The bulk commodities will be sold through us, with a commission fee of 5 on the payment. Some items have already been contracted, and transactions will follow the established procedures. Katerina placed a briefcase on a makeshift wooden table, stating, "We are acquiring all extraordinary items. Here is the payment. Please verify. Everything is in order." Mary confirmed after carefully checking the amount in the briefcase. "A pleasure to collaborate. A pleasure to collaborate," they affirmed, clasping hands firmly. "That I shall arrange for someone to escort you back to the Merchant Association," Katerina instructed, turning to Elena. "Prepare my carriage and have Vincent accompany Miss Mary back." Mary, who had initially intended to decline, smiled upon hearing Katerina's words and said, Thank you very much, stepping out of the House of Suffering. A carriage bearing the insignia of the Shadow Clan awaited at the entrance, with Vincent already dressed in formal attire, standing beside it. The Dragon-Tooth Consortium's guard stood watch around the carriage, awaiting Mary's arrival. Recognizing the clan insignia, Mary understood that this provided an additional layer of protection from the House of Suffering. Generally, outsiders lacked the audacity to attack a carriage marked with the clan insignia, as it signified disrespect towards the clan. Mary turned once more to Katerina, saying earnestly, "Thank you again, Miss Katerina. As an important client, it is our duty to ensure your safety." Katerina replied with a smile. "I'm hosting a celebratory banquet tomorrow evening, and I sincerely hope you will attend." "Certainly, I shall see you tomorrow evening, in the carriage." Mary smiled at Vincent and said, "You shall be my escort at tomorrow night's banquet." "Of course, my lady," Vincent replied, gently kissing the back of Mary's hand. "I shall come to fetch you tomorrow evening. I eagerly await it," she said. Upon returning to the House of Pain, Vincent was informed by his blood servant that a meeting was to be convened in the conference room. Entering the room, he found everyone already gathered around a long table. "My apologies," Vincent said, taking his seat. "The sheriff has just informed me that the Aller Corporation has been in communication with His Highness the Prince and wishes to convene a meeting to discuss matters of compensation." Katerina stated, confirming that the meeting was scheduled for the night after next. "Then this means we can consider the matter regarding the Aller Corporation concluded, correct?" Duke inquired. "Indeed, especially since the Aller Corporation has generously shared their intelligence," Katerina retorted, adding that the procurement of the magical energy stones was negotiated by a succubus, while the delivery was to the cult of the Dark God. "The cult of the Dark God?" Thomas remarked, "That sounds troublesome. The Succubus Tavern in the Dock District B should have some insight." Duke recalled the conflict between the Succubus Tavern and the Necromancer's Guild, which had arisen over a batch of magical energy stones. "Yes," Vincent agreed. "In fact, Lady Denise intervened to repurchase the magical energy stones from the guild. That I will relay this information to the sheriff and see how they wish to respond," Katerina said, adding that the Aller Corporation would provide compensation for their disrespect towards the Black Cross. The sheriff suggested they consider what would be appropriate to request from the Aller Corporation. Perhaps extraordinary items, Alova proposed. However, the Aller Corporation may be unwilling to part with anything of significant value. "And we wouldn't want anything too trivial," Wes countered. "What about requesting an armed merchant vessel?" Rosalie suggested. "We could modify it and have our very own ghost ship." "That is indeed a promising idea," Duke acknowledged, "but what would be the cost of constructing a ghost ship? Who would undertake the creation? The Spirit Clan, perhaps? It seems we have no means to communicate with them." "What the Necromancer's Guild?" Vincent proposed. "Lord Asimov happens to be in town. We could inquire about the price. Please do gather information on the cost, and you should also inform the Necromancer's Guild about the cult of the Dark God." Katerina instructed, "If we can indeed acquire the merchant vessel, we can then consider how to modify it." "Understood, Captain," Vincent replied. Katerina rapped on the table, declaring the meeting is adjourned upon arriving at the guild in a carriage. Accompanied by the cawing of crows, Vincent stepped into the courtyard. The grand door swung open, revealing a hooded necromancer standing at the entrance. "Welcome, please follow me," he said, leading Vincent into the reception room. "Please take a seat." The necromancer continued, "Lord Asimov is currently engaged in a magical experiment. Kindly wait a moment, and he will descend shortly." "Thank you," Vincent said as he settled onto the sofa, patiently awaiting Asimov's arrival. "Little Vincent." Asimov's voice echoed, and Vincent turned to see Asimov, clad in an apron stained with blood, emerging from the basement. "I shall change my attire. Please wait a moment." "Take your time," Vincent replied, hastily standing to bow in respect. After a while, Asimov descended the stairs, now donned in his wizard's robe. "You have come in an opportune time. Is there something you wish to discuss? Lord Asimov, do you recall our previous discussion regarding the succubus acquiring magical energy stones?" Vincent inquired, noting Asimov's NOD. "It seems the succubus is aiding the cult of the Dark God in their procurement of these stones." "The cult of the Dark God?" Asimov's demeanor shifted, his eyes sharpening. "Do you know which sect it pertains to?" Vincent shrugged, acknowledging the intelligence had not specified, and admitted his own unfamiliarity with the cult. "I was dispatched to inform you as soon as the information reached us." "I had forgotten you are still a newcomer, little Vincent," Asimov chuckled, his gaze softening as he began to explain. It is said that at the end of the Dark Age, a mortal named Zhendan first discovered extraordinary power through a transaction. At that time, Zhendan was merely a miner who unearthed a delicate stone statue, which enabled him to communicate with a formidable being from another dimension. Through this exchange, Zhendan became the prophesied Zhendan and ended the Dark Age. As knowledge of the extraordinary evolved, humanity gradually learned how to engage in transactions with beings from other dimensions, that by offering faith, sacrificing souls, or performing rituals to please these entities, one could obtain extraordinary powers. Most of these beings seemed quite satisfied with such exchanges. For instance, the god of order, the order cult, is such a being. Followers offer their faith, and in return, the god grants them strength. Even though the god of order is known for managing his followers, he merely issues occasional prophecies or blesses those he favors. The vast majority of beings in other dimensions, however, often disregard those in the material world, leading many scholars to believe these entities are akin to divine machines, responding only when provided with the offerings they require. Yet there are other beings that, rather than seeking material goods, appear more interested in the reality that produces them. They revel in observing, intervening, and even manifesting in the material realm. Collectively, these beings are known as dark gods, and the sects that worship them are referred to as the cult of the dark god. Though termed dark gods, this does not inherently denote evil. The moniker arises more from the addictive nature of the powers they bestow. Once a follower receives extraordinary power from a dark god, they are driven to crave more, often resorting to various means to satisfy their desires, while the dark gods only temporarily fulfill these cravings before demanding further offerings. This cycle continues until the follower either perishes or receives the ultimate blessing, joining the dark god in their dimension as an extraordinary being from another world. Take for instance the notorious dark god, Lord Cain of Slaughter. Initially, he was pleased with any act of killing, even if it was merely a mouse or a bird. However, as his insatiable desires grew, followers resorted to taking human lives, committing serial murders, and even engaging in mass slaughters. Such insatiable cravings have rendered both humans and other races averse to dark gods and their adherents. If the cult of the dark god possesses such a substantial quantity of magical energy stones, it cannot bode well. Asimov remarked, "It is troubling that succubi would assist the cult." Speaking of which, Vincent interjected, was it the succubi who facilitated Lady Denise's repurchase of those magical energy stones? Asimov pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, it was mentioned that while Denise was present, the individuals responsible for receiving the goods were not succubi. It appears Lady Denise knows more than she lets on, Vincent noted. Thank you for sharing this intelligence, little Vincent, Asimov replied. I will inform the guild of this situation. One more thing. Vincent continued, noticing Asimov's curious expression. I would like to inquire about the cost of converting an armed merchant vessel into a necromantic ship. That depends on the extent of the modifications you desire. Asimov explained that a basic necromantic ship can sail the seas, enveloped in a shroud of deathly mist to obscure its movements from sunlight, with ghostly crew bound to the vessel. This would not be exorbitant. Materials and processing costs, plus a friendly price from the guild, would likely amount to around 70 to 80,000 dark gold. However, if you seek a more advanced necromantic ship, such as one capable of underwater navigation, equipped with necromantic cannons, or with a deathly hull, that would incur additional costs contingent upon your specific requirements. Understood, Lord Asimov, Vincent acknowledged. Thank you. Not all. Asimov began to elaborate further when a hooded mage rushed in, whispering urgently in Asimov's ear, under the protective veil of magic. Vincent heard nothing, but he noticed Asimov's expression sharpen suddenly. With a wave, he dismissed the mage and turned to Vincent, stating, the Succubus Tavern in the Dock District has been wiped out. What? Vincent gasped in shock. It is likely the cult of the Dark God silenced them. Current reports indicate that most of the succubi have perished. However, there is no sign of Bodanis within the corpse. She must have fled. Asimov remarked, Vincent, you should return quickly. I anticipate that a meeting will convene shortly. Then I shall take my leave, Vincent replied, rising and bowing. Good night, Lord Asimov. Vincent was hastening towards the House of Suffering when Eileen's messenger materialized before him, presenting a letter with elegant handwriting that read, gather at the Dumont Hotel. Vincent instructed the coachman to reroute towards the Dumont Hotel. By this time, it was already the latter half of the night. With over an hour remaining until dawn, surprisingly, the hotel's entrance was bustling with activity. As the carriage finally approached the entrance, Catherine, who had been waiting, rushed forward upon seeing Vincent disembark. "Master," Catherine said, "the succubus tavern has been annihilated." "I am aware. What is the current situation?" "The constable has ordered all squads to assemble. First, to investigate the assailants. Second, to locate the owner of the succubus tavern, Bodanis. That we have been assigned to track Bodanis, with the adept tracker Lady Rosalie leading the charge, and she has already departed. Lady Katerina remains at the Dumont Hotel. Lady Elena is stationed at the House of Suffering. That I shall meet with Captain Katerina first. Then we will set off." "Vincent, you've arrived," Katerina said as she emerged from the Dumont Hotel. "You are already aware of the situation?" "Indeed, Captain," Vincent replied. "The Mystic Guild received intelligence, and Lord Asimov informed me, prompting my swift return." "The dawn approaches," Katerina remarked. "You possess the Stone of Daywalkers. Hasten to reinforce Rosalie." "Understood, Captain." In the northern dock area, on the outskirts of Union City, the sky was beginning to brighten, heralding the arrival of dawn. Rosalie, Chip, and Duke were fully armed, their blood thralls trailing behind them, mounted on war horses as they awaited in front of thicket. "Vincent will arrive shortly," Duke said, glancing at the letter. "The Dumont Hotel has also dispatched a tracking team to assist us." Just as Chip finished speaking, Vincent and Catherine rode up. "Have the others returned?" Vincent inquired, pulling on the reins to halt his horse. "Yes, let us converse as we walk," Rosalie replied, urging her horse forward, her beastly form already manifested. Intensely focused on the pursuit, "We have traced the scent from the succubus tavern. Bodanis should be fleeing in this direction. Currently, we have not discovered any other traces, so the followers of the Dark God likely remain unaware of her escape," Duke informed Vincent. Following Rosalie, the unmistakable scent of Bodanis wafted through the forest, the trail growing increasingly apparent. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the path narrowed and the trees thickened, compelling the group to dismount and proceed on foot. Leaving several blood thralls to guard the steeds. By this time, the sun had risen. Although the Stone of Daywalkers shielded the bloodkin from the sun's burning rays, the sunlight nonetheless diminished their fighting prowess to some degree. In deference to their innate fear of sunlight, the bloodkin donned hoods and sought refuge beneath the tree cover. As the group continued their pursuit, a cave materialized before them. Inside the cave, Rosalie whispered as she drew her pistol. Chip unsheathed his crossed sword, and Duke exuded a faint aura of blood energy. Vincent brandished a revolver, a blood shield coalescing between Duke's hands, nodding to the group before leading the charge into the cave, with Chip and the others following closely. Upon discovering intruders in the cave, Bodanis swiftly raised her pistol and fired at the entrance. The formidable blood shield successfully deflected the bullets, and Chip sidestepped, striking Bodanis' hand with the spine of his crossed sword, causing her to drop the firearm. Vincent's Shadow Fong had already pinned Bodanis' shadow, binding her in place. "Do not move," Vincent commanded, his runic revolver aimed at Bodanis' head. "It is good to see you again, Miss Bodanis." "Hello." Vincent, upon realizing that the intruders were blood kin, Bodanis visibly relaxed, raising her hands in surrender as Rosalie secured her wrists with silver chains. The Dumont Hotel. In the basement, Bodanis found her hands bound by two silver chains, one end coiled around her wrist, the other affixed to the table. Her delicate wrists bore the marks of burn from the silver chains, which constrained her movements, preventing any sudden gestures that might exacerbate the searing pain. That moment, the basement door swung open, and Constable Jason, Katerina, and North District Squad Leader Alex Ross entered. "We're all old acquaintances here. There's no need for all this pretense," the constable remarked as he took a seat. Katerina and Alex settled on either side. "Let us cut to the chase, shall we?" "No issue," Bodanis replied with a smile. "But may I have a cigar first?" Alex unfastened one of the silver chains for Bodanis' wrist, wrapping it around her ankle. The silver lightly scorched her skin as Alex handed her a cigar and lit it for her. "Thank you, and by the way, your cigars are quite excellent." Bodanis exhaled a plume of smoke and began her account. "About 6 months ago, Council Member Alice Wanda approached me, hoping I would assist her in locating a shipment of missing mana stones, which bore a distinct mark. Since the cargo had been plundered on the endless sea, it would likely end up at the Union City dock area, the Shattered Isles, or the New World. This was why such an influential council member sought out someone like me, a mere tavern owner. If I could successfully locate the shipment, as a reward, council member Wanda would take me under her wing. For someone like me, without powerful connections, having support in the council was immensely appealing. So, I readily agreed. Before long, we discovered that the Mystic Guild had a batch of mana stones for consignment. After discreetly purchasing a few mana stones to confirm their markings, I promptly reported the intelligence to the council member. But matters soon became complicated. Katerina placed a glass of water before Bodanis, inquiring, what happened next? The counselor assigned a succubus to assist with this matter, and I sensed something was amiss. Due to this shipment, a conflict arose with the Mystic Guild. Fortunately, Asimov appeared just in time to defuse the situation, and I managed to extricate myself. Then, a newly allied bloodkin from your house of suffering approached us, and we reached an agreement to repurchase the mana stones from the Mystic Guild, which seemed to resolve the issue. Vincent handled that, correct? Katerina asked. Yes, Bodanis confirmed. My thought was simple. Since the council member only wanted to reclaim the mana stones, I would directly pay from the tavern's funds to repurchase them, subsequently documenting the expenses in installments to balance the books. However, the succubus intervened, forbidding me from using the tavern's funds for this matter. It was then I realized this was a private undertaking by the council member behind the council's back, since I could not use the tavern's funds. What then? I had no choice but to report the situation to the council member, fearing she might consider me incompetent. Thus, I provided a detailed account, and the counselor consented to procure funds from elsewhere to facilitate the repurchase. Bodanis took another puff of her cigar, continuing, the counselor dispatched several men in black to deliver money to the succubus tavern and instructed that the goods be received by them. The exchange went smoothly. I accompanied the men in black, and after verifying the goods, they took them without issue. Subsequently, the counselor kept her promise and provided me with considerable assistance, leading to a continued relationship where I handled various small matters for her. Until today, I find it hard to understand, Jason interjected, who had remained silent until now. Why would someone seek to eliminate you 6 months later? I initially could not grasp it, Bodanis replied, until I fled to the cave, and it dawned on me. Recently, some of our people spotted the same men in black negotiating with the Aller Corporation. Upon learning this, I informed the counselor, which led to the incident of the Aller Corporation being robbed. At first, I assumed the men in black had plundered the Aller Corporation, but when they came to kill, I realized that the robbery was orchestrated by the counselor. Are you suggesting that Alice wanted to send people to disrupt the dealings between the Dark God cult and the Aller Corporation? Alex inquired. Although I possess no concrete evidence, I cannot fathom why the men in black would visit the Succubus Tavern. I suspect it is because the Aller Corporation's dealings obstructed the counselor's financial flow. Bodanis explained, by the way, I encountered that unusual succubus 6 months ago, clad in black robes, alongside the men in black as they slaughtered the Succubus Tavern. Are you implying that the succubus who served the counselor has now joined the Cain cult? Are you certain? I am absolutely certain, Bodanis affirmed, gazing at the dwindling cigar. I witnessed firsthand how she beheaded my lieutenant. How can you be certain it wasn't Alice who sent someone to eliminate you? Katerina queried. Eliminating me would hold no benefit for the counselor. After all, I am the sole proprietor of the succubus stronghold in Union City. B.O. said, I have no reason to be dismissed by the council members. Is there anything else you can share with us? I possess intelligence that I hope to exchange for my freedom. Jason, Catalina, and Alex exchanged glances, all aware that Bodanis' cooperation was solely for this moment. Let's discuss what it is, Jason remarked. If it piques my interest, you may leave here freely. I, as the peacekeeper, will let you go, at least under my jurisdiction that IT concerns the location of the magic energy stones. You mean to say you know where the magic energy stones of the cult of the Dark God are stored? Alex inquired. I cannot guarantee that all the stones are in that location. Bodanis replied. However, I'm certain that the batch stored over 6 months ago is indeed there, as well as a recent batch that the cult traded. What is the source of this intelligence? Catalina asked, For the batch over 6 months ago, I kept a close watch and arranged for personnel to track its whereabouts. That a month ago, I acquired a batch of magic energy stones and played the role of a middleman, selling them to them for a small profit. That batch also went to the same location that I manipulated a few mortals to keep an eye on that place, and as far as I can tell, there has been no movement observed from the outside. So theoretically, the goods are still there. Bodanis extended his unbound hand and asked, "So can I exchange this for my freedom?" Jason reached out his hand, clasping Bodanis's in agreement. The night enveloped the sky, and amidst the mist, the moon shyly revealed half of its face, gazing down upon the earth like a bashful beauty. Upon receiving the intelligence, the peacekeeper decided to report the information concerning the succubus council members while simultaneously reallocating personnel from various teams to prepare for the eradication of the cult of the Dark Goddess warehouses in the dock area. Intercepting the batch of magic energy stones, Vincent and Chip were assigned by the peacekeeper to guard the northeast corner of the cult stronghold, preventing the cultists from escaping in the shadow of the street corner. Vincent and Chip, accompanied by their blood servants, stood watch over the northeast corner, awaiting news of the impending assault. Elder Vincent inquired, "Have you dealt with the cultists before?" "Let's just say, cultists are exceedingly troublesome beings." Chip nodded in agreement. "It's not that they are particularly powerful. Rather, it's the fact that many of them, especially the fanatics, often resort to extreme and irrational actions. Moreover, the extraordinary powers they receive from the Dark God are often bizarre and unpredictable." Vincent was about to speak when a deafening explosion erupted, sending flames soaring into the sky as the warehouse door detonated. Vincent and Chip exchanged glances. Chip nodded, saying, "You're more agile. Go scout ahead while I hold this position with the blood servants." Vincent transformed into a wisp of black mist, swiftly heading towards the warehouse. That moment, several figures in black robes rushed out from the rear entrance of the warehouse in a panic. Vincent reacted quickly, invoking Shadowbind, the surrounding darkness coalescing into ropes that tightly ensnared the cloaked figures. Drawing his handgun, he fired a warning shot. 2 teams of bloodkin stationed to the north and northwest of the warehouse rushed over upon hearing the gunfire. Seeing Vincent binding the cultists, they promptly on the journey back. Chip elucidated the matters concerning the Cain sect to Vincent. By the way, the banquet will still proceed tonight. Elena has already made the preparations. "Then I must hasten my return," Vincent remarked, "for I still need to fetch someone." As the mortal realm succumbed to slumber in the depths of night, it was the very time when the dark world thrived. Within the house of suffering, voices clamored in a cacophony, the blood feast taking place in the grand chamber on the 2nd floor. Beneath the dim lights, the Blood Clan indulged in the sanguine offerings of their blood servants at various booths. A band played lively music while the business representatives of the Dragon Tooth Consortium clinked glasses filled with blood and fine wine in harmonious accompaniment to the melody. The door to the chamber swung open, and Mary Dan, clad in formal attire, entered with Vincent, who was similarly dressed. "I sincerely apologize for my tardiness," Mary said, bowing formally to Katerina, then smiling as she added, "It was primarily due to a certain someone who was late to fetch me." Due to some matters, the banquet had to be delayed. Katerina, smiling, offered Mary a glass of blood wine, remarking that Vincent was late for the same reason. "I have heard," Mary said, raising her glass to clink with Katerina's before downing the contents in one gulp. "Occultist, I assent that so." Katerina's gaze sharpened, and Vincent, taken aback by Mary's words, looked at her with confusion. Katerina quickly realized that the information had not come from Vincent. Seeing Katerina's misunderstanding, Mary hastily clarified. "It's Bodanis. She has joined the Dragon Tooth Consortium. That I was pondering where she could have gone after leaving the dock district." Katerina's expression softened, and she smiled. "I never imagined she hadn't actually left the dock district at all." Bodanis has had considerable dealings with our consortium and maintains a personal rapport with our chairman. Given her current situation, she chose to align herself with the Dragon Tooth Consortium. However, where she's employed remains uncertain at this time. Mary continued, "I wonder if you, Ms. Katerina, would be willing to exchange intelligence regarding the matters of the Dark God cult with us? Tonight, let us celebrate our pleasant cooperation, and we can discuss official affairs tomorrow. How does that sound?" Katerina picked up the decanter and filled Mary's glass with blood wine, to our enduring partnership. Cheers. Mary raised her glass in a toast to Katerina, aware that she would not speak further this evening. Cheers. Katerina downed her glass of blood wine, savoring the festivities of the night. Like tea that moment, Mary's old friend, Duke, approached with a glass in hand. Let us not discuss business tonight. Let us drink, he said, pulling Mary and Vincent toward the main booth to pour more wine. The following day, Vincent awoke to find himself utterly naked and covered in blood, lying in an unfamiliar room. Beside him was Mary, equally unclothed and blood-stained, while their clothing lay scattered about the floor. Alongside several blood servants who bore bite marks on their necks and wrists, several empty bottles were strewn across the coffee table, with half a bottle of blood, wine recounting the events of the previous night. Sitting up in bed, Vincent surveyed the surroundings in confusion, struggling to recall how he had ended up there and how much he had consumed the night before. After Mom Duke proclaimed, "Armed robbery. Off to Africa for slaves." Thomas added, "Very well, it shall be done." However, Katerina interrupted the cheers of the crowd, stating, "Nonetheless, since it is an old ship, it is imperative to transform the three-masted sailing vessel into a ghost ship using necromantic spells." Vincent, what does the Mystic Society say? Lord Asimov's perspective is that the crux lies in our requirements, Vincent replied. If we only need to convert it into a ghost ship with a spectral crew bound to the vessel and a standard ghost ship enveloped in a mist of death. The materials and labor costs from the Mystic Society should amount to around 70 to 80,000 dark gold. However, if additional functionalities are desired, the price may vary. 70 to 80,000 dark gold, which is roughly the cost of an armored warship, Duke remarked. If we provide part of the materials, could we negotiate a discount? I have yet to discuss this matter with Lord Asimov, but theoretically, it should be feasible, Vincent replied. Lord Asimov has instructed us to finalize our needs before proceeding further. Katerina pondered for a moment and inquired, Elena, how much cash do we currently have at the House of Suffering, including our savings? We have over 58,000 dark gold available, Elena stated. There are still numerous extraordinary materials in stock, including those from our recent transaction with the Dragon Tooth Consortium and the magic energy stones we've recently seized. Liquidating those materials will take time, but if all goes smoothly, we should be able to recover around 40,000 dark gold. We should at least retain over 20,000 dark gold as a financial reserve. Correct? Rosalie questioned. 300,000, as we need funds for acquiring supplies for the armed merchant ships we intend to plunder, as well as for daily operational costs, Elena replied. If we compress the reserves below 30,000, the House of Suffering can only engage in intermediary business to earn commissions. What is the gap in funding without affecting the operations of the House of Suffering? Duke asked, if we were to withdraw such a large sum for full payment now. We would be short by 70,000, Elena answered. However, if we extend the payment period to 3 years, the gap would be negligible, if not entirely absent. We can deposit nearly 20,000 dark gold into the squad's account each year. In addition to the House of Suffering savings, within 3 years, we should be able to resolve this funding issue without impacting operations. Although the financial pressure is significant, overall, this investment remains exceedingly worthwhile. Theoretically, the House of Suffering's annual revenue could increase by 20 to 25% once we possess the ship. 3 years, is it? Katerina remarked. Vincent, Rosalie, accompany me to the Mystic Society. The carriage came to a halt outside the Mystic Society's grand entrance. The crows perched upon the walls observed the carriage adorned with the emblem of the Phantom Clan as it arrived, and upon the cawing of the crows, the gates swung open. Several hooded necromancers emerged, flanking the path to greet Katerina and her companions. Katerina, young Vincent, Rosalie, Asimov's voice resonated from the threshold. Do come in. Following Asimov's lead, Katerina and her entourage entered the reception room. Please, have a seat, Asimov invited, as his necromancer aides set a teapot upon the table and served tea to the guests. Lord Asimov, we have come to discuss a business matter with the Mystic Society. A ghost ship, I presume? Vincent mentioned it to me once before, Asimov remarked, visibly impressed. You have been at the House of Suffering for merely over a decade. Yet you are already in a position to procure a ghost ship for your stronghold. You are destined for greatness. You flatter me, Lord Asimov, Katerina responded with a nod before continuing. I hear from Vincent that you have provided a rough estimate. Indeed, We will supply the materials to render the vessel undead. Asimov sipped his tea and elaborated. The ghost ship will possess a regenerative hull, spectral sails, and the constant magical effect of the death mist, along with a full complement of spectral crew bound to the ship, powered by magic energy stones or souls. The price fluctuations mainly depend on the size of the vessel you provide. What I offer here is merely a ballpark figure. And what about cannons and ground troops? Katerina inquired. Those will require separate calculations, Asimov informed her. The most basic undead cannon costs 1,000 dark gold each. For ground troops, you can enhance the spectral crew aboard the ship, averaging 30 to 50 dark gold per crew member depending on the size of the ship. There are further options available, such as the undead siege cannon and the death guard. Additionally, there are constant magical effects like underwater navigation and ghostly claws, which will be dictated by your specific needs, of course. You may also opt to create the most basic ghost ship first and add features incrementally. What are the payment terms? And how long will delivery take? Typically, an initial deposit of 25% is required, followed by progress payments divided into 3 phases. 20% upon completion of the necromantic runes, another 20% upon the ship's transformation into a ghost ship, 30% upon delivery, and the final 5% due 1 year after delivery, Asimov explained. If funds are sufficient, the Mystic Society can complete the ship within 18 to 24 months. However, some processes may benefit from a slower pace, ultimately yielding a superior result. Thus, I personally recommend setting the delivery timeline at 3 years. Ample time will enhance the quality of the final product. If we supply some materials, can we negotiate a discount? Certainly, Asimov replied. If you can provide extraordinary materials, we will deduct their market value from the total cost. Katerina contemplated for a moment and said, I will return and prepare the ship's specifications. Could I trouble Lord Asimov for a detailed quotation? Moreover, I wish for this matter to remain discreet. Could I ask for your assistance in this regard, Lord Asimov? Not a problem, Asimov affirmed as he shook Katerina's hand. Once I receive the specifications for the ship, I will commence preparing the quotation. Thank you, Lord Asimov. Katerina rose and expressed her anticipation for their collaboration. The sun's rays filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the lush grass of a beautiful garden, where a kindly priest in black observed over a dozen children clad in white robes frolicking about. The priest's golden hair shimmered in the brilliant sunlight, and a pair of silver spectacles perched upon his prominent nose as he watched the children's laughter. A gentle smile gracing his lips. I could see that moment. Another priest approached, and the black-clad priest's expression sharpened. Speak, what troubles have the unclean vampire heretics been causing lately? Your Honor, the priest replied, the Privy Council has gathered information from various sources, including unofficial communications with the heretics. Recently, the movements of the vampire heretics have been linked to the Cain sect. The priest then provided a detailed report on the Cain sect's collection of magic energy stones. The Cain sect? Those filthy cockroaches dare to show their faces again. Let the heretics fight amongst themselves, the black-clad priest scoffed. However, the Cain sect possession of a substantial amount of magic energy stones is indeed a pressing issue. What are the orders from the Grand Inquisitor? The Grand Inquisitor wishes for you to trace the whereabouts of the magic energy stones and either recover or destroy them, the priest stated. If you encounter the vampire heretics, please avoid conflict. Our interests align in this matter. But what if the vampire heretics obstruct my actions? The black-clad priest queried. The Grand Inquisitor has decreed that any who dare defy the glory of order shall perish once more, the priest replied. Upon hearing this, the black-clad priest erupted into a maniacal laugh. Then let those unclean beings die again. Ha! Arthur Kurt, Inquisitor of the Holy Flame Order, let the Holy Flames purify the heretics. As he watched the cackling Arthur, the priest too broke into laughter. Holy flames burn bright. Only faith grants eternal life. Only faith grants eternal life. Arthur recited the prayer of the Holy Flame Order in the Kingdom of Lewis, within the verdant woodlands. The moonlight tonight was exceptionally bright, its cold radiance filtering through the leaves, gracefully caressing the earth like an elegant lady. Alice Wanda, at this moment, had lost the poise befitting a member of the Fey Council, her frantic demeanor marring her carefully crafted appearance as she tore through the forest, branches grazing her exquisite gown in the bright moonlight. Ahead, a man clad in formal attire stood before her, prompting Alice to halt in her tracks as shadows emerged behind and on either side of her. "Why have you knight nobles attacked me?" Alice exclaimed. "I am a member of the Fey Council. Are you declaring war against us?" "You are no longer a council member," a female voice interjected from the side. "Your council membership has been revoked. It's you, Lucy." A beautiful woman clad in hunting attire stepped forth from the shadows, the soft moonlight illuminating her face. It was Lucy Clara, a fellow member of the Fey Council. "As for why we seek you, you should be more aware than we are. Come along quietly. There is no need to make matters messy. Humph. Falling into your hands will only make it worse." Alice formed a seal with her hands, and several blue flames ignited from the void, swirling around her. "Be cautious. That is the fire of nightmares. It can sear the mind," Lucy warned, and oh, sooner had she spoken than a burst of laughter echoed through the air to ha, 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 ha. "Good evening, heretics." Arthur emerged from the forest. "Leave that blue flame candle and be gone. Who are you to dare impede the actions of the nobility of the night?" the leading vampire retorted. Arthur chuckled again. "I was waiting for you to say that." And as the words fell, Arthur unsheathed his knightly sword, gathering holy light to form a blazing emblem of sanctity, igniting the sword with white holy flames. With a speed that far surpassed that of mortals, he charged toward the leading vampire, who reacted swiftly, conjuring a bone shield from necromantic energies to block the knight's blade. The shield shattered upon impact, yet the vampire managed to distance himself from Arthur. Seeing an opportunity, Alice hastily fled, with Lucy hot on her heels. Pursuing her, the blood servants swung their ghoul claws at Arthur, only to be swiftly cleaved into pieces by his sword engulfed in holy flames. The charred remains emitted a substantial aura of darkness, reduced to ash under the purifying fire. "The mission takes precedence. Pursue them. Leave one behind to support me," commanded the leading vampire. Several of his kin quickly vanished into the thickets alongside Lucy, and a vampire from the Steelheart clan drew a ceremonial sword. Seizing the moment while Arthur was engaged in slaying the blood servants, he launched a surprise attack from behind, the ceremonial sword easily piercing Arthur's body, just as he prepared to withdraw the blade. He realized Arthur had grasped the sword's blade with his bare hand. With a swift pull, the Steelheart vampire leaned forward, and Arthur, wielding his knightly sword in reverse, skewered the vampire, the holy flames incinerating him into ash. Arthur forcefully extracted the blade from his body, his wound already knitting together with the power of holy light. Before the blood-soaked vampire, two flesh golems stood, phantoms swirling around him, a holy marksman. "You are from the Order of the Holy Sea." "The Order of the Holy Flame," Arthur curt. He proclaimed that Arthur's wound had fully healed, and he charged once more at the magical bloodline. "Dust to dust, earth to earth, let the holy flame burn, for only the faithful shall live." The tribunal. The magical clan gasped, the flesh golems rushing forward to block Arthur. "Our objectives align with the Holy Sea." With those words, holy light gathered in Arthur's hands, and the holy sigil of exorcism erupted forth, dispersing the flesh golems and phantoms in a brilliant radiance. The rich holy light around Arthur coalesced once more, forming a sacred emblem, and the knightly sword ignited with white flames once again, cleaving through the magical bloodline's bone shield, which could not withstand the fierce blow, splitting both shield and vampire asunder. "Impediments to the divine emissary on earth," Arthur remarked, gazing at the ashes consumed by the white holy flames. "In the name of the Order of the Holy Flame, I deliver the unclean heretics to the fire." While Arthur battled the vampires, three fully armed paladins intercepted Alice Wanda once more, without hesitation. Alice charged at the paladins, the nightmare flames reappearing, blue fire soaring toward them. The holy light illuminated the flames, but the mental shock contained within rendered the paladins momentarily vacant of thought. Alice then kissed one of the paladins, absorbing his essence to replenish her strength. As her lips parted, the once robust paladin became a shriveled husk. When Alice released the desiccated body, the two paladins, now revived, charged at her. Alice deftly sidestepped the oncoming cross sword, her pupils shining with blue light, and the paladin's eyes transformed into the same hue. The cross-sword inadvertently shielded Alice from another paladin's attack, its blade now aimed at his comrade. As the two paladins' weapons clashed, Alice seized the knightly dagger from the lifeless body, vanishing into the shadows. The two knights remained locked in battle, and stealthily, Alice pierced one of the paladins from behind with the dagger. The blue-eyed paladin then struck his companion, severing his head. Withdrawing the dagger, the blue-eyed paladin approached Alice, his eyes glowing with desire. Smiling, Alice leaned in for a kiss. However, the shattered and decayed vessel exuded an alluring necromantic aura, with the essence of the undead swirling ominously around the ship, spreading a sense of dread. You have arrived. The voice of Asimov echoed. Come, board this way. Our maiden voyage is about to commence. Katerina, accompanied by Chip and Asimov, ascended the gangway onto the sailboat. Here, Asimov gestured, is your ship. Enhanced by necromantic magic, the vessel measured 30 meters in length, 9 meters in width, and 4 meters in depth, with a carrying capacity reaching 360 tons, considering that the ghost ship requires little more than ammunition and mana stones. Its single voyage cargo capacity can reach 280 tons. The pivotal area of the ghost ship is the captain's cabin, the location of the necromantic core, why channeling mana stones or souls into the necromantic core. The ghost ship can maintain a cruising speed of 10 knots, and with favorable winds, it can reach 15 knots. According to your needs, it is equipped with 22 undead cannons, strategically positioned on both sides of the vessel and at the bow. Thanks to the stabilizing enchantments granted by necromantic magic, it is possible to fire 20 cannons simultaneously from one side, without compromising the ship's balance. The ghost ship is manned by 55 armed undead crew members, including 40 ghostly sailors and 1 necromancer pilot. These undead beings are equipped with curved blades and breech-loading firearms, adept in nautical skills, and their souls are bound to the necromantic core of the ship. As long as the necromantic core remains intact, they can recover even from dispelling magic. Impressive, Katerina remarked, placing her hand upon her chest in a gesture of respect. We are deeply grateful to Lord Asimov for the effort invested in our ghost ship. Asimov led everyone into the cargo hold, where both sides of the passage were lined with mana stone storage rooms, culminating in a heavy iron door. Inside the captain's cabin, there stood a stone platform engraved with a magical array, beneath which lay an array of mana stones. The magical energy surged along the intricate patterns toward the hexagonal box inscribed with runes atop the platform. Asimov explained, "This is the necromantic core. You may bind up to 3 individuals to the ship, granting them the authority to command the ghost vessel, with the first bound having priority." He then pointed to a key atop the box, stating, "This is the necromantic key. Inserting the key into the core will allow you to bind or unbind command privileges. I shall leave the room to you. I will be outside." With that, Asimov exited the captain's cabin. I had already made my decision before my arrival. Katerina inserted the key into the necromantic core. Inside the box lay a sphere radiating a black luminescence, which emanated necromantic energy as the box opened. The ship would be bound to the 3 of us, and I shall retain the key. "Yes, my lady," Vincent and Chip responded. "Let us begin." Upon uttering these words, Katerina drew a dagger and made a delicate incision, allowing her blood to drip onto the necromantic core. The sphere, glowing with black light, was now tinged with crimson as the blood was absorbed, thus binding their souls to the ghost ship. Once the binding was completed and they exited the room, Katerina smiled and inquired of Asimov, "Lord Asimov, would you do us the honor of joining our maiden voyage? I could never miss it." "Dear Katerina," as Katerina grasped the helm, magical energy surged forth, and a cacophony of wails erupted as ghostly crew members materialized from a ship. Armed specters emerging from the hold, their eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. "Set sail," Katerina commanded, and the undead released a silent roar as the rusted anchor was hoisted, the ghost ship gliding slowly towards the cave's exit. The waves posed no hindrance to the ghost ship. Illuminated by the moonlight, it gradually departed from the isle. The necromancer pilot approached Katerina, raising his left arm, while the other hand unfurled a human skin map that was stitched to his arm. Presenting it before her, Katerina understood the necromancer's intention, tracing a line along the wind's direction on the map. The necromancer let out a silent roar, and the helm began to turn, aligning the ship with the favorable winds. As the bow lifted slightly and the speed increased, if it becomes necessary to evade sunlight, pressing the button at the center of the helm or communicating with the necromantic core will activate the death mist, which can envelop the ship within a 3-mile radius, concealing its presence and shielding it from the sun's harmful rays. Asimov elaborated. The cannons require crew operation. All commands can be executed through communication with the necromantic core, or verbally if preferred. Cannons ready, starboard rocks. Katerina instructed, and the undead crew began to maneuver the cannons, transmitting silent screams through their sole connection to Katerina's mind. Fire! The undead cannons roared to life, bombarding the distant rocks into fragments. Not bad, Chip observed, noting the impressive accuracy. The crew members were seasoned sailors in life. Asimov remarked, acquiring high-quality souls has always been time-consuming. How thoughtful, Lord Asimov, Vincent added. Katerina skillfully maneuvered the ghost ship through various exercises. From testing the bow cannons to sailing against the wind, summoning the necromantic mist, and executing rapid turns. Thank you very much, Lord Asimov. The House of Torment is exceedingly satisfied. Katerina declared, I will arrange for the payment to be sent to the secret order. With that, she handed a prepared letter to the messenger, who vanished in the void. By the way, this matter must remain discreet, correct? As long as you are satisfied, Asimov replied. Rest assured, this matter is exceedingly low-key. By the way, may I inquire if you wish to name this vessel? Katerina pondered for a moment and replied, let it be named by its captain. Soon, a skeletal bird materialized from the void, perching on Asimov's shoulder, clutching the letter in its beak. Asimov opened the envelope and glanced inside. The payment had been received, and the collaboration was a pleasure. Working with Lord Asimov is always a delight, Katerina said with a smile. Huh, echoed Asimov's laughter amidst the tumultuous waves under the crescent moon, within the mist-shrouded ghost ship. The Dragon's Tooth Consortium, Vincent was dressing. Are you certain you do not require a carriage? Mary, clad in a lace nightgown, inquired. As the dock area seems rather chaotic lately, that's fine, Vincent replied, planting a gentle kiss on Mary's lips. I have an appointment with someone at the fortress bar. It will be more convenient to walk. Oh, have you arranged a meeting with some lovely lady behind my back? Mary lit a slender cigar, smiling as she asked. Business, Vincent said with a wry smile. Do you recall the captain of that ship who blocked your docking last time? I remember. That was the black ship with a crew of Dullahans. The captain was called Orca. Yes, Mary, enveloped in smoke, replied. I have a vivid impression of that crew of Dullahans. What is it, my dear? You have shipping business and did not involve me. Orca approached me, seeking the House of Torment's assistance with a shipment. Vincent chuckled. Or perhaps, my dear, you are secretly venturing into this business behind our backs. Mary's expression shifted momentarily, and she replied, I would never dare to compete with the House of Torment. I must go, Vincent said, giving Mary a kiss on the cheek before stepping out of the Dragon's Tooth Consortium. In truth, Vincent was meeting with Orca, as the House of Torment's foray into shipping would inevitably lead to conflicts of interest with the Dragon's Tooth Consortium. Standing at the entrance, Vincent lit a cigar, exhaling smoke as he strode into the darkened streets. Tonight was a moonless night, and the dim streetlights struggled to dispel the darkness, nearly in vain. Vincent walked alone through the streets, occasionally encountering drunken men staggering past, while scantily clad women sought their fortunes along the sidewalks. Turning a corner, a bar illuminated by magic came into view, its wooden sign adorned with golden lettering spelling out Fortress. Pushing open the door, Vincent entered to find the bar filled with a variety of patrons. The noise a constant, then Vincent approached the bar and inquired of the bartender. Has Orca arrived? This way, to the private booth, the bartender replied. Following the bartender's direction, Vincent entered the small booth. Upon seeing Vincent, Orca promptly stood to greet him. Mr. Vincent, what brings you here? The two sat down, and Orca poured a glass of water for Vincent, saying, I do not drink when conducting business. I fear that alcohol may cloud my judgment, so I hope you do not take offense. Whatever you need, I shall endeavor to fulfill. You misunderstand, Vincent clarified. I sought you out regarding a business matter. Orca leaned forward slightly, prompting, please, go on. I understand that Captain Orca operates a black ship. Vincent stated, "The organization I represent, the House of Torment, wishes to procure navigational charts from Captain Orca. Navigational charts are essential tools for seafaring, not only for recording routes, but also for documenting various locales, including but not limited to sea monster lairs and sources of extraordinary materials, as a black ship, serving as maritime predators, from slave trading to the trafficking of extraordinary goods. From piracy to armed shipping, the black ship welcomes all who seek profit. Therefore, precise and detailed navigational charts are vital for the black ship's voyages across the seas. Thus, various fleets will procure nautical charts from the black ship hands to supplement their own navigational materials. I shall directly present the charts to Mr. Vincent. It is hardly a matter of significance," remarked the Orca, stating that he had been operating in the southern seas of the Endless for some time before realizing the influence of the Lanya Consortium in the area. Without Mr. Vincent, the Orca, might have ended up feeding the fish at the bottom of the sea at a mere trifle. Vincent waved his hand dismissively. Yet business is business. He must not make it difficult for Captain Orca. "Please provide a price, Captain Orca, or I shall have no choice but to take my leave." "Well then," Captain Orca pondered for a moment and replied, "how about this? I have recently incorporated the United City into our shipping network. I am aware of the substantial shipping capacity represented by Mr. Vincent, and I happen to have a batch of goods to sell. If you could offer me a discount on the brokerage fee, that would suffice. What do you think? What discount does Captain Orca desire?" Vincent inquired. "I leave that to your discretion. Just a token gesture will suffice to allow me to explain my crew," Orca said, producing a cargo list from his breast pocket and handing it to Vincent. "Here is the inventory." Vincent reviewed the list and stated, "I shall provide you with a price by tomorrow. If you find it agreeable, please deliver the goods to the House of Pain." "Does that sound acceptable?" "Agreed." The two shook hands. "I shall await Mr. Vincent's message. I will now go retrieve the charts." Without waiting for Vincent's reaction, Orca exited the private room with great haste. Vincent could only smile wryly, thinking, "It seems I must request a discounted rate from the captain." Stepping out of the room, he placed a dark gold coin on the bar and said to the bartender, "A decent bottle of whiskey, please." "Just a moment," replied the bartender, depositing the coin into the cash box and turning to fetch the liquor. "Hey," came a voice, "we have someone here drinking in formal attire." Vincent turned to see a burly man reeking of alcohol, surrounded by a few others who erupted in laughter. Vincent said nothing, and the burly man continued, "The fortress is not a place for you dainty drinkers." Another round of laughter followed. Vincent coldly retorted, "Leave." The bartender set the whiskey and glass on the bar, interjecting, "No trouble here. If you wish to make a scene, take it outside." Vincent shot a glance at the bartender, opened the whiskey, poured it into the glass, and downed it in one gulp. The burly man approached, ready to place a hand on Vincent's shoulder, but the beastly physique stirred, and with blood-red eyes radiating malice. Vincent turned and delivered a punch that sent the man flying. His companion sprang up to charge at Vincent, but upon seeing the bartender's crimson-eyed gaze, he shouted, "Don't engage. That's a bloodline." The others quickly raised their hands, panicking. "I am sorry. We had no idea. Truly, we didn't tea." With eyes aflame, Vincent waved his hand, and shadowy bindings effortlessly ensnared the group, lifting the burly man and hurling him toward the bar. With a thunderous crash, he collided with the liquor rack, shattering various spirits across the floor. Vincent adjusted his attire, picked up a bottle of high-proof liquor from the table, and poured it over the burly man. "My sincerest apologies, sir. The matter of converting the ghost ship into a squad has been taken into consideration, as I have pondered your arduous efforts in finally acquiring a vessel for the team. I request a postponement of the squad's reformation. It is likely that Prince Andrew wishes to allow ample time for private discussions, and he has also expressed his agreement. However, the transformation of the ghost ship into a squad is intrinsically linked to your promotion. You should consult with Caroline." Katerina rose and respectfully bowed to Jason, saying, "Thank you, Your Honor." Vincent and Duke sat in the carriage, en route to the Bastion Tavern. "Honestly," Vincent remarked, gazing out at the dimly lit street lamps, "who is the proprietor of the Bastion that can afford to engage you?" "A bloodline vagabond," Duke replied somewhat sheepishly. "A female bloodline vagabond, I presume." Vincent chuckled. "Don't let me down," Duke cautioned. "Rest assured," Vincent replied, as the tavern came into view. Upon entering the tavern once more, the previously shattered bar and liquor cabinet had been restored to their former glory. A lady sat alone in the empty tavern. Upon seeing Duke escort Vincent inside, she promptly rose to greet them, affording Vincent an opportunity to observe her closely. The golden-haired lady, though not striking at first glance, possessed a certain charm that was accentuated by her understated black lace dress. "Good evening. I am Grace, the proprietor of the Bastion Tavern." Her calm voice intensified her unique allure as she introduced herself before Duke could. "Good evening, Miss Grace. I am Vincent," he replied with a smile as he took a seat. "Vincent," Duke poured the wine, asserting that with this drink, the past would be put to rest. Vincent promptly downed his drink and apologized. "Miss Grace, I hope you will not hold last night's incident against me. It was merely due to that drunken man. I completely understand," Grace replied, also finishing her drink. "Here, we are all friends, and the Bastion warmly welcomes you at any time." Mr. Vincent out at the docks, concealed by the barrier. The dilapidated ghost ship lay anchored, with phantoms occasionally howling past its side. Katerina directed the blood servants to assist the skeletal crew in transporting crates of supplies and goods aboard the vessel. "The sea charts have been updated," Katerina noted. "The skeletal navigator will guide the ship. You need not worry about your maiden voyage." That moment, Katerina happened to be moving a coffin past them. Vincent looked at the coffin and said to Katerina, "Captain, though it is a ghost ship, must we truly sleep in coffins? I regret to inform you that it is indeed necessary. The coffins are lined with soil from the Far East." Katerina chuckled softly, explaining that the myriad energies on the endless sea necessitate periodic slumber in a coffin filled with soil from one's homeland to maintain the bloodline's internal energy balance. "What occurs if the internal energy becomes unbalanced?" Vincent inquired. "You would enter a state of perpetual blood frenzy, becoming a beast solely driven by hunger," Katerina explained. "Fear not. When your internal energy begins to wane, you will note, as long as you sense it, a brief rest in the coffin will suffice." "Very well," Vincent shrugged. "Then I shall sleep in a coffin. Do you know how long your voyage will last?" Katerina asked. "Following the current from the southern Broken Isles to the New World will take approximately a month. The return journey via the northern route will take about 5 weeks, if the winds favor us. We may complete the round trip in about 2 months," Vincent replied. "Well done. It seems you have done your homework," Katerina smiled. "Traversing the route through the Broken Isles generally poses little risk aside from pirates. As for pirates, I believe we should be more concerned about them. My lord. All preparations are complete." Katerina approached the two respectfully. "Transport the cargo to Montel, and then bring back the goods received from Montel. This is your token." Katerina handed Vincent a hollow gold coin adorned with unique patterns, explaining that the core of the coin was in the New World, and the two must be united to form a complete coin. "Remember to verify the token first. I will prepare a banquet for your return." "Understood, Captain." Vincent bowed, expressing his anticipation for the captain's banquet. He stepped aboard the ghost ship, grasping the helm, and waved farewell to Katerina and the others on the shore, exclaiming, "Set sail!" As the ghost ship emitted a silent wail, the decayed vessel slowly departed the harbor, heading into the dark expanse of the in Dunning City. At the High Prince's residence, Katerina and her mother Caroline were enjoying tea in the parlor. "It has been quite some time since you last visited me," Caroline remarked, pouring tea from a bone china teapot. "Milk or lemon?" "Milk," Katerina replied, watching the milk gently cascade in her teacup as she relayed Jason's analysis to her mother. "Quite intriguing," Caroline mused. "However, Jason is not entirely mistaken. Since you seek merit, it is indeed inappropriate for us to voice further objections regarding the ghost ship, as it serves the interests of our clan." "But what does the sheriff's hesitance imply?" Katerina questioned. "This is precisely why he wishes you to confer with me." Caroline sipped her tea. "Anderson is considering a trade with us, to exchange a promotion for his opportunity to be appointed as captain. Yet, from Jason's perspective, although there is no loss, having a prince's subordinate, particularly a ghost ship captain, is somewhat unsettling. So, Katerina began, his third option implies a three-way trade. Indeed, Caroline replied that in fact, his prior introduction of the Wild Hunt clan shipping orders was a subtle hint. Jason aims to collaborate with us on the ground level, but must also consider the clan's interests. You mean to say that the sheriff desires the ghost ship as well? Then why did he not request a ship as compensation from the Dumont Hotel?" Katerina inquired. How do you know he did not? Caroline retorted, prompting Katerina to realize she was unaware of the Dumont Hotel's compensation terms. The Wild Hunt clan's focus is on the New World. Caroline continued, lifting her bone china teacup for another sip. The shipping routes to the New World are crucial for the Wild Hunt clan, especially since the Necromancer's Gate at New William Fort has yet to be completed. Meanwhile, the Sorcerer's clan has imposed certain restrictions on the Ghost ship and related core resources to suppress the Wild Hunt clan. Thus, Jason would undoubtedly be very interested in your vessel. So the sheriff's proposition is to exchange the captaincy for the position of Ghost ship captain, allowing me to ascend smoothly, while the clan can arrange for personnel to continue managing the House of Suffering, and Prince Anderson can place his people in the dock area. Everyone would attain their desires. Caroline concluded. Jason deliberately arranged for members of the Wild Hunt clan to oversee the cargo. Your squad consists solely of Rosalie, Vincent, and Eileen, who are members of the Wild Hunt clan. Rosalie, being an expert tracker, is practically useless at sea, while Eileen, as a newcomer, is still too inexperienced. Thus, my disciple, Vincent, who is also a newcomer but has demonstrated exceptional performance, is your sole option. Katerina contemplated this, silently lifting the exquisite bone china teacup to sip her tea. So, daughter, what do you think? Mother, do you believe it would be prudent for me to seize this opportunity to request a better position from the Wild Hunt clan? Finally, you're coming around, Caroline smiled. Since Jason wishes to secure a ghost ship for the Wild Hunt clan, it is only reasonable for them to collaborate with us to find you a favorable position. Anderson would also gain a squad leader for the dock area. Everyone stands to benefit, of course. Anderson may experience a slight disappointment. Yet that minor disappointment could very well be a source of greater joy in the endless sea separating the old world from the new world. The islands scattered like shards of broken glass, collectively known as the Broken Isles. The currents between the southern and northern Broken Isles facilitate swift navigation for vessels across the boundless ocean. Thus, the route through the Broken Isles remains one of the most vital shipping lanes in the endless sea. The ghost ship was steadily advancing toward the Broken Isles, marking the most time-consuming phase of the entire voyage. Nearly half a month would be spent navigating toward the southern Broken Isles. The remaining two-thirds of the journey could be completed in just half a month, thanks to the southern currents. Leading to the New World, Vincent sat in the captain's cabin, listening to the sound of the waves while conversing with Katerina. How much space remains in the hold? Reporting to you, my lord, the ghost ship has 6 cargo holds, each capable of accommodating 60 tons of cargo, Katerina replied. After we load the Wild Hunt cargo and supplies, we will have 1 empty hold, approximately 60 tons, if fortune smiles upon us and we encounter pirates. Might we seize some plunder? Vincent inquired. Joking aside, dawn is approaching. I will initiate the death mist. Call for me if you require anything. Yes, my lord. Vincent watched Catherine depart, silently opening the coffin and lying within. The room appeared exceedingly dilapidated, the flames in the red brick fireplace dwindling. The last flicker, striving to warm the frigid chamber. At the center of the parlor stood a battered tea table, its dim candlelight flickering gently, casting a feeble glow upon the sofa beside the table where 3 cloaked figures sat, shrouded in darkness that the faint candlelight struggled to penetrate. The trio engaged in hushed conversation. We have been under too much scrutiny lately. One of the cloaked figures rasped. Yesterday, yet another batch of magical energy stones was intercepted. How far are we from our goal? Inquired another. We currently possess only 30% of the target, the raspy voice replied once more. The previously silent figure interjected. What if we conduct the ritual using the existing magical energy stones? The results would not be as effective, the raspy voice retorted. I have a plan. The silent figure chuckled softly. We require someone to divert attention away from us, so we can seize the opportunity to execute our scheme. The atmosphere was punctuated by the eerie laughter of the cloaked figures amidst the flickering candlelight. The boundary of the cloaked figures was the Dumont Hotel. Lady Caroline, your presence brings me immense honor, Sheriff Jason Taylor proclaimed as he bowed, hand over heart, to the descending Caroline Polly. Dear Sheriff, were you not anticipating my arrival? Caroline replied with a light laugh. Indeed, Jason admitted, yet encountering the beautiful Lady Caroline still brings me great joy. You understand my purpose for coming. Caroline followed Jason into the parlor, casually seating herself upon the sofa. "What are your intentions?" "Alex wishes to return to the council, leaving his position vacant," Jason stated. "Let Vincent assume the role of captain. I shall reserve Alex's position for Prince Anderson as for the successor of the House of Pain." "That will be determined by you." "Vincent as captain?" Caroline questioned. "Surely he lacks the qualifications? After all, this is the ship of the House of Pain, a vessel Catherine worked tirelessly to obtain. It seems more reasonable to promote from within the House of Pain. It feels more equitable." Jason responded gravely to AS for qualifications. "Vincent is the son of the Wild Hunt and a student of Lady Caroline, having accumulated considerable merit within the House of Pain." "Interesting," Caroline remarked noncommittally. "Are you certain Anderson will agree?" "The Wild Hunt clan has allied with the Shadow clan," Jason chuckled. "How could Anderson refuse?" "Yet your conditions seem insufficient to unite the two clans," Caroline observed. "I understand your meaning." Jason replied with a smile, placing a note on the table and handing it to Caroline. "This outlines the recently vacant sheriff positions. Whichever one the Shadow clan favors, the Wild Hunt will fully support Catherine in her appointment." Caroline did not glance at the note, instead returning it with a delicate gesture. "We already have a target. We only require the assistance of the Wild Hunt clan. Jason inquired. "Where is it?" Caroline handed him another note. "The New World." Jason contemplated the note's contents for a moment before speaking. "That wild, untamed land. Are you truly willing to send your daughter there?" "As a mother, naturally, I am reluctant. However, our clan holds great promise for the New World's development." "This is also the intent of the High Prince," Caroline replied. "Rest assured, Catherine will align with the local Wild Hunt clan. That is our commitment, that I must inform the clan of this latest development." Jason said, rising. "May I ask the lovely Lady Caroline to wait for a moment?" Of course, 0.5 minutes later, their hands clasped tightly together. The boundary of their handshake was Union City, Dock District. A worn barge traversed the canal, its weathered bow emblazoned with the name Sturl Leasing Company, gradually approaching a small dock at the riverbank. This dock served as an adjunct to a building, specifically for cargo barges. The barge successfully docked. Several cloaked figures hurried aboard to unload the cargo onto the small dock. The cargo aboard was minimal. A few crates were swiftly carried by the cloaked figures into the back of a shop bearing the sign, Kane Brothers General Store. "At this rate," one of the cloaked figures remarked, "it will take at least another 6 months to be ready. Given the circumstances, we must maintain a low profile." Another replied that large-scale transport is too conspicuous. "Small-scale transport under the guise of business is far safer. I did not offer my faith to my master merely to sell goods." "Enough. Cease your complaints. All endurance is for the pleasure of the Lord of Slaughter. Quickly depart the dock without drawing attention. All for the Lord of Slaughter. All for the Lord of Slaughter." The boundary for the Lord of Slaughter was under the blazing sun, within a circular spyglass. A dilapidated three-masted ship appeared, navigating the currents towards the New World. Perhaps due to distance, the three-masted vessel seemed to emanate an ethereal haze. "Captain, what do you think?" An eager crew member inquired. "That IT looks rather worn." The captain replied, puffing on his pipe. "This old ship likely harbors nothing of value." "There hasn't been work lately," the first mate remarked, scrutinizing the three-masted ship through the spyglass. "That IT is a rare find. Replenishing supplies would not hurt, would it?" "That is a valid point," the captain mused before bellowing. "Set sail. Raise the black flag. Hurrah!" The ship erupted with a cacophony of wild cheers as the black flag unfurled. And with the assistance of the sea breeze, the pirate ship adjusted its sails, speeding towards the three-masted vessel, the crew singing, "Set sail! Set sail! The devil's curved blade gleams bright. Set sail! Set sail! The smoke of cannon fire ripples like waves. Set sail! Set sail! Stop the ship and open the safe. Set sail! Set sail! Drink rum atop the dead man's chest." The pirate ship swiftly closed in on the three-masted vessel, and the pirates nimbly swung across ropes onto the deck, only to discover it was deserted. "Captain!" a pirate shouted. "There's no one aboard." The captain, having just leapt onto the deck, immediately hollered, "Withdraw. It's a ghost ship." Too late, Vincent's voice echoed, and as it did, phantoms swirled about, wielding spectral cutlasses, severing the ropes by which the pirates had boarded the ship. The ghost ship's cannons roared to life, their thunderous blasts sending splinters flying from the pirate vessel. Skeletal crew members armed with cutlasses and firearms surrounded the pirates, while some, under the cover of the ghosts, leapt onto the pirate ship, swiftly advancing towards the cannon deck. Vincent's eyes glowed crimson as he surveyed the panicked pirates, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he waved at Catherine. Catherine's back sprouted the claw of a ghoul, leading the skeletal crew into battle against the encircled pirates. Amidst the cacophony of screams, Vincent turned and strode into the ship's cabin as the sun dipped below the horizon. Its last rays struggled to penetrate the thick shroud of deathly mist. Within the fog, the ghost ship and the pirate ship had connected via planks, and as the pirates were annihilated by the undead, the skeletal crew began transferring all valuables from the pirate vessel back to their ghost ship. The pirate captain was captured, trembling as he beheld the pool of blood coalescing on the deck, slowly being absorbed by the decaying planks of the ghost ship. Some of the skeletal crew feasted on the flesh, emitting chilling wails that echoed the trembling of their souls. More corpses piled together. Awaiting the crew's consumption point, 2 skeletal crew members dragged the limp captain before Vincent. The pirate captain knelt before the pirate captain, gazed at the human skin map, his trembling fingers tracing its contours. And Vincent addressed the navigator, saying, "Let us set sail." With the ghost ship's haunting wail, it slowly departed, shrouded in the last rays of the setting sun, while the already shattered pirate vessel gradually succumbed to the depths. In the United City, at the prince's residence, Prince Anderson puffed on a cigar. While observing the outside world, he noticed a carriage adorned with the emblem of the Shadow clan halting at the entrance. Caroline and Jason disembarked together. How curious that they would arrive as a pair. He sat on the sofa, contemplating. Before long, a servant ushered Caroline and Jason into the room. "Please, take a seat, Lady Caroline," Anderson remarked, pondering Jason's unexpected presence. "Prince Anderson, I first visited the Dumont Hotel," Caroline replied as she settled down. "We have come representing our respective clans." Anderson scrutinized the duo intently, then mused, "I suspect this is related to the ghost ship of the House of Pain." "Indeed," Jason affirmed. "Alex wishes to return to the council. I see," Prince Anderson replied. "The Wild Hunt desires the ghost ship, and the Shadow clan continues to appoint captains for the House of Pain, correct?" "Exactly," Caroline confirmed. "What is your perspective, Your Highness? What if I were to disagree?" Anderson took a puff from his cigar, the smoke swirling around him as he inquired. "Then Lady Caroline's daughter would remain in the House of Pain?" "The House of Pain is quite acceptable," Caroline responded with a smile. "After all, it is a clan business, and our family will not forget her contributions. Moreover, even if the ghost captain wishes to separate from the House of Pain to form a new crew, as the founding member, Katerina should be entitled to recommend a captain. I believe, Your Highness, you would not refuse her nominee, would you?" Prince Anderson regarded Caroline thoughtfully, stating, "Katerina has spent a mere decade in the House of Pain. Yet she has managed to establish an additional crew for the Dock District. Such talent should not be confined to merely leading a crew. What does Your Highness imply? Where does Katerina wish to go? I shall personally arrange matters with the Human Resources Department." Anderson was still keen to see if he could exclude the Wild Hunt's offspring from this transaction in the New World at the security headquarters of Black Mountain Town. Jason suddenly remarked, "The local sheriff of the Wild Hunt seeks to reclaim his clan. It would be timely to arrange for Katerina's appointment." "The New World is a fine place," Anderson acknowledged, realizing that the Wild Hunt's offspring and the Shadow clan had reached a consensus. He understood that resistance would yield little benefit, and since there was no need to offend anyone, he smiled, saying, "Then Alex's successor is keen to request Your Highness's recommendation for a candidate." "Very well," the prince replied, taking another puff of his cigar, "that I shall contemplate this and notify you, Jason. Additionally, have Katerina present her recommendations for the ghost captain as well. I will handle them concurrently." "Yes, Your Highness," Jason affirmed. Anderson nodded and exchanged handshakes with both individuals. "I appreciate Your Highness's concern," Caroline said, rising and placing a hand upon her chest in a gesture of respect. "I shall take my leave now. Jason, kindly see Lady Caroline out." Anderson watched as the two departed his office, gazing at the slowly dissipating smoke from his cigar, feeling a sense of unease. The pirate's treasure site, a rather concealed cave, lay hidden behind a massive rock. Upon entering, 2 chests sat in the center, and the pirate captain, with trembling hands, used a key hanging from his neck to unlock them. Under the flickering torchlight, gold gleamed brilliantly. Vincent carelessly rummaged through the two chests filled with coins and gems. Glancing at the pirate captain and asking, "Is this all you possess?" "These are all I have saved over the years, my lord," the pirate captain stuttered. Vincent felt a pang of regret for not having mastered illusion magic. However, he then fixated his crimson gaze on the captain, his scara darkening and veins protruding ominously, revealing elongated canines that exuded an air of terror as he approached the captain. "My lord, grant me a chance to live," the pirate captain pleaded, collapsing to his knees in fear at the sight of those blood-red eyes. "These riches do not seem sufficient to purchase your life." Vincent continued his advance. "My lord, my lord." The pirate, seizing a sudden inspiration, exclaimed, "I am quite useful." "Oh." Vincent halted, fixing his crimson eyes upon the captain. "What use do you possess?" "I have sailed since I was 13, and I consider myself well-versed in maritime affairs. I have roamed the Shattered Isles for over 20 years, and am intimately familiar with this place." "And so," Vincent replied with a smirk, "so, I am well acquainted with everything in the Shattered Isles. My lord requires someone to serve him, and I am willing to serve you." Vincent smiled and turned to Catherine, asking, "What think you? Perhaps he holds some value." Catherine observed the trembling captain, her voice laced with uncertainty. "What is your name?" Vincent's red gaze returned to the captain. The captain was momentarily taken aback. "What is your name?" Vincent inquired again. "Cook," the captain finally responded, "Tiberius Cook." "Then you shall accompany me for now." Vincent instructed Catherine that if this fellow proves to be of no use, you may consume him. "Very well, master," Catherine replied with a smile, "that I look forward to it. Rest assured, I am still quite valuable." Cook insisted, following the southern currents of the Shattered Isles. The ghost ship swiftly made its way to Montel City in the New World. Montel, as the principal port in the northern reaches of the New World, stands as one of the most significant principalities of the Wild Hunt, second only to New Williamfort. Under the cloak of night, the ghost ship docked within the protective barrier, where individuals awaited on the pier. "Greetings," Vincent approached and bowed. "The token, please." After verifying the token, Vincent extended his hand, stating, "I am Vincent from the House of Payne's team in the Dock District of the United City. I am Nick Young, assistant to Prince Montel," Nick replied, shaking Vincent's hand. "Was your journey smooth?" "Quite satisfactory." Vincent gestured for Catherine to arrange for the skeletal crew to unload the cargo, as the sea breeze from the southern Shattered Isles was refreshingly pleasant. This return trip entails over 200 tons of goods to be transported back to the United City. And upon arrival, arrangements will be made for the transfer of the cargo. Nick handed Vincent half of a token, saying, "This is your token. Furthermore, the shipping fees will be covered by the Dock District Sheriff." "Understand," Vincent nodded upon receiving the token. "A pleasant collaboration. A pleasant collaboration." Nick echoed. To the train station of Toneling City, Arthur Court led a group of individuals down from a private carriage, where two men clad in knightly attire approached. "Welcome, esteemed members of the Order of Order. I am Geranson, Abbot of the Tudor National Knights." Geranson stated, "This is my knight apprentice, Jean Pink, Judicator Arthur Court of the Sacred Flame Monastery." Arthur nodded, indicating his subordinates. The group climbed into several carriages, heading towards the stronghold of the National Knights. Inside the carriage, Geranson and Arthur engaged in conversation. This joint operation is a consensus reached between the Pope and the King. Your side is responsible solely for sharing intelligence and assisting us within our territory. Geranson emphasized the words "our territory," hoping all parties would adhere to the agreement established. "Rest assured," Arthur replied. "Our Sacred Flame Monastery is solely here for the Cane Church. As for any other heretics, we can choose to overlook them. In the Tudor Kingdom, I trust your side can restrain its penchant for incinerating heretics," Geranson advised. "This will aid in resolving the issues surrounding the Cane sect." "Are we to collaborate with heretics then?" Arthur's sharp gaze bore into Geranson, asking, "Has the Tudor Kingdom fallen to such depths? If you wish to resolve the troubles of the Cane sect, the Blood Clan is unavoidable." Geranson replied, "I harbor no fondness for those dark creatures, but regrettably, according to the intelligence you provided, we have found nothing." "What?" Arthur was taken aback. "Indeed, your side indicated that a significant quantity of mana stones held by the Cane sect is concentrated within the Tudor Kingdom. Joranson continued that we intercepted several cargo vessels based on the names you supplied, even those that recently docked, yet we found nothing. Impossible, Arthur retorted. One shipment of mana stones was personally tracked by me, the Alice. I'm certain this vessel's destination was Heisben. We trust the intelligence provided by your side, yet the facts remain as they are. The beleaguered knightly order sought an audience with the highborn prince of the Tudor bloodline. Vanessa Caston. Johnson remarked that regarding the Kane cult, the interests of the bloodline aligned with ours, and soon this esteemed prince would provide us with leads. What leads? Alice inquired. The original destination of the ship. The Alice was Hayes Bend, yet it had not docked at the port there. Johnson explained that they had anchored at a nearby isle and were utilizing a small barge to traverse the canal, ferrying the cargo from the vessel S. Oh, where did the magical energy stones go? Is the Alice still in operation? Uncertain, Johnson replied. The barge's small-scale transport is exceedingly difficult to trace, and the Alice has already departed. He continued, the bloodline has promised to share intelligence with us, but your side must restrain your peculiar proclivities. Otherwise, it will be challenging for us to proceed further. Arthur contemplated for a considerable time before responding. All right, very well, Johnson concurred. I have arranged to meet with the bloodline at the Trafalgar Hotel in Dunling. I shall first escort you to the hotel for some rest. No, Arthur interjected. Let me also meet them and see what intelligence they possess. This, Johnson hesitated. There may be omissions during the communication process. Indeed, Arthur stated. All right then, Johnson conceded, but I implore you to maintain composure. At the Trafalgar Hotel, the lobby was illuminated by resplendent chandeliers casting a soft yet radiant glow. Adorned with exquisite painted carvings on the ceiling, the most opulent hotel in Dunling, it was a favored haunt for nobles and capitalists alike. Within the salon of the lobby, several elegantly attired gentlemen and ladies engaged in lively conversation over drinks. In a secluded corner, a graceful lady sat quietly on a sofa, none other than Vincent's mentor, Caroline Polly. Upon entering the salon, Johnson and Arthur quickly spotted Caroline in the corner. Johnson, Caroline inquired, and who might this be? Judge Arthur Curt of the Holy Flame Order. Arthur introduced himself. The judicature, Caroline retorted with a cold smile. If memory serves, the last time the judicature graced the lands of the Tudor Kingdom was 30 years ago. Was it not? 30 years ago, the judicature was dispatched to cleanse the Hayes Bend security region. Though they ultimately succeeded in purging the area, for the 5 squads led by 5 judges were annihilated by the bloodline, rendering it a Pyrrhic victory. Heretics, Arthur seethed. Were it not for the threat of the Kane cult, you would have been purified by the holy flame. Caroline's gaze hardened, shadows of magical energy coalescing around her. You may certainly try. Please, remain calm. Johnson interjected, let us not forget, we are gathered here to resolve the issue concerning the Kane cult. Caroline glanced at Johnson before turning to Arthur. You are fortunate, Judge. Fortune favors you. Heretic, enough, enough. Johnson interrupted the verbal sparring. Lady Caroline, I have heard you possess the latest intelligence. We have discovered through various means that the majority of barges have traversed the canal towards Union City. Union City? Indeed, the local prince has resumed his investigations. Aside from the Alice, were the vessels Albert, Duma, and Mary also transporting via barges? Arthur suddenly inquired. Upon our investigation, we found that all magical energy stones in the possession of the Kane cult were transported by these 4 ships. According to the intelligence relayed by Johnson, when these 4 ships reached the docks, they were all inspected by customs and found to be empty vessels. Johnson nodded in agreement as Caroline continued. We obtained information from the crew of the 4 ships through illusion magic, revealing they had all docked at a coastal isle off Hayes Bend before entering the port to unload cargo. However, the goods were sealed, and we could not ascertain their specific nature. If the cargo aboard these vessels comprises magical energy stones, then they have all been directed to Union City via barge. We can confirm that the magical energy stones of the Kane cult have indeed been loaded onto the ships, Arthur stated. What could possibly make Union City so significant for the Kane cult? Union City, Caroline pondered, is a major industrial hub in the north and one of the principal ports leading to the New World. Could it be, Johnson speculated, that the barge unloaded its cargo partway, and Union City serves as a mere FA Ade? That is a possibility, Caroline acknowledged. Could it be the New World? Arthur shook his head. No, if they intended to reach the New World, there would be no need to detour through Dunling. Indeed, Johnson concurred. It appears that the Kane cult's objective remains within the Tudor Kingdom. I shall organize a team to further investigate along the canal to ascertain whether the cargo was indeed offloaded in Union City. Caroline declared, I will make a trip to Union City and will contact you should I acquire new information. Very well, Johnson affirmed. We shall also exert our utmost to investigate. Dark clouds surged swiftly with the fierce wind. The moon occasionally peering through the gaps in the clouds, silently observing the earth and the docks of Union City. The illusionary barrier of the bloodline had been erected, obscuring the vision of mere mortals. Katerina and Charlie West stood at the edge of the dock, watching as the decrepit ghost ship slowly approached the pier. Vincent disembarked via the gangplank, bowing to Katerina with a hand over his heart. Captain, I have returned. Excellent. Well done, Katerina replied. The banquet at the House of Pain is ready. You should first hand over your duties to Charlie. Charlie West, it has been a while. How have you been? Vincent grasped Charlie's hand. However, we must adhere to protocol. The token, indeed, same as before, Charlie replied, producing the token. Once Vincent confirmed its authenticity, he waved to Katerina, and the ghostly crew began unloading the cargo from the ship. Please transfer it directly to the adjacent barge. Charlie instructed, I am responsible for escorting this batch of goods to Dunling. Shall we gather once I return? Certainly, Vincent replied. Katerina guided Vincent to a carriage adorned with the enigmatic clan insignia. Your efforts shall not go unrewarded, she said as the carriage began its slow journey towards the House of Pain. The prince has requested that the ghost ship operate as an independent squad. I have recommended you as the captain. Me? Vincent exclaimed in surprise. Captain, my qualifications. In terms of qualifications, you may indeed be somewhat lacking, but fortune smiles upon you, Katerina stated. The Wild Hunt clan requires a scion of the hunt to manage the vessel. You have merit, and you are quite capable in various aspects. What the elder Rosalie? Vincent inquired. She is a master tracker, ill-suited for maritime combat, Katerina replied. Your name has already been submitted, but considering your qualifications, the ghost ship will initially exist as a reserve squad. Reserve squad? Vincent was taken aback. The reserve squad is a preparatory state for the team, allowing for up to 4 bloodline members and accompanying blood servants alongside the captain. The reserve squad will temporarily fall under the jurisdiction of the House of Pain, and your crew will reside there, with financial matters overseen by the House, until you are appointed as a standard squad. As she handed the key to Vincent, Katerina explained, This is the key to the ghost ship. Once your appointment is officially confirmed, you will be able to recruit bloodline crew members. Additionally, you must pay a visit to the constable. I trust you comprehend my meaning. Yes, Captain. The carriage soon arrived at the House of Pain. Tiberius Cook was brought back to his quarters by Catherine, where Humphrey would instruct him on the intricacies of becoming a blood servant. Meanwhile, Katerina escorted Vincent to a private room on the second floor. And as the two entered, the fervent celebration commenced in earnest. Each member of the squad, including Rosalie, raised their glasses in jubilant revelry with Vincent, who soon lost count of how much he had consumed of tea that moment. Mary entered the room. "My dear," Mary remarked, gazing at Vincent, whose eyes were slightly glazed. "You certainly know how to keep secrets. Business and pleasure must remain distinct." "My dear," Vincent murmured, "distinct. I have missed you." Mary embraced Vincent. "I too," he replied. In a shadowy chamber, 2 figures clad in black conversed, a solitary oil lamp flickering dimly, its feeble glow unable to dispel the darkness, but striving to maintain a small flicker of light. "Your bloodhands have faltered. What do you seek from us butchers?" One figure in black queried. "We are under scrutiny from the ecclesiastical authority, hunters, and even those vampires," replied the other figure. "For the sake of Cain, I wish to relinquish the magical energy stones in our possession to you, so that you may conduct the ritual." "Intriguing," the figure in black chuckled. "How many magical energy stones do you have left?" "Approximately 300 tons, the other figure responded. "Just the carrying capacity of one ship?" Previously, the quantity of magic stones we acquired solely within our territory was far greater. The figure in the black robe remarked, "This is merely sufficient for a modest summoning ritual. Were it not for the excessive scrutiny we faced, and the substantial loss of magic stones, you would not have been afforded this opportunity. Another figure in black added, "After all, we are all followers of Cain, dedicated entirely to the Lord of Slaughter." Ah, the first figure scoffed, "We have received the magic stones. We are the scythe being watched. Rest assured that will not happen. We have already transported the magic stones into your domain, the Tudor Kingdom." "What?" the first figure exclaimed. "How was I not informed?" "You see, even you are unaware," the other figure replied. "Those individuals are even less likely to know." Accompanied by laughter, the figure in black declared, "Now, that is rather intriguing to I in the dim light." The two figures continued their discourse. The next day, at the Dragon Tooth Consortium, Mary had just disembarked from her carriage when her assistant hurriedly approached her, saying, "Manager, the chairman has arrived." "That I am aware," Mary replied. Nodding as she proceeded into the office, a bald black man sat on Mary's sofa, clad in a pristine white suit adorned with intricate golden embroidery. His thick fingers gripped a cigar, from which he exhaled clouds of smoke. This was none other than Luke Longsea, the chairman of the Dragon Tooth Consortium, a rare dragonborn. "Has your young boyfriend returned?" Luke Longsea inquired with a smile. "Yes, chairman," Mary responded respectfully. "Good eye," Luke remarked. "I hear your young boyfriend is about to be promoted to the position of reserve captain. The most crucial aspect of investment is indeed discernment, as you have taught me, chairman," Mary replied with a smile. "Discernment is vital," Luke stated. "Now it remains to be seen how you will yield returns on this investment." Mary smiled. "I look forward to it, my esteemed chairman. Tell me about the situation with Bodanis." Mary's smile faded. "Chairman, distributing magic dust while carrying the burden of the Blood Clan is truly not a wise strategy." "I have no choice," Luke shrugged. "The last order with Frankenstein fell through due to the Aller Consortium's issues. If we do not sell this batch of magic dust, we cannot recoup our funds." "Do not worry. This is merely a temporary measure." "How is the situation with Dennis?" "Stable shipments are ongoing." Mary responded seriously. "It should take about another month to clear out the stock." "Is there any suspicion from the Blood Clan?" "None. Bod has been performing admirably," Mary replied, her expression still grave. "Given the current situation, we can still make a small profit once this batch is sold. However, the potential risk is exceedingly high should the Blood Clan discover this. We would not only lose our trading rights with them, but also attract a host of troubles from the Blood Clan, which would be truly not worth the effort. I have come to expedite progress." Luke stated, "I have found someone to take the goods in Africa to help us clear this batch. Otherwise, the next batch will soon arrive. That is within the Aller Consortium's sphere of influence." Mary cautioned, "Are you certain there will be no issues? This transaction will be facilitated by a middleman, who will handle the dealings with us in the Shattered Isles. They will then proceed to Africa to engage with the buyers." Luke explained, "Where is Dennis?" "She has gone to change the storage location." Mary glanced at her watch. "She should be back shortly. Arrange for her to meet with me." Luke commanded, "You need not concern yourself with the trade in the Shattered Isles." "Understood, chairman," Mary replied with a smile. Bodanis sat upon a barge as it gently docked at the canal's edge. "Hurry, unload the goods," Dennis instructed. "My lord, this is already the territory of the dock area," one of the council members cautioned. "Fear not. The most perilous places are often the safest," Bod replied, observing the disguised guild members swiftly unloading the cargo. Knowing that this was Alex's domain, and the captain was soon to depart, leaving behind the internal affairs of the territory. The Dragon Tooth Consortium members worked swiftly, and, after leaving behind a watchman, the barge slowly departed. Dennis sat on the barge. She noticed the sign for Kane Brothers General Store next to their temporary storage site. "When did this store open?" Dennis inquired of the council member. "It has been some time," the member replied. "At least over a year." Bodanis nodded, falling silent as the barge glided along the canal that I in the Payne House conference room. Orders from Dunling were conveyed. Katerina stated, "We hope to investigate the whereabouts of the cult of the evil god in the United City." "What is going on?" Duke asked. "Based on the intelligence we received from the Order of the Church, we discovered that the cult of the evil god is transporting magic stones via barge, utilizing the canals, and we currently suspect that magic stones are in the United City. Their target is the United City?" Thomas queried. "Uncertain. Hence we need to conduct thorough investigations," Katerina replied. "Focus on the banks of the canals. Any suspicious buildings must be searched." "Yes, Captain," the group responded in unison. "There are two more matters. First, you all know that the ghost ship will be listed as a reserve unit. With Vincent appointed as the reserve captain, Katerina announced, "If anyone has objections, please voice them now." "Congratulations, Vincent!" Rosalie exclaimed. The other teammates also applauded to congratulate Vincent. "The second matter. I know you have heard the rumors." Katerina continued, "I will indeed be stepping down." Vincent was taken aback. Having just returned from the New World, this was the first he had heard of such news. However, looking around the long table, he saw that the others wore expressions devoid of emotion. And he understood that this matter must have been circulating for some time, that "I anticipate that I will be heading to the New World shortly," Katerina stated. "At that time, Elena will become the captain of the Pain House, and Duke will serve as the vice captain. Rosalie and Chip will accompany me to the New World." Counting Vincent, who would serve in the reserve unit, only 6 members remained from the original Pain House team. However, whether in the distant New World or aboard the ever-roaming ghost ship, I hope you all remember that we are family, having emerged from the Pain House. Of course. The group responded in unison. Indeed. At the Dumont Hotel, Vincent sat outside the sheriff's office when a blood servant approached him, saying, "My lord, the sheriff requests your presence inside." Upon opening the office door, Jason sat on the sofa, preparing to light a cigar. "Vincent, would you like one?" A product from the New World, he offered, cutting the end of the cigar and handing it over. Vincent accepted the cigar with both hands. "Thank you, my lord, I am aware of your purpose," Jason said as Vincent ignited the cigar with a match. "From now on, the previous route will be your responsibility." "Thank you for your trust, Sheriff," Vincent replied. "However, regarding my qualifications, you are the son of the Wild Hunt." Jason interjected, "Qualifications are of no importance." "Yes, my lord. Just remember the interests of the clan, and the clan will not forget you," Jason added, tossing a bag onto the table. "This is the freight from last time." "My lord, there is no need for the freight," Vincent stated. "Without the clan, I would not have been able to attain the position of reserve captain." Jason glanced at Vincent and said, "Take it. Additionally, you may seek out Lord Asimov to enhance the ship. The expenses will be covered by the clan, to be repaid in installments from the freight." "Yes, my lord," Vincent acknowledged. "Is there anything else the clan requires of me?" Jason smiled with satisfaction. "If there is, I will notify you." As Vincent sat in the carriage en route to the secret council, he glanced at the bag, discovering it contained 5 magic crystals. Magic crystals are a relatively rare byproduct of magic stones, representing highly concentrated magical essence, with the value of a single magic crystal exceeding 3,000 dark gold. While magic stones are a commonly used energy source, being affordable and abundant, they require regular replacements due to their lower concentration. In contrast, magic crystals, containing highly concentrated magical energy, can unleash a significant burst of power, making them ideal for individuals seeking to enhance their magical prowess for advanced spells. They can also provide energy to magical arrays through specialized energy conversion arrays, offering greater efficiency than standard magic stones. Moreover, due to their relative scarcity, magic crystals maintain a stable value and are easily liquidated, making them convenient for trade. Thus, they are often utilized by foreign traders as a form of currency for substantial transactions. So a round trip could yield 15,000 dark gold. Vincent gazed out of the window, lost in contemplation at a round trip lasting 2 months, with a reward of 15,000 dark gold, even if it were merely for transportation over a year. It would amount to 90,000. After deducting the cost of materials, the net gain would exceed 80,000. As long as this fixed route remains, I shall soon establish my team officially. Given this opportunity, I must seize the ghost ship firmly in my grasp. This is the first step in my ascent within the shadowy realm. The carriage soon arrived at the mystical order. Little Vincent, Asimov greeted from the entrance as Vincent stepped into the courtyard. "Congratulations, you have risen to prominence in just a few short years." "Your Grace, Asimov," Vincent replied, placing a hand over his heart and bowing deeply. "I shall endeavor to fulfill any commands you may have." "Haha." Asimov chuckled heartily, leading Vincent into the residence while inquiring, "You've come to discuss the ghost ship, Haven to you?" "Indeed," Vincent replied. "Your Grace is aware that the endless sea is fraught with tumultuous winds and waves. The Wild Hunt clan has communicated with me, offering a quota of 50,000 dark gold." Asimov remarked, "What enhancements do you desire?" "As long as it remains within the 50,000, I shall settle the account directly with the clan." I have some ideas, Vincent stated, a constant barrier, underwater navigation, and a necromantic hull. The constant barrier would allow the ghost ship to project a shield, such as an illusionary barrier to obscure the vessel or a mirage barrier to deceive the opponent's vision. Underwater navigation would enable the ship to traverse the ocean floor, and the necromantic hull would transform the ghost ship into a semi-undead entity with a degree of consciousness, enhancing its regenerative capabilities. While generating several necromantic claws capable of various actions, such as capturing, attacking, and devouring, as the necromantic hull consumes life, it would strengthen the vessel and allow for the generation of phantoms to cling to it. The necromantic hull will cost 40,000 dark gold. Asimov noted, the constant barrier is not expensive, 5,000 dark gold, including the illusionary barrier, while additional barriers are priced individually. Underwater navigation is also quite reasonable at 11,000 dark gold. However, the ghostly cannons aboard your ship cannot be utilized while navigating underwater. They must be upgraded to ghost cannons, which will cost 20,000. Even without upgrading the cannons, you have already exceeded your budget. No, I shall not upgrade the artillery for now, Vincent declared. Producing 2 magical crystals, I will cover the excess 6,000 dark gold for the 3 enhancements. May I inquire how long this will take? The necromantic hull will take a little longer, while the others can proceed concurrently. Asimov mused for a moment, about a month. Additionally, I have one other question. Speak that if I wish to bind my soul to the ghost ship. Asimov regarded Vincent with a knowing look before suddenly laughing. I thought you wouldn't ask. The necromantic hull implies that the ship will become an undead entity. What you need to do is establish a soul connection at the onset of the transformation. From that moment forth, there shall be only one master of the necromantic ship. Thank you very much, Your Grace Asimov. Vincent stood formally, placing a hand over his heart and bowing once more. The following evening, as the waves lapped against the shore, Vincent returned to the dock aboard a small boat. A faint yet remarkably strong soul connection tethered him to the ghost ship transforming within the cave, and he could distinctly sense the accumulation of necromantic magic gradually reinforcing the vessel, alongside the anticipation of the awakening undead entity. At the dock, Catherine awaited Vincent's arrival. What is it? Vincent inquired. Looking at Catherine, the Dunling has dispatched an officer to the United City to oversee the tracking of the heretical cult's magical energy stones, Catherine explained. Lady Katerina has instructed all personnel to contact various factions within the territory to aid our investigation. This is the list of contacts you are responsible for reaching out to. Understood. Vincent glanced at the familiar names on the list and declared, let us set off to the Prince's residence in the United City. Lady Caroline addressed Prince Anderson. Highness, is it necessary to dispatch a small team to oversee matters personally? You may rest assured. Highness, I trust your capabilities, Anderson replied. Caroline nodded and continued. However, as you are aware, the tribunal has sent individuals to the Tudor Kingdom. My urgent arrival with my team is to ascertain information. If confirmed, we can assist you in addressing the Cain cult issue preemptively, lest those zealots seize the opportunity to create chaos that I trust you would not wish for members of the tribunal to roam within your domain. Thank you for your trust, Highness, Anderson acknowledged, fully aware that Caroline's words reflected her concerns regarding his diligence. Rest assured, I believe our principality can resolve the Cain cult issue, and I too do not wish for the tribunal to extend its reach into the United City. What is the current situation? Caroline inquired. We have located the transport barge, which is owned by a company called Sturl Leasing. The Cain cult is merely renting vessels from this company, with their crew comprised entirely of Cain members. Sturl Leasing is based in Dunling, and I have already reported this lead to your grace, Anderson replied. Furthermore, I have instructed the local authorities to search all suspicious locations and gather any pertinent information regarding the cargo barges. Excellent, Caroline nodded. I shall remain here to provide support. Please inform me should you receive any news. Most welcome, Lady Caroline, the Dragon Tooth Consortium. My dear, what brings you here? Mary inquired from her office as Vincent made an unexpected visit. Official business, Vincent replied, that we are currently tracking a batch of barges secretly transporting goods into the United City, specifically vessel from Sturl Leasing. Do you have any recollection of them? Barge? Sturl Leasing? Mary exclaimed, her mind racing with the thought. Could the Blood Clan be tracking Podanis? What is it? Vincent asked. noticing her sudden silence. The dock area of the United City is a major port. It's challenging to locate them amidst the numerous shipments. Mary smiled, testing the waters. Can you elaborate on the situation? Vincent regarded Mary intently before stating calmly. Stirl Leasing is a venture of the Dragon Tooth Consortium. Is it not? Is it? Oh, right, it belongs to the Dunling branch, Mary replied with a smile. How about I reach out to them to see if I can obtain records of any barges that came to the United City? Vincent nodded. Thank you. However, you must explain the situation to me as well. Mary pressed further. Vincent met her gaze and replied coolly, matters concerning the Blood Clan. Mary pondered for a moment before agreeing, very well. I shall notify you as soon as I have any news. Please expedite the process. I will arrange for someone to collect the information shortly, Vincent requested as he exited the Dragon Tooth Consortium. Master, why didn't you inform Lady Mary about the Cane cult? Catherine queried. Mary is concealing certain details, Vincent explained. Though she is merely the manager of the United City branch, she possesses comprehensive knowledge of the Dragon Tooth Consortium's operations within the Tudor Kingdom. And it is implausible for her to forget that Stirl Leasing belongs to the consortium. What I am uncertain of is whether the Dragon Tooth Consortium is withholding information for its own benefit or has already allied with Kane. The Dragon Tooth Consortium wouldn't be so audacious, would they? Let us hope not, Vincent replied. Arrange for Humphrey to collect the information. If the transfer does not proceed smoothly, inform me immediately. Understood, mastered at the Dragon Tooth Consortium. Mary swiftly penned a note and dispatched it to Podani's via a messenger. As she watched it vanish into the ether, she pondered, could this be related to Dennis? A knock resounded at the door, and a director entered. Manager, the director said, as per your instructions, I contacted the Dunling Company. It appears that the Kane cult has been secretly smuggling magical energy stones into the Tudor Kingdom via barges. So, it is the Kane cult, Mary remarked. Quickly, prepare all records of the Stirl Leasing Company's barges that have come to the United City, of course. Manager, the director bowed and exited the office. Vincent tried to alert me. Mary recalled Vincent's demeanor earlier, lighting a slender cigar as she silently pondered amidst the smoke in the Blood Clan's lair. It appeared to be an ordinary residence from the outside. Yet within the illusionary barrier, the abode shrouded in the essence of blood magic exuded a gloomy aura. The leader of the vagrants, Li Gang, who was fervently drinking blood from the wrist of a blood servant, heard of Vincent's visit and hastily pushed the servant aside. Rushing downstairs to greet him, Vincent and Catherine entered the lair. A faint scent of blood wafted through the air, and Vincent noticed several Blood Clan members feasting upon a mortal in the dining room. Master, good evening. Li Gang descended the staircase and, upon encountering Vincent, promptly placed a hand over his heart and bowed in greeting. Following Vincent's gaze towards the dining hall, Li Gang hastily assured, Rest assured, my lord. There shall be no trouble. Good evening, Mr. Li Gang, Vincent acknowledged with a nod, choosing not to mention the mundane individuals who had partaken of the feast, instead smiling and remarking, I apologize for the blood on my lips. I hope it does not offend you. Li Gang quickly wiped his mouth with his sleeve. My apologies. It seems I have arrived at an opportune moment. Vincent chuckled. I seem to have interrupted your meal. Do not say such a thing. My people and I stand ready to serve the house of suffering at any time, Li Gang respectfully declared. Might I inquire what brings you here this time? My lord, I require your manpower to assist us in inspecting a batch of barges, Vincent replied. These barges are transporting mana stones for the Kane sect. Catherine will provide you with the details. Yes, my lord, Li Gang replied with utmost seriousness. This matter must be attended to promptly. Vincent cautioned, How fares the mana dust trade of late? Not particularly well, Li Gang replied with a wry smile. Oh, Vincent paused. What do you mean? It's hard to say, Li Gang continued. It seems that demand has decreased, and our retail turnover has slowed. Demand has diminished? Vincent inquired, Is someone circumventing us in their shipments? We suspect as much, Li Gang admitted, yet we have been unable to find any traces. We cannot force our customers through intimidation. Provide me with a client who has not procured goods from you recently, Vincent instructed. I shall pay them a visit. Thank you, my lord. Dennis sat in the office of a makeshift storage facility, examining a letter, instructing his subordinates, quickly arrange for the barges. We need to relocate. Is there a problem? An official inquired. The Blood Clan is investigating barge transport. Dennis stated. It is said that members of the Cain sect are smuggling through the barges into the United City, and they are even renting barges from the Stir Leasing Company. I shall arrange it immediately, the official replied, recognizing the urgency. Dennis continued, by the way, ensure the cargo is loaded and sent directly to the docks. There's a ship named Barbados awaiting it. Load the cargo onto that vessel. Understood, asked the official, prepared to leave to make arrangements. He added casually, by the way, that grocery store next door seems a bit suspicious. What do you mean? Dennis inquired. Their frequency of shipments is excessive. They have already received 2 barge deliveries in 3 days. The official noted that's rather excessive for a grocery store. Where are the barges from? I didn't pay attention to that. The official paused. Could it be that coincidental? Quickly arrange for the cargo to be shipped out, Dennis commanded, and check the barges next door. Yes, master, Catherine said from within the carriage, gazing out at Vincent. Humphrey has acquired intelligence. The Dragon Tooth Consortium is progressing smoothly. It seems Mary is already aware of our reasons for seeking the barges. Vincent observed the streetlights flickering past the window, pondering whether she truly understood his intentions. Master, if the Dragon Tooth Consortium collaborates with Cain for profit, then Cain will surely retreat upon receiving the news. Vincent mused with a self-deprecating smile. We are closely monitoring the canal. Only when Cain moves will we have a greater chance of locating them. What if the Dragon Tooth Consortium does not collaborate with Cain? In that case, the Dragon Tooth Consortium will spare no effort in assisting us to track the movements of the Cain sect. Vincent elucidated. Mary is already aware of my suspicions. Regardless of any clandestine dealings, the Dragon Tooth Consortium must regain our trust if they wish to continue doing business in the dock area. Master, we have arrived, Catherine announced, indicating their destination. Vincent glanced at the sign hanging on the wall, Ralph Theater, and smiled. A theater, indeed. Quite tasteful. Remind me, who is this client Li Gang? Master, Catherine replied, he is a human, accompanied by an ogre bodyguard. How ironic, Vincent remarked, stepping down from the carriage, contemplating the absurdity of an ogre serving a human, akin to humans serving hens. Vincent pushed open the theater's grand entrance. The ticket hall had but one window in operation. Catherine approached and inquired, is Mr. Jonathan Ralph available? How may I assist you? The ticket clerk responded, I need to speak with Mr. Jonathan Ralph, Catherine stated. May I ask who is requesting to see Mr. Ralph? A potential client. Please wait a moment. Shortly, a gentleman with graying hair dressed in a suit descended the staircase, accompanied by a robust black man. The giant, armed with a belt of weapons and a revolver, quietly resting in its holster, scrutinized Vincent and Catherine with caution. Good evening, the gray-haired gentleman greeted. I am Jonathan Ralph. Vincent, puffing on a cigar, cast a glance at Ralph, signaling Catherine. We seek mana dust, Catherine declared. Who referred you? Ralph inquired. Catherine produced a pouch of coins, shaking it to create a clinking sound, and reiterated, We desire mana dust. Ralph exchanged glances with his burly companion and replied, This way, please. Ralph led Vincent and his entourage to the theater's back alley, through a small door and into a dilapidated parlor. Please wait here, Ralph instructed before entering a room alone, while the black giant continued to watch Vincent and Catherine with a hand resting on his weapon. Vincent casually extinguished his cigar in the ashtray, just as Ralph re-emerged. This is the finest quality, Ralph said, handing a small bag to Catherine. This is a sample. Catherine opened the bag, dipped her pinky into the mana dust, and delicately licked it, nodding at Vincent. It is indeed the best. Vincent, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Catherine's ghoul-like claw emerged from her back and effortlessly pierced Ralph's shoulder, pinning him to the wall. The startled black giant drew his gun, but Vincent swiftly seized his wrist. With a slight exertion, the giant howled in agony and collapsed to his knees, dropping his firearm. Speak, Vincent commanded, releasing the giant's wrist and kicking the fallen gun away. Pressing his own weapon against the giant's forehead, where does your mana dust originate? Li Gang, Ralph confessed. It was given to me by Li Gang. The gun roared, and the giant's forehead was pierced. So it is Li Gang. Ralph exclaimed just as another ghoul claw penetrated Ralph's other shoulder. Ah! Ralph cried out in pain, his eyes reflecting terror. Pitiful and foolish mortal. Vincent's eyes glowed ominously red as sharp claws caressed Ralph's throat. "You must understand that with a mere flick, all that you possess will vanish. I will tell you," Ralph stammered, trembling under Vincent's fierce gaze. "Recently, someone approached me." "Does this someone have a name?" Catherine's claw twirled slightly as she inquired. Mark. He said his name was Mark." Ralph groaned. "He offered mana dust at 5% less than Ligang." Catherine turned to Vincent, who nodded. As the ghoul's claw withdrew, Ralph collapsed to the ground. "Where can I find this Mark?" "I do not know," Ralph blurted out. And as soon as he spoke, Catherine's claw drove him back into the wall. "That I truly do not know," he wailed. "He sends different people each time." Vincent recognized that no further information would be gleaned here and decided to depart. With Catherine following closely behind, leaving Ralph, drenched in blood, and the corpse within the dilapidated parlor. "You shall first rendezvous with Humphrey, then have Ligang arrange for the vagrants to assist us in searching the barges," Vincent instructed as he stepped into the carriage. "Inform Ligang that someone is circumventing us in their shipments, and have him investigate while we resolve our current matters." "Yes, master." Vincent sat alone in the carriage, gazing at the night outside. The inky darkness was occasionally pierced by the howling wind as clouds hurried past the sky, with the gentle moonlight flickering between them. Vincent had just ignited a cigar when a messenger from Mary materialized from the void. He opened the note, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Turning to the coachman at the front, he commanded, "Return to the House of Pain, swiftly." After shutting the panel, Vincent retrieved a notepad and swiftly wrote, "Dragon Tooth Consortium has discovered suspected traces. Meet at the House of Pain." The shadowy figure took the note and vanished into the ether. The House of Pain. Upon entering the conference room, Vincent found Katerina already seated at the head of the table, awaiting his arrival. "Vincent," she inquired, "the traces you just reported, what are they?" "Kane Brothers General Store," Vincent replied. "That I just received a message from the Dragon Tooth Consortium indicating that the store has an unusually high frequency of shipments, and the barge used belongs to the Sturl Leasing Company." Katerina, upon hearing this, retrieved a map from the drawer of the long table and spread it out. "Where is this store located?" Vincent's gaze darted across the map before he pointed to a spot at the boundary of the dock area. "Here," Katerina remarked, "Alex's territory, and no wonder we couldn't find it. It's located on a tributary of the canal. Captain, what shall we do?" "I will report this up the chain," Katerina stated. "What does the Dragon Tooth Consortium want?" "They mentioned that they discovered this store because they have a warehouse next door," Vincent replied. "They hope we do not disturb their warehouse and wish to evacuate their goods first. Have the consortium arrange for a barge to leave via the canal." Katerina instructed, marking a circle on the map. "You go gather some vagabonds to set up a perimeter in this area, and I will arrange for personnel to encircle the place." "Very well, I shall seek out the bloodline vagabonds now." Vincent replied, "By the way, Captain, someone is distributing magic dust in Union City behind our backs." Katerina halted her departure from the conference room. "What is the situation?" After gathering intelligence, I informed Ligang to pursue the matter, letting him know that once we complete our task, we will assist them. "Well done," Katerina nodded. "Point one matter at a time. We must first resolve the issue with the Kane sect." "Understood, Captain. Kane Brothers General Store. My lord." A cloaked figure hurriedly approached. The canal is swarming with bloodline checkpoints, and the human government vessels are searching along the shore. "What?" The leading cloaked figure was taken aback. "We have just received the magic energy stones from Bloodhand, and now we are discovered." "My lord, could it be that Bloodhand has betrayed us? Do they wish to appease Lord Kane with our blood? The blood of our slaughterers shall not be shed in vain." The cloaked figure sneered. "Quickly, prepare for the summoning ritual." "Yes, my lord." The others began to bustle with urgency. "My lord, are we really holding the summoning ritual here?" One subordinate quietly inquired. "We have no other choice," the leading cloaked figure replied, "since they have started setting up checkpoints. It is evident they know the magic energy stones are in Union City. Their ongoing searches indicate they still do not know our exact location. Given the current circumstances, it is only a matter of time before they find us. We must conduct the ritual before they do." "Understood, my lord." Temporary warehouse of the Dragon Tooth Consortium. "Mary, what brings you here?" Bo asked that if I don't come, the shipment won't clear the checkpoints. Mary replied, "I intended to quietly transport the goods, but I didn't expect the canal and roads to be blocked. Did the bloodline give the go-ahead?" "Thanks to your intelligence," Mary said. "The The bloodline allowed us to proceed. It's quite unexpected. The coincidence of the shipping method is the same and the storage is right next door. I was preparing to evacuate upon receiving your first note, but I found the bloodline checking the barges, with checkpoints all along the canal and roads. Dennis said, I almost thought our operation was compromised. You must retreat quickly. Here is the release document. Mary handed Dennis a red flag with a black cross and a document, saying, hang the flag on the ship. The checkpoints should not hinder you. If there are any obstacles, present them with this document. Remember, this flag must be returned to me. Understood. Bloodline warriors donned in black battle attire established checkpoints here, not far from the Kane Brothers General Store. Yet it was the only route in and out of the area. The House of Pain squad had assembled, and Duke asked Vincent, who had just ridden in, why so late? I arranged for Catherine to lead the bloodline vagabonds in setting up an outer perimeter. Vincent replied, dismounting. What is the situation? The Prince and Lady Caroline are on their way. Duke informed him, M.Y. Mentor. Vincent was taken aback, realizing she was the envoy from the Spirit Clan. Indeed, Duke confirmed that we have confirmed this location. Seeing the inquiring look in Vincent's eyes, Duke continued, Lord Alex's spies infiltrated and observed that there are indeed substantial quantities of magic energy stones. Spies. Vincent recalled his previous encounters in the Academy battles. A valuable asset. Indeed, Duke was about to elaborate when the bloodline warriors ceased their actions, bowing in respect as Prince Anderson arrived. Prince Anderson and Lady Caroline dismounted from their carriage. Vincent and Duke bowed their heads, placing their hands on their chests in a gesture of respect as the entourage passed. Several bloodline warriors clad in black armor followed closely behind Prince Anderson, while others in red armor trailed after Lady Caroline. Duke, those are Anderson's personal guard knights, the Black Guardians, Duke whispered. The red-armored ones must be the prince's own knights, the Blood Knights. It seems they are here to resolve the issue directly, Vincent remarked. The personal guard knights have arrived. Prince, Lady Caroline, Jason approached briskly. The spies from Alex have discovered preparations for a ritual inside. Prince Anderson exchanged glances with Caroline before addressing Jason. Arrange for personnel to encircle this area. Our people will enter first, and you shall wait for the signal to provide reinforcements. Yes, my lord. With Anderson's command, the personal guard knights surrounded the entire building. The Black Guardians and Blood Knights entered the Kane Brothers General Store through the front and back doors. 4 Black Guardians stepped into the store, and upon seeing the fully armed black-clad warriors, the shopkeeper barely had time to react before being cleaved in two by a single sword stroke. The 4 Black Guardians stealthily infiltrated the warehouse, where the Kane sect had already set up a magical array. Numerous corpses of cloaked figures lay scattered about, blood flowing like rivers, continuously converging into the magical array, while an eerie aura accompanied by vile incantations hung in the air. The Blood Knights infiltrated from the backyard, their short spears flying forth to pierce the cloaked figures mid-ritual, blood splattered. The Kane sect descended into chaos, and the Black Guardians surged into the midst of the panicking crowd, adding a splash of crimson to the fray. The leader of the Kane sect slaughter faction, realizing they had been surrounded, understood that the opportunity was fleeting, and he quickly positioned himself at the center of the magical array, hastily forming seals with his hands while reciting vile incantations as the pools of blood began to coalesce around him, causing the magic energy stones to radiate a fierce glow in the sky. Countless bizarre, blood-red, malevolent energies began to swirl and twist, coalescing into a massive dark red vortex, resembling a gaping maw eagerly anticipating a long-awaited feast. One of the Black Guardians, quick to react, hurled his sword towards the leader, easily piercing his shoulder as the Blood Knights cut through the crowd. One swung his sword at the leader, causing all the magic energy stones surrounding the magical array to shatter, unleashing a powerful surge of magic that rapidly surged into the void, swallowed by the bizarre, blood-red aura in the sky. Amidst an indescribable cacophony of terrifying laughter, a drop of blood, exuding a potent and eerie essence, fell upon the leader's head. The blade of the Blood Knight had struck the leader's throat but could not penetrate. The leader emanated a dense and strange dark red aura, and as the Kane mark appeared on his forehead, the eerie essence enveloped him entirely. Quickly, call for reinforcements, the Blood Knight shouted. This one is beginning to ascend into magic. The ascension to demonhood is a significant reward bestowed upon the followers by the Lord of Slaughter. Cain. This transformation manifests in numerous forms, ranging from the most rudimentary killers to the exalted demon princes. The initiation of this transformation marks the formal commencement of the followers' metamorphosis into extraordinary entities from another realm, elevating both their minds and bodies to that of demons. The Black Guardians swiftly released signals, unleashing an array of blood spells and arcane arts towards the ominous aura, yet they found themselves unable to penetrate the bizarre, dark crimson essence that surged forth, growing ever denser. Before the onlookers, a colossal blood cocoon materialized, with streams of fresh blood continuously flowing towards it, as though the cocoon was nurturing a life that pulsated with vitality. Blood Knights, erect the barrier, prevent the absorption of blood. Caroline's voice rang out. Several Blood Knights promptly positioned themselves around the eerie aura. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, for long swords were plunged in the ground, each inscribed with runes, encircling the blood cocoon within a protective barrier. The cocoon slowly began to crack open, releasing a torrent of strange essence that was rapidly drawn back into a demon, adorned in a vivid red hue and boasting sharp horns. Emerged before the gathering, its forehead marked with the peculiar sigil of Cain. Its eyes blazed with an unquenchable fire, and its razor-sharp teeth resembled those of a beast. The demon's grotesque visage bore no trace of humanity. Encased in heavy armor adorned with spikes, 2 sharp bone protrusions extending from its back, and various tainted runes etched upon its surface, its powerful arms hinted at immense strength, with fingers transformed into lethal claws. While its sinewy legs lent a deceptive agility to its formidable frame, the demon let out a furious roar. The entire barrier began to tremble. "It is a greater demon," Prince Anderson shouted. "Everyone, prepare your spells." The Bloodkin hastily readied their most potent incantations. Surrounding Caroline were several flickering shadows of dark magic flames, coalescing into a magical array ablaze with shadowy fire. Prince Anderson drew his ceremonial sword, its blade entwined with immense blood energy, coalescing into a unique sigil that shimmered with light, significantly amplifying his aura. "Detonate the barrier," Caroline commanded, and as the Blood Knights tightened their grips on their swords, the barrier erupted. The explosion elicited a mournful wail from the greater demon. Anderson swiftly lunged, his sword aimed at it, but the demon's curved leg kicked back with force, narrowly evading a fatal blow, yet allowing the blood-infused blade to pierce its arm. Spinning the hilt, Anderson created a blood wound on the demon's limb, the blood energy corroding the injury and steadily depleting the demon's formidable self-healing abilities. While various spells from the Bloodkin bombarded the greater demon, although they failed to inflict significant harm, they effectively thwarted its counterattacks. Caroline's meticulously prepared spell was now complete. A magical array ignited in the void, condensing into a small orb of shadow fire that danced upon Caroline's palm. With a wave of her hand, the concentrated flames erupted upon the greater demon, burning away the magical energy that swirled around it. As the demon emitted a feeble roar of rage, the spells from the Bloodkin struck again, causing the tormented demon to howl in furious agony as a sinister energy erupted from the Cain sigil, dispelling the shadow flames and the blood energy clinging to its arm. With a surge of magic, the greater demon swiftly regained its strength and, displaying an agility that belied its massive frame, darted into the ranks of the Bloodkin, blood spraying forth as its claws slashed through the air, creating waves of crimson. Caroline wielded the shadow magic she had gathered, binding the demon with tendrils of dark energy, while the Bloodkin retreated to distance themselves and prepare their spells anew. The greater demon struggled against the shadow restraints, while Anderson engaged it in a fierce duel, the blood energy and strange magic clashing violently. The demon's strength was formidable, with each attack causing widespread destruction. However, Prince Anderson utilized his agile reflexes to evade, as a Black Guardian seized the opportunity to ambush the greater demon in a fit of rage. The demon retaliated, crushing the Black Guardian's skull with ease. Yet in that moment, Anderson's blood-infused ceremonial sword carved a deep gash into the demon's flesh. Reinforcement from the Bloodkin continued to pour into the warehouse. Caroline commanded loudly, "Low-tier Bloodkin, fall back to the outermost perimeter and create disturbances. Noble tier, remain and seek opportunities. Arrange for the barrier mages to seal off the building." The lower-tier Bloodkin intermittently harassed the greater demon with firearms and spells, while those of noble tier and above began casting powerful supernatural spells. Jason transformed into frost, swirling around the ceiling and occasionally encircling the greater demon, causing frost to crystallize upon its body and slow its movements. Another officer wielded a long sword, moving with a speed far surpassing that of the Bloodkin, leaving a trail of sword marks as he zipped past the demon. Prince Anderson's blood spells and ceremonial sword adeptly interfered with the demon's retaliation, while Caroline once more concentrated her shadow magic. As the energy reached peak density, a magical array slowly took form in the void. With a clap of her hands, the array coalesced into a singular point, unleashing countless chains of shadow magic that burst forth from the demon's position, binding it securely. "Now is the time," Caroline urged the others. Jason quickly circled the greater demon, the frost accumulating upon its form. As the half-man, half-mist Jason gathered the frost and struck, the demon struggled to raise its arm in defense, but a vast amount of frost elements completely encased its limb in ice. The officer, wielding a longsword, unleashed a surge of power and swiftly struck the frozen arm, sending shards of ice and flesh flying. The demon's anguished scream echoed throughout the warehouse as Prince Anderson, with his sword awash in blood energy, pierced through the demon's spine from behind, the blade protruding from its throat. The demon's cry was abruptly silenced. Anderson gripped the hilt firmly, his hands radiating blood energy as he forcefully twisted the sword, swinging it horizontally, causing the demon's massive head to tumble to the ground. In the United City, at the docks, with the final barge arriving at the pier, Bodeni's stood before the three-masted ship, the Barbados, observing a scant few members of the consortium transporting goods aboard. "What is going on?" Bodeni's inquired, stopping one of them. "With just you few, how long will it take to load the cargo? Where are the laborers?" "Manager," the director replied, "the dock workers have all been hired away." "Hired away?" Bodeni's was taken aback. "Yes," the director continued. "When we arrived at the dock, there were no laborers present, and upon inquiry, we learned that the workers were all at the adjacent berths loading ships for departure. Quickly return to the trading company and arrange for more workers. The sooner this cargo is on board, the better," Bodeni's instructed. "I will negotiate with them to see if they can spare a few workers to assist us." "Yes, manager." Bodeni's made his way towards the neighboring berth. Noticing the subtle flow of magic emanating from within, recognizing it as a concealed barrier to shield the mundane, he approached the deserted berth. A voice emerged. "Who goes there?" "I am from the adjacent berth." Bodeni's raised his hands. "We are in a hurry to set sail tonight, but all the laborers have been taken by you. Might you spare a few to help us load?" "We are in a hurry to ship out as well," the voice from within the barrier responded. "The rules of the docks have always been first come, first served. We are the trade ship of the Dragon Fawn Consortium." Bodeni stated, "I kindly ask for your assistance." "The Dragon Fawn Consortium?" The voice was interrupted as another chimed in. "Please wait. We will finish here shortly and send a few laborers your way." "Thank you." Bodeni's nodded in appreciation. Before long, a group of Beastmen laborers emerged from the barrier. The leader of the Beastmen, upon seeing the insignia of the Dragon Fawn Consortium in Bodeni's hand, promptly nodded and followed Bodeni's to their berth. "Do you have a lot of cargo?" Bodeni's queried the Beastmen. "Why do you need so many?" "Sir, 3 ships," the Beastman responded, "completely filled with cargo." "What kind of people?" "What goods?" "Strangers," the Beastman replied. "The cargo is sealed tightly. It cannot be discerned." Bodeni's nodded, retrieving several dark gold coins from his pouch. "Here is a tip for you. Please expedite the loading, and we will pay extra for the rush." "Thank you, sir," the Beastman respectfully bowed. Kane's Brothers General Store, back warehouse. The air still lingered with the foul aura of Kane, as the headless corpse of the colossal demon lay amidst a pool of blood. The flames that once burned in the demon's eyes had long since extinguished, its vacant gaze staring blankly as the Bloodkin cleaned up the battlefield and accounted for the stock of magical stones. "Your Highness, Lady Caroline," Jason approached, "the count of magical stones does not seem accurate." What do you mean? Prince Anderson asked, puzzled, while Caroline regarded Jason with a questioning look. Intelligence indicates that 4 ships of magical stones were delivered to the Tudor Kingdom, Jason explained, based on the remnants of the confiscated magical stones. Along with the remnants consumed during Cain's ascension ritual, this location can account for at most a single ship's worth of magical stones. Anderson and Caroline exchanged glances, and Anderson inquired, "Are you suggesting that there are still 3 ships missing their magical energy stones?" Indeed, Jason nodded in affirmation. Caroline asserted, "Continue the investigation. I will inform the humans first." Understood. As the battlefield was cleared, the foul aura dissipated, the corpses of the demons were sealed, and the Blood Clan members withdrew in batches. Vincent emerged from the Cain Brothers General Store, casting a glance at the adjacent warehouse. After a brief moment of contemplation, he stepped inside. The warehouse was devoid of any presence. The goods had long been completely removed, leaving only a few empty pine crates strewn haphazardly on the floor. Vincent activated the body of the beast, his crimson eyes scanning the vacant warehouse, where a familiar scent wafted to his nostrils. "Is that magical dust?" Vincent pondered. If memory serves, the Dragon Tooth Guild's magical dust is meant for export to other locations. Why would it be stored here? Intriguing. Upon exiting the warehouse, Vincent spotted Duke leaning against the wall, smoking a cigar. "What brings you here?" Duke queried as he noticed Vincent's emergence. "This is the warehouse of the Dragon Tooth Guild, is it not?" "Just a matter of curiosity," Vincent replied with a smile. "By the way, I happen to have something I wish to inquire about." As they walked, Duke remarked, "The captain has requested everyone return for a meeting." "What do you wish to ask?" Vincent inquired, keeping pace with Duke. "About the trade rights of the Blood Clan. You are still a reserve captain. It may be too early for you to grasp the intricacies involved," Duke chuckled. "Only the captain is qualified to apply to the sheriff for trade rights, and it can only be granted with the sheriff's consent. That is still quite distant for you. Consider it an opportunity for me to train as a newcomer." Vincent smiled. "I am merely curious." "Are you still considered newcomer?" Duke raised an eyebrow with a grin. "Oh, you recall when I explained the reasons behind the rise of guilds?" "I do," Vincent replied. "Various clans require intermediaries to assist in selling goods to regions we cannot access." "That is precisely the nature of trade rights," Duke elucidated. "Our clan grants trade rights to guilds, vagabonds, and even non-clans that we will sell goods to those holding trade rights at relatively favorable prices, and these entities may also engage in trade within our territory. Naturally, this serves as a means to control local groups. Blood Clan trade rights signify substantial profit. However, trade rights are not granted indiscriminately. In truth, Blood Clan trade rights are merely a collective term. The Blood Council categorizes trade rights into 3 levels. Procedurally, a squad leader nominates candidates, and upon the local sheriff's approval, first-level trade rights can be awarded, allowing trade within the sheriff's jurisdiction. For instance, leaders like Li Gang possess first-level trade rights and distribute magical dust in the dock area. Duke explained. Second-level trade rights require a prince's consent for bestowal. For example, the Dragon Tooth Guild holds trade rights in multiple principalities of the old world. They act as intermediaries for us in trading with werewolves and, with our approval, can ship goods for werewolves in the dock area. Third-level trade rights necessitate the council's granting. They are quite rare and permit trade within any Blood Clan's territory. The higher the trade level, the greater the advantages received when trading with our clan. Second-level traders not engage in business with first-level traders? Vincent inquired with curiosity. Surely the purchasing price for second-level traders is more favorable, presenting a clear arbitrage opportunity. All goods from second-level traders consist of bulk commodities related to overseas trade with outsiders. The trade contracts explicitly prohibit local sales, Duke clarified. Violators will lose their trade rights. However, there are many intricacies involved. The critical core is whether our clan will discover it. Fascinating, Vincent smiled, lapsing into silence. In the House of Suffering, the meeting room was filled with Blood Clan members seated around a long table. Vincent performed admirably this time, swiftly locating the Cain sect. Katarina remarked, "Loyalty will surely be rewarded. I shall remember this. However, there is still a loose end. Upon accounting, 3/4 of the magical energy stones remain unaccounted for. This implies we must conduct a thorough search of the dock area." Additionally, we should examine the records of the barges to ascertain their destinations. Understood, Captain. Proceed, Katerina instructed. Vincent, stay behind, as the others exited the meeting room. Katerina inquired, what reward do you seek this time? A scroll of shape-shifting. Vincent considered before replying that it is high time I learn new shape-shifting techniques. Agreed, Katerina responded. Moreover, you mentioned previously that someone has been distributing magical dust behind our backs. Please keep an eye out for that during your investigation. Should I notify the others? Katerina pondered for a long moment before asking, do you have any suspects? Indeed, Katerina gazed at Vincent as he continued. The Dragon-Tooth Guild. Oh, pray tell, she urged. The warehouse adjacent to the Cane sect is indeed the warehouse of the Dragon-Tooth Guild, where magical dust is stored. Are you certain? Although I am not a master tracker, I am, after all, a son of the hunt, capable of discerning the scent of magical dust. Vincent asserted, do not disclose this to anyone just yet, Katerina cautioned. Given the methods of the Dragon-Tooth, we may not be able to catch them off guard this time. However, we should be able to use this information as leverage to retrieve something of value. Understood, Captain. The following day, Vincent received a letter from Mary. Dearest, I await you at the Merchant Guild. Vincent smiled, instructing Humphrey to prepare the carriage, which soon arrived at the Dragon-Tooth Guild's dock area Merchant Guild. Dearest, Mary exclaimed as she spotted Vincent entering the office, reclining lazily on the sofa with a radiant smile. Dearest, Vincent responded cheerfully. Did you hastily summon me for a reason? Is it not permissible to miss you? Mary feigned annoyance, asking that of course it is. Vincent chuckled. Is there truly nothing amiss? There is one matter. Mary straightened her posture. Speaking with seriousness, I have heard that another batch of magical energy stones remains unfound. Vincent regarded Mary intently, and she continued. Last night at the docks, 3 ships departed simultaneously. How did you come by this information? We happened to have a shipment scheduled to depart last night, and upon arriving at the docks, we discovered the dock workers had been summoned to assist with loading goods for those 3 ships. Mary explained. We inquired of the dock workers, and they said all 3 ships were unfamiliar faces, and the cargo was sealed. You have the names of the 3 ships? Indeed. Mary fell silent. Vincent smiled, asking, what do you desire in return? I wonder what the nobles of the night can offer our guild. Mary replied with a smile. Speaking of which, the cargo you shipped out last night was a batch of magical dust. Was it not? Vincent queried. It wouldn't happen to be the magical dust stored next to the Kane Brothers general store, would it? Mary felt a jolt of shock. Before she could respond, Vincent continued. Some vagabond leaders have complained to me about a decline in the quantity of magical dust being shipped. My curiosity led me to discover that someone has been clandestinely selling magical dust in United City. Have you heard any rumors? Mary looked at Vincent, remaining silent, as he pressed on. So, what are the names of those 3 ships? The ships are the Alice, Duma, and Mary. After Mary spoke, she playfully asked, Dearest, thank you, my dear. Vincent blew a kiss to Mary before turning to leave. Mary understood that this matter might still have lingering echoes, but it was essentially concluded. In the prince's residence in United City, Prince Anderson and Caroline sat on the sofa as Jason brought Katerina and Vincent to report intelligence. Repeat that. What are the names of those 3 ships? Caroline asked Vincent. Teacher, the 3 ships are the Alice, Duma, and Mary, Vincent replied. Caroline turned to Prince Anderson, who waved his hand, saying, well done. Leave us. Jason stayed as Katerina and Vincent respectfully exited the room. Caroline remarked, it appears that the magical energy stones have likely left United City. How so? Anderson inquired. The tribunal is tracking the 4 ships bound for the Tudor Kingdom, namely the Alice, Duma, Mary, and Albert, Caroline articulated. It seems the Kane sect is aware they are being pursued, deliberately using barges to navigate the canals. While we follow the barges, they have left behind some magical energy stones to divert attention. While the ocean-bound cargo ships have circled back to United City to transport the remaining magical energy stones away. Once the vessels leave the endless sea and dock at any island in the Shattered Isles, changing ships becomes exceedingly difficult to trace. Anderson remarked, should the Kane cult procure another vessel for transport? Jason responded, it is indeed a possibility, but we must exercise caution. Anderson continued, Jason, you must keep a vigilant watch over the dock area. I will inform the Undying Fleet to remain alert for these vessels. Yes, Jason replied. Though I believe the likelihood is slim, we should still be attentive that I shall also notify Prince Gao of this matter, to see if we can trace them through our kin in the Shattered Isles, at the very least to prevent their return to the Tudor Kingdom. Caroline interjected. This matter could be considered temporarily settled. Inform me of any new intelligence as it arises that I shall return to Dunling to avoid the tribunal's impatient arrival in United City. Very well, said Katerina, as she and Vincent made their way back to the House of Torment in a carriage. Well done, Katerina praised. Originally, the Dragon Tooth Consortium sought to sell a high price, but I managed to acquire the intelligence using the matter of the magical dust. Speaking of which, how did that turn out? Vincent inquired, that if I am not mistaken, it should have already set sail. He continued it. It seems that during the loading of the magical dust onto the ship, the Kane cult was also engaged in loading their own cargo, which resulted in a lack of laborers, allowing the Dragon Tooth Consortium to uncover information on the Kane cult. Since it is a crime without witnesses, it is indeed valuable for exchanging for intelligence on the Kane cult. Katerina remarked. You handled it quite well. Captain, it may be prudent to find an opportunity to subtly pressure the Dragon Tooth Consortium, Vincent suggested. While we have not caught them in the act, we should not allow them to believe we are entirely ignorant. What about your little girlfriend? Katerina teased, adding, wait a moment, subtly, you have been quietly advocating for them. Public matters are public, and private matters are private, Vincent replied with a smile. Regardless, if she were to lose her job, I could support her. Katerina glanced at Vincent, hesitating briefly before sighing. You truly maintain a clear distinction between public and private affairs. The Dunling Royal Station. As Caroline disembarked from the train, Zhuangxin was already standing on the platform. I have received your intelligence, Zhuangxin said briskly as he approached Caroline. The Order of the Tribunal has dispatched personnel to the Shattered Isles to continue tracking. Currently, there is no new information that I have also informed Prince Gao, who will notify our kin in the Endless Sea to assist in the search, Caroline stated. Shall we reconvene upon receiving new information? Very well, Zhuangxin replied. Additionally, I hope you can manage the tribunal's personnel and ensure they vacate Dunling. Caroline cautioned that if I hear of any of our kin being burned, the consequences will be something you would not wish to contemplate. Understood. The residence of Prince Gao in Dunling. Vanessa Castan sat in a high-backed chair, attended by her steward, Stefan. As Caroline entered the prince's hall, she knelt on one knee. Your Highness, Caroline addressed her. Those members of the tribunal, Vanessa began, they will not continue to tread upon my lands, will they? I have already warned Zhuangxin. He understands the consequences, Caroline affirmed. Excellent, Vanessa replied. I have heard that your daughter was the one who uncovered the intelligence regarding the events in United City. No, Caroline hesitated for a moment before clarifying. It was my daughter's subordinate, Vincent. That name sounds familiar, Vanessa remarked. Master, this individual is the fated child transformed by Elder Klaus, Stefan interjected. You have met him once that I recall now, Vanessa said. Klaus's intriguing descendant. Indeed, Master, Stefan confirmed. Caroline, do take the opportunity to look after your disciple, Vanessa advised. Finding the Kane cult so quickly is a burden lifted from my shoulders. Your daughter is quite capable. Are you certain you wish for her to venture to the new continent? Yes, Your Highness, Caroline responded. Our Shadow clan is weak in the new continent, and this opportunity is rare. Very well, Vanessa concluded. As long as you are willing, I shall entrust Klaus to watch over her. You may leave now. Thank you, Your Highness. I in the House of Torment. The conference room was filled with team members nursing hangovers from the previous night's revelry as they gathered around the long table. Katerina pushed open the door and took her seat at the head of the table. The first order of business. Vincent's appointment has been officially issued. As of today, Vincent is the captain of the Phantom ship and the leader of the House of Torment's auxiliary team. Katerina announced with a smile. What do you all say? Congratulations. The team members cheered, clapping their hands in unison. Thank you all, Vincent replied with a grin. As per our custom, as part of the auxiliary team under the House of Torment, we will extract 20% of the Phantom ship's earnings while bearing all daily expenses for the auxiliary team, Katerina explained. Later, you must communicate with Elena to determine which blood servants and blood vassals you wish to assign to the auxiliary team. Understood, Captain, Vincent nodded. Furthermore, Since you are now the captain, it is time to name your ship, Katerina stated. Let it be named the Shadow of Flight, Vincent proposed after a moment of contemplation. Katerina nodded in approval and continued. The second order of business. Although the Kane cult has departed from Tudor, we must remain vigilant. Henceforth, patrols will circle the docks daily, paying particular attention to unfamiliar faces carrying unknown cargo. Understood, Captain. Lastly, Elena, you will lead a visit to the Dragon Tooth Consortium. Katerina instructed to give them a gentle reminder. Captain, should Vincent accompany us? Elena asked, puzzled, as she thought this matter should fall to him. Not necessary, Katerina replied. Take 2 others with you, and remember to be fully armed. Simply state that I sent you to remind them, and they will comprehend. Understood, Captain, Elena acknowledged. What exactly should we remind them of, to make them aware that we have acquired intelligence on the Kane cult? Katerina briefly outlined the situation. While we did not catch the Dragon Tooth Consortium red-handed, Vincent still suggested I remind them, lest they mistakenly believe we are easily deceived. Yes, Captain. Now, off you go to fulfill your duties. Katerina instructed, keeping Vincent behind. Captain, Vincent inquired, puzzled as the others exited the conference room. This is a transformation scroll, Katerina said, handing Vincent a scroll along with a small pouch. Additionally, my mother has heard of your promotion to captain and has entrusted me to deliver her gift to you. Upon opening the pouch, Vincent discovered 20 magical crystals. Captain, is this gift too extravagant? Not at all. After all, it reflects the bond we have shared as teacher and student over the years, Katerina replied. But why mother said that should you ever find yourself in need, you may seek her assistance at any time. Thank you, Vincent said, rising to bow respectfully. After Vincent exited the conference room, he penned a letter of gratitude and had it delivered to Caroline by a messenger. Time flew by, and a month had passed. During the Phantom ship's upgrade at the Secretive Order, Vincent seized the opportunity to study transformation magic and had essentially mastered the basic transformation spells of the owl, the wolf, and the bear from the Frenzy clan. Consequently, Vincent had acquired all the transformation and shadow spells available to knights. According to the assessment of the Blood Clan, Vincent had now reached knight status. And considering he was a bloodline awakener who also commanded shadow fire, he could be deemed a master among knights. In United City, at the dock area on an offshore island, Vincent and Asimov were inspecting the completed necromantic transformation of the Phantom ship. The pitch-black and decayed hull, along with the tattered sails, emanated a potent necromantic aura, with phantoms flickering in and out of visibility upon the ship's surface, sending chills down their spines. The ghostly cannon, funded by Caroline, shimmered with an ethereal blue light, while a contingent of 10 fully armored undead guardians awaited the inspection of the Phantom ship's captain. The ship has been fully transformed, Asimov reported, standing beside the ship's helm. The hull has undergone necromantic transformation, and its speed and cargo capacity remain unchanged. You can manifest the ship's soul through a soul link. The necromantic hull has generated 2 undead claws as weaponry for combat, while also supplying energy to the necromantic vessel. The ship is inhabited by numerous phantoms who can manipulate the hull, adjusting the sails and ghostly cannons according to commands. They may also engage in battle, serving as a spectral shield to protect the vessel and harvest souls during combat to replenish the necromantic ship's energy. In terms of firepower, both the bow cannons and the 20 side cannons have been upgraded to ghostly cannons, which utilize necromantic energy as ammunition and share a core energy source with the hull. Thus, there is no need for you to carry ammunition, allowing for more space within the cargo hold. It is estimated that half a cargo bay will suffice for the provisions required for long-distance voyages. With Asimov's introduction, the two descended from the helm and entered the captain's quarters. The necromantic core has transformed into the energy source for the necromantic vessel with the upgrade, significantly enhancing the overall efficiency of the magical array and reducing energy conversion losses. Furthermore, as before, the necromantic ship can replenish its energy by devouring the souls of the living. The core energy source is located in a runic-sealed chamber beneath the captain's quarters. Connected to the Mana Stone storage compartment, the necromantic vessel possesses its own consciousness, allowing it to autonomously transport Mana Stones from the storage compartment to the core as needed. All you must do is ensure that the storage compartment is adequately stocked with Mana Stones. The necromantic ship is bound to your soul, enabling you to appoint a captain to navigate the vessel at any time. and you can also revoke this appointment through the soul link whenever you wish. Simultaneously, you can summon the necromantic ship via the soul link. The underwater navigation has also been completed. The barrier is now stabilized upon the hull, with the only constant barrier being the phantasm barrier, which is activated by consuming the vessel's energy. The coverage of the necromantic mist has expanded significantly, with a maximum range reaching 5 nautical miles. Asimov continued his explanation, stating that 96 necromantic crew members are bound within the necromantic core, and all crew members can replenish the vessel's energy through acts of slaughter. There is 1 necromantic navigator, 85 armed necromantic crew members equipped with sabers and firearms, as well as 10 necromantic guards I personally gifted to you as a promotion congratulation for you. Vincent, the necromantic guards are formidable beings, binding the souls of elite warriors in heavy necromantic armor, combining the agility of phantoms with a stout defensive armor, equipped with runic long swords and ghostly firearms. These guards often serve as the primary elite warriors on the necromantic vessel. Thank you very much, Lord Asimov, Vincent said respectfully, placing his hand on his chest in salute. This gift is truly extravagant. It is nothing, young Vincent, merely a token of my appreciation. Asimov waved his hand dismissively. If you feel uncomfortable, perhaps you could assist me by transporting some goods to the new continent on your next journey. May I inquire what these goods are? A batch of necromantic creations, Asimov replied, designated for Prince Montel in the new continent. The contract includes transportation, but the quantity is not substantial, and due to the packaging seal, it only occupies half a hold while emanating a necromantic aura, making it somewhat troublesome to locate a suitable space. No problem, Lord Asimov. I will reserve the space for you, Vincent replied, expressing his gratitude for the gift. Now, shall we test the ship? Asimov smiled. I can hardly wait. Under the gentle moonlight, the night breeze caressed the waves, and a surge from the depths of the sea heralded the emergence of the Phantom from below, its prow crashing heavily against the surface, sending forth a cascade of waves as the brackish water flowed back into the ocean through the decaying railings. Vincent emerged from the captain's quarters, observing the damp deck drying due to the necromantic magic, reminiscing about the Phantom's graceful navigation beneath the sea, akin to a shark gliding through the depths, marveling at the profound scenery and exclaiming, "This underwater navigation is rather intriguing." Through the soul link, Vincent commanded the necromantic ship, and a black-backed, white-bellied flower sprang forth from the necromantic core, embodying the manifested soul of the Phantom. Phantom, Vincent cradled the flower in one arm while gently stroking its back. Testing the ghostly cannon. Meow. The flower responded softly as the cannon port on the side of the ship opened, the ghostly cannon extending from its muzzle as if manipulated by Phantom. Meow. With a furious roar from the Phantom, all 20 ghostly cannons, concentrated on one side, unleashed a cacophony of 20 booms, blue necromantic energy shooting forth, shattering the nearby reefs. Let us try the necromantic claws. Meow. Two long tendrils, approximately 5 meters in length and composed of condensed necromantic energy, lashed out from either side of the prow, effortlessly tearing the surface of the sea as they plunged into the depths, splashing back out with the rising waves. The 2 necromantic claws could also merge into one, forming a 10-meter-long whip that danced under the Phantom's command, creating turbulence below while rising waves crashed above. The necromantic claws ensnared the rocky shoreline, and with a gentle squeeze, reduced it to fragments. The necromantic claws, aside from requiring close combat, are indeed powerful weapons, Vincent mused, stroking the Phantom. Let us set sail, unfurl the barrier, and return to the United City. The Phantom leaped from Vincent's embrace, and the phantasm barrier unfurled. From outside the barrier, the formidable Phantom transformed into an ordinary 3-masted sailing vessel. The black and white Phantom ascended the stairs with agility, arrogantly striding before the necromantic navigator. Meow. The navigator knelt on one knee, pulling forth a human-skin sea chart sewn into his left arm, presenting it to the Phantom. The Phantom scrutinized the chart, but could not pinpoint the United City. Meow. The Phantom, somewhat vexed, pointed a claw toward the United City. The necromantic navigator's blue flames intensified, and his withered face contorted as he emitted a silent scream. The phantoms attached to the ship emerged, manipulating the sails as the Phantom glided along the gentle sea breeze toward the United City. United City, Docking District, Dumont Hotel. Vincent, do not leave after your discussion with the sheriff. I would like to take this opportunity to gather with you, Charlie said, leading Vincent toward the sheriff's office. That I've arranged everything. Tonight, we shall not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Very well. It is certain that I shall indulge tonight. I will stay at Dumont. How does that sound? Vincent replied with a smile. Splendid. Charlie laughed. I will ensure all is arranged for you. As the assistant to the sheriff, Charlie often handled lower-level social engagements on behalf of the sheriff, and Vincent understood that Charlie's enthusiasm stemmed not only from the sheriff's orders, but also from his desire to network. However, Vincent had always gotten along well with Charlie, and advancing their mutually beneficial collaboration posed no issue. That is settled then. Charlie chuckled. Glancing at the door to the sheriff's office, he whispered, "See you soon." "See you soon," Vincent responded, gently knocking on the door. "Come in," Jason's voice called from within. "Sheriff," Vincent bowed respectfully. "The Phantom is ready and can set sail at any moment." "Excellent," Jason replied. "You will be responsible for the route from United City to Montel. The next shipment will depart in 3 days. The clan's previous investment will be deducted from the freight charges." "Yes, Sheriff," Vincent replied respectfully. "By the way, may I inquire about the volume of goods for this shipment?" "The same as last time, 5 holds, totaling 240 tons, Jason stated. You have other goods to transport. Lord Asimov from the Secretive Society has a batch of necromantic creations to be delivered to Prince Montel's domain and asked if I could reserve a small amount of hold space." Vincent replied respectfully. "Lord Asimov, you say?" Jason pondered for a moment before responding. "Adjust the hold space as needed, but ensure it does not interfere with the clan's cargo transport." "Rest assured, Sheriff, it will not affect the clan's cargo transport in any way." "Very good." Vincent respectfully exited the office. Charlie awaited him outside, and, upon seeing Vincent emerge, softly inquired, "Shall we go?" Indeed, within the opulent private room, resplendent chandeliers cast a soft glow as Vincent and Charlie engaged in conversation on the sofa, with an array of beverages and a box of magical dust adorning the table, while several elegantly dressed blood servants seated themselves beside the two. Charlie gestured, and a blood servant in a long gown delicately produced a small folding knife from the snowy slit of her dress, making a gentle incision, allowing blood to flow into intricately carved crystal cups. After filling 2 cups with fresh blood, the blood servant respectfully placed the crystal goblets before them, expertly applying magical dust to the wound. "This method of consumption is rather intriguing," Vincent said with a smile, raising the ornate crystal cup to clink with Charlie's. After sipping the blood, he remarked, "For what you just indicated, it seems someone wishes to make my acquaintance." "To put it plainly," Charlie replied, taking a sip of blood, "it is your potential client who wishes to meet you. Vincent raised an eyebrow. "You are aware that my primary clientele remains the clan." "I'm indeed aware," Charlie said. "They merely require a small amount of hold space." "A small amount, you say?" "1 hold," Charlie replied, swirling the dense blood within the crystal cup. "1 hold will not suffice this time." Vincent chuckled. "Charlie, I do not intend to inflate my worth. However, the Secretive Society also has a shipment destined for Montel." "The Secretive Society, you say?" Charlie inquired. "Then how much hold space can you reserve this time?" "Half a hold will certainly be no issue, but I must first accommodate the clan and the Secretive Society," Vincent stated. "What is being transported?" "Magic dust," Charles remarked, as a new merchant guild organized by a group of vagrants under the jurisdiction of the constabulary sought to embark on a venture of long-distance trade to acquire secondary trade rights. They were fortunate enough to negotiate a deal for the trade of magic dust with the werewolves of the northern Labrador region of a New World. ISNT Labrador, located north of Montel. Vincent lit a cigar and inquired through the haze. "Montel is the principality of the Wild Hunt clan. Wouldn't the constable have reservations about this?" In truth, there were also clan considerations, as there were several constabularies acting as buffers between the principality of Montel and the Labrador region. Charles responded with a knowing look. "They are not the sons of the Wild Hunt. Is it appropriate to use my ship? Taking all factors into account, you are indeed the most suitable to that moment." The door to the cabin swung open, and Jason's voice suddenly echoed. "However, Your cabin has been claimed by Lord Asimov. Constable, Vincent quickly rose that I initially thought it sufficient for Charles to discuss this matter with you. Jason said as he settled onto the sofa. But then I realized, considering you might have concerns about the secret of Covenant, it would be better to greet you directly. Selling magic dust to the Labrador region to alleviate the pressure on the local werewolves was, in fact, a clan initiative. Charles continued, coincidentally, this vagrant guild has secured the deal, and we are merely going with the flow. They intend to ship a hold of goods to Labrador. Vincent queried. Not for the New World. Just a small quantity of medicinal-grade magic dust, Jason replied. However, the werewolves will be compensating with elementally blessed weapons, and we need a hold to transport the goods back to Montel. Montel? Vincent was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Charles affirmed. Once the goods are traded along the coastline of Labrador, the elementally blessed weapons will be transported back to Montel to be sold to the Prince of Montel. The guild members will then return to the United City by ship. If that is the case, then there are no issues whatsoever, Vincent stated. I will first transport the clan's goods along with those of the Secret of Covenant to Montel before departing for Labrador, completing the transaction before returning to Montel. Excellent. Additionally, it is crucial to note that there are Blood Clan patrol ships lurking along the northern route to Labrador. Jason cautioned that we must enter the werewolf territory discreetly. Can you manage that? If you are unfortunate enough to be discovered, we will not acknowledge that you are one of our ships. You understand my meaning, correct? If you foresee difficulties, you may refuse now. Since this is a desire of the clan, Vincent said solemnly, I shall address it. I fully comprehend the risks involved. Very well. Loyalty given shall be rewarded. Jason nodded as he prepared to depart. You may continue. The ship, Flying Shadow, raced through the tumultuous waves, propelled by the sea breeze along the southern currents of the shattered archipelago, heading towards the New World. The New World, as the most significant geographical discovery of the age of exploration, has been undergoing slow yet steady development over the years. Various major powers from the Old World have established numerous colonies in the New World, with the northern region being the domain of the Tudor Kingdom, where the largest city, New Williamfort, serves as the colonial capital. The central region of the New World, Orlando, belongs to the Lewis Kingdom. The southern, northern, and western parts of the New World remain areas yet to be thoroughly explored. South of Orlando lies dense primeval forests, while the northern expanse from Labrador is characterized by mountains, forests, and ice fields, and the western territories comprise vast plains and hills. Humanity has delineated its realms of influence within the New World. However, the vastness of the land coupled with a relatively sparse population results in significant distances between cities, rendering the New World a veritable paradise for vagrants. Werewolves form packs in the desolate wilderness, roaring freely across the expansive continent. Various other beings, such as succubi and Frankensteins, establish resource towns to procure materials for their respective clans, while the Blood Clan manipulates humans to establish dark territories in cities and ports. Controlling all trade routes in the northern reaches of the New World, in the dim candlelight, Vincent sat in a chair, cradling a small creature of black and white as he gently stroked its forehead. While the creature, feeling comfortable, closed its eyes, opposite him sat a gentleman of unremarkable appearance, yet possessing a certain charm. This individual was one of the shareholders and leaders of the newly established guild, the United Guild, Christopher Orlon. After days of sailing, Vincent and Orlon had grown accustomed to one another, leading to deeper conversations that Mr. Orlon. Vincent inquired with a smile, what prompted the sudden desire to establish a guild. Orlon first offered Vincent a cigar. Seeing him wave it away, he lit it for himself and said amid the swirling smoke, We are vagrant Blood Clan members. Unlike you, my lord, we must rely on ourselves. This fortuitous opportunity to secure this business deal is not solely for our benefit, but also for the kin who rely on me for sustenance. Thus, we had no choice but to establish a guild. Speaking of which, Vincent poured blood wine for Christopher. I must admit, I do not fully understand how the Blood Clan nests operate. Most vagrants hail from the knight nobility, like myself, who once served in the constabulary of the Lewis Kingdom. Due to various circumstances, I became a vagrant and had no choice but to fend for myself. Christopher explained, We vagrants must acquire our own blood or purchase it from the territory's blood bank. Unlike the knight nobility, who enjoy the protection of the Blood Council, we must band together to form nests to safeguard our existence. These nests are akin to Blood Clan teams, serving as strongholds, territories, and businesses upon which we rely for survival. However, we have no limit on personnel. As long as one can afford it, there can be as many as desired. Another distinction for Blood Clan teams is that our tax payments are made to the teams rather than the constabulary. Is the tax substantial? Vincent continued to stroke Flying Shadow. Not particularly. It is mainly a symbolic payment, signifying acknowledgement of the local knight nobility's rule, Christopher replied. Additionally, the knight nobility provides us with a range of services, all of which come at a cost, such as blood banks, corpse disposal, or assistance in helping vagrants evade human supernatural organizations that I see. I appreciate the insight. Vincent raised his crystal glass in a toast to Christopher before taking a sip. Christopher quickly raised his glass in return. My lord, we have spent some time together, and we have come to know a bit about each other, Christopher said with seriousness, as we are nearing Montel. I would like to propose we begin discussing business. Please, my lord. We may be a small guild now, but that also implies limitless potential. Christopher stated confidently, we have signed an agreement with the werewolves of the Labrador region for biannual deliveries, and I hope to establish a long-term partnership with your ship. You should recognize your good fortune, Vincent said, as a significant figure wishes to utilize you to ease the pressure on the werewolves of Labrador and balance the local situation. However, you must also understand that circumstances can change. You speak wisely, my lord, Christopher acknowledged. That is precisely why I accompanied this voyage. I have already reached a preliminary agreement with the Montel side for biannual purchases of extraordinary materials to be sold back in the old world. Now that piques my interest, Vincent smiled. Thus, I hope that when we return from the new world, you can reserve a hold for me. Christopher said that I will calculate the freight at 2,000 dark gold. That is acceptable, but I can only settle with you on a per-instance basis. As my ship's primary clientele is the clan, Vincent replied, if they require a last-minute cargo load, I cannot refuse, without a long-term contract. Orlon interjected, it will be challenging for us to conduct trade at a half-hold. I can guarantee you, Vincent stated, but I cannot promise you a full one. After a moment of contemplation, Christopher extended his hand. For a half-hold, the one-way freight is 1,000, while a full hold would be 1,900 dark gold. It sounded quite fair. Vincent and Christopher shook hands, dealed out at the Montel port. Prince's assistant, Nick Young, awaited the unloading of goods, having received a message from Vincent's envoy. Mr. Young, Vincent called as he descended from the deck of the Flying Shadow, the clan's goods, along with a batch of necromantic creation from the Secretive Covenant. Need to be counted. Nick exchanged glances with a nearby Blood Clan member, who nodded and proceeded to inventory the goods. Captain Vincent, Nick said, is there a member of the United Guild aboard your ship? Vincent glanced at Nick, but remained silent. Captain Vincent, please do not misunderstand. Nick raised his hands. I am merely awaiting negotiations with him, but others' business is their own. Vincent smiled that I only concern myself with my own matters. Nick Young looked at Vincent and suddenly burst into laughter. Interesting. When Captain Vincent returns to Montel in a few days, I shall treat you to a drink. Gratitude is extended to Mr. Young. The cargo was swiftly accounted for and unloaded. Upon receiving the messenger, Vincent boarded the vessel Flying Shadow, which gently glided away from the dock. The waves caressed the hull of the Flying Shadow as it sailed northward, creating a melodious symphony. Yes, they ventured further north. Occasional ice floes lightly collided with the ship, adding a somber rhythm to the harmonious composition. My lord, Christopher inquired. Did Lord Nick Young ask about me? Indeed, Vincent replied, fully aware of their impending return to Montel in a few days. May I ask, my lord, Christopher continued, do you believe Lord Nick Yang's inquiry was benevolent or malevolent? It is difficult to ascertain. Vincent shrugged. Perhaps he simply wishes for you to ponder that question. Christopher paused momentarily, then bowed with a hand over his heart, saying, thank you, my lord. I could see that moment. Flying Shadow suddenly leaped onto the railing beside Vincent, letting out a meow. Through their soul link, Vincent discerned that Flying Shadow indicated the presence of a distant ship. He picked up Flying Shadow and, via their connection, issued command. Vincent and Christopher proceeded into the hold. The dark magic sealed the cabin completely. Descend. Vincent instructed the licking feline. With a plaintive cry, The necromantic vessel shuddered, and amidst a great wave, it plunged into the depths of the sea, observing the fish that occasionally swam past the round porthole. Vincent was intrigued as he held Flying Shadow at the window. However, Flying Shadow clearly showed no interest in the fish, struggling to leap from Vincent's embrace. "My lord, Christopher," still processing, queried, "Why the sudden descent? Is there an enemy?" "Fear not. It is merely a vessel passing ahead," Vincent assured. "It is prudent for us to maintain a low profile on this journey." The Labrador region, situated to the north of Montel, is characterized by its frigid climate year-round. With towering peaks and dense forests, it boasts abundant natural resources and various extraordinary materials, serving as the territory of the Frostwolf clan, as a werewolf domain flanked by 3 law enforcement territories of the Blood Clan. The Frostwolf clan has seldom seen peace, with disputes flaring up. The law enforcement territories patrol the coasts, blocking access to the werewolves' waterways. The Frostwolves traverse the forests, torching warehouses and plundering supplies, leading to a bloody stalemate in the Labrador area of Greater Montel. In recent years, the Blood Dragon clan, having gained control over the 3 law enforcement territories through various political maneuvers, seeks to drive back the Frostwolves and establish a principality of their own in Labrador. Dispatching substantial manpower to assist the law enforcement territories and disrupting the long-standing balance of power, causing the Frostwolf clan to gradually falter to prevent the emergence of an uncontrollable new principality in northern Montel. The Wildhunt clan, the northern hegemon of the New World, has begun to support the Frostwolf clan through third-party assistance. Christopher's Joint Chamber of Commerce is among those parties. The Labrador region is cold and windswept, dominated by towering peaks crowned with snowy veils. The Flying Shadow easily navigated beneath the patrol vessels stationed by the law enforcement territories and arrived at the Frostwolf clan's clandestine harbor. A few robust men clad in heavy furs stood on the dock, watching as the necromantic vessel slowly docked. "Mr. Orlon, we meet again," the leading werewolf, his face adorned with gray-white whiskers, remarked. "I trust your ship carries the goods I require." "Of course, esteemed chieftain," Christopher replied with elegance. Bowing, "The cargo is aboard." Vincent nodded towards Catherine on the ship, and Tybury Cook began directing the necromantic crew to unload the cargo. "And who might this be?" the chieftain inquired, looking at Vincent. "The captain of the Flying Shadow." Vincent Christopher introduced. "The Flying Shadow will be responsible for transporting the goods." The chieftain and Vincent exchanged nods of acknowledgement, with the chieftain stating, "The supplies are here. You may begin your inspection." "Very well," Christopher replied, observing the already offloaded goods. "Please inspect the cargo we have provided." The exchange progressed swiftly as both parties conducted their inspections, and the chieftain and Christopher clasped hands, their satisfaction evident. Vincent's gesture. The necromantic crew began to transport crates of blessed weaponry onto the Flying Shadow. A fruitful collaboration. Christopher declared to the chieftain, "We shall prepare to take our leave." "Mr. Orlon, please stay," the chieftain said. "I have another matter. We require munitions, particularly artillery, to defend against southern incursions. If you could procure them for the Frostwolf clan, the price is negotiable." This, Christopher pondered for a moment. The firearms should pose no issue. "But I cannot guarantee artillery. Perhaps Mr. Orlon could contact our suppliers. Should there be any news regarding the munitions, you may reach me through a messenger," the chieftain suggested, nodding. "Until we meet again in half a year." "Mr. Orlon, farewell, chieftain." The Flying Shadow, having departed from the secret harbor, swiftly submerged into the depths of the "My lord," Christopher approached Vincent. "Do you think there is room for maneuver regarding the arms deal? This is not a matter for a mere necromantic captain to decide." Vincent replied, "You must communicate with the clan." A clan member. "I shall report the situation to the law officer." "Indeed, I overstepped," Christopher acknowledged. "I've already sent word to Lord Jason." "Oh," Vincent raised an eyebrow, realizing Christopher Orlon was more than he seemed, directly contacting the law officer. "What did the Lord say?" "Nothing yet," Christopher chuckled. "I was eager to consult you, Lord Vincent." "Patience is key," Vincent advised. "Being overly hasty serves no purpose." The Flying Shadow soon returned to Montel. Nick Young stood at the dock, observing Vincent and Christopher Orlon disembark from the Flying Shadow. "Mr. Orlon, it is good to finally meet," Nick said, nodding to Vincent. Captain Vincent. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Yang. Christopher greeted with respect, and Vincent returned the gesture. His Highness wishes to summon you. Mr. Orlan, Nick stated, let us first complete the cargo transfer before heading to the estate. Christopher paused, quickly responding, very well. Let us proceed with the transfer. Captain Vincent, how about we complete the transfer for the return cargo tomorrow? Nick suggested, I shall attend to the prince's instructions and contact you later. That is agreeable. Until later. The necromantic crew unloaded crates of blessed weaponry, which Nick inspected before arranging for their transport, and then departed the port with Christopher Orlan as the moon reached its zenith. The deserted dock remained nearly void of pedestrians, with the flying shadow, cloaked in its phantasmal barrier, concealed in a corner of the dock. Vincent sat in the captain's quarters, cradling flying shadow and gently stroking its small neck. The feline having comfortably closed its eyes, Catherine sat beside her master, engaging in soft conversation. How is Tibery Cook faring? Vincent inquired. Quite well. He proves useful at sea, Catherine replied, though it is unfortunate that I lose a portion of my sustenance. Oh well, he hardly appears appetizing, Vincent chuckled. However, master, Catherine interjected, Cook has begun to exhibit signs of necromantic transformation from prolonged time aboard the ship. Then it seems you will gain an additional colleague? Vincent remarked. Just as you say, master. He does not appear to be a suitable meal. Let him remain to work, Catherine laughed. Suddenly, Flying Shadow opened its eyes, raising its head to gaze out the window. It appears we have a visitor. Vincent noted that I shall investigate, Catherine said, rising to leave the room. Master, it is Nick Yang. Please admit him. Nick Yang entered the captain's quarters, casually placing a bottle of New World red wine on the table. Captain Vincent. Just as I promised, please have a seat, Mr. Yang. You may call me Nick. Nick filled a crystal goblet with red wine, declaring that the arms trade agreement with the Joint Chamber of Commerce had been secured, and Montel would supply the goods. Oh, Vincent responded, then congratulations to Mr. Christopher, and congratulations to you as well. Nick smiled. The route from Montel to Labrador will be handled by the Flying Shadow. Truly excellent news. Vincent raised his goblet. To further collaboration. Cheers, cheers. The Flying Shadow, laden with extraordinary materials, embarked on its journey back to the old world, navigating through the northern currents of the Shattered Isles. Prince Montel has consented to supply arms for Christopher Orlan's joint venture. The joint venture will procure the munitions from Prince Montel and subsequently oversee their transportation to the Labrador region for trade with the Frostwolf clan. This signifies that Christopher's joint venture has successfully gained a foothold and also implies that the Shadowfang has established a new route in the New World. My Lord Vincent, Christopher proclaimed, raising his goblet, it is indeed an honor to make your acquaintance. Mr. Christopher, Vincent replied, you are too kind to our collaboration. Cheers, Christopher declared. Cheers, Captain Vincent, Christopher continued, downing his drink in one gulp. I wonder when our next voyage to the New World will be. Essentially, after unloading in the United City, we shall rest for a few days before reloading and setting sail again. Vincent explained that I will accompany the ship for these initial trips, and once the two routes stabilize, I will assess the situation for future voyages. Mr. Christopher, what is the date for the handover between your joint venture and Montel? The current timeline is 1 month. The first batch of arms will be completed shortly. Christopher replied. After that, the Shadowfang will retrieve the cargo from Montel and transport it to the Labrador region. That should not pose a problem, Vincent noted. The Shadowfang will consistently shuttle between the United City and the New World. However, when traveling from the United City to the New World, the Shadowfang can only allocate one hold to the joint venture, and the same applies for the return trip from Montel to the Old World. That is acceptable, Christopher affirmed. The primary cargo capacity remains focused on the route between Montel and the Labrador region. What are your thoughts on the freight charges, my Lord Vincent? As for the route between Montel and Labrador. Vincent smiled. We previously discussed a single journey costing 1,000 per hold. Given that we now have cargo to transport in both directions, how does 1,800 for a round trip per hold sound? That is most reasonable, Christopher replied. To a fruitful partnership, a fruitful partnership, in the United City. The moonlight tonight was exceptionally pleasant, with wisps of clouds occasionally drifting through the soft glow of the moon, and the clear stars twinkling in the sky. The gentle moonlight illuminated a dilapidated red brick warehouse, The weathered bricks and decaying wooden planks testified to the age of the structure. The warehouse was modest in size, with a small yard enclosed by towering red brick walls and wooden panels. Behind the warehouse lay a small dock where a barge was moored, and several werewolves were busily unloading cargo onto the vessel, clad in tattered clothing and appearing rather unremarkable, while the interior of the warehouse was nearly emptied of goods. "Curse the Cane cult," one werewolf grumbled. "Pipe in mouth, those dead ones are searching relentlessly, as if possessed." Another werewolf, watching the barge depart, remarked, "This partner has considerable influence. Otherwise, transporting goods would be quite the ordeal. Speaking of which, who is this partner?" "I do not know. It was decided by the elders," replied another werewolf. "All I know is that this partner wields significant power in the area. Otherwise, we would never have evaded those blood-sucking fiend searches. Those elders are so secretive," the pipe-smoking werewolf said, "that if you ask me, with the strength of our Ironclaw clan, we could summon a pack from the New World. This territory belongs to us. The United City may be manageable, but dealing with Castan and Dunling is no trifling matter." The werewolf cautioned, "You have no idea how many of our kin fell to that which. Is it truly that terrifying? Years ago, Castan single-handedly annihilated a clan within the North Black Mountain Forest near New William Fort. Have you not heard of the Black Mountain Witch? Is she the Black Mountain Witch?" The werewolf, exhaling a cloud of smoke, coughed in surprise. "That I thought she was dead." "Dead?" The werewolf chuckled. "Back then, Black Mountain was still the territory of the Wolf clan. Several clan masters from the nearby regions were dispatched, and while some were left humiliated by her, she ultimately managed to escape. Such matters are certainly not spoken of by the elders, and a wonder the elders speak so cautiously of the Black Mountain Witch." The pipe-smoking werewolf remarked, "Is she currently in Dunling? Rumor has it she is a high-ranking noble of the entire Tudor Kingdom. Then why are we conducting business here?" The pipe-smoking werewolf questioned. "This is within her sphere of influence." "Not necessarily. The local prince has a rather tenuous relationship with her. She might very well appreciate our presence here," the werewolf answered. "Remember, we must remain discreet." Indeed, the pipe-smoking werewolf reignited his pipe, enveloped in swirling smoke. At the dock area, the port, the Shadowfang was cloaked in its phantasmal barrier, having completed its handover with Charlie, and was now unloading cargo with the aid of necromancer crew members alongside Christopher's subordinates. "My Lord Vincent," Christopher said, presenting a briefcase. "This is the freight payment." Vincent casually passed the briefcase to Humphrey, who awaited at the dock, and smilingly addressed Christopher. "We set sail from here in 5 days." "Not a problem," Christopher grinned. "I eagerly anticipated." With Humphrey nodding in affirmation, Vincent and Christopher firmly shook hands. Once seated in the carriage, Vincent inquired of Humphrey, "Any news from the House of Suffering recently?" "Lady Katrina is about to be reassigned," Humphrey replied. "The official appointment has been finalized." "Where to?" "To the New World at the border between Montel and New William Fort, in a place called Black Mountain Town." Humphrey informed that as the captain in House of Suffering. "She has gone to Dunling, but should be returning shortly. Please inform me immediately upon her return." "Yes, my lord," Humphrey affirmed. "Additionally, you may also allocate a supplementary squad of 15 blood servants and 2 blood vassals." Lady Elena inquired if there were any additional personnel needed apart from us. "For now, I will not increase the blood servants, as they will gradually succumb to undeath aboard the ship, and they would merely be idle on land." Vincent stated, "Instead, use my other blood vassal slot for Tiberius Cook. As for the 2 blood vassal slots, if you are interested, I can offer you one." "Yes, my lord," Humphrey replied, momentarily taken aback. "Me. Consider it. I will grant you but this one opportunity." Vincent said, "My lord, may I continue serving you as a blood servant for the time being?" Humphrey pondered. "Combat is not my forte, and I need to reflect on this. Then that slot shall remain vacant." "Yes, my lord, in the endless sea, amidst the fractured isles. This is a rather inconspicuous isle within the chain of fractured isles, where the scorching sun blazes down upon the sandy beach, and the water cascades down the steep cliffs. Shimmering with a spectrum of colors under the sunlight on the cliffs, several hastily constructed wooden huts are concealed in the shadows of small groves, while cultists busily toil away. 3 black-cloaked figures adorned with the cane emblem from the Bloodhand faction were engaged in discussion. "We have successfully evaded pursuit," one black-cloaked figure stated. What shall we do next? The current resources are insufficient for the summoning ritual, yet too valuable to waste on sacrificial rites. Another black-cloaked figure replied. It is also challenging to acquire new resources, as humans and foreigners are still searching for us. I have an idea, the silent black-cloaked figure interjected. Your last suggestion helped us evade detection, the black-cloaked figure replied. Pray, share your thoughts. We lack the resources for the summoning ritual, but we can execute a reincarnation ritual for the malevolent deities gazing upon the material realm. Summoning a projection of the evil deity through the summoning ritual is the simplest method for their invasion. Providing ample sacrifices allows the deities to descend into the realm with formidable dark power. However, the reincarnation ritual is a more complex method in this process. The deity's projection is attached to the reincarnated individual. Upon their rebirth, the deity's reincarnation often lacks significant power and must go through various rituals to please their otherworldly self to reclaim their original strength. The advantage is that the resources required for the reincarnation ritual are far less than those for the summoning ritual. The downside, however, is that the initially weak reincarnated deity is vulnerable to extermination, resulting in the deity gaining nothing. Will Lord Cain consent to this? Another black-cloaked figure inquired. Regardless, this is still a means to appease Lord Cain. The silent black-cloaked figure continued to persuade. Then let it be so. The black-cloaked figure decisively concluded. Arrange for personnel to conduct the ritual. Understood. The remaining two individuals bowed their heads and spoke softly. Beneath the shadow of their hoods, the silent figure in the dark robe emanated a faint blue glow from their eyes. Within the opulent and elegant confines of the Lanya Consortium, a crystal chandelier cast its luminous rays upon the intricately carved reliefs adorning the walls. A portrait of Mary Dan, resplendent in a white gown, hung gracefully upon the wall, while a four-poster bed crafted from mahogany was draped with semi-transparent lace curtains, through which the voices of Vincent and Mary could be heard. My dear, Mary placed her legs upon Vincent's lap. Must you vanish for another 2 months? Having just taken charge of the vessel, you will undoubtedly need to make several trips. Vincent gently kissed Mary's forehead. Once the routes are established, I shall arrange for someone else to handle it, so it seems I am to disappear for another 2 months, Mary remarked in a matter-of-fact tone. When do we depart? Calculating from now, we are expected to leave in 4 days. Vincent replied, I am still awaiting Captain Katarina's return. I shall leave only after meeting with her. You are a captain now as well. My dear, only of the reserve team, Vincent clarified. Thus, upon Katarina's departure, should Elena take over the House of Suffering? Mary inquired, will the Phantom clan appoint someone anew? Which would you prefer? Vincent asked. Although Elena is not the easiest to deal with, last time she arrived fully armed with several individuals at the Lanya Consortium. At least we are sufficiently familiar with one another. Mary chuckled wryly. If I must re-engage with the members of the Phantom clan, it may not bode well for business. You are aware of the reason for her last visit. It was merely a show of allegiance. Vincent chuckled. The good news is that you will likely continue conducting business with familiar, albeit challenging, associates. Well, at least it does not jeopardize our business. Mary responded, by the way, my dear, is there still space available on your ship? If you are heading to the New World, I can adjust your position. However, upon returning, there will be no space left. Vincent's gaze sharpened. Yet he smiled as he asked, What is it, my dear? Do you have cargo for me to transport? The Lanya Consortium must possess several routes leading to the New World.